to those who bleed orange and black.
It is out of here.
Good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader.
Oh, yeah, Friday, baby. Oh, uh-oh. No, I'm not cracking already, am I? I just told Marcus I was yelling at the kids to play defense last night. My voice just cracked right out of the gate.
Oh, not a 6 a.m. voice crack, Murph.
It's March 1st, brother. We made it. Happy Friday. Happy March 1. We got so much going on today. We were just talking right before the show. It's better than Leap Day already.
Oh, Murph, welcome to the Ides of March. Good morning. Happy Friday, my guy.
Post-Leap Day. We're going nowhere to go but up after Leap Day.
We're leaping forward from yesterday, Murph.
And what a fun day it was yesterday with your boy Steph going off in New York City. We called it. He loves the Garden. And you see one of his quotes after the game, he says there's just a good vibe in the Garden is what he said.
It's the holy mecca of basketball. I heard post-game comments from Steph, Clay, Jonathan Kuminga talking about how he was inspired to play at MSG last night. And he puts up 25 points.
Kuminga getting romantic about the mecca, huh? Not all post-game comments were romantic last night.
No.
We'll get into that as Draymond
unless
Green,
you're into that kind of thing.
Draymond Green gets a little
unless
chippy.
you like being slapped around a little bit.
Draymond Green gets a little chippy. And then right now, guys, as we say good morning to everybody, right now, The Athletic just dropped a story with Brandon Crawford dropping a bomb.
Dropping bombs on a Friday.
On Farhan Zaidi.
Oh, Bags Alert, extra Bags Alert. Go check out Bags' new piece.
Yeah, we'll get into it, but I'll just read you guys the quote that's going to be the money quote. And it is a money quote. Let me tell you, the old writer in me, you're always looking for the money quote. Mm-hmm. Well, look, you as a sound, you're always looking for a money quote. Any number of those things on your board is a money quote.
That's a great question.
That's a money quote.
That's a money drop, as we like to call it in the business.
Or Bochy saying, shoot me a text.
Shoot me a text.
Those are all money quotes. Here it is. Here's the money quote. Excuse me. As I told the kids, play harder. Excuse me. Brandon Crawford. The bottom line is, this is his quote. Bottom line is, I was not wanted back by the one person whose opinion matters. Oh. Yeah. And then he says later on, I wanted to come back. That's what he says. And then he goes on to say, I had no playing time expectations. I told him I would be a veteran mentor to Marco Luciano, Casey Schmidt, and Tyler Fitzgerald. And so he laid it out there. He went there, is the bottom line. He went there.
Yeah, and for anybody who can't read in between the lines, the one person he's talking about is Farhan Zaidi.
That is correct, yes. Thank you for the decoding pen.
I want to make sure to put it on a play. I didn't want anybody to get confused with Pete Patella.
Could have said Greg Johnson.
It might have been Pete Patella, Murph.
Pete Patella?
The guy that gets talked about zero at all when it comes to the Giants.
You notice that as first little side branch topic on this. If you notice the two GMs that Farham hired, Scott Harris and Pete Patella, are just extremely invisible guys.
Yeah, and Scott Harris somehow leveraged that into getting a GM job with the Detroit Tigers
Which was a little baffling. Mm-hmm. I don't know how that happened. And how the Tigers doing?
Yeah.
By the way, still love their unis. Still love the Old English D and the Snow White.
Classic D.
Shout out Petaluma's own Spencer Torkelson.
That's it.
But anyway, so we got that going on. So we got two really buzzing stories already this morning. The Warriors go off last night in the Garden. Draymond gets a little chippy post game, and now we got Crawford too. But what we usually do is we usually phone them in, right? We got to phone it in.
That's it. You got to make it official.
Well, this one's a
coast
local
to
call
coast
because Adam Silver's penthouse in Manhattan is probably just a couple of blocks away from Madison Square Garden.
Probably within a stone's throwing distance.
Maybe Fraser sent the message via a bike messenger. By the way, they used to have bike messengers. Do you guys ever experience bike messengers?
Never had a bike messenger, but I am familiar with the days of pigeon messengers. I know that's big in New York also. Oh,
I'm the
Tony,
guy.
You're surprised.
I'm the guy with the dated references. You went to the pigeons.
Well, Mike Tyson famously is known for his love of pigeons, and he's got pigeon messengers.
That's just outstanding knowledge right there. That's outstanding knowledge. Now, his pigeons actually worked?
I believe they actually worked. And Murph,
they weren't just sport pigeons?
I think, no, he had a whole rooftop of pigeons.
He had a rooftop of pigeons.
He would send them out. And shout out to one of my favorite cartoons, Hey Arnold. He had a pet pigeon that he would send out as a pigeon messenger.
I don't know if I need a pet pigeon. Pigeons are known for one thing, and that's usually their droppings. Isn't that usually what they're known for?
That's the thing. Pigeons are basically just rats with wings.
Yeah. Hey, I could tell a story. When we lived in the we lived in the Haight-Ashbury. We had a pigeon problem, and our landlady, who was old school San Francisco. I mean, she was like that San Francisco you read about from the old days, And she was a classic. She was funny. She'd drop a couple swear words in there. She'd joke with you, but she'd also kick somebody's ass if she had to. You know what I mean? The kind of lady you want around. The kind of lady who used to roam the streets of San Francisco. She could dress nice and go out for tea at the Sheraton Palace, or she might just need to kick somebody's ass at her building.
And she sounds like the lady who can solve a pigeon problem.
So what she did was, she said, we have a pigeon problem. I'm going to do some things right now that maybe we don't want to talk about publicly, so just let me take care of it. And she took care of it.
Oh, I understand, Murph. Hey, as long as the problem's solved, right?
She was like, you guys don't need to know, and we don't need to get the cops involved.
Ooh.
All right, so
I understand.
or the SPCA.
Or PETA.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you very much. So anyway, so we're set. The bike messengers were a big thing in like the 90s. You just take these absolute slackers and you give them a freaking message and tell them to bike across town with it. So that's what Frazier's doing. He's given the bike, and he wrote this one on the paper. Hey, skinny boy, put this one in the books. Golden State Warriors 110, New York Knicks 99.
Beautiful basketball. Beautiful basketball.
That is buttery.
It's lovely.
Yes, sir.
Very good. By the way, it is beautiful basketball, and it is lovely. They're playing really nice brand right now. 10-2 in their last 12, 7 straight road wins. And we predicted Steph at the Garden. He delivered at the Garden. What was it? You said the over-under? I heard on your prize picks, Reed.
29 points was the over-under last night, Murph.
Were you leaning over?
Ding, ding, ding. That's a winner. That was my prize pick of the day yesterday.
did you
Steph
go with
Curry
it?
over 29 points.
Man, I'll tell you what, buddy. I don't know, this guy. He's a degenerate that you might want to follow. There's a reason why you can afford these luxury apartments in Potrero Hill.
There's a reason why I got these rooftop riffs going now, you know?
Rainy rooftop riffs.
Yeah.
Right? It's supposed to rain again today.
Real rainy.
Kuminga, 25 points last night. He's just, listen, I'm going to use a word. He's not unstoppable. There's times he looks unstoppable.
He's kind of developing into this almost bully ball style of basketball where he realizes just how big, strong, and athletic he is. Because that was one of my criticism about his early development was him trying to take those corner three-pointers, which he can make here to there, but his game should be putting his head down, driving to the basket. If nothing's there, kick it out like we've seen from the last couple of games. But he just looks so much more developed and physically stronger than guys on the court. He's playing some of that bully basketball.
Okay, to your point, listen to this. Last 2 games, 46 points. That's very good, right? 22 of 32 from the field. Ready for this? Only 1 attempted 3.
Good. Fantastic.
Jonathan Kuminga bringing back the 2.
That's
baby.
it.
Bringing back the 2.
We need him as a slasher.
I'm a big fan of a 2 points.
Yeah.
I am. Because to me, 2's better than 0. And so here's the deal. They say almost everything now is at the rim or short mid-range. And that I like it. It's a different style than this chucker game. I know Steph and Clay can have redefined basketball, but it's kind of nice to see somebody take it to the cup.
But look what it does for guys like Steph and Clay, and even for everybody else who's standing outside on the corners trying to get those 3-point attempts. When Kuminga drives, the defense collapses, and either they're forced to try to stop Kuminga from getting to the basket, or what we've seen from Jonathan Kuminga, all those assists dishing it out to those corner threes.
So all that is great. Chris Paul had a great quote after the game. He said, the spirit is right on this team. How about that?
Dude,
spirits.
I just want to say I want to give a shout out to last night CP3 and Trace Jackson Davis with a little Lob City impersonation. They were throwing up some nice dunks to each other.
I mean, listen, we're getting all excited about the Warriors. It's like you're jonesing for another game. You get another one tonight.
Yeah, back-to-back roadie.
In Toronto. It was just a short trip from New York to Toronto.
Which you know who they're facing off against. That's all-star Scotty Barnes, who they're facing off against tonight.
You got to dial that up there, kid.
We got to get some
you
Scotty Barnes
dial
drops
that up
today.
there. So, all right. Otherwise, other eventful Thursday evening, any major news in the hood?
Well, Murph, I was down in the 408 for one of the last times.
You went down again? You can't let go.
See, I keep going down, and yesterday it was a tough, emotional day because I had to sacrifice my smoker. That's the one thing that I was not able to bring up to San Francisco.
Wait a minute.
Was my smoker.
Honestly, we could do an entire show about this.
Yeah.
This is like, dare I say, it's like a dog.
It is.
Yeah.
Like I feel like I just lost one of my kids or something.
If you know Marcus, like we've known him for the last 5 years, the smoker is a part of his life.
I'm a smoked meat kind of guy.
I don't know how many different weekends we came back and you're like, yeah, smoke this meat, smoke that meat, watch this ball game, watch that ball game, lit something up.
Throw a brisket on the Traeger.
So what did you do?
Throw a tri-tip.
It can't go on the roof, huh?
I know. See, so there's 3 propane barbecues,
which to you
up
is
on
just
the roof.
It's like low A ball.
It's
like low A, but it's like
exactly.
Eugene Emeralds.
It's beginner level barbecue, which, hey, it's better than having nothing.
It's the Arizona Fall League of barbecues.
Exactly. It's the G League of barbecues. So last night, I had to give up custody of my smoker to one of my best friends.
Wow.
So he's going to take over for now, and as long as I'm in San Francisco, he's got the keys to the smoker.
Okay, that's a big news. It's gone to a loving home.
It's gone to a loving home.
And
Good
if
family.
you ever are, or as we like to say, fiending, if you're ever jonesing, you can hop in the car and go down and have a feast.
Oh, I told him I'm hopping down. I'm going straight to his backyard. I'll break in. I'll hop the fence, and I'll start the smoker myself if
given
I have
what
to.
I learned about your old place and what we used to go on in your front yard, I'm glad the smoker's probably in a safer place.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, all right.
Well,
Which is crazy that my
that's a big deal, man.
My newer neighborhood is actually safer than my older neighborhood, which is hilarious on the optics of people trashing the city of San Francisco.
That is really, really funny. All right, well, listen, guys, 2 huge stories, actually 3. We got the Warriors' huge win last night, and they continue to go. Although, oddly, the Lakers slipped ahead of them percentage points with a win last night. Jordan Poole went for 34 last night, I think,
Off
didn't
the
he?
bench, yeah, he did.
But we got that. We got Draymond getting chippy after the game. Interesting. And I want to use that to poke into Draymond's psyche a little bit. And then this Brandon Crawford story that just dropped where he calls out Farhan Zaidi. Just flat out, it's on. This time, it's personal. Farhan v. Crawford. I think I know where most of the fan base's votes are going to go.
Farhan Zaidi done messed around and made it personal, Murph.
Exactly.
He made it personal.
Let's get into all that next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Scotty Barnes is going to be all-star. He's going to be the face of this league.
San Francisco. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Francisco's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now
Trending now.
on KNBR.com.
NFL Network's Andrew Siciliano stopped by the Pop and Lunch Show yesterday to break down the NFL Combine and to react to John Lynch's press conference talking about Brandon Ayuk and the increase in the NFL salary cap. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
Time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Good morning, Seamheads. Murph and Marcus keep rolling. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Lee swings and lines one out into right field. Hit well. McCarthy gets turned around and it sails over his head. Off the warning track, up against the wall. Lee's speeding into second, and he's going to hang on there. Impressive swing of the bat there from Jung-Hoo Lee. 2-1, a swing, and there's a shot out to deep right center. McCarthy going back, looking up. It is gone. Jung-Hoo Lee in his second spring training game with the Giants hits one out. A laser over the 390 marker and onto the grassy berm in deep right center. A solo home run here in the third. And the Giants are on the board, now trailing 2-1.
Hey, Jung-Hoo Lee. And guess what? They still lost the game.
Come on. Let me have something, Murph. Let me have something.
They remain the only team in Grapefruit or Cactus League without a win. But Jung-Hoo Lee with a double and a home run yesterday. I don't know. That's got to be good, right?
Oh, Murph, I loved every second of seeing that swing, seeing that ball jump off his bat 109 miles per hour. But probably my favorite thing is his busting his ass down the line, hard 90s. That dude was sprinting into second base on the home run truck.
Love that hard 90s. That's good stuff. The comp that Susan Slusser made was Adam Rosales. Do you remember that guy? He was like a utility guy for the A's in the mid-2010s. He was a Melvin player.
I was going to say, when the Giants go out and spend $100 million on a free agent, I want a better comp than Adam Rosales.
Oh, that's a good call. Very good call. But when he would hit home runs, he would sprint around the base.
Okay.
Remember that? He was just like, it was like comical. It almost looked like Babe Ruth and those fast-forwarded films of Babe Ruth going around the bags, you know?
Nice,
So anyway, that was the good news. Jung-Hoo Lee hits the home run, and the Giants get their grandson of the wind going, right? They still haven't won a game. Logan Webb threw 3 innings. Here's the other thing. And then we'll get to the really big one in just a second, but real quick, I wanted to hit this. So I'm driving. I told you, I had a big day of youth basketball yesterday. I had to drive 35 minutes up through the rain to Novato for the wrong game time, by the way. So we arrive at 3:30 for a 4 o'clock game. They tell us, no, the game's at 5. And then they tell us the 8th grade game's at 4. We said, well, we're 6th grade. And they said, yeah, well, the 8th grade game's at 4. And we said, well, we're 6th grade. And they said, well, you got it. I mean, you're good. And then the 8th grade coach said, well, my team's not coming till 5 because that's when the 8th graders play. And they said, no, you got it wrong. The 8th grade. So guess what? The 6th graders had to play the 8th graders for 15 minutes before the 8th graders ran in from the parking lot and picked it up. And they held their own. They're only down 14-10.
Let's go, Murph.
This is where you hear this voice because I was just screaming. I was like, hold your own, dig it, play D.
That's phenomenal.
Yes.
And I don't know how much we've really talked about this, but I have some experience as a youth basketball coach. I was working as a referee for SYBL, Sunnyvale Youth Basketball League.
Dude, you're a ref.
And they needed extra coaches. Yeah. So I took on like an entire 3rd grade like Catholic school basketball team.
This is Rodney Dangerfield and Ladybugs right here, yes.
And get this, our 3rd graders were taking on the 4th graders in a game, and it was like the biggest game of the year.
Yeah, because you guys are playing up.
And I told my 3rd graders, like, hey, don't be afraid to throw a couple extra elbows, box out a little bit. And dude, my guys were playing dirty, and we upset the 4th graders.
Can I get some applause on that?
We upset the 4th graders.
That's because you changed their mentals.
That's it, man.
You changed their mentals.
I don't give a damn who the hell they are. They're 4th graders. They're 10 years old. You're a 9-year-old. You're a grown-ass man.
I freaking love it. I'm kind of pissed I wasn't at that game. I wish I was at that game. I'd have been fired up. I'd have been whipping the towel over my head, man. So anyway, the point is we're driving up, and little Rory Murphy has his phone out. And I said, hey, he's reading me the box. He's like, Daddy, the Giants lost to the and I said, hey, go give me some line scores. So he goes, Logan Webb, 3 runs, 3 innings, 2 runs, 1 earned. I go, oh, somebody made an error. Said, find out who made the error. First of all, telling a kid who doesn't read box scores that well how to find an error, that took some doing. And then he goes, I'm like, go to the Giants, go through the lineup, go to the bottom, past doubles, triples, and homers, go past left on base, then find E. He goes, oh, here it is. Luciano.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
I mean, I get it. It's his first game, but it's exactly what we're talking about.
I mean,
right?
especially when you have a guy like Logan Webb on the mound, who is one of the best ground ball inducing pitchers in the entire MLB. It's why shortstop is so important, and that's why it was nice having a Gold Glover like Brandon Crawford behind him for all those years.
So that leads us to shortstops, and that leads us to a story that just dropped within the hour, and that is Andy Baggerly's story in The Athletic. It's the interview with Brandon Crawford. You guys ready? First of all, he starts with an amusing anecdote that Crawford got to his first day of practice and there was no tunes in the Cardinals clubhouse. So, dude, what does Crawford do instead of being I'm the guy I'm going to lay low on day one? He gets his phone out and does a Bluetooth search, guesses which speaker is the one, like whatever, Cardinal boombox or whatever, connects, and then just begins blasting the clubhouse with his tunes, which is, I think, a balls out move. And by the way, if the Waterboy and I were saying right before the show, if the right guy does that, I'm in.
Oh.
Like I have a buddy, my buddy Malcolm, great taste in music, turns me on to all those white boy reggae bands like Stick Figure and all those ones. I trust him with the Bluetooth. Other guys, you don't. You're like, bro. Now, I'd say Marcus's brother is a known DJ. We give him the Bluetooth, right?
DJ All Day Boucher gets access to the aux cord or to the Bluetooth speakers. But it is always a big question mark when you're going on a road trip or when you're camping with your buddies. Who's in charge of the music? Because if somebody hops on the boombox and just has trash music, it ruins the vibes for the entire night.
It's a huge deal. And I think you trust Crawford.
Yeah.
Don't you?
I mean, I hope so. I just want to know what's the first song that he played on the Bluetooth speaker.
Probably Nelly. You see his second post was Nelly Country Grammar.
He's going all St. Louis on us. Oh, man. Don't forget about Andre Nicotina.
Okay. Bring the Bay to the Lou.
That's it. Right. I want him bumping some Bay Area music out in St. Louis.
So that's the fun part. Then we get to the real part, and that is in a phone interview with The Atlantic. I'm going to read The Athletic. I'm going to read this here directly. Crawford wanted to make clear that leaving the Giants was not his preference or his decision. Quote, the bottom line is I was not wanted back by the one person whose opinion matters, said Crawford, referring to Giants president of baseball operations Farhan Zaidi. He said, the bottom line is I wanted to come back to the Giants. That was obviously the ideal situation for me. And man, the text line is already reacting. Everybody's reacting because now you know that Crawford flat out met with Farhan in Scottsdale in November at the meetings and said to him, I want to be a mentor. I'm not worried about playing time. I want to be that guy who looks after Luciano, Schmidt, and Tyler Fitzgerald, who they're high on. Mm-hmm. And he said, the answer was, quote, I was told I could earn the last spot on the roster like anyone else as a non-roster invitee. That was the nail in the coffin. Yeah. And he said that Crawford felt that it felt personal. It felt personal. That Farhan had something, an axe to grind or something. Now, Farhan, in fairness now, got to give both sides. Farhan was reached by phone and said that there was no personal animosity. Okay, this is again Farhan's version. He said he had interest in coming back and was open to a different role, but the fit because his status in the organization would make this supportive mentorship role challenging for him. I don't question his intent or that he would do everything he could to mentor our young players. I just think we expect our younger players will have their ups and downs, and having the greatest shortstop in franchise history on the bench was going to create a dynamic where it was going to be harder for our young players to play with a margin of error. So he's saying, that's a fancy way of saying, I want to protect Luciano's psyche. He doesn't want to have to look over and see Brandon Crawford looking for his job. Crawford's saying, no. I'm here. My intentions are clear. He says, I'll make it public. So the fans know I'm not here to play. I'm here because I want to go out with my last year on the Giants. Here's Crawford's response. The whole being over Luciano's shoulders thing, I feel I could have made it very publicly apparent that wasn't the case. I don't even want to be playing every day because physically I'm not sure I could do that anymore. To transition to a role player made sense, and I feel I could have navigated around that. Whew, this is a horrible look for Farhan Zaidi. The optics are awful on this.
A terrible look.
Yes, and right now for a fan base that's grasping for some connection to the team, it would have done something. Now, I get it. There would be a faction of the fan base that says he's washed, he hit 190, we don't need him. But there's other fans saying this team is boring, this team is dull, and if you can at least guarantee me that I'll get a few dugout shots of this guy or a ninth inning defensive replacement, I'll take it.
Like, to sit here and pretend like Brandon Crawford would have zero value to this team is ridiculous. And again, you just broke down his stats from last season, but the experience, the veteran leadership, what we saw last year with him and Casey Schmidt, when Casey Schmidt was forced to literally learn how to play shortstop at the major league level. But wait, there's more. He was forced to learn how to play second base at the major league level. You know who was right there with him sitting at the top bench of the dugout? Brandon Blanken Crawford. And when we talk about the platoon system so much in this Farhan system, well, look who's at shortstop. Right-handed bats. Brandon Crawford, late in the game, pinch hit. He's had huge moments as a Giants pinch hitter, stepping up and having these clutch moments. He's one of the most clutch players that's been around for the Giants. So you talk about what he can do offensively, what he can do defensively as a late-game defensive replacement. Like, that's why it just made no sense, especially when we looked at the difference between where the Cardinals are, where the Giants are, how they have a rookie shortstop. I get it. He's not a Cardinals legend, but we're talking about one of the greatest defensive shortstops, maybe in MLB history, and you didn't want him on your team for $2 million? Yeah. You're going to treat him like everybody else with a chance to get the last spot on your spring training roster? Brandon Crawford is not everybody else. He's a guy that spent 13 damn years for your franchise and has 2 rings to show for it, Murph.
That's a beautiful rant. I love it. I support everything about it. Farhan's argument was the last spot of the roster has to be someone who plays infield and outfield and can come up in this. By the way, Crawford gets a sideswipe on Kapler on the way out, too, in this interview. He says he wanted to come back because he didn't like the last 2 years. They were, quote, not very fun at all. The lack of communication, not playing for 3 straight days without a single word spoken to me about it. It wasn't a very fun environment. When the Giants come to town, it's fine. Okay, guys, let's reap through. I know we got to get going here. Yeah. There's a ton of reaction on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line early. 408 says, is there any way you guys can try and change the blank you, Tony, drop and put in Farhan's name? 831 says, another brilliant move by our very own baseball genius. Even if you buy Farhan's assessment, the way way Crawford was treated is inexcusable. 415 says, I can understand that because as fans, people would be all over anyone new when they made a mistake. This is why Montana was moved out. Okay, 707 says, go, go, go with your rant. He's talking about you, Marcus. That's good. 650 says, typical lousy decision by Farhan. 209 says, we need Crawford's music, so to speak. So sad he's a local boy. 408 says, this story finally convinces me that Farhan is indeed a Dodger spy. We've talked about that for years. 650 says, if Farhan doesn't succeed this year, he needs to go. I'm tired of these nitpicky moves he's been doing. 415 says, Crawford would be a great mentor to the infield. It just goes on and on. 559 says, this is the last straw for me. I'm not even looking forward to the season now. 916 says, if our young shortstops would be intimidated by being mentored by Crawford, then they're not ready to play in the big leagues anyway. On and on and on. Boy, the text line, as Curly likes to say, is like a slot machine right now. That's
cha-ching, cha-ching.
So there it is, guys.
Jackpot, baby.
Wow, what a story, what a story. Hey, we are proudly sponsored. Now I'm going to transition to this. We're proudly sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. Guest list on a Friday, March 1, 2024. We'll do it quick because I'm a clock guy now. Go, Marcus.
We're on the clock. Susan Slusser, live from Scottsdale Stadium, 6:50. We'll get her reaction to Brandon Crawford and see what's going on with the future of the shortstop position with Marco Luciano. We got our big hit, cooler of content. Then at 8:30 this morning, it's the return of the Thrill. Will the Thrill Clark stopping by at 8:30 this morning. I'll give some applause for that real quick. And then to wrap it up, Murph, 9:15 this morning, live from Indy. We're going all over the country. David Lombardi breaking down the NFL Combine.
Okay, we continue the Crawford thread and Draymond Green getting chippy last night. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
When the Giants come to town, it's bye-bye.
gamers. Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Brandon Crawford, the hitter. 1-2. Volquez set. He pitches. And Crawford hits a high fly ball right field. Snyder going back. He's looking up. It's gone! Brandon Crawford has launched a grand slam over that 21-foot high wall, and the Giants have taken a 4-0 lead and totally silenced this crowd in Pittsburgh.
Well, there it is, set to the sweet strains of Pink Floyd. I did not know Young Tone had Pink Floyd in his bag there. There you go. The 2014 Grand Slam. By the way, staying on baseball, Ned Coletti joins Tolbert and Copes at 3:50. So we will get to this Draymond story later today. But right now, this Crawford story is hot, because this story just really dropped right before our show. And if you're just getting in your car right now, Brandon Crawford went public saying that it was Farhan Zaidi's personal decision that he didn't want Crawford back and thought that there was some degree of personal animosity involved. Farhan has denied it. The quote by Crawford, the bottom line is, I was not wanted back by the one person whose opinion matters. The bottom line is, I wanted to come back to the Giants. And he goes on to talk about some disputes about how he was told he can't play other positions when he said, wait a minute, you wanted me to play another position when you signed Carlos Correa. Farhan comes off and says, and I'm just paraphrasing here, but he says, we didn't want to have a great legendary Giant looking over the shoulder of our young shortstop, Marco Luciano, and that might intimidate him. To which we think, wait a minute, A, if you're going to be intimidated by that, are you really ready for the big leagues? Sort of Mike Kruko's thing, which is like, dude, you better get out there. It's the deep ocean. You better start treading water and swimming. And the second part is, you don't think Crawford's going to have a lot to offer? Now, text line is blowing up on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, but you had a thought on that?
Oh, I was just going to say, when it comes to the development of Marco Luciano, I've been breaking it down since I saw him in low A ball down in San Jose. He needs to improve defensively, specifically going to his backhand, getting those balls in the 5.5 hole. Who's better to mentor a guy defensively than a guy that's got multiple gold gloves in Brandon Crawford?
And Crawford's such a chill. If you guys have never, you've known him since 2011, since that Grand Slam, or that was 2014, but he is such a chill guy. And man, he's a guy of substance when you talk to him. When he speaks, it's like the old line, when he speaks, everybody listens, So I don't think Luciano would have seen him as an intimidator or anything like that. I think he would have seen him as a very cool sort of big brother.
Yeah, and when we were talking earlier this week about maybe bringing in someone like Matt Chapman to have that veteran experience in the locker room, I don't know, is Matt Chapman going to be too intimidating for Casey Schmidt? Like,
exactly,
what are we talking here? These are Major League Baseball players, and it's their job to go out and win the job. And it sounds like Brandon Crawford was willing to take a step back to let Luciano have the job. He just wanted to help contribute in different ways.
Okay, two counters. Not every text is supporting Farhan. 925 says Crawford is washed up. Move on, is what 925 says. And then 510 says the Giants need youth, not a declining 37-year-old shortstop. Crawford had several errors last year. Actually, I mean, listen, you can talk metrics for sure, and he did have a couple of moments, but I actually kind of still liked the level of shortstop he was playing. But again, we're not talking about him being, when we say he's washed and all that stuff, we're not talking about this guy hitting third every night. We're talking about this guy being a late inning defensive replacement, being the last guy on the roster, and being that glove that you can get out there when it's the ninth inning, Camilo Duvall's going to get a ground ball, you need that guy out there, and mentoring Luciano. So there is tremendous value. We get it. He's not going to go hit 330. He's not Ronald Acuna. He's not going to go hit 330 or 35 bombs. He's not even going to get 150 at bats, right?
No, and he probably won't get that with the St. Louis Cardinals, but it goes back to his conversation with Farhan, where he says, I was told I can earn the last spot on the roster like anyone else could as a non-roster invitee. So I'll throw out the question on the Golden State Lumber and Building Material text line, 808 KNBR's the number if you want to give a call. Who would you rather have as the last man on your roster? Brandon Crawford or A.J. Pollock or Matt Beatty or Mike Ford or Ford Proctor? Like it's just a rotating cast of nobodies on your team. I would rather have Brandon Blanken Crawford.
Damn, that's beautiful. I love that. You're right. All he does is rotate that last point of the roster with absolute nobodies. And you're right. Matt Beatty. I wrote the Matt Beatty jock blog last year on opening day, and I said, call this the Matt Beatty moment. Because you remember when I was so upset. I was like, we don't even know who the teams are. And you're right. Mike Ford, Papirski, Pollock, as you said. Paul DeYoung.
Yeah,
did he play
Paul DeYoung forever Giant. He was a shortstop last year.
It's nothing but a bunch of 0.1 immaculate grids.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, What are the war of those guys?
Nick Ahmed. right? Who's going to be the new guy, too, for sure, man. Oh, my God. 707 texts in on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line says, the new Cardinal shortstop already quoted saying signing Brandon Crawford put a fire under his butt. So that shows you that Farhan does not know what he's doing. 707 says, well, then why not bring back Brandon Belt and have him mentor Lamont Wade? Well, I don't know.
I've heard people bring up that option, but again,
did you go look at Brandon Belt's numbers last year? Yeah. Brandon Belt might make more sense than Brandon Crawford.
And that's why I brought up the argument, or just pointing out the fact that Brandon Crawford's a lefty bat, a guy that you can use in a platoon pinch hit situation because Luciano's a righty, Fitzgerald is a righty, even Nick Ahmed is a righty. So these are all guys that you can mix and match with, and you put Crawford in as a late game defensive replacement.
Yeah, exactly. 209 says, I'm pissed. Crawford deserved more. Multiple people asking, what would Buster Posey have to say about this? That's interesting.
That's a great
first
question.
of all, I think part of the deal in baseball is when you have a president of baseball ops, you have to let him do his job. And then you, as an owner, eventually make the decision whether or not that guy should stay on the job. So I would imagine if Buster didn't want, or I would imagine if Buster, he's letting Farhan do his job is what I'm trying to say right now. However, I guess if he wanted to exert his will, he would do so. So I'm not sure. It is interesting for sure. 650 says, speak, Marcus, speak. I like that.
I'm telling him. It was
outstanding. It was 100% true about that last spot on the roster being such a waste of space in general.
It's just a constant rotating wheel of just guys who have been DFA'd by like the Seattle Mariners. Like each and every day, Farhan's adding a new piece. How about you give me a piece that can give you some veteran experience and, I don't know, has some World Series experience also?
Yeah, for sure, man. There are people out there who are defending Farhan, saying that this is, here it is, regarding decisions, excuse me. No, I'm sorry. That was one that was actually ripping Farhan. I was trying to go through the thing. 510 on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials section said, Farhan is all numbers, black and white, and lacks emotion. Okay? 925 says the Farhan version of the Giants song is, when the Giants come to town, it's bye-bye Crawford. We got you on that one. 209 says, these are dark times. A dark cloud is over Oracle as we speak. 707 says, was Luciano worried about Crawford yesterday when he was throwing the ball away?
Yep.
And 408 says, Farhan and Kapler are two peas in a pod, over-managing and not seeing the big picture. Speaking of which, Crawford took some side swipes at Kapler in this interview.
Don't think Gabe was sneaking out of this unhurt.
He said he wanted to come back for another year because he didn't have any fun the last 2 years. And he said, a lot of it was because of my injuries and I didn't play well. He says, but some of it was the lack of communication, not playing for 3 straight days without a single word spoken to me about it. It just wasn't a very fun environment. We had a good clubhouse, but the way it went down wasn't very fun. It leads to a story that Evan Webeck wrote in the Mercury.
You're good, Murph.
Sorry.
You're getting choked up talking about Brandon Crawford.
Little Friday morning
but Murph, I think if Brandon Crawford's coming out here and saying this as that veteran leader, you know, it was the same thought in the clubhouse. Like, we even heard from Logan Webb about the lack of structure. And I brought it up a bunch with guys like Alex Wood, who was constantly being kind of yanked back and forth between the bullpen and the starting rotation. Like, guys were showing up to the ballpark. Think of Sean Manaea, not knowing if he was going to be an opener that day, not knowing if he was going to be allowed to throw 3, 4, 5 innings. It was just a constant, just like, uninformedness, I don't know if that's the right word, of Gabe Kapler and his staff of not preparing these guys to know what the hell they're going to be doing on a daily basis.
408 with a great text on the Golden State Lumber and Builders. He said, these developments are only creating the condition that Farhan wanted to avoid because now everything Luciano does will be viewed under a microscope and the mindset of what if Crawford was still here.
Now every single error that Luciano makes this year, like the one he made yesterday, people are going to bring up Brandon Crawford's name.
By the way, a lot of people loving that rant. I did too, by the way. It was a great rant and a great point about that 26 point in the roster. And then, but though, you got to get out. The 925 says, get off Crawford, let him go. And I'm not a fan of Crawford. The Giants are not nearly good enough to carry a limp 160 batting average and reduced range on the bench. Do we counter that? I mean, listen, he's going to be a late inning defensive. The quote reduced range thing, I'm not buying. He's still playing a high level shortstop. Okay, he really is. And in terms of the bat, they weren't going to use the bat. They were going to use the glove.
Exactly.
So there you go, man. All right, guys. Well, listen, we wanted to get that out there. It is really, really wild that this thing dropped right before the show. Better than me trying to do my scratch paper Steph Curry Madison Square Garden stats right before the show yesterday.
Oh, dude, you crunching numbers before the show started was something else.
But now we have just it's rare in this Giants era. Since, Oracle Park or whatever is the World Series era, we don't usually see players and management go public. I mean, in New York, this happens. Guys take, I'm sick of Boone or I'm sick of George or Hal or whoever. other markets, Philly. San Francisco is a nice, placid market. And for all the people to do it, Brandon Crawford, the most chill guy. But he had things to say, and he had to get it off his chest, and he did. Susan Slusser will join us live from Scottsdale next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Come on, Giants. Hang in there.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
The pitch. Swing, and he hits a high drive to center field. Going way back there. Still going back. Thomas at the wall. He leaps. Adios! Pelota! This game is over for the second time in 3 days. The Giants hit a 2-run homer in the last of the 9th inning, and they have won it again. Brandon Crawford over the center field wall. The only hit they had with a runner in scoring position all night long, and it was the one that counted for the win.
Happier days. Brandon Crawford making news this morning, calling out Farhan Zaidi publicly in The Athletic. One of the many stories we'll talk about with our dear friend Susan Slusser of the San Francisco Chronicle, who we did see briefly down in Scottsdale. It was great to see Sluss, and she's still down there. We had to come home. Good morning, Susan. How are you?
Hey, morning, Susan.
Hey, guys. I'm just getting in my car, so excuse the car sounds that I'm sure you're about to hear.
Are we going to hear like the bleed over of the last radio station you were listening to when you turn on the ignition right there?
No.
Okay.
Are you kidding? I would not. Well, actually, I would probably do that, but I'm not.
There it is.
You're just going to hear a lot of dinging.
We're getting into that rental car ding, right? That rental car ding.
Exactly.
It's almost like the New York Knicks subway bing bong that they have in the background. Ding, 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 ding.
Very good. Very good. All right, Sluss. Well, I know it wasn't your story, but you know the facts of the case. The Brandon Crawford story got hotter. He publicly called out Farhan Zaidi in The Athletic this morning, saying the bottom line is I'm not there because of the one guy whose opinion matters. So, I mean, I'll open it to you and just say, now that Crawford has called out Farhan publicly, and Farhan, of course, has defended himself and saying, I didn't want a veteran looking over Luciano's shoulder, which is not past muster with most of our listeners, by the way. Your take on what you know of the situation from last year, from the offseason, and through the spring. What's the Susan Slusser veteran scribe read on this situation?
Well, I don't think it's surprising, and I think it's fairly obvious that was the case. You know, I've written a couple of times that they have, over the last few years, kind of demonstrated that they don't necessarily want to bring back their storied vets at the end of their careers because they don't want necessarily the uncomfortable, situation of having to DFA a Brandon Belt or a Brandon Crawford or someone like that. It was clear that they weren't going to bring him back. And if that's the case, who is the one that's making those decisions? It's always going to be Farhan Zaidi. I mean, he's the guy at the top. So it's not, I'm not sure why people would be surprised. And I'm not really surprised that Brandon said that. Of course he wants to come back. He said that at the end of last season, if he comes back, he wanted to be a Giant for life. That's what he said. But it was pretty clear very early on he wasn't somebody that they were considering.
I think when most people are interested in the juicy human part is it seems like Crawford's intimating that it was some personal animosity. Because if you're looking for a veteran backup at shortstop, I mean, he's just as good or better than Nick Ahmed and brings all that value of ticket sales and emotional connection. So that Farhan would choose Nick Ahmed over Crawford in what Crawford intimates might be a personal situation is what seems the juiciest. Do you think there's something there?
I don't think it's personal at all. I was saying all winter that Crawford was the guy who made the most sense especially when they keep talking about not having enough left-handed hitters. I'm like, well, there's one right there. Oh, you're looking for a veteran backup shortstop who is lefty. I think it's just potentially not. Look, I'd be very surprised if Nick Ahmed makes the team. I'm not sure that's, I think they didn't want to be in that situation with Crawford. Get through the spring and go like, you know what, kind of like the looks of Tyler Fitzgerald, who can also play center and has a lot of speed and looks like he has some pop. These things can be difficult. And Crawford wanted a big league deal. I don't think that it might just be as simple as we want a veteran backup shortstop who is on a minor league deal, and if we have to send him out to start the season, that's what we do. Clearly it's a business decision. I don't think it's personal at all. I've never gotten the impression that Farhan Zaidi feels strongly personally about any player in particular. I think for him it's business, and I think that's how baseball is at that level by and large these days. I think most execs think players are, I don't want to say like assets or kind of movable pieces, but certainly I think they have to at some level take some of the emotion out of it. Plus, who would have a problem with Crawford? There are players I could see executives saying, that guy's a trouble, or, I don't want that guy in the clubhouse. Brandon Crawford's not one of those guys.
Yeah, and Susan, I think that's what surprises Giants fans. When we heard Farhan talk so much about the offseason, about needing a veteran backup shortstop, when you have Brandon Crawford available, especially after what we saw last year, which was one of my favorite storylines, and seeing how much of a mentor Brandon Crawford was for Casey Schmidt. But then I would ask you about the dynamic last year. Like, was there pressure on Casey Schmidt and even Marco Luciano when they came up for a short stint, knowing that Brandon Crawford was the shortstop at the time? And would there be that kind of over-looming, hanging legacy of Brandon Crawford that Farhan was talking about?
I think maybe there was a little bit of that, but I don't think so. I don't think that's how they make decisions. Look, I do think that there's a strong chance that at some point I'm sure over the course of the winter, they were looking at making trades for a, starting shortstop with experience, like an Adames or a Kim. These are guys that they actually were going out and talking to. I mean, you don't re-sign Brandon Crawford if you're looking to go out and get a Willie Adames or a Kim. Like it just. I can see both sides of this, and goodness knows, I mean, we all wanted to see Brandon Crawford come back for one more year in San Francisco. I'm right there with everybody else on that, but I do understand what they're doing there. This is not an uncommon thing. Look at how many great players have finished their careers playing 1 year for some weird team. I covered the A's forever. The A's always had one of those guys. People forget. Mike Piazza spent his last time in the big leagues with the A's. Nomar Garcia-Parra, people always forget he was there for a year. It's these weird things happen. It's too bad, but I really strongly do not think it was personal. I think it's business, and it probably stemmed from some of the other off-season things that they were trying to do, and the fact that maybe they were uncomfortable with a major league deal for something where they thought this might not be a guy that is with the team very long. And I mean that just in general with a veteran backup shortstop that is not sort of a current star kind of shortstop.
Now, Susan, if the Giants were able to go out and trade for Willie Adames or Ha-Seong Kim, wouldn't that be more detrimental to the development of Marco Luciano, say, versus having someone like Brandon Crawford as a backup?
I mean, I think at that point it's not about Marco Luciano's development at all. I think that would be very loud and clear, and certainly they've had talks about guys like that. I'm not sure that they are sold on Marco Luciano. This is something I think is probably not that much of a secret. I mean, they've certainly been out there looking. There have been plenty of baseball analysts who've said this is the position where they really need to make a change. Lots of scouts. I mean, ever since really Marco Luciano kind of got on the radar, there have been scouts saying he's not really a shortstop. So, if they go out and get another shortstop, that tells you all you need to know about their feelings about Marco Luciano's future at shortstop.
All right, Susan. Well, that's obviously it's rare that we get something this juicy from the Giants. Like, you know what I mean? It's they've been such a placid, sort of non-controversial place, and for a guy like Brandon Crawford too. By the way, he took a side. On the way out, Gabe Kapler caught a stray too. Did you see that story? He said the last 2 years were not fun. He said a lot of it was because of my injuries and I didn't play well. That's obviously a big deal. He said, but some of it was the lack of communication, not playing for 3 straight days without a single word spoken to me about it, which wasn't a very fun environment. I said we had a good clubhouse for the most part, but the way it went down wasn't very fun. Now, this is a frequent thing when a manager gets ousted, everybody starts talking about all the things they didn't like, right? But is that jibe to you kind of there?
I mean, the pitchers were saying that pretty openly last year, even a little bit the year before that. That's I think that was kind of a given. But, yeah, I mean, look, everybody, I think, was frustrated the last 2 years, but particularly last year, not just playing time, results, all sorts of things. And, yeah, I mean, I think that's a major reason that Gabe Kapler is no longer the Giants manager. There was kind of a groundswell of feeling about that. Sorry, I am going by the loudest truck in the entire world.
That's okay.
It's an ice truck.
That keeps it real.
Yeah, ice truck in Arizona.
All right.
Yeah.
Hey, Susan, I know we got to let you go because you're getting to work right now, but so setting aside Crawford, the camp, I mean, I know spring training doesn't matter, but Giants fans are always on edge. There's no wins so far. Is it fair to say Melvin, Bob's not like being really patient, right? He's kind of like, I've read a couple quotes where he said he was terse or called out the team. Is he a little miffed at the first week of play?
I would say that called out the team is very strong, but
okay.
He's not. I mean, he is a straight shooter. When a team is not playing well, he will say, team's not playing well. I've never had a problem with that. And it hasn't been unfair. It hasn't been directed at any particular one guy, unless somebody, say, makes an error or something like that. But, yeah, they don't have a win yet. They've given up. There was a stretch where in a 3-game stretch, they gave up 28 runs. Spring training, the results don't matter, blah, blah, blah. But you do want to see some good results. You want to see that guys are doing the things they're supposed to be doing. It's early, but if this continues, I do think we're going to be hearing a lot more things like that from him.
Yeah, wrapping up here. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station. Marcus, before you go, Susan?
Yes, Susan, I just wanted to end on a positive note and ask you about Jung-Hoo Lee. And in case any Giants fans missed it, he hit his first home run yesterday, 109 miles per hour, and was sprinting out of the box. What has been your first couple takeaways of Jung-Hoo Lee, Susan?
I think the Giants might have a find here, and a really fun find. He's got, like, the personality. He's got the look. If he can play at all, this is a guy I think Giants fans are going to really like for a very long time.
Yeah, should be fun. All right, grandson of the wind. There you go. By the way, lineup is out today. Kyle Harrison on the mound. Jung-Hoo Lee leading off. And at shortstop is Nick Ahmed. Interesting. All right. Susan, thanks for the time. We appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
There she is, Susan Slusser, driving by trucks and rental car bings and bongs and all that. Okay, so Susan everybody plays their role in this, and Susan's very calm. She's very rational. If you've ever met Susan Slusser, she's one of the calmest people of all time. She'd be like the Brandon Crawford of sports writers, you know?
That's a good call.
She's super chill.
I just hope Farhan doesn't run her out of town, too.
Nice, buddy. So she's going to come with a slightly different take. She's not, I think, with respect to Susan, and, I let her, she's going to speak her view. I do believe there was something more to it with Farhan. I do believe that there was something a little edgy, and I think there's a general unspoken vibe that the Giants and Farhan would like to stop talking about the World Series years.
Oh, that's going to be tough since it's the 10-year reunion of the 2014 World Series. It's a tough year to do it.
Exactly. But he's, and this is not unprecedented in the history, even in the Bay Area. Let me give you a little history lesson, children. In the late 1970s, the Niners Eddie DeBartolo bought the team. We went through that when the young punk from Youngstown, and it was like, who is this guy? Who's this outsider? And he hired a GM named Joe Thomas who came in and ordered all the historic photos in the building taken down. He's like, we're not about that. We're about the future. I don't want people dwelling in the past. Kezar Stadium's over. The $1 million backfield's over. John Brody's over. And dude, obviously predictable results. People are like, whoa, there's a franchise legacy. Now, we talked about this Yankee Stadium. Yeah. Has, Mickey Mantle everywhere. By the way, I read today's on this date in 1968, Mickey Mantle retired. For what it's worth.
Shout out to Mick.
I know, right? So anyway, it's not unusual for Farhan to want to do that, but it comes across, this one is specifically hard for him to defend because they need a veteran backup shortstop, and as Susan pointed out, a left-handed bat. And so it made all the sense in the world, particularly a beloved player who says, I don't want your money. I don't want your starting time. I have kids. I have a personal investment in wanting to come back one more year. Let me go be that grandpa. Let me go be that uncle. Let me go be that big brother and mentor these young kids. So there was a fit there for him. I see the negative text. There are a sliver of you are defending Farhan. Most people are burying Farhan because most of us are emotional. We're sports fans. Sports is an emotional thing. We're attached to the laundry, as Jerry Seinfeld says, We're attached to these memories. So it's easy to get emotional, particularly when there is a logical connection. A left-handed backup veteran shortstop who was going to come back at no cost.
Yeah. And Murph, we've talked about this subject before, whether it's Bruce Bochy and the end of his tenure in San Francisco, whether it's Madison Bumgarner going to the Arizona Diamondbacks. But the thing that stands out to me is that Brandon Crawford got a 2-year contract from Farhan Zaidi after they won 107 games. That was the season that Brandon Crawford finished top 5 in the MVP voting. And if we're talking about Farhan wanting to distance himself from those type of players, hell, Brandon Belt almost hit 30 bombs that year. Buster Posey came back and was one of the best players in baseball before he decided to call it quits. So we could talk about the 107 win season and Gabe Kapler being a manager of the year. You know what was a big reason for that? All those players from the 2012, 2014 teams. You can make the argument that Brandon Crawford's success that year, finishing top 5 as an MVP, got Farhan Zaidi that contract extension.
I think you're 100% right. In fact, that's overlooked is those veterans. Those guys, go look at the numbers of Crawford, Posey, and Belt that particular year. They carried that team.
Carried the squad.
Carried that team. And 408 says on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, respectfully to Susan, comma. You always love that. What I think some people are missing is that Brandon Crawford was not just a player for the Giants. He was born and raised family. The kid against the railing with the Giants hat at Candlestick Park. And that feels more personal to both of us, too. 510 says, I think she has a point. Farhan did not want to DFA him. That is a worse look. I got to push back on that a little bit, actually. I think if Crawford signed a deal and then the Giants got to the point where they were playing so well, or they had a situation where Luciano was flourishing so much and Casey Schmidt was flourishing so much that it was time for Crawford to exit stage left, I do not think that would have been a PR nightmare at all. I really don't. That's my take. My take is like, if it's time for him to go at that point, I mean, great players, we talk about great players getting traded. Great players get released too. Mm-hmm. So, it's the same thing as DFAing him right now. You know what I mean? It's basically the same thing. It's just happening in March 1st instead of August 1st. You know?
Exactly. And when we look at the development of Mark Luciano, which Susan was pretty blunt about, there's a lot of scouts out there that don't believe that he's a major league level shortstop. So what happens if Farhan decides to go back to the elevator and send Marco Luciano back down to AAA? Who's your shortstop then? Well, who's getting playing time?
Nick Ahmed.
It'd be Nick Ahmed, Tyler Fitzgerald, a little Casey Schmidt.
Tyler Fitzgerald, or as we said, we know they wanted to trade for Willie Adames or Ha-Sung Kim. That was kind of a poorly kept secret all winter. They didn't pull it off. And so they are stuck with Luciano, who, as Susan says, most people aren't sure is ready to be a major league shortstop on an everyday basis.
But that's why I also asked Susan, doesn't that kind of dispel what Farhan's saying about how Crawford could slow down the development of Marco Luciano, but at the same time, you're looking for a starting shortstop that would, slow down the development of Marco Luciano?
Yeah, exactly. I know.
The math ain't math in there, man.
Exactly. I hear you, buddy. I hear you, man. 925 says, I heard Susan's comment not being personal, but it really was personal whenever you do something like that to a family member, and Crawford is Giants family. 925 says, wasn't Crawford responsible for any clubhouse toxicity last year? I would push back on that, saying that most of it came from the front office or from the manager's office, where they felt like there was no connection. There was a live and let live attitude in which, so it wasn't a toxic clubhouse. It was a lack of communication with the manager that led to a confused clubhouse.
And a lack of structure in the clubhouse is what Logan Webb is talking about.
Yeah, exactly. All right, guys. Well, a story that we did not expect to hop into our laps right before the season. This literally, Curly walked in the slacks at 5:40 this morning. He goes, hey, you see this story from Baggerly? I said, no. He said, well, Crawford's calling out Farhan Zaidi. I said, well, looks like we have something to talk about. Yeah. The other thing we were going to talk about is this great Warriors win last night at Madison Square Garden, and it was a great Warriors win, and Steph Curry was fantastic. Did you guys see Dante DiVincenzo joking with him on the court like, bro, what are you doing here? DiVincenzo was caught on a mic saying, wait a minute, I thought you went scoreless in D.C. in the first half.
I thought you were in a mini slump.
Because he came out hot, hit threes right away, right out of the gate. Warriors had a 14-0 lead.
I mean, the Knicks didn't score for the first 5 minutes of the game last night, Murph.
So Kuminga was sensational. Moody's defense on Brunson was great. And we had a little chippiness from Draymond Green, which we'll get into next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Santa Rosa. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Santa Rosa's sports leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Nation, Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the Sports Leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 104.5.
Steph on a relocate and lets Hart fly by, and he's buried his second three. Knicks at 0 for 4 with a turnover. Steph, 3 threes. He's got the record of this building with 11. He's got 3, and we haven't even played 3 minutes. Steph Curry turns and fires in a 3. 11 to shoot. Steph Curry an open 3, and he got it. Steph an open 3. He got it. 31 with 8 threes in the guard. Steph 31. Kuminga, 25 and 8. Draymond, 7 points, 10 rebounds, 6 assists. And Moody and Podziemski were just terrific in terms of plus minus. So the Warriors have done it 7 in a row on the road. They're 12-3 in their last 15. 31 wins on the year. And they're now 15-12 away from home.
Say it from your chest, Fitz. Hey, there you go. Listen to go New York State of Mind, this kid. I'm confused by young Tony's musical bona fides because he claims to not know anything, and then he's going deep into the Joel catalog here. I think I'm just going to go ahead and on-air edit right now and say, while I ride with Joel, I got my lighter out right now, the whole deal. I think the win calls for a little more upbeat. How about a little kiss back in the New York groove? All right.
See, that's the thing. I think Tony is trying to impress you with a little Billy Joel.
Okay. Yes, thank you. By the way, for Curly, who is a son of Ireland, 100%. Do you know about the whole thing about the Irish call him Billy Joel? Did you know that whole deal? Oh, you didn't? You've been in pubs over there. You've hung out. I was once talking to and they were singing something. I said, "Oh, you guys really like Piano Man?" They're like, "Oh, Billy Joel, he's brilliant." I'm like, "What do you mean, Billy? It's Billy Joel." They're like, "Huh? Who are you talking about?" It's Billy Joel. And Jim Gaffigan wound up doing it's incredible because it's been in my head forever. I'm like, they call him Billy Joel. Go find the Gaffigan bit on Billy Joel. It's really funny.
Oh, and go find the auto that we have for the Second Captain's live show, Singing Piano Man.
Great call.
Sing me a song.
Were you the one who had that? Or
Yeah, we have it in the system.
All right. So anyway, well, listen, the Warriors, great. Nice win, fun win. Big road win over a good Knicks team. Now, granted, no Julius Randle, no OG Anunoby. But, hey, the Warriors have played without their big guys a lot, right? I mean, we've had Chris Paul's been out for a number of games, et cetera. Draymond was suspended.
Andrew Wiggins is away from the team for personal reasons.
Perfect. I couldn't have said it any better. So what they do is they go out and they get a 110-99 win. We already called it in. Actually, he didn't call it in. He bike messengered it because they're so close in New York. So here, let's go over some of the facts of the case. Warriors are now 31-27, 4 games over 500. They actually, believe it or not, percentage points slipped behind the Lakers last night because the Lakers won. But I go by the loss column. I'm a loss column guy. All right, I told Curly that too. I'm like, you're going to get to know me. I'm a loss column guy. The Warriors only have 27 losses. The Lakers have 28 losses, which means the Lakers do not control their own destiny. The Warriors do.
You can't make up losses, Murph.
Can't make up losses. You know who taught me that was the great Art Spander. And in terms of loss column, bro, they're only 2 back in the loss column from the 5 seed. You hear that?
That's striking distance,
yes,
Murph.
it's out there, dude. It's out there. The 5 seed right now is the
Phoenix Suns.
Pardon me, the 6 seed. I misspoke. The 6 seed. New Orleans is the 6 seed, 25 losses, and the Warriors have 27 losses.
Yeah, well, the 5 seed Phoenix Suns, they got 24 losses too. So only 3 game back from the
shouting
5,
distance.
2 games back from the 6.
Definite shouting distance for sure. So all that stuff.
Throw your hands up and shout.
There you go. And they play at Toronto tonight, a team that's not very good, a team that traded away OG Anunoby.
Don't be disrespecting Scotty Barnes like that, Murph.
And so Kuminga's playing great. 7th straight road win. Moses Moody D'd up Jalen Brunson last night. All that's great. And then we had a little bit of spark last night, and it involves local radio. You got to love the dying medium of local radio. I got to tell you, when I joined KNBR in 2004, I told Bob Agnew, I said, why am I signing this contract? Satellite radio, Sirius XM was just beginning. I'm like, they got this thing called satellite radio.
They're allowed to swear on air.
I said, we're going nowhere. We're going to be out of business. I said, why am I signing this contract? Convince me. He goes, yeah, you're right. It's out there. We're still here. Sign the contract. That's what he said. So I was like, okay. So I signed the contract. Here we are.
Here you are 20 years later.
Are the lights on?
Yeah.
Are the lights on?
Does this mic work? Can anybody hear us?
Did your key card work?
I got in this morning.
Okay, all right.
I'm here, Murph.
So somehow, some way, we're still surviving. And Draymond Green proved it after the game last night. He put on the headset, and our friend across the street, we know him, we love him, Bonte.
Former KNBR employee.
Oh, dude, worked on this show. And, good dude, right? We all like Bonte. But, I guess Draymond Green had a little beef. And it's interesting that in this day and age, it still matters, which means our takes matter, which means I think some of the stuff we said about Gabe Kapler mattered, actually, down the road. But it's interesting that Draymond's supposed to be like the new rehab Draymond. And the reason why I'm bringing this up is, A, shout out local radio. And B, does this show you that Draymond's still, like a tiger can't change his stripes? Like, is he still waiting to go off on somebody? So
right
here it
back
is.
At it.
After the game, great win. Everybody should be happy. Instead, Draymond's a little salty.
Let's talk about MSG. What is it like?
I'm shocked you're talking to me. The way you was talking about me when I got suspended, I am very shocked you're talking to me.
Really? Really?
Yeah,
really?
Yeah, go ahead, though.
Yeah, go ahead. Hey, tell me about Planet MSG. You guys go there once a year. There's a lot of Warrior fans out there. Describe the energy out there at MSG.
It's always a fun game.
And that's it. That's all he said.
Iced him.
He iced him. It's always a fun game. Quiet.
Ice up, son. Ice up.
So, listen, I want to shout it out, man. Draymond's listening. Generally, what happens here is like it's not necessarily Draymond who's listening, but his people. Mm-hmm. That's what I've always found through the years. And sometimes it's worse when somebody tells you, hey, and believe me, I've experienced this a lot with Gary Radnich because he used to talk mess about us all the time on our show when Paul and I were starting. And people were like, I would get these emails and be like, man, you should hear what Radnich said about you today. And I'd be like, damn. It's always sucks when you hear it that way as opposed to actually hearing it, you know? Because when you actually go back and listen to the audio, you're like, oh, it's not as bad as the guy said. It's like, it's not what that guy's saying. You know?
And that's the thing, especially on radio, like we riff on all the shows all the time, but it's usually a riff. But this sounded different. This sounded like Draymond Green had the receipts and he was ready to respond.
And do you think that that's a good thing that Draymond is carrying those receipts? Or do you think that he's maybe still like, I don't want to say a ticking time bomb. That's an overstatement. But like still has that part of him that's very combative. Now, we saw the Paul George incident since the suspension. Remember, he was making those strange gestures with his hand and his mouth.
And that's a big topic that we got into, whether or not Draymond Green was going to change his stripes. And I was pretty bluntly honest. I said, no, probably not. He's probably still going to be the same Draymond Green. Now he has controlled himself. And we talked to Kenny Atkinson yesterday. He said that Draymond has changed and has a big reason why the Warriors are playing so well. But look at Draymond's press conference from just like a week or two ago when he was saying, you know what? I think my suspension was actually a good thing for the team. Like, that's how Draymond twists and turns these narratives in his head.
So, in other words, and the other part is athletes say, I don't read anything, I don't listen to anything. That's a lie.
You sure about that?
That's a lie. And if they mean that technically that they're not listening, their people are listening. And they always want to... They're always looking for some motivation or some bitterness to fuel the fire.
Correct. And I don't know exactly what was said about Draymond Green, but it is interesting in this day and age of hot take radio where they tell us the audience changes every 15 minutes. If you give a hot take, who cares? No one's going to remember it tomorrow. Well, guess what? Draymond Green doesn't forget. People don't forget, Murph.
925 with a great text. He says, it wasn't just the icy response. It was Draymond's cold stare into the camera after the answer, which is hilarious because our buddy was back in San Francisco, and Draymond's in New York, and he's mad dogging him through the... It's like me, like, right now, I got some beef with a guy on YouTube, and I'm like this. Hey, brother.
Just staring into the camera.
Oh, I'm so surprised you're emailing me after what you emailed before.
Yeah.
It's always a fun game.
I saw what you said.
How's my mad dog into the camera?
I saw what you said on the Golden State Lumber and Building Material text line. I saw it. It's
always fun.
Actually, Marcus, I'm looking at you. You do look pretty good. Give me that right there.
It's me and you locking eyes, YouTube. Me and you.
That's pretty good. I like that. So Draymond intimidating through the camera. Oh, I'm surprised you're listening to us.
It's always a fun game.
Dude, and then the mic drop, he takes off the headset, just drops it down, and then Festus was cracking up, comparing it to the Richard Sherman moment when he's talking about Michael Crabtree and Aaron Andrews. Don't ever put a sorry wide receiver on me.
Oh, that's great knowledge by Festus, by the way.
Festus had a good line also.
Hey, 408 with an incredible pull. And I told young Curly this because I said, I want to talk about this Draymond bit. He's like, well, it's the rival station. I'm like, who cares? First of all, they were very nice to Paulie and all that. And listen, we're big boys. We can handle it. We're proud of ourselves. We want you to listen to us. We know we're fun and entertaining and all that stuff. And so I said, and I told him, I said, the reason also is we can tell a great anecdote. And 408 remembered it, that back in 2013, 14, or 15, one of those years, Steph Curry was more active on Twitter back then. And he sent out a tweet from his car because there was a huge traffic jam on 24 going into the Caldecott Tunnel. He used to live out in Lafayette, I think, or whatever, La Miranda. Or I think he lived in Orinda. But anyway, he took a picture. He's like, damn, what's going on in the Caldecott Tunnel today? Because there was like this huge traffic jam. And on his dashboard, you could see 6:80 a.m. This is back before we even had the FM signal. And it said 6:80 a.m. And it was like at 8:55 in the morning. And Paulie and I were like, way, look at that. He's listening. Hey.
Well, of course he is, Murph. We're talking about a former Murph and Mackey Bay Area Athlete of the Year.
Multiple times and all that, man. So 925 says this proves that Draymond is an insecure child and that therapy was a waste of time. Now, that's a strong
Yeah, see, I don't know if I'm going that far because you even mentioned Steph being active on social media. And listen, we've talked about Clay responding to social media trolls. We talked about him responding to Shaq and Charles and Kenny. Do you remember that story about Steph Curry? If he was having a poor game, he would go into the locker room at halftime and look at tweets of people calling him out, and he would use that for motivation for the second half. So we always talk about what is bulletin board material and stuff like that. Hey, these guys, they think differently. If they can get any type of motivation, they're going to use it.
Great take. They do think differently. They look for it. And you know what? Another anecdote comes to mind. Dwayne Kuiper tells it. Madison Bumgarner used to go to the clubhouse and in between innings or something like that and hear them and then sometimes fire texts at Kruk and Kipe.
Wow.
Like, you got that one wrong or whatever. Or like, I'm going to prove you wrong or something like that. Like, Bumgarner got the red ass from Kruk and Kipe.
That's hilarious.
Kruk and Kipe are the most agreeable guys out there, but Bummy would get the ass.
Yeah, and that's just kind of how athletes tick. Like, I've even heard stories of some athletes just making up stuff in their head. You see it a lot with MMA fighters. Like, oh, this guy's coming after my family, this blah, blah, blah. It's like, nobody said anything about your family, dude, but they put this kind of mentality in their head of kill or be killed. It's us against the world. That's what makes these guys different, and that's why they think and tick so differently.
Very true. Somebody got calls in on the Draymond incident last night after he calls out our guy, Jose in Oakland, is a great caller. Of course, Jose, what's up, man?
Hey guys, good morning.
How are you?
Look, you can take a tiger and shave all of its hair. Eventually, it's going to grow and the stripes are going to come out again. We personally, myself as a fan, I don't want him to change. I want him to be who he is. That's what makes him a valuable member of the team. We want him to control who he is because at times he lets it get out of control at the wrong times. But other than that, I mean, what good could it be if he starts, being like, I don't know, Mr. Nice Guy? I mean, do you think that the Cowboys would have been happy if, Charles Haley just changed? He turned out to be a really nice guy. No, he was who he was. He just changed him, but he was always the same. Granted, he has other issues going on, but that's what makes this player special. And the fact that he's keeping receipts. Look at Michael Jordan. He never forgot that, and that's what made him be who he was. Even on that special they have on Apple, the Dynasty with Tom Brady, it's just the fact that I got slighted on the draft that every single day up to now still makes me want to be a winner. I hate losing. Okay, so like I said, they try to control who they are because they don't want to go off at the wrong moment, but that's who they are, and that's the way we want him to be on the team. The minute he's just being Mr. Nice Guy, he's of no use to the team.
Jose, incredible take, incredible call, layered with history, context, references. My question is, Jose, why didn't you get into sports media? You're like a content king, Jose.
Well, first of all, English is not my first language, so there's an issue with that. Yeah, some people do have an issue with us. The second one, this is not really my cup of tea because excuse the expression, but I kind of get pissed off real quick with, when I see, stupid things going on with sports, things going on with the A's. I mean, with the Giants, Farhad, if it wasn't to me, Farhad would have been gone 2 years ago.
Okay.
And as long as he's there, the team is not going to change,
Buddy,
just like I said last time.
You know what, bro? You are a tremendous caller. You keep being you. You didn't need to go into the sports media. You have an outlet for your takes. We're always here for you, Jose. Thanks for the call, buddy.
I almost want like a weekly segment with Jose.
I think almost like with Jose, as our old buddy used to say, let Jose be Jose. And that when he wants to call, he'll call. I don't think we need to make it mandatory weekly. I think just let Jose naturally flow.
He's fantastic, and he always got great takes, whether it's on the Giants, whether it's on Draymond Green. And I was kind of with him the entire time. You don't want Draymond to change who he is because that's what makes Draymond such a great defense player. That's what makes him who he is. And he brings up the question, what happens when a tiger can change the stripes
He
or not?
blew my mind, by the way. I just pictured a tiger with no fur.
Well, Murph, did you know actually tigers have stripes on their skin?
Bro,
when you shave a tiger, they have stripes on their belly.
Dude, this is like when,
Draymond Green is not changing the stripes.
It's so definitely not leap day. That's an incredible take. Incredible. I did not know that until today.
It's a fact.
That's unbelievable. My day is made. My day is made. All right, guys. We can get back into that story a little bit later on, too. If you want to continue, actually, 808 KNBR is the phone number on the Draymond tip. We're going to do Crawford at 7:50 as the big hit. Brandon Crawford publicly calling out Farhan Zaidi in The Athletic this morning. That'll be at 7:50. We can ride this Warriors wave. How you feeling about Draymond calling out Bonte and whether or not it's cool for athletes to do this? And by the way, shout out local radio still mattering on KNBR 104.5 and 680. These sports leaders.
No, Billy Joel, piano man, uptown girl. I was like, oh, you mean Billy Joel?
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
11 to shoot. Steph Curry an open three, and he got it. Chris Paul got his man, wiped him out. It's just not a comfortable lead. It just hasn't been really most of the game. Steph an open three. He got it! 31 with 8 threes in the Garden. He's comfortable from three-point range. That's split action. He gets any type of separation. That release is lightning quick.
Turn that up, baby. There you go. There you go. We're coaching the young kid on his rejoins here. And by the way, I believe the Mets play this after wins, I think. It's like their I Love L.A. or I Left My Heart in San Francisco. It was their little victory tune when they're high-fiving after a save from Edwin Diaz. Is he back this year, Edwin Diaz?
Ooh, that's a great question.
Yeah.
I know he went down with that injury last year. I'm more just concerned that Tony gave me the thumbs up, tell me it's a certified banger. I know our guy Paulie Mack would be happy to get another member of the Kiss Army.
All right. Well, listen, guys, here we go. The Warriors get a great win last night. In fact, for the 7 o'clock crowd, we got to call this one in. I don't think we have done it for the 7. We usually do it early in the show, and then we forget later in the show because we're always so amnesiac and forgetting things. But it was a really good win. Warriors were favored in the game because of the injuries to the Knicks, but the Warriors delivered the goods. Dude, guys, that's their 7th road win in a row. What's up with that? 10 wins in the last 12 games, 4 games over 500 now, 31-27. But we fought since Adam Silver's multi-billion-dollar penthouse is just a couple of blocks away from Madison Square Garden.
For life.
Bruce Q. Frazier didn't have to call this one in. He gave it to a bike messenger, and he wrote, "Put it in the books, skinny boy. Golden State Warriors 110, New York Knicks 99.
Woo! Beautiful basketball. Beautiful basketball.
That is buttery.
It's lovely.
Yes, sir.
There he is, the laugh of a Steph Curry who did it again, went over on your prize pick there.
Over 29 points, Steph Curry back at the Garden. Bit of a slump buster night. But Murph, I wanted to ask you, getting back to the man on the bike, because we've seen Klay Thompson take his bike over to Chase a couple times before.
Yeah.
Who's on the bike? Is it Klay out in New York dodging traffic?
Well, I have to tell you who it is. You know who it is? It's Kevin Bacon. This is incredible knowledge from a couple of listeners, because I made that reference early in the morning about bike messengers. I'm like, do you guys even know bike messengers? And is the answer no? Are they out? Are bike messengers done?
I don't know. Maybe here in the city because so many people use bikes. But I can't remember the last time I seen a bike messenger.
These absolute slackers just bombing through red lights. Curly says they're around.
And do you trust a bike messenger?
Well, dude, ready for this? P1 Chuck and other listeners pointed out, dude, 1986, 5.7 stars out of 10, Quicksilver, starring Kevin Bacon. And here's the great description. Jack Casey is a young floor trader on the Pacific Exchange who loses all of his company's and family savings on a risky trade. Deflated and disenchanted with his profession, he quits his job and becomes a bicycle messenger. Dude, they made a feature film about this, all right?
About a bike messenger.
Kevin Bacon, Quicksilver, blows his family's fortune as a stock trader, becomes a bike messenger,
wow.
dude.
I thought Quicksilver was like a surf company. I had no idea it was a movie with Kevin Bacon in it.
Too, it is. And shout out grown men in San Diego who wear Stussy shorts and Quicksilver T-shirts or hats. That's like, and knee-high socks.
What are you talking about? Bruce Bochy down there in San Diego?
I'm telling you, man, I go to San Diego. I'm like, you're my age, bro. You're wearing Vans, shin-high socks, Quicksilver shorts, and Stussy T-shirts. What is that?
I feel like Murph's describing my wardrobe in about 20 years.
Yeah, you're a young man.
Yeah, exactly.
You're young, but you're going to be still wearing that in 20?
I'll probably still be wearing the shin-high socks.
Right.
Sock check, fool.
Anyway, it goes on to say, as a bicycle message, he has to deal with his parents and his girlfriend who are disappointed with his new job.
You think?
But he meets colorful characters along the way. It says.
Like Adam Silver delivering the message about the win last night.
Very, very funny. Dude, 415, great text. Puck from the real world was a bike messenger.
Oh, was he spitting on people back then, too, as a bike messenger?
That's great knowledge there, for sure. That is great knowledge. All right, really, really fun stuff. Warriors get that win, and with a little juice, a little spice. First of all, Steph, do you have the Dante DiVincenzo? So Steph starts the game with, what, 3 straight threes, was it? Was it? I forget. It was 14-0. He had. I think he made 3 straight threes to start the game.
And kind of got that feeling like Steph was going to have a big Steffortless night out in Madison Square Garden after the Warriors started off the game on a 14-0 run.
And he gets Dante DiVincenzo's attention. I don't know. I guess was he mic'd up or a boom mic caught this? He's mic'd up. It's pretty funny. Listen. So Steph went scoreless in DC in the first half. Goes up to New York and drops 3 threes right out of the gate on DDV, his old buddy. Here's DiVincenzo during the game.
That's how you wanted to start off? You wanted to start DC scoreless, now you want to come in here. Okay. Yeah, I've been watching. Ever since you texted me. A little soft one down there, no? That was a little touch foul down there, no? I was going to say I fouled him, I just didn't hit him hard. Yeah. Grab my whole head, no? No? That's what we on? Come on, good job.
Yeah.
Come on, Blue.
Yeah, the only part that I was looking for was the Curry part at the start, where he's like, "So this is how you want to start off?
Yeah.
This is how you?" Very funny.
This is how you're gonna do me, dog.
That's pretty funny, man.
After the slow starts you've been having.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
By
man.
the way, I want to give a shout out to Dante DiVincenzo. I was a big fan of him as a Warrior last year.
Yeah,
him being on the roster.
Without question. Yeah, no, I would say honestly, if you look at last year's team, one of the top 3 storylines last year was
Dante DiVincenzo was a dude, but he's kind of the guy that Brandon Pojemski is sort of morphing into early on in his development.
Yeah, agreed. Not right down to the freaking red curly hair,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Really good. So that was great. That was fun. But the thing we're talking about that's so juicy is Draymond Green calling out our buddy across the street who hosts a show on the other radio station.
Never heard of him.
I know. Shout out Ponte. Listen, we're calling. They said, ever since they were very, very kind a few months ago. And listen, what are we going to ignore the fact that there's 2 radio stations? Of course. And listen, we prefer that you guys come to us, but we understand it's a real world and we all have options. I'll go around the music dial. One day I'll listen to Billy Joel. And the next day I'm listening to Back in the New York Groove by Kiss.
Murph, how dare you? You're telling me you don't riff off the knob every single day straight on KNBR?
How dare you?
I used to be told on the leadoff spot to rip off the knob.
That's it.
I was always on Lombard when the leadoff spot host, this guy, would say, rip off the knob. I'd be like, man, that's violent imagery. Maybe I should rip off the knob, get a little anger out. But anyway, Draymond Green after the game. So Bonte does the postgame on NBC Sports Bay Area. I guess, I don't know. I'm doing a show. I don't listen to what Bonte said, but I guess he called out Draymond, said trade him. And Draymond didn't forget. Here it is.
Let's talk about MSG. What is it like?
I'm shocked you're talking to me. The way you was talking about me when I got suspended, I am very shocked you're talking to me.
Really?
Really? Yeah,
Really?
Yeah, go ahead, though.
Yeah, go ahead. Hey, tell me about Planet MSG. You guys go there once a year. There's a lot of Warrior fans out there. Describe the energy out there at MSG.
It's always a fun game.
And that's all he said. And then he stared into the camera. We did that last segment. I said, can you really stare down a guy when you're in New York and he's in San Francisco? Draymond does it. Look at Marcus.
I'm doing it right now for
Actually,
all
we're
of our
doing it
East
again.
Coast listeners.
That kind of worked, actually. It does. It works.
We have a guy in Australia who listens to the show all the time, so I'm staring him down.
It works. Here, let me get the beard up in the camera right here. I heard what you said. I saw what you emailed.
I got the receipts. People don't forget.
I saw that text.
I see the Golden State Lumber and Building Material text line.
I saw that YouTube comment. By the way,
you know who you are.
That's for all our visual listeners right there.
I know people driving their car like, what the hell are they doing? Why is there dead air? Why are they staring at cameras?
But anyway, do you see this? We had Jose in Oakland call last segment, and I thought it was a good take. You don't want Draymond to change. Now, some people came out on the text line, Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, saying he's a child. He'll never change. He's going to do something bad again because he's calling out a media member for criticizing him. Others, like Jose, is completely right. And you said this too, these guys are different. They want this fuel. They want what do they call it? Want the smoke.
They want the extra motivation. Like, I brought up the examples of athletes just like making stuff up in their head. Curly reminded me of The Last Dance and Michael Jordan doing the same exact thing. How like some guy like said great job to him and he turned that into an insult and he used as fuel to kind of stoke the fire.
It's incredible, man. Because me, personally, no joke, because people come, literally there's not a single day in my life somebody hasn't told me how much I suck, how much I hate, how much they hate me, how much they wish I was out of their life. I mean, it literally happens every single day. And I've been like, okay. And early on in my career, I'd be like, oh, God. But now I truly do just try to ignore it. I mean, I read it, but I don't respond. But it's like, damn, kind of wish that guy didn't say that about me, but I'm going to have to go on with my day. You know what I mean? But I mean, they say there's 200 hate texts, like 199 I'll let go. And then there's always one where you're like, you know what? think this guy needs a piece. And
Blanket.
you come back at him.
Blanket.
Right?
Every once in a while, you got to throw one back in their
face.
face.
And then I kind of regret it. I'm like, darn it. I shouldn't have done that. But they get you. But anyway, Draymond, though, I think he won. I don't know. I think he wanted it.
I mean, this is who Draymond Green is. I've always used the line, he's a habitual line stepper. He wants the smoke. He wants the problems. And that's what makes Draymond Green who Draymond is. I mean, look at the guy. He's undersized. He was a second-round draft pick. He should not be regarded as one of the best defensive players, maybe in NBA history. But here he is year in and year out in the Defensive Player of the Year conversation, always going up against guys who he's given up size to.
Yeah.
But it's because he's got that dog mentality that makes him such a pest. Yeah. He's the perfect player who you want on your team and the player that you hate playing against.
Dude, 510 says you're talking about the guy who memorized the name of every single player drafted ahead of him. You don't think he's going to keep receipts?
Yeah.
Of course he's going to keep receipts. I think that was great, too. And by the way, 925 says the staring into the camera from 925's perspective was comedy gold.
So
thank you, 925.
It worked. I'm glad it worked on camera.
And then 408 with great knowledge saying, wait a minute, media members getting called out. That reminds me of 49er head coach Jim Harbaugh and your boy here. You got that, Young Tone? Here it is, yes.
Man, Jim, I go back so far. I was a beat writer in 96 when you were the Colts quarterback playing the 49ers. We had you on a conference call, and you told a great story about your dog getting sick and then healing back up and all that. And you charmed us, man. We were feeding from your palm. And I'm just wondering why you can't nudge Colin Kaepernick to do a little bit more of that.
Yeah, I mean, it's I kind of feel like you're trying to provoke.
No. People want to know what's going on.
It's kind of insulting when you call him a teenage kid or compare him to a kid. So,
well,
I think very highly of him.
That's it. The well. It was the well. That was kind of like Vontae last night when he was going, really? That was his well. That was his well. Remember the well again?
Well.
You sound so much younger, too.
Do I?
Yeah, you do. Sounds a little different.
The aged voice. Maybe it was just the engineering over there at 55 Hawthorne, I believe, where that was going down.
You're trying to provoke.
Anyway, so listen, it's fun. Listen, when you take this job, you know the deal. Listen, we've been very critical of, we were crushing Kapler when he was here, right? Mm-hmm. We've been critical of Farhan until he goes and gets a guy. So part of the deal. And if Farhan wants to come at us, he can come at us.
I mean, we were critical of Farhan as recently as this morning, and stay tuned. I'm sure we'll be critical of Farhan coming up next.
I look at the clock right now. It's time for the segment to end and get into the big hit, and I think we will be critical of Farhan next, because if you're just getting in your car, you're just waking up, or you're just throwing on YouTube, you're just throwing on Twitch, a very rare and unexpected thing happened. Brandon Crawford publicly called out Farhan Zaidi, and we'll get into it in the big hit next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
And I'm going to disagree with you. I'm going to move on with my day.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The one and only Mike Silver stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Coates. Copes, not Coates. Even though he does like to wear a nice little sports coat, Cope's always looking good. And so does Mike Silver, live from the Combine, breaking down the 49ers finally having another first-round draft pick, and also breaking down John Lynch's latest comments about finding a new DC. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
This is The Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The sports leader.
The pitch. A curveball is hammered. Deep right center field. Corey Hart is going back, and this one is gone! And Crawford has hit a grand slam. The rookie, in his first game, it's his first big league hit, and it's a grand slam. 1-2. Volquez set. He pitches, and Crawford hits a high fly ball right field. Snyder going back. He's looking up. It's gone! Brandon Crawford has launched a grand slam over that 21-foot-high wall, and the Giants have taken a 4-0 lead and totally silenced this crowd in Pittsburgh.
0-1. Kane does not go. The pitch is a bouncy ball up the middle. Bannock dives. It's got a glove hand flip to Crawford. The first, not in time.
Oh, I don't know about that play at first, but that was an absolutely spectacular play from Joe Bannock.
Here's the 1-0. And that is lined into center field, base hit, a 7th hit for Crawford. Belled around third, Ozuna up with the ball. Here comes his throw, the slide. He's safe at home plate. But Brandon Crawford has matched a modern-day big league record with his 7th hit, and it puts the Giants ahead.
Man, oh man, I did not expect us to make the big hit Brandon Crawford today. None of us did until 5:40 this morning. The big hit was going to be the Warriors and Draymond Green calling out local radio and all the fun stuff with Steph going off and blah, blah, blah. Change plans, because at 5:40 this morning, The Athletic dropped a story from Andy Baggerly in which an unexpected thing happened. Brandon Crawford publicly, for lack of a better word, I'll just say it, publicly called out Farhan Zaidi to The Athletic and says, and here's the exact quote, saying he wanted to come back at a reduced role, at a reduced rate, would publicly announce that he was not there for Marco Luciano's job. He and his family wanted one more year in San Francisco. If you're looking for a left-handed veteran mentor, backup infielder, I'll be your guy. I'll be your Huckleberry. And Farhan Zaidi told him no. And Brandon Crawford essentially infers, or implies, I should say, that it was personal.
They'll mess around and made it personal.
There it is. Here's the quote. The bottom line is, I was not wanted back by the one person whose opinion matters. Strong quote. So I went with a team that gave me a major league contract. He goes on to say about the Cardinals is, the bottom line is, I wanted to come back to the Giants. And this opens up the wound all over again. Guys, we thought we were healing, but it calls into question how Farhan Zaidi's doing his business, what Farhan has done to anger Giants fans along the way, why Nick Ahmed is a better fit than Brandon Crawford. Should Marco Luciano be concerned that Brandon Crawford would be on the team, or should he be excited and looking forward to it the way Casey Schmidt did last year? Now, I just want to get this out for the facts. 808 KNBR is the phone number, by the way. Farhan Zaidi did offer his defense. I want to be fair to him. He says, yes, he's been one of our most popular and important players, and I signed him to a 2-year deal in 2021. So any concern about coexistence just doesn't match with the reality. Crawford might tell you differently. He says he did have interest in coming back and was open to a different role, but Farhan goes with the old, I didn't want to have him looming in the dugout argument. He says it was going to create a dynamic where it was going to be harder for our young players to play with a margin of error. Even though Crawford himself said, I would publicly announce I am not here for the job. I here because my family and I would love one more year with the Giants. And oh, by the way, he took a shot at Gabe Kapler on the way out too, because last year wasn't fun because the communication was terrible in the clubhouse. So it's a lot to get into. 808 KNBR is the phone number. I mean, we have takes here on this. We're both, well, I don't know, Mark, you give me your take on this whole situation, buddy.
Well, I'm just kind of calling BS on the response from Farhan Zaidi because there's a bunch of different ways that we can go, whether we're talking about the money issue, the playing time issue, or Brandon Crawford admitting that he'd be willing to take on a lesser role as that veteran leader when Farhan talked all offseason long about the Giants needing that veteran defensive shortstop. But to sit here and say that he could have been a distraction or maybe slow down the development of some of your younger players. Was it a problem last year when he was literally teaching Casey Schmidt how to play shortstop at the major league level? When he had to teach Casey Schmidt how to play second base at the major league level? When Luciano got called up last year, was he worried about Brandon Crawford looming in the background? I don't know. Maybe that's why Farhan sent him back up and sent him back down. And like the talk about like, we don't know if Brandon Crawford could play other positions. Well, you were going to force him to play a different position anyways if you were going to bring in Carlos Correa last year. So that's to me where thing is not adding up, especially when we're talking about we want to create an environment to help develop the younger guys. All right, then why are you making calls for William Adames? Why are you calling out for Hassan Kim? Why are you trying to go out and trade for a starting shortstop if you're so worried about the development of Marco Luciano? And again, we bring up the similarities between the Giants and the Cardinals, what the Cardinals are doing with Mason Wynn. Mason Wynn already coming out publicly and saying that he loves the extra pressure of having Brandon Crawford there and how he can help him develop defensively, because that's the big red flag with Marco Luciano, is developing defensively. And when you tie all that together and you're talking about Brandon Crawford being the last man on your roster,
yes,
or being the only roster spot that Farhan offered him, saying that you can earn that last roster spot as a non-roster invitee. To even put him in that conversation, to me, it's disrespectful. For a guy that spent 13 years with your organization, for a guy that won 4 Gold Gloves, for a guy that won 2 World Series, for a guy that arguably got Farhan Zaidi a contract extension when he finished top 5 in the MVP voting when they won 107 games. To me, this is downright disrespectful to Brandon Crawford. I would have let him go out on his sword in a San Francisco Giants uniform.
Well, and you brought up an incredible point earlier in the show. So Farhan's argument is the last spot on the roster has to be a different type of guy. He says the last spot has to be someone who plays infield, outfield, and can come off the bench and steal a base. Marcus went on an incredible rant earlier today saying, do you really want to talk about what you've done with the last spot on the roster? We just did a little exercise. I just went through last year at various points, and we can go through, this is a drinking game.
Yeah, where do you want to start?
Here's just some names last year who occupied the last spot on the roster. Cal Stevenson, Mark Mathias, Paul DeYoung. These are people that occupied the last spot on the roster last year. Bryce Johnson, Isan Diaz, Johan Camargo. These are all people who occupied the last spot on the roster last year. You're telling me you want those guys? You telling me you want those guys over Brandon Crawford?
I mean, Murph, we're talking about Farhan Zaidi, who made 66 different roster moves and showed up to Anaheim last year on a showcase game to Shohei Ohtani with A.J. Pollock hitting cleanup.
Matt Beatty.
Blanking Beatty opening day. Well, you want a Ford Proctor? You want a Mike Ford?
Yes.
You want a Kevin Padlow, Murph?
And now
These are the guys who are the last spot on your roster.
And it wasn't a money thing because Crawford says he would take $2 million. It was nothing. So anyway, that's where we're at. We did not expect this, guys, but Crawford went there. He did. I'm surprised. Brandon's such a chill dude. But he went out there and he said it. And you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station. Out to the phones. Everybody's been checking in on this thing, man. Scarecrow in Monterey starts us off. He's been waiting the longest. Scarecrow, good morning.
Good morning. I don't know why we're surprised. We've had nothing but example after example of Farhan's petty penalty. To be perfectly honest with you, he came there with a job to do, and that was to get any vestige of Brian Sabian out of this ball club. He's done that. And as far as his judgment concerning players, good luck, because that's a lot of rings. And counting the one on his bathtub, Farhan has none.
Good, Scarecrow. Appreciate the call, buddy. Thanks for the call. Yes.
I love Scarecrow going full Nate Diaz this morning.
Hey, I'm not surprised, motherfuckers.
Very good. Aaron in Sacramento is next up. Aaron, good morning. You're on KNBR.
Hey, guys. Just when I thought I had recovered from the Super Bowl, then I got this, So thanks, Farhan. Here's the deal. Farhan talks about how it's really hard to get free agents, right? Like you can't get free agents, and in San Francisco, it's this. You know what? No, it's you, man. It's you. Why would anyone want to come there if this is how you're going to treat, like, basically one of your heroes, right? One of your stand-up great players, and you're going to do this to him. I wouldn't want to come here either. And you know what? Here's the deal. Farhan may not care about how mad I am, right? Because I'm just a guy. But my wife is pissed. And so the ownership needs to know that's who decides where our money gets spent. So, the wife's pissed.
Good stuff, Aaron. Always good to hear you, buddy. And thanks again for that coffee pot. It'll live forever. By the way, more Giants baseball. Will Clark, 8:30 today on our show. Will the Thrill should be awesome. The phones are lined up. 808 KNBR. Let's keep going. The big hit, baby. Scott down in Scottsdale, where we just were 1 week ago. Scott, good morning. How are you?
What's up, Scott?
Good. What's up, guys?
What's up, man?
I mean, you can't beat it. I'm spending the month out here watching baseball. So
nice.
I've rented a house right by the stadium, just chilling and been going every day. But I just wanted to call because I didn't know any of this stuff about Brandon Crawford, about wanting to come back and the $2 million and Farhan. Listen, this guy runs the team like he's running a fantasy baseball team. Okay. A couple years ago when I went to a game out in Chase Field, we had a guy, Aaron Altier. He had one at bat and he was gone the next day. Gone. How can you even evaluate a guy after one at bat?
You know what, Scott? You're getting to that point. We just listed all those names just from last year, the Johan Camargos and the Matt Beatties and guys like that. So that's what he's done with that last spot in the roster. You just brought up another one, Aaron Alter. I forgot about that one. So, Scott, it's true. It's a bummer, and it can't play well in the clubhouse either. Thanks for the call. Now, I want to just make sure there's an avalanche anti-Farhan stuff going on here right now. And if you're just getting in the car, it's because Brandon Crawford publicly called him out and intimated that it might have been personal, too. 415 says, give me a break. Farhan has handled the legacy players with kid gloves. He could have blown it up 5 years ago, and he didn't. It's been a slow process, and it's fine. So there is a segment out there that says it's okay. They don't see the value in Crawford, and they're riding with Farhan. Just want to make sure that let your voice be heard and be fair. We disagree. I mean, especially if you're looking for a backup veteran defensive infielder who can also play third and second. And I tell you, even throw him the first baseman's mitt. I bet he could do it over there for sure.
I mean, Murph, I'll throw him on a bump if we need an inning. Well, we've seen Brandon Crawford be able to play everywhere.
No joke. Actually, somebody wrote in and said, 26 spot in the roster. Don't you want a 0.000 ERA?
That's what I'm saying. One of the best ERAs in Giants history. But it is interesting, that dynamic. When we talk about Farhan, Gabe, and now with Bob Melvin moving away from those 2010, 2012, 2014 World Series team. Coincidentally, the Giants are going to be celebrating the 10-year anniversary of the 2014 team. Oh, but to get rid of Brandon Crawford and then in the same offseason bring back Pablo Sandoval? Like, is that going to create a weird dynamic for Casey Schmidt now, worried about Pablo Sandoval taking his job?
They're going to release him, too. I mean, it's probably 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts yesterday. Are you okay DFAing Pablo? But now you say, because Farhan goes on to say later in the story, we didn't want to be in the awkward position of having to release him or whatever. 925 says, Aaron brought up a really good point. Farhan has pissed off the wives with this move.
You can't make the wives mad.
Do not. If you knew happy wife, happy life, brother. All right. Out to the phones, Alex is in Sacramento, next up from the state capital. Alex, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I'm doing well. I'm actually a Farhan defender.
Sorry, Alex, you dropped out real quick. Say it again.
Oh, I'm actually a Farhan defender. Sorry.
Okay, good. We need it. We need a little give and take.
Let us know, Alex.
Yeah. So here's the thing. Brandon Crawford is my all-time favorite player. He surpassed Barry Bonds for me. And I kind of go with the DFA thing. Like, the last thing, as awful as this feels, the last thing we want to see is Brandon Crawford get DFA'd in the middle of the season. And then also, like, you guys have a great point about spot.
Darn it, Alex. The darn dropping. He dropped. So he won. By the way, we addressed this earlier in the show. I really don't buy that. I think that if Crawford was on the team as a veteran shortstop, and at some point they were playing well enough or playing poorly enough where they had to either just play the kids all in August 1 because they're 30 games out, or playing so great that they, make a trade for a guy at a trade deadline and have to move Crawford out. I don't think fans would be upset at all. I really don't. At some point, you got to part ways. This is essentially DFAing him, by the way. This is basically doing the same thing.
And I would say this to Alex. I know you don't want to see your guy be DFA'd, but would you rather see Brandon Crawford in a Giants uniform for one more half a season, maybe a full season, and maybe he does get DFA'd? Or would you rather see Brandon Crawford maybe end his career in a Cardinals uniform next year in the last series of the year against the Giants?
And I think what's really, I'm just sort of spitballing here and thinking about this live on the radio. Listen, I get it. Crawford's not a dominant player anymore. He hit 194 last year, et cetera. By the way, 7 tanks, though. No, this was a little pop in that bat. But anyway, I think what this is him, a guy of his stature, he does not, this is the first wave he's ever created. Yeah. And what I think is it's shining a light sort of on how the Giants do business, and it's shining a light sort of on how fans, it's opening a wound of how fans feel about the way the roster's been assembled. This is not a move that's going to change the fortune of the season. This isn't Blake Snell. This isn't Jordan Montgomery. This isn't Matt Chapman. But it's symbolic, I think, where people are like, well, hey, you have a chance to do something here where you can kind of fill a need, specifically left-handed backup shortstop, and it's easily done at an easy price, and you're choosing not to. And then you're getting from Brandon a quote that basically, again, he's not saying it outright. You have to kind of read between the lines and listen to a few whispers behind the scenes that he thinks it's personal. And you're like, man, it's not good. So he's shining a light on an organization in peril with its fan base.
And that's something that we should make clear. Neither of us are making the argument that Brandon Crawford should be the everyday starter at shortstop this year for the San Francisco Giants. I'm actually in the camp of wanting Luciano to get an everyday opportunity. I did not want to bring in a Willie Adames or a Hassan Kim because I want this guy who's been the Giants' top prospect since he was 16 years old to actually have the leash to go out there and play and develop as a player. But I think Brandon Crawford as a backup, again, can help contribute to that development. We brought up Casey Schmidt. We brought up Tyro Estrada, how much he's improved defensively. Just being in the same workout groups, taking ground balls, learning lessons from Brandon Crawford. That, to me, that veteran leadership, that experience, that championship experience is invaluable.
I think it's important what you said there is that nobody's looking at this guy as, because people are like, 194. No, we're not talking about that right now. We're talking about filling a role where right now you sign Nick Ahmed, who's playing today, by the way, Nick Ahmed. And he's a nice player, it is. But, by the way, he can't hit either.
And there's no guarantee that he's even going to be on the roster.
Right. So
Susan told us this morning that she doesn't expect him to be on the roster.
Okay, we got people defending Farhan here. Tom in San Mateo says he supports this move. Tom, good morning. You're on KNBR.
What's happening, Murphy?
What's up, Tom?
Yeah, I'm doing good. It's not so much defending it. I understand it. The thing about Farhan I don't understand is over the last years, while he's been the person in charge, we had people like Bumgarner, Rodon, and the list goes on and on, that we could have traded at the deadline and got young talent for, and we refused to do that. And that upsets me more than this move.
Okay.
Rodon, we're not going to get him back. Trade him. And they had some weird fantasy, they might make it into the play-in game or wild card something, or, hey, dude, who cares? Get rid of them and move on and get some young talent stocked up. And we didn't do any of that. And there was probably about 5 different players, I think, off the top of my head, that we didn't do that with.
Jock Peterson,
mistake.
Tom.
Big mistake.
Last year at the trade deadline, Jock Peterson, Wilmer Flores, guys like that.
Alex Cobb.
Guys like that. Tom, thanks for the call. Appreciate it. It's funny, he was listed as understands the Crawford move, but he actually came in and dropped a bomb on Farhan there. So,
and also that's the Bill Walsh strategy, right? Yeah. Get rid of a guy a year too early rather than a year too late. But to me, man, it's different. Like when we talk about guys like Klay Thompson, like these guys have legacies here in the Bay. They brought championships to this market. Those are guys that I think should be able to die on their sword here in San Francisco.
530 says, quit whining. I'm a huge fan. I love Crawford, but it was time. It was getting brutal for him. 530, good. I like reading the contrary text. It's important to keep that dialogue going. But the point is that this is what I'm very intrigued by is that Brandon Crawford chose violence here. Yeah. You know what I mean? Brandon Crawford does not choose violence. When Andy Bagley called, he could have said easily, guys, it's all good. I love the Giants. He had something he wanted to get off his chest.
Yeah.
He did.
And whether it's
that's notable.
And it's whether it's his quotes about Farhan or even his quotes about Gabe Kapler and how last year just wasn't really that much fun.
I do want to remind you, and
That
this is
speaks
now
a
you're
lot.
going to revive a 5-year-old beef with me. When Bruce Bochy retired, Farhan Zaidi had a wide open grease board of who he could have hired. And of all the people in baseball, he chose Gabe Kapler.
Yeah.
That, to me, that was like, whoa, you have anybody you want. And he chose Gabe Kapler. And, bro, I mean, come on now. So, anyway.
And Murph, just to quickly piggyback, since you brought up Bochy's name with Farhan, don't forget that he gave him Michael Reed and Connor Joe on opening day, and Bochy straight up said, yeah, I don't really know these guys.
Were you on the show that day?
I was not on the show that early.
Oh, you joined after that? Okay.
I joined 2020.
We got him on opening day from San Diego in the manager's clubhouse, and we said, hey, you guys have a lineup with Michael Reed and Connor Joe. What's going on? He said, yeah. He goes, I'm trying to learn who these guys are myself. That was like 4 hours for first pitch.
Yeah.
Okay, talk about a red flag, brother, right?
Those are the last roster spots we're talking about.
Bruce is in Modesto. Gotta love a good Modesto call. Bruce, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I'm well. How are you guys?
We're good, man. We were a little unexpected. We didn't know Brandon Crawford's going to drop this in our lap this morning.
Well, and I'm sorry, but Crawford's right, and you guys are right, and Farhan's just wrong. If you're willing to take Sandoval on for spring training, I don't know if Crawford's better than Sandoval. I don't know if Sandoval's better than Crawford. But my God, are there 4 or 5 World Series rings there, and the experience and what they can teach is you can't put a value on it. It's priceless. And he just walks away from Crawford like it's no big deal.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't get it. It's wrong.
Yeah.
It's absolutely wrong.
Bruce, good call. Thanks for the call. Shout out Modesto. And I want to say, too, I want to repeat what you said a few minutes ago. Nobody's advocating for Crawford to hit third and play 158 games. We're saying he went to Farhan with this deal. He goes, I got one more year in me. I want to teach the kids. I got be Crash Davis, right? I keep going back to Bull Durham after watching it recently. Of course, Crash was a little saltier about the whole deal. But anyway, he says, I would publicly state I'm not there to take Luciano's job. I want to help the Giants in my final year. So it wouldn't have been a PR nightmare.
No, you would see Brandon Crawford trot out to shortstop in the 9th inning when Camilo Duvall's out here throwing 101 two-seamers trying to get a ground ball as a defensive replacement.
You don't want that guy as a late-inning defensive replacement? Oh, of course you want him as a late-inning defensive replacement.
Especially when there's defensive issues with Marco Luciano.
All right, we got a full call board to get to on the other side, 808 KNBR. Hey, listen, we're open to all comers, too. If you guys think Farhan's right, come at us. 808 KNBR is the phone number, but Brandon Crawford lights up the big hit saying, I was not wanted back on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Farhan may not care about how mad I am, right? Because I'm just a guy. But my wife is pissed.
Sunnyvale, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Sunnyvale's sports leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Man, oh man, this Brandon Crawford story is trending right now. And don't worry, we're going to get to John, Danny, Big Tito, Frank, and Greg all hanging out on the call line coming up next in the next segment. But to hear Mike Kruko's reaction to Brandon Crawford going to the St. Louis Cardinals, check out that podcast and more trending now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Good morning, Seamheads. Murph and Marcus keep rolling. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Here's the set. There go the runners. Crawford swings, and there's a long drive to right field. Hello, San Francisco Bay. That one is wet. 3-run shot by Brandon Crawford. And just like that, it's a 4-run inning for the Giants.
Oh, there it is. Happier days there for sure. We did not expect to be talking this much Brandon Crawford this morning at all. Did not expect to have Tony coming back with Nelly at 8:15, but he's repping. Brandon Crawford posted another Instagram with this particular song, Country Grammar Nelly, to represent St. Louis rep. Do you ride with St. Louis rep?
Oh, I'm down with Nelly. This is like prime middle school. Like Waterboy era growing up, little Nelly. It's going down, baby.
So, what are you, in an 8th grade dance right here?
Oh, it's getting hot in here, Murph.
All right. So you support it?
Oh, I'm down with Nelly.
Okay, all right. I got no gripes. It's totally my style. It's all right. It's all right.
It's good enough for Brandon Crawford
there you go.
to walk into the locker room and take over the Bluetooth speaker on his first day.
That's actually probably the most enjoyable detail out of the whole story, where Crawford calls out Farhan Zaidi in The Athletic, which is what we're talking about right now, was that the one anecdotal note that Andy Bagley had in The Athletic, it was that Crawford came into the clubhouse Thursday morning in St. Louis and it was quiet. So he got his Bluetooth phone out, searched for Bluetooth devices, found what he assumed was the clubhouse sound system. He guessed. And boom, started cranking tunes.
That's it. I need Brandon Crawford walking in with his Air Force Ones, just taking over the boombox.
Yeah, right. Very good.
Still
right?
stomping in Air Force Ones.
So, guys, the Athletic story is what surprised us all morning, because Brandon, and I think 510 really summed it up nicely on a text on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text lines. Says Crawford's comments are from a guy who has nothing to gain or nothing to lose from speaking out. So he's just speaking the truth, and coming from him, it carries weight. 510, you said it exactly what I've been trying to say. Is what surprises me so much is that we had put this story to bed. He's wearing the red headband now. The St. Louis media is polite. He's playing Nelly in the clubhouse, the whole deal. And we were moving on. What does Nick Ahmed look like? What does Marco Luciani look like? Shout out the throwing error yesterday that cost Logan Webb. But anyway, but Crawford taking the call from Bagley and saying, I was not wanted back by the one person whose opinion matters. And when he says the one person, he means he basically is intimating, and you've heard from behind the scenes, that there's a little bit of personal animosity. I don't know if Farhan thought that Crawford didn't support him enough. That's probably the most likely scenario, that Farhan thought that Crawford didn't support him enough, and that he didn't, because Crawford laid out everything that like a Nick Ahmed or somebody would bring you, which is, I don't want to be your starter. I don't want a lot of money. I will publicly state that I'm here to help Luciano Schmidt and Tyler Fitzgerald. We just want to play one more year as a family. I didn't have that much fun under Kapler last year. There was not a lot of communication. Let me go play for Bomel and Maddie, and let me go help these kids. So Crawford's pitch to Farhan was pretty reasonable. And Farhan said no. And he basically said to Bagley, I don't want to have a legend looking over his shoulder argument. It was, quote, it was going to create a dynamic where it was going to be hard for our young players to play with a margin of error, saying, Luciano. So there's a lot, you can pick apart that argument, though. That's assuming the worst. That's assuming that Crawford is agitating for playing time behind the scenes. That's assuming that Luciano doesn't form a great relationship with Crawford. That's assuming that Luciano doesn't have the guts or the gumption to handle playing baseball in a big state.
And again, when Farhan Zaidi's out here shopping for a Willie Adames or a Hassan Kim or trying to bring in a veteran shortstop, That's not going to slow down the development of a Marco Luciano when you go and make a move to play over your top prospect. So there's tons of different ways we could break it down. But I do want to circle back to whether or not there was a lack of support from Brandon Crawford for Farhan Zaidi. I can tell you what Crawford supported. Farhan's career, Farhan getting a contract extension, Brandon Crawford being top 5 in the MVP voting when they won 107 games, because we hear so much about Gabe and Farhan. Credit to Gabe. He won Manager of the Year. But I also give credit to a lot of guys that were on the team in 2010, 2012, and 2014. And, of course, we're talking about Brandon Crawford being an MVP finalist. We're talking about Brandon Bell nearly snapping the streak of hitting 30 bombs. And, of course, Buster, Blanken, Posey. Like, those are the 3 guys that carried the squad that year that had the most impact. So it wasn't the new regime with Gabe and Farhan. No, it was those old guys who are no longer in town.
Well, we saw what happened when they don't. When Buster retires and Belt leaves and the injuries hit. Look at the last 2 years. 4-5 with a different take. Anti-Crawford saying, I don't agree. Crawford does have things to lose. He looks petty. He says Nick Ahmed is 33. He's not 37. And Nick Ahmed took a minor league contract and Crawford would not. Correct. That is all correct. So here's my question about Nick Ahmed. If he doesn't make the team, who's your backup shortstop? You know what I mean? Who is it? Casey Schmidt? Tyler Fitzgerald?
Ding,
Bro,
ding,
you're
ding.
going high wire right there, man. Come on now.
Those are your answers. And by the way, I want to shout out somebody who pointed out the $2 million contract of Brandon Crawford and points out that that's the same amount of money that the Dodgers are paying Shohei Ohtani this year.
All-time text. All-time. You mean the newly married, the newlywed game, Shohei Ohtani? Put him on the newlywed game with the holding up the cards. Apparently, that's like an international story.
Dude, the secrecy of Shohei Ohtani.
By the way, shout out Japanese superstars and their secret wives. 808 KNBR, yes. Pecan, Old Peaches, one of his absolute dog-on-a-bone bits he would not let go of in the late 00s was that your guy, Hideki Matsui.
Hey,
you remember
Hideki.
the slugger?
Yeah, of course.
He would not
World
let
Series
his,
MVP
he
we're
would
talking
not
about.
let his wife be seen in public, and instead, when the media badgered him, he drew a pencil sketch of her and held it up to the media. Old Pat talked about that story almost every day. He's like, bro, how can I take Matsui seriously? He drew a sketch of his wife and held it up. He's like, I won't show her, but here's what she looks like.
I don't know. I don't know, Murph. To me, it sounds like Peaches maybe had his own secret Japanese wife.
Oh my God. Yeah, maybe, you know. Sometimes you need to loosen the muscles with a little rub down. You know what I mean? So, hey, here's the deal. Big Tito's in Sacramento. He's on KNBR right now. Big Tito, how are you?
Tito, what's up, bro?
Good morning. How you guys doing?
Well, we're interested by this story. How are you?
I'm all right. Well, I called you guys a couple weeks ago, and I told you guys, how come is it the 49ers and the Warriors are trying to win, and the Giants are just trying to go into last place or maybe into just the playoffs, maybe into third place, because Farhan doesn't know anything. What he did, do I expect Crawford to hit fourth? No. I think every Giants fan right now is upset because you didn't let Crawford go out on his own terms. It just shows that Farhan cares more about what his laptop tells him than what baseball's telling him. You can have Matt Williams, Dusty Baker, and the skipper in there, but it doesn't matter. Farhan doesn't care. He just listens to his stupid laptop. So I keep saying, fire Farhan. He's just a nerd asshat.
Okay, wow. Okay, that was a little strong now. No name calling now, Big Tito. No name calling. All right, so all right.
Listen, real quick, like I'm telling you, it's a disrespect. Like what Marcus was saying, you had Crawford give him an extension, and this is what he does.
Well, I mean, I think
Farhan doesn't know what he's doing.
Yeah. Big Tito, I got you, buddy.
AJ Pollock.
Yeah, I know. I got you. We got to get killed because you got full slate of calls going here. 415 with a good text here on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text says, try to be objective. So the biggest mystery is that Nick Ahmed is basically Brandon Crawford, just 3 years younger, with very little potential upside for Ahmed over Crawford strictly as a player. They both can't hit. He said, so in terms of being a specter over the prospects, Ahmed won 2 Gold Gloves. He would be a threat too. So
I mean, but also to Big Tito's point, I think that's what we have to figure out. What's the goal for the San Francisco Giants this year? Because it seems like they're just in that no man's land of they don't want to admit that they're rebuilding with all their young prospects, but then they're holding on to older guys like Alex Cobb, who we talked about would have had trade deadline value last year. And then you make moves to bring back Pablo Sandoval to camp. It's confusing for fans. Like, if you want your young guys to develop, that's great. But you can still have pieces that fans have a connection to because people still want to go see Brandon Crawford play baseball.
415 says, Farhan's job is not to make Brandon Crawford happy. It's to win ball games. Giants fans need to get real. Well, we're talking about the backup shortstop job. That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about the 3-hitter or the 4-hitter.
No.
That's what
we're talking about a late-game defensive replacement.
Yeah. But we're just very intrigued that a guy like Brandon Crawford, who knows what he's doing and is a calm, true pro, chose violence in the Athletic. He did. Frank in Milpitas wants to defend Farhan. Good. We need a little back and forth. Frank, good morning. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you, guys. Good morning.
What's up, man?
I'm not a big Farhan fan myself, but I don't think he's wrong this time. I think Brandon Crawford should have stayed. Did he retire? And my point of this is we're talking about Crawford being the backup shortstop in St. Louis. He could have been ours. I don't think that's the case either. I think he's a gap fill in St. Louis, and I'm willing to bet he won't be on the Cardinals by the end of the season as they get healthy and have their players.
Well, that's interesting, Frank. He did sign a major league contract, so he's guaranteed to be on that roster. But I appreciate it. I get it. And listen, we know there is a legit argument, that Crawford's obviously his best days are behind him and all that. But what we're talking about is, first of all, it's interesting that Crawford took on Farhan publicly. That's an interesting move. It shows you kind of what the clubhouse or players are thinking about the regime. And second of all, Crawford does make a good baseball argument about being a backup shortstop who's willing to be a marginal guy who would help the team defensively and as a mentor. I'm just not buying that argument about DFAing him is too hard or that he looms over Luciano. It just doesn't buy. And again, I want to be clear. We're not talking about signing Ohtani or signing Yamamoto here, but we are talking about a public trust question between players and management is what we're talking about.
Yeah, and for Crawford to not only mention the comments about Farhan, but also talk about the clubhouse culture with Gabe Kapler. Again, it's coming from Brandon Crawford, a man that went through the Bruce Bochy era, a guy that's worn this jersey for 13 years, a guy that was born and raised right here in the Bay Area. So when he speaks on this kind of stuff, it just hits differently.
All right, John in Fairfield has a question about the situation. John, good morning. You're on KNBR.
Good morning, you guys. Everything for me starts from the top down. How involved is leadership when Brandon Crawford comes to Farhan and negotiates something for a one-year deal? It's just, I love that we have Pat Burrell. I love that we have Melvin, because it all starts from the top down. He continues to make decisions that I don't agree with, and I want to know what you guys' take is on the involvement with leadership, ownership.
Yeah, I think you bring up a very good point, John. It's a very good point. Some people have brought this up. If Buster Posey's part of the executive board, why doesn't he have a say in this? And my best guess from my old days of being a baseball beat writer and a football beat writer and all that is that ownership, to a certain degree, gives Farhan the keys and says, you run the team. We're not going to tell you what to do. Now, I'm not being naive. If an owner wants to put his foot down and say, I want this guy, like George Steinbrenner was the ultimate example.
Yeah.
Joe Lacob is another example.
Look at Jerry Jones with the Cowboys.
Right, but Joe Lacob, so how much latitude does Mike Dunleavy have to run the Warriors? He has latitude to a certain point. I think my guess is that Greg Johnson in this case said, hey, K. Farhan, this is what your argument is, then go with it. I also don't think Greg Johnson's a very strong voice. I think Greg kind of lets Farhan do what he wants. I don't think Greg's a huge hot take guy. He's not Jerry Jones. He's not George Steinbrenner. He's not Joe Lacob. So anyway, John, hopefully that answered your question. We got to get going. Sorry, buddy. It's interesting as heck. Again, it's interesting to me, not because Crawford would change the franchise and not because he would be the guy to take him up to 95 wins. It's interesting because it shows what the players and management, the disconnect, and also did Farhan make this messed around, young Tony, messed around and perhaps made it personal, because Brandon Crawford doesn't talk like this ever.
They'll mess around and made it personal.
There it is,
Damn,
man. So,
I can only imagine now. I'm updating my vision of seeing Brandon Crawford walking into the St. Louis Cardinals locker room with the Air Force Ones and saying,
give me my theme music.
it made me laugh. 559 with the ultimate mic drop before we head out, and Will Clark joins us next. Will freaking Clark. You don't think he'll have a take? Of course he'll have a take. 559, Waterboy, get me on Joey Votto. He said, hey, Joey Votto knows Brandon Crawford in St. Louis. This is what they do.
We had some talking motherfuckers in St. Louis.
He gets to St. Louis. Seriously, he starts talking. Will Clark next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Get after it, everybody. Get after it.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Happy Friday. It's the Waterboy here to talk to you about Prize Pick, the #1 fantasy sports app with over 3 million members. It's the easiest and most exciting way to play daily fantasy sports. Unlike any other apps on Prize Picks, it's just you against the numbers. All you got to do is pick more or less than 2 to 6 players on the stat projections and watch the winnings roll in. It's as simple as that. Last night, we told you Steph Curry at Madison Square Garden, take the over 29 points. Now, will Steph go back-to-back on the road tonight out in Toronto scoring more than 29? Hey, I'm saying Steph's getting hot. Let's do it again. Re-rack that Steph Curry bet, add in another bet on that parlay, and watch the winnings roll in. All you need to do is download the app today and use the code word LEADER for a first deposit match of up to $100. That's code word LEADER on Prize Picks for a first deposit match of up to $100. Pick more, pick less. It's that easy. It's Prize Picks.
Gamers, Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
In every important series, there comes that very important moment where it's difficult to breathe, difficult to swallow. This is that moment. Line drive, base hit. In comes one. In comes Butler. Going to third is Thompson. 3-1, San Francisco.
Well, that's the Vin version. We know the Hank Greenwald version, too, because Superman has done it again. And guess what? We have the cape on the line right now. Always good to check in with number 22. Oh, wait, it's on the wall, by the way, if you need to find it. It's up there on the wall. Hey, Mr. Retired Jersey. How you doing, brother?
Morning, Will.
Hello, Mr. Murph. How are you? Welcome to Scottsdale, Arizona, in spring training for the San Francisco Giants 2024.
Are you live in the desert?
I am live standing on field number 2. Just got through watching pretty much all of our younger players hit. Now our older players are in the cage right now, and we're getting ready to start up batting practice about 10 a.m. today.
Oh, we needed this because we have like controversy here at home, so we needed some sounds. By the way, have you met Marcus, the water boy? Mike.
I have not met Marcus, but welcome aboard there, dude.
Will, it's a pleasure. I was the producer behind the scenes, bugging you and waking up early, but I'm glad we actually get to talk on air now, Will. Looking forward to it.
This is fun, Marcus, man. This is awesome. Thanks.
All right, buddy.
Watch out for your sidekick right there. He's a little crazy.
Thanks for the advice, Will.
I'm going to start positive. Then we have a controversial story because Brandon Crawford called out Farhan this morning in The Athletic, which is really interesting. But let's start. I don't want to start negative. I want to start positive.
Yeah, start
man.
positive.
Come on, it's baseball, baby. We were down there. The green grass is very romantic. We get it.
Yeah. I'm watching one of the guys spray the green grass as we speak with a little water so our guys can come out here and work.
I love it. Okay, what bats are jumping out at you right now?
So literally today is my first day here. I'll be here for a week.
Okay.
But by watching the games, I'm really fired up about some of our young talent. Guys like Tyler Fitzgerald, who you guys got, to see a little sampling of last year. Casey Schmidt, I'm hoping that his, sophomore year picks up the pace a little bit. Guys like that. The veterans that we have, Conforto, J.D. Davis, the new Mr. Lee. They know the rounds here, and they're going to get the job done. But I'm really, really looking forward to the young kids because, not only the guys that I mentioned, but we also have quite a few other young kids in the organization that will be in the major leagues one of these days.
And Will, I'm glad that you brought up the grandson of the win, Jung-Hoo Lee, because we knew how sweet your swing was from that left side of the batter's box. Can I get the Will Clark breakdown on the swing of Jung-Hoo Lee?
So Jung-Hoo is basically, your typical contact type of guy. He'll mix in a little power here and there, but for the most part, he's trying to make contact. And, by doing that, there's a lot of times where he cuts his swing down, which is actually a good thing because you can control the bat a little bit better. So for me, watching a guy that makes contact and makes especially hard contact, I like those dudes. And so, I'm looking forward to observing for the next week and seeing Mr. Lee swing the stick a little bit.
I don't want to say, when you said that, I thought of Brett Butler, but it's not the same, right? It's
no.
Yeah, it's different.
No, it's completely different. The Asian players that I played against, whether it be in the Olympics or, on the national teams and all that sort of stuff, they were completely different. This guy right here, he's led the Korean league in hitting for a lot. And, he's a career 300 average guy. So, he knows what he's doing with the lumber up there. And so for me personally, I'm looking forward to seeing it, translate into a major league season for the whole major league season because, as you guys well know, a big part of the major leagues is the marathon, not the sprint.
Yeah, and the voice you hear, of course, is Hall of Famers on the Hall of Fame. Will Clark, number 22, joining us on the UMA guest line. And I wanted to ask you about the sophomore seasons of guys like Luis Matos, Marco Luciano, and Patrick Bailey. Because, Will, that's one thing that stood out to me down at Scottsdale is the size that they put on over the offseason. How beneficial do you think that will be for year 2 with these guys?
You know what? That's a great point, and I observed the same thing when I showed up today. Matos, I know for a fact, Patrick Bailey, Luciano, there's some other guys that put on, 15, 20 really good pounds. And so, they're taking it serious about their bodies and how that they are going to get through a 162-game season. You saw a little sampling of Luis Matos. I'm a big fan. He is a very, very good hand-eye coordination hitter. He's hit at every level. And his big thing is just, getting the reps and, getting good pitches to hit and don't chase. And so, I'm looking forward to him. Luciano, he has had injury problems throughout his career, whether it be minor leagues or into the major leagues. I know he's been hampered here in spring training a little bit, so I'm hoping to see that his injury bug, clears up. And then, the other guys that you mentioned, Patrick Bailey, he had a great year, but he admittedly ran out of gas at the end of the year because, guys don't know how to play 162. And so he'll be better physically and mentally prepared to get through this whole year this year.
All right, Will, it's good stuff, man. We can keep talking, man, but we definitely want to talk about the city of St. Louis and the red and the white and the bird on the bat and all that stuff because your buddy Brandon Crawford is doing what you did, and that is wear a Cardinals uniform. Before we talk about this morning when he went in the Athletic and kind of called out Farhan for not signing him back when he put together what he thought was a very appealing proposal, let's just talk about the emotional thing about being a Giant wearing a Cardinal uniform. Did you text him? Did you reach out to him and say, bro, I know what you're doing here. Feel me out here.
I definitely reached out to Brandon, and I know that his first and foremost was coming back to the Giants, but hooking up with the Cardinals. Besides the San Francisco Giants, the Cardinals are an unbelievable organization. I had a blast there at the end of my career. I wound up retiring with the Cardinals. We made the playoffs, all that sort of stuff, and it was a lot of fun being a Cardinal. And I basically, texted Brandon and told him, enjoy yourself and, help out the young guys while you're over there, that kind of thing. And he did. So, but to answer your second point, about evidently him and Farhan, and, there's always going to be probably some little, resentment there. I wanted to be a Giant for the rest of my career, and I was not allowed to do it. And I guarantee you Brandon's feeling the same thing. So that's probably where that's coming from.
That's always just the awkward part, right? What's interesting for us and why we were asking about it is Brandon, you were pretty outspoken as a player. Brandon's a quiet guy, Yeah,
and so exactly. Brandon takes a lot of pride in it, though, Murph. He took more pride in anything, and he probably is trying to do exactly what I was doing. And I even told the Giants when, I was a free agent, I was like, I'll take a lot less money if you give me tenure and then I can retire as a Giant, and I was not allowed to do that, and Brandon wasn't allowed to do that. So that's just the way it is.
Okay, so ownership is business, becomes business. It gets a little ugly, and you can imagine the sentimental thing with the fans. So, like, I know, listen, you know the deal, Will. You've been in the boardrooms. Your agent's been talking about contracts. It's a business. It's a cold business, right? But the fans, you should see this reaction this morning. And what they're saying mostly is, like, Crawford was saying, I don't want to be a starter. I'd publicly say I'm not coming for Luciano's job. All I wanted to do was finish one more year with Bo Mel and Maddie and do my thing. So, I mean, the fans get emotional, and we've experienced a lot of emotion today with the fans. I guess kind of like with you, buddy. I was emotional when you left the Giants.
Yeah, no, I get it. Yeah, I get it. And you know, to have that, you know, connection to, you know, the last of the World Series teams, you know, it's like, wait a second, that's kind of a end of an era there type of thing. And you know, I get it from the fans' standpoint, but you know, from a player standpoint, and especially like myself, because I saw the whole, you know, dynamic of, you know, you staying with one team the whole time. I saw that change in the middle of my career. You know, I mean, there were no more Mike Schmitz and people like that stayed with one organization because it became such a business. They got rid of people. And, you know, that's the way it is now. It's the cold, hard truth. And I'm sorry to tell the fans that, but it is the cold, hard truth. And especially now with the analytical side of things, there's going to be a lot more mixing and matching in numbers, and you're going to see people coming and going. And, you know, that's why Will the Thrill is standing right here in spring training, is because I want to learn who the hell these guys are that are going to play for San Francisco Giants and who's going to go out there and try to make our fans happy.
And it appears that Brandon Crawford is heading to St. Louis as a mentor for someone like Mason Wynn, who's a rookie shortstop. Now, Will, we saw how much of a mentor that Brandon Crawford was to guys like Casey Schmidt last year, and that's why it was a little confusing when Farhan came out that said if Brandon Crawford was to come back, it would create a dynamic where it would be harder for our young players to play with a margin of error. So I want to ask you, do you think Crawford returning would create that dynamic, or if he could have been beneficial for the development of guys like Marco Luciano and Casey Schmidt?
You know what? For me personally, that's an excuse. You know, I mean, I like it. I absolutely love it when people put pressure on people and they make them perform. You bet your ass I want somebody to put pressure on me to where I have to perform and I have to go out and earn a job and not only win a job, but also keep it. And so for me personally, I love pressure. I love competition. And so, you know, if people are using that for an excuse, that's exactly what that is. That's an excuse. Baseball is about competition, going out here and finding a way to beat the other guy.
Hey, man, you said it all. Great answers, great takes. Let's end it on a positive one. The Hum Babies. Bo Mel and Maddie. That was one of my biggest romantic takeaways, man. I want these guys in the dugout. Now, I know the first week, the wins and losses don't look too good. And I heard Bo Mel a little salty with the media. Like, he's like, I want this thing to get better. That's a small picture. The big picture is, what is it like to have Bo Mel and Maddie back? Not to mention Brian Price and Pat Burrell, who are other old school guys. But the Will Clark, Bo Mel, Maddie take. What's it like with the Hum Babies?
Yeah, no, I mean, having the Hum Babies here, you know, it's a different attitude. And it is absolutely hilarious. I mean, because I've walked around, I've introduced myself to a freaking 100 people so far, and everybody's like, man, it's completely different here this year. I mean, it's completely different attitude. And I'm like, welcome to old school baseball. We are going to bring back old school Giant baseball. You named it, you know, Bob Melvin. You know, awesome catcher for the San Francisco Giants, but then also a quality big league manager with the A's and the Padres, now back with the Giants. Matt Williams, one of the fixtures. I mean, the fixtures at third base for the San Francisco Giants, and one of the hardest nosed players I ever know. You got Pat Burrell, a member of, you know, some of our World Series teams back in the 2000s. And Brian Price, who was with Bob Melvin in Arizona. So, you know, you team all of that together, all the pieces are in the right spot, and now it's just up to the guys to go out on the field and get it done. And look, you know, wins and losses in spring training, you know, yeah, I get it. You know, it's kind of no big deal. But you also want to create that winning culture. And so I can promise you that the boys here in the next week, especially while I'm here, I can promise you we're going to step up the pace a little bit.
I love it, Will. Don't forget, Kruko tells that story. He told it at the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. Now, with Kruk, I don't know which stories are. You got to go with a little bit of you got a little creativity.
They're embellished.
Little creativity. But that story about he tells a story that in his Will Clark's very first Cactus League game, February 28th, Mike walked two guys. He says he hears the guy at first base yell, "Time!" And it was Will, the rookie. And it came and, according to Mike, you chewed his ass out right then and there. Now, I don't know if it's true or not.
You think me as a rookie is going to go out to the mound in a spring training game against Mike Kruger? I wouldn't even think about it. So that story is embellished for everybody. But hey, it's a good one. I like it.
It is a good one. It's a great.
Hey, Krug, you just take that story and run with it.
It's a great banquet story, Will. It is.
There you go. There you go.
Dude, hearing your voice with the crack of the bat in the background is what I needed this morning, brother. So I can't wait to see you down there on the tee. We'll see you in the dugout this weekend on TV or whatever, and then we can't wait to get your takes as the season goes on. So be good, brother.
Yeah, no, that'd be great. That'd be great. I look forward to talking to you guys again soon. Marcus, man, welcome to the team. Keep Murph in check. He goes off the reins a little bit.
This is true. This is true. Yeah.
But, man, y'all have a great rest of your morning.
That's Will the freaking thrill. All right? Just laying it down. Let's discuss it next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Man, it's completely different here this year. I mean, it's completely different attitude. And I'm like, welcome to old school baseball.
How great is it to talk about a meat cheese pizza on a Friday? I love it. You know what I'm doing lately? We're ordering the half-baked because, whatever. When it comes, you're not sure everybody's ready to go or whatever. Blah, blah, blah. Now everybody's ready to go. Pop it in the oven. Within 5 minutes, out it comes. Oh, it's warm and the crust is crispy and crunchy and the cheese is bubbling. I'm loving the half-baked pizza. Listen, if you want to get full-baked, that's cool. I'm loving that. The pizza's great. But the half-baked is cooked halfway through. You do the finishing job, and then you have restaurant quality pizza, meat cheese level pizza in your kitchen. And here's the deal. Pickup or delivery, promotions menu at ameatcheese.com, 20% off. We're going 20% off any half-baked pizza, any size. So that's it. I've just laid it out for you. It's the way to go. Again, I'm not against the fully baked pizza. In fact, I will return to the fully baked pizza at some point. But right now with the half-bake and the promotions menu, 20% off any half-baked pizza, any size, that's the way to go, kids. 2 words, baby. Ameatcheese delivers.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I told young Tone, I'm going to start coaching the rejoins. I said, we need something a little peppy. Probably the peppiest song ever. Katrina and the Waves, Walking on Sunshine. Shout out the scene in the movie High Fidelity where Jack Black bursts into the record store and does sort of an R-rated dance to this song. Dude, are you a Jack Black guy?
I'm down with Jack Black. I wouldn't call myself a Jack Black PhD,
He
though.
showed up on my Twitter timeline last night. He and his buddy from Tenacious D wearing tie-dye shirts. And by the way, those boys are big. I worry a little bit. He's looking like a big dude. And they were doing a lip-sync version of Hit Me Baby One More Time by Britney Spears. And as always, with Jack Black, it's just hilarious. Like, you look at the guy and you just start laughing, right? You know, so he's got that gift. Anyway, in the movie High Fidelity, he bursts into the record store and does an insane dance to this song that includes him at some point making love to a woman at one point. Yes,
hey now.
Just in his pantomiming dance.
I understand. Did
Yes.
you know that Jack Black's name is actually Thomas Black?
No.
It's not Jack Black.
I did not know that.
It's funny you brought that up. I literally
Tommy Black.
I just saw a clip the other day going around on Twitter how he hates that his name is Thomas Black, but he's actually like the third or fourth generation of Irish descent, and it goes back to like the old like blacksmithers back in Ireland, and then he caved to the peer pressure and also named his son Thomas Black.
That's great knowledge. High Fidelity, and I will ride with School of Rock all day. All day.
I'm down with the Shallow Hal.
Okay. I'll go with that too. Saw it in the theater. Okay, here's the deal. Brandon Crawford dominating our sensibilities today. If you're just getting in your car, good morning, first of all. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, Marcus, young Tony behind the glass, Curly in the slacks is here too. And we were going to do a show about the Warriors and their win last night against the Knicks. Shouted out, great win. And the little spice after the game with Draymond Green, getting into it with our buddy Bonte on the TV. And we were going to kind of examine Draymond's psyche until about 5:40 this morning. Curly walked in. He goes, have you seen this tweet? I said, no. And he says, The Athletic just says they just dropped a story by Andy Bagley saying, Brandon Crawford, quote, I am not there. Wait, let me give the exact quote. I don't want to screw it up. The bottom line is I was not wanted back by the one person whose opinion matters. He made it personal now. He said the one person. And he calls out Farhan Zaidi for a conversation in November at Scottsdale in which Zaidi was not buying what Brandon Crawford thought was a very reasonable offer. I will come to the Giants. I will publicly state I am not there to take Marco Luciano's job. I want another year. I didn't have fun last year. I was hurt. I also didn't enjoy the communication with Kapler. He calls out Kapler in the article, too.
Yeah, and I think Brandon Crawford would prefer the coaching style of a Bob Melvin versus what he had to deal with Gabe Kapler over the last couple of years.
So that, and he says, I wasn't there to take Luciano's job. You want a mentor. I thought I did well with Casey Schmidt last year. You need a left-handed bat off the bench. I'll also play third and second. Mm-hmm. There's a part in the story where Farhan sort of intimates that he didn't play any other infield positions.
Oh.
To which Crawford says, wait a minute, you were going to sign Carlos Correa without telling me.
Yes, exactly. Without letting him get third base reps in the offseason.
And then I was going to go play third. Mm-hmm. So there's a lot of holes in Farhan's story. And to be honest, guys, it's looking pretty bad. It's looking pretty bad. And we've taken calls all morning. 808 KNBR is the phone number. We will do this for the next segment. We got David Lombardi from Indy at 9:15. But I get it. Okay. I get it. Don't react emotionally. You got to be Michael Corleone. Don't be the emotional guy. Be the business guy. Okay, business-wise, is this the right move? Okay, people say, oh, there's a couple of answers. One, he's washed, okay? I would counter that by saying, well, you're not making him a featured part of your team at all. Okay, two, Nick Ahmed will do what he can do. A, B, Nick Ahmed is the same weak bat as Brandon Crawford and has none of the connection to the Giants' history and uniform that Brandon Crawford has. Well, that matters.
Is that a good thing that he doesn't have a connection?
No.
Well, we're talking about a fan base that just wants people to cheer for.
No, we want, yes, exactly.
You want your fan base to actually be able to show up and wear a jersey of a guy that's actually on the current roster playing every day.
And guys, Crawford says, is it a money thing? No. He's only going to take a $2 million deal. So across the board, Farhan comes off looking like he just didn't want Crawford around for some sort of personal reason. Now, people would say it's never personal. It's always business. The other thing, Farhan, given a chance to defend himself to Andy Bagley, says it was just going to create a dynamic where it was going to be harder for our young players to play with a margin of error. Well, we asked Will Clark about that. And great question about asking Will Clark, hey, wait a minute. They said that signing Brandon Crawford to a one-year deal would be a threat to Marco Luciano, and Will Clark had this answer.
You know what? For me personally, that's an excuse. I like it. I absolutely love it when people put pressure on people and they make them perform. You bet your ass I want somebody to put pressure on me to where I have to perform and I have to go out and earn a job and not only win a job, but also keep it. And so for me personally, I love pressure. I love competition. And so, if people are using that for an excuse, that's exactly what that is. That's an excuse. Baseball is about competition, going out here and finding a way to beat the other guy.
Love it, man. He's so good. Now, it's true. Marco Luciano, if you can't stand that kind of heat, come on, kid. You're not cut out for this business.
If you can't beat out Brandon Crawford at this point of his career, and again, that's why we got to reset and say that we're not advocating for Brandon Crawford to be the starting shortstop. No, we want him to be a late-game defensive replacement for Marco Luciano, but then to also contribute to the development of Marco and make him a better defensive player. Same thing he did last year with Casey Schmidt. He can be the guy in the clubhouse with that veteran leadership and, World Series experience, if that matters for anything.
I want to go back to what you said, veteran leadership, right there, because one of the things in the departure of Kapler, in the entrance of Bob Melvin and Matt Williams and Pat Burrell and Brian Price, you heard a lot of people who know a lot about baseball. I think it was Alex freaking Rodriguez, Mr. Tan Man himself, going on Instagram defending his tan, who said this on the post game last year in October, and it got me going. He goes, guys, there are guys out there who have oceans of knowledge about this game. He goes, and this is a game of knowledge. Mm-hmm. This is a game of knowledge that gets passed down. He said, and I'm here to say that baseball's going about this the wrong way. I'm paraphrasing him right now. But he said, baseball's going about this the wrong way when they're leaving guys like this out of the game. And he just hit me right there. Like, think about the things that we don't even know would go on in the clubhouse when Brandon Crawford would talk about how to prepare for a game, how to study a hitter, how are you shading a certain way with a certain pitcher, right? These are all the things that he could offer.
And these are all things that he was talking about at the top step last year with Casey Schmidt sitting in the dugout. Like, there was a great relationship. We've had Casey on a bunch. Hell, I was talking to Casey about it down at FanFest in San Jose. What Brandon Crawford has meant to his career so far as a San Francisco Giant, you can't tell me that was going to slow down the development of these guys, especially when you're talking about going out and bringing in a Ha-Seong Kim or a Willie Adames, guys who would you bring in to take the job of Marco Luciano. Doesn't that slow down the development also?
Yeah, but he mentioned that at San Jose at FanFest?
He did. We brought up Brandon Crawford's name, and he's like, oh, man, I love playing with Craw. He was such like an inspiration, motivation for his career. Like, I don't think that's the looming kind of ghost, the cloud that Farhan's kind of describing that Crawford would be in the locker room.
That sent Marcus on a great rant this morning was when Farhan defended it as the last spot on the roster, and he says the last spot on the roster has to be someone who plays infield, outfield, and can come off the bench and steal a base. He identifies Tyler Fitzgerald as that guy. We're like, okay, wait a minute. You really want to talk about the last spot in the roster and what you've done?
Especially when Brandon Crawford had the quote that he was straight up told that he could earn the last roster spot like anyone else could, like just another non-roster invitee. We're talking about a man that's probably going to have his number on the Wall of Fame next to Will Clark, a guy that's a two-time World Series champion, four-time Gold Glove winner, a guy that is a big piece of the season where you won 107 games. So to treat him like a Kevin Padlow, like a Mike Ford, like a Ford Proctor, like an A.J. Pollock, like a Paul DeYoung is just downright disrespectful.
You want more? How about Isan Diaz, Cal Stevenson, Mark Mathias?
What do you want, like your mean Mercedes playing left field?
So guys,
Matt Beatty?
You can't tell us that you valued that last spot in the roster because you have recycled and flushed that last spot in the roster to the point where the Matt Beatty moment. Go back and look at my jock blog from opening day last year where I was like, I said, call it the Matt Beatty. I remember my lead. It was like, call it the Matt Beatty moment. I'm like, what are we doing here, man?
That was opening day, right?
What are we doing
Matt
here?
Beatty's out in left field.
At Yankee freaking Stadium. Dude. As Crash Davis says, one more dying quail a week and you're in Yankee Stadium.
Matt Beatty's at Yankee Stadium on opening day.
All right, guys, let's go to the phones. You guys are lined up. And listen, by the way, we welcome pushback. If you feel it's entirely the right call, come on in. 808 KNBR is the number. What really intrigues me as a guy who's been around the sports writing game for a long time is when people choose to talk. Like Brandon Crawford, this story was done and put to bed when he wore the red headband and talked to the polite St. Louis media on Tuesday. It was done. We were going to talk about Draymond today, right? And instead, he took the call from Baggerly, and he's like, no, I got a couple things to say. That's interesting. And he's not the kind of guy who does this. He's like, I just want people to know my side of the story, that I was willing to do all this stuff. I was coming to help my team, my 4-year-old. Dude, the picture in Candlestick where he's leaning over the rail as a 4-year-old, right? So out to the phones. Okay. Oh, geez, poor Danny in San Jose has been waiting the longest time. Danny, we appreciate your patience, brother. How you been?
What's up, Danny?
Good morning.
Hey, how you doing, man?
What's up, Danny?
What's going on? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you, Danny.
buddy.
What do you got?
Hey, man, I'm pretty much pissed off, man. Man, we got to get rid of Farham. He's a penny pincher, man. Man, we had Carrera. We got rid of him because of physical. He went to the Twins. Hey, he's done great over there. Hey, Crawford, we got rid of Crawford. Oh, come on now. We got to get rid of Farham. He's a penny pincher, and he's an agent for the Dodgers, man.
Okay, Danny, thanks for the call. He waited that long to call him an agent for the Dodgers.
He's an agent for the Dodgers, man.
Well, I mean, it is kind of funny.
Dropping an E40 main on you.
I actually have been, no joke, we sort of joked about Kapler and Farhan when, the first season didn't go that well. I was like, are we talking about double agent situation here, by the way?
Don't you imagine?
You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. I like them, and I like my spies in all shapes and sizes. Okay, we got people defending the move here. Tony.
I like them in all shapes and sizes, and this one was thick and juicy.
It's just every time you play it, it's so apparent that Cody's sending out right now. DM me.
He's like, hits so well. People thought the Waterboy sends out subliminals. So does Kapler.
He's like, here's my. He come to my apartment. Tony in San Francisco is next up. Tony, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Love your show. Great topic.
Thanks, Tony.
Not a Farhan fan. I'm a Giant season ticket holder. So, as a guy that goes out there almost every game and every year, Crawford was not a whole lot of fun to watch last year. Mm-hmm. He was on the DL several times. And I hate to be defending Farhan on this one, but, even a broken clock is right twice a day.
No, we want other points of view because Marcus and I actually agree on this one. We don't have any on-air dispute here yet.
Yeah, basically Crawford was done. And, I know there's a lot of emotional ties with Crawford being a local guy. But, it's a two-way street when a guy also has to realize that, the Giants are going younger, and who would you rather have on the team right now playing maybe a couple positions and swinging a better bat? That's what it comes down to, and that last roster spot is really, really important on the team that can play several positions. Yeah, Crawford said he'd play third, he'd play second. He hasn't played any of those positions yet in his career. And his bat was weak. I got tired of watching him swing the bat and swing and miss most of the time. Basically, he was done.
Okay. Well, Tony, let me ask you this. Hang out on the line for just a quick second, because I'm actually one of the guys that want Marco Luciano to get the everyday chance and to develop to maybe a superstar, maybe just an everyday player. But if you're in a situation, bottom of the ninth inning, Camilo Duvall's on the mound, it's a 2-1 ball game, bases are loaded, it's a ground ball to shortstop. Do you want Marco Luciano or Brandon Crawford taking that ground ball?
If you put it that way, obviously. But, Crawford was making his share of errors the last couple of years as well.
Mm-hmm. I understand. My point is I think he can still be valuable as a late-game defensive replacement, and if you're looking for a left-handed bat off the bench, Brandon Crawford's your guy.
Well, left-handed bat off the bench would get it. He's going to hit 150 at best, okay?
Okay.
So, it's just there comes a time, again, the emotional ties with Crawford.
Tony, listen, you're bringing very rational stuff, and it's not totally outrageous, everything you're saying. What we would say, first of all, I wouldn't rule out this, and I know hope is not a strategy, but many a player comes back with something to prove off of injuries and can regain a little bit of form, can have a little bit of a last burst. That's not unheard of. Old Warriors veterans have done that, come and shown a little bit of gas in the tank down the stretch. So there is that too. But we were talking about what the other options are about if you are looking for a veteran backup shortstop and you sign Nick Ahmed. Nick, by the way, I got news for you, Tony. Nick Ahmed doesn't hit either. He doesn't hit either at all. In fact, Crawford actually has more pop than Nick Ahmed. He can leave the yard where Nick can't. So you're basically signing the same kind of guy. But we're talking about now the legacy connection, why we just talked to Will Clark on the phone in Scottsdale, because he brings that. There's the intangible, like what Matt Williams said to us in Scottsdale. I bleed this. I bleed black and orange. And Bob Melvin gave us that line. Matt Williams is all baseball and he is all Giants. That, to me, matters, especially if you're looking for a backup veteran guy. We're not looking for this guy to play any kind of meaningful minutes, really. I mean, we're looking for him to be that 26th guy. So anyway, Tony, we appreciate the call, and it was reasonable. You put some reasonable stuff out there. Wasn't very Stephen A. Smith of him to come in screaming. You know what I mean?
It's like, yeah, when you put it that way, Marcus, it makes sense.
But
Yeah.
you're right. And we talked about that 26th spot on the roster. Tony says it's an important spot, but we talked about we just listed all the guys that have been there. What do you want, Cal Stevenson?
Yeah.
I mean, that's an important spot on the roster. I don't want to make it. Somebody wrote in and said, Waterboy, you just called out your main Mercedes. You done messed around and made it personal.
Sorry, I was your main Mercedes kind of guy.
Hey, look at the kids from Cathedral School. This is the hope of the future right here. That's the hope of the future right there.
That's the future right there.
Look at those kids. Hey, somebody ask those kids, who do they want, Nick Ahmed or Brandon Crawford to be their backup shortstop? There's the hope right there.
I can tell by their reaction. I can tell by the Giants tie. I'll take Brandon Crawford.
One kid, they want Crawford.
They want Crawford.
Seventh graders from Cathedral want Crawford.
The kids have spoken. They want Brandon Crawford.
Is there any hot take kid out there who wants to come in here and give a take? Come on, is there any? Which kid wants to come in and we got the Cathedral School, but come on in. Somebody got a hot take? Which one of you kids has a hot take? Some of you are on TikTok. I know you guys see the videos. They're all very shy. Look at them. They're good boys. They're wearing ties.
That's it.
They're wearing ties.
That's why they're the future.
Hey, how come half of you are wearing ties and some guys are wearing hoodies?
Ooh,
What's up with that?
A couple rebels in the hoodies.
Right.
Those are the guys I hang out with.
The kid with the hoodies looking down. He's like, don't call me out.
Yeah,
call me out.
No, it's all right, dude. I was wearing hoodies too. Don't be ashamed.
What a bunch of good-looking kids here.
That's it.
This is Dave Fleming's kids' school.
Oh, shout out Flem.
They're on a tour. This is what you call a field trip, buddy.
That's one hell of a field trip.
Did you guys bring your brown bag lunch on the field trip?
They came to see us, huh?
My mom used to make me bologna sandwiches for my field trip. We used to go to the California Academy of Arts and Sciences.
I gotta say
that the big Tyrannosaurus Rex guy in the middle, right?
That's it. And that bologna, the bologna sandwich always tastes better on the field trip too.
That kid's got to get that kid on the mic right now. The kid, he's got he's got a quasi mullet too. Is that a mullet? Look at that kid. Tony, get that kid's name. What's mullet kid's name? Oh, wait. You want to come on? Who you got?
My name is Ben.
What's up,
and
Ben?
I'm going to take down Mill Valley Little League this year.
Yeah. Wow, taking shots at Mill Valley.
Yeah,
I like it, Ben. I like it.
I can't wait.
Let's go,
Ben.
Ben.
Like Will Clark says, we love the competition. We love the heat.
We embrace the competition with the kids.
That was an outstanding take from Ben, buddy.
Let's go, Ben.
Hey, Ben, you just tell us the time and the place, and we'll be there. All right, buddy? Tell us the time and the place, and we'll be. He's going thumbs up.
Yeah, let's go.
We've been to Treasure Island many times, and we've left with W's every time. Sorry, brother. I got to go like that on you, kid.
We play some ball on the West Coast.
We'll take that foggy air, and we'll handle it. All right, brother. Hey, good to see these kids. Hey, they got us off of the Crawford topic
Fun
for
stuff,
a second
yeah,
there.
fun stuff.
Do you want to squeeze in one more call?
Yeah, let's get it in.
Mick in Sonoma is next up. Mick, good morning. You're on KNBR.
Hey, Murph, Marcus, how you guys doing?
What's up?
What's up, Mick?
Hey, oh man, you guys are killing it on the radio. Long time listener, and yeah, just thanks for everything you guys do, man. It's awesome hearing you guys in the morning. But dude, I cannot handle Farhan anymore. It's been 5 years of this blowing over, and dude has no actual baseball sense. Like, he is a numbers guy. He's out there trying to outsmart the game. They've been playing this game for 150 freaking years. Who's he trying to outsmart? I really do feel like he is a double agent for the Dodgers. He is imposing just this numbers-based, feel-less baseball onto a Giants program that probably has the most history out of any franchise here in the Bay Area, and he's just sucking the life out of it. It makes it impossible to watch. It killed me that last year with Buster Posey when we won 107 games or 109, whatever it was, because it was the beginning of the failure, man. There was no consistency, and it was just riding off the Posies, really off of his will. And watching that season, I knew we were in for it because all these fans, we got bored with this kind of platoon-style baseball, and dude, it's not conducive for winning. And to try and sit here as a fan and watch it every day, it kills me. It kills me. It almost makes me not want to be a Giants fan, but having Will Clark, having these old school guys, it gives me a little bit of hope. But the last thing, it's just like with any company, once you have a bad boss, it just trickles down. And until we get rid of him, it's going to be more years of pain. I don't see it getting any better.
Mick, that was a pretty comprehensive phone call, brother. Way to check all the boxes, too, on the way out, including the Will Clark keeping his hope alive there. It was great to hear Will, wasn't it?
Oh, Will was fantastic.
All right, guys. That was really fun. Shout out to the Cathedral kids here. Are you guys 6th, 7th graders? What are they? 6th graders? 5th, 6th, and 7th. Where's their favorite player is Tyro Estrada?
Tyro's a guy.
Okay.
Let's go.
What's the mullet kid's name? That kid's rocking a mullet.
First
man.
fascinated with the
Well,
mullet.
the mullet's making a comeback. What do you got?
My name's Levi.
Levi, that's a good name.
These kids sound great on the radio, by the way. You guys sound great. By the way, 831 with the best text of the day goes, the kid who chirped at me, did he stare into the camera like Draymond
I need
afterwards?
a stare down and then a drop at the microphone, Murph.
We did our stares into the camera earlier today. That was pretty funny, man. Can we see them on the stream, everybody? Hey, guys.
They're in Tony's little box.
Hey, guys, move into that. Move closer to Tony right now. Oh, they're going to head in, but they're not going to be on the stream, though. All right, doesn't matter. You guys want to come in right now? I know we're late getting to Lombardi. Come on in, guys. Come on in. Let's get these kids. The Cathedral kids. Look at they're coming in.
The children are our
Get on
future.
YouTube, guys. Get on YouTube.
That's it. You're live.
Get on YouTube.
Twitch,
Stand
on
right
YouTube.
here, boys. Stand right here.
All your
Stand
video
right here.
game streams.
So how come some of you are wearing hoodies and some of you are wearing ties? You're Ben. You're the chirper. Give us how come you're in the hoodie and he's in a tie? What's going on here? What do you got?
I'm kind of cold.
Smart man.
Cold.
See, I'm with the kid with the Nike hoodie. That's my style.
We got to shout out your teacher. Who's the teacher here? Who do we got? What's his name? Mr. What? Coach Dawson.
Coach Dawson.
All right, man. Which one of you, I don't know, what do we got here, Marcus? What question you want to ask these
What
kids?
is Coach Dawson coaching you guys? Baseball, basketball players? What are we?
These kids. PE?
Oh, PE.
What class is this,
PE
by the way?
teacher.
This is an intercession something?
Sports management. Look at that.
Is there a future Farhan Zaidi here?
No. Can one of you guys sign us a free agent for the San Francisco Giants?
Okay,
That's the question.
Rate them. 49ers, Giants, Warriors. Who's the favorite of the three? Ooh, we got three different answers.
49ers,
okay,
Giants.
Raise your hand if Niners are number one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Okay.
If the Warriors are number one. 1, 2, 3. Giants number one. 1, 2, 3, 4. The kid's like, half and half.
We got people changing votes.
Great. You guys look good. You guys, you're our future. You know, you guys are our future. You guys ready to take over? Yeah, they're ready.
Yeah, make sure you kids download the KNBR app.
David Lombardi, we're going to go talk to a guy in Indianapolis at the NFL Combine next. Talk about the 49ers and who they're going to draft to go try to win that Super Bowl. Did you guys watch the Super Bowl? Yeah. That was a tough one, wasn't it? I'm still not over it. I'm not over it. We're going to talk about it next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
My name is Ben.
What's up,
and
Ben?
I'm going to take down Mill Valley Little League.
Broadmoor, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Broadmoor's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now
Trending now.
on KNBR.com.
NFL Network's Andrew Siciliano stopped by the Pop and Lunch Show yesterday to break down the NFL Combine and to react to John Lynch's press conference talking about Brandon Ayuk and the increase in the NFL salary cap. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Marcus, keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
There it is there, School of Rock, right? That's what they closed we were talking about Jack Black earlier today on a digression there, and so young Tony's ready to go. All right, the Combine is underway. David Lombardi was there. He's back home now, but 49ers, always on our minds. So, David, good morning. Welcome back. Murph and Marcus, how are you, man?
Hey, morning, David.
Good. How's it going, guys?
It's good, man. It's good. We'd love to hit these big talking points with the Niners, starting with, well, what the heck? No D coordinator. Kawakami had that great... And listen, I'm not calling out Timmy. He's a friend, and we all write our things. He thought he had a lead that something was going to be done last week. I don't know. What do you make of it, David, that it's taken this long?
Well, so the candidates that we know who have been interviewed are Daniel Bullocks and Nick Sorensen from the internal structure. They're already with the 49ers. We know that Brandon Staley, the former Chargers coach and Rams defensive coordinator, is interviewed. And we know that David Merritt, who's the DB coach of the Kansas City Chiefs, is interviewed. When you just read all the tea leaves, though, and you see what Kyle Shanahan has said about what didn't work out about Steve Wilks and what the 49ers want out of their defensive coordinator, the one guy who checks all the boxes is Jeff Ulbrich of the New York Jets. Now, the problem is that Jeff Ulbrich is a defensive coordinator there, so it'd be a lateral move to the 49ers. That he's under contract with the Jets, so he's not technically or officially a candidate until he could actually interview, and the Jets would have to, grant the 49ers permission to interview him. So I think that any discussion of this, this is just, a lot of this is speculation, but it makes a lot of sense when you draw all the, you connect all the dots. I think any discussion has to consider the fact that the 49ers might most rather have somebody at this defensive coordinator position that hasn't officially interviewed with them, at least yet. But if that's not going to be a possibility, then they're probably going to have to go with one of the guys who they already have interviewed.
Okay, keeping some intriguing options open there.
Yeah, and definitely a name that's been standing out to a lot of 49er fans is Brandon Staley. And David, you brought up about the difference of fits between Kyle Shanahan and Steve Wilks. Now, it is interesting seeing that Brandon Staley ran a 3-4 defense last year down with the LA Chargers. So how do you think that fits in between Kyle Shanahan and what we're seeing maybe of the possibility of Brandon Staley as the DC?
Yeah, so Brandon Staley is a Vic Fangio disciple, so that would connect it to an earlier 49ers era, obviously. But Staley has worked under Fangio, as you mentioned. He runs the 3-4 front, and the 49ers last season, Fangio seemed to be a possibility, but the 49ers went in a different direction. They went to Steve Wilks because they really, really wanted to keep the front as is. They wanted to keep it as a 4-3. They wanted to continue running the wide 9. So, the fact that Brandon Staley has not coached the type of front that the 49ers presumably want to keep based on what John Lynch has said seems to lower him on the pecking order if you just look at it simply like that. But we asked Kyle Shanahan or John Lynch a follow-up question about that at the NFL Combine. And he said that the fact that the 49ers want to keep their same system does not rule Brandon Staley out. He said he's such a smart guy that he'd be able to adapt what he was doing to work with the 49ers. My issue with that is, to me, in many ways, you go back to square one. That's exactly what you asked Steve Wilks to do last year. You asked him to come in, not bring any of his assistants, and just adapt to the 49ers system. And what ended up happening is the defense regressed from number 1 to number 12 because they couldn't tie the front and the back end properly together because you just had too many moving pieces happening with this adaptation that they were trying to make work. It ended up being a square peg in a round hole kind of scenario. Maybe they feel that Brandon Staley is a coaching prodigy that would be able to make it work. Maybe they were blown away by the interview. But I think, one of the most interesting nuggets that we got from John Lynch was he pointed out that during these interview processes, you learn. And sometimes you don't hire the guy. Most of the time you don't hire the guy. But you're picking up information. It's a dialogue going back and forth. So I think with a guy like David Merritt from the Chiefs, who's obviously worked under Steve Spagnuolo all the way back to the 18-0 New England Patriots losing to Steve Spagnuolo's defense. Merritt was on that staff. And then to a guy like Brandon Staley, who obviously has a good resume as a defensive coordinator. He was the coordinator of that 2020 Rams team. I think at the very least, if you're the 49ers, you can be picking up some valuable intelligence from these guys. And in the case of Merritt, this guy can tell you how the Chiefs view the 49ers offense. And I mean, there's all kinds of stuff that could come in handy if the 49ers are to finally, usurp the Chiefs this year. They play them in the regular season, too.
God, man, enough of the Chiefs. My God. All right, well, listen, that's going to be an intriguing story to follow. I guess the final just kind of third follow-up is, so in terms of Ulbrich, do you see any scenario where Robert Saleh would let him out? I mean, is there any dominoes that could fall that way?
I don't think we've ever seen a trade for a defensive coordinator, but we've seen trades for head coaches before. And, I think that the only way that Robert Saleh is incentivized to let him out is if the Jets get something else from the 49ers.
Okay,
I'm just looking at this from a purely business standpoint. There's Zach Wilson, right? I think the Jets are going to have to cut Zach Wilson if there are no takers on the trade market there, but he's owed a lot of money because he was the number 2 overall pick. So maybe a team can do the Jets a favor, take that contract off their hands. I don't know. I'm spitballing right now.
I like the way you're thinking. Yeah.
And I mean, if the 49ers really want Ulbrich, and I mean, again, Ulbrich checks every single box. They want a linebacker because they want somebody who can tie the front and the back end together. And they've had guys with linebacker backgrounds in Saleh, at least the linebackers coach, and then D'Amico Ryans. They want, the ex-49er. That's big too. They want a fiery guy. They want a guy who's accomplished something as a defensive coordinator. The Jets were the number 3 defense this past year. They want a guy who's well-versed in Robert Saleh's system. Well, this is Robert Saleh's defensive coordinator. So every single box there's checked except for the fact that he's technically not available for the 49ers to interview. So they would have to do something to make that possible.
Yeah, David Lombardi from The Athletic joining us on the UMA guest line this morning. Still waiting for the 49ers to announce a DC. But other big news this week was the NFL salary cap increasing nearly $30 million. David, I want to get your breakdown of the ramifications on what it means for the 49ers keeping this core of superstar players together, and more specifically, how it affects the offseason approach on someone like Brandon Ayuk.
Well, the 49ers have a ton of money already committed to this season. They have a lot of money already committed to next season, and salary cap space, if it's unused, carries over from one season to the next. So any increase benefits the 49ers probably more than most teams, just because that money is already tied up. It's not like they're like, oh, let's go spend more. And then, of course, that they can spend more because there's going to be a bigger pot. But it's just nice for them to have years in which they're projected to be close to the cap or over the cap. Then that's this year, next year. It's nice for that limit to go up. So it just gives you breathing room. I think that the way that things are set up for the 49ers right now, when you look at their contractual obligations, their potential outs out of different contracts, those don't really come until next season. They are set up to retain talent this year. I think it was the overarching plan, even back when Trey Lance was their goal for the franchise quarterback position. It was the overarching plan to have him surrounded by all the veterans on big deals up until the end of the 2024 season. And then you could see in a lot of the contractual structures that there are outs after this season. So, for example, Deebo Samuel would rack up $21 million in dead money if you were to trade him right now. but you could pick up over $15 million in savings if you were to trade him after this season. Armstead, guys like that, like Armstead, you'd only save like $2 million if you jettisoned Armstead right now, and you'd rack up well over $20 million in dead money. But that equation would is set to totally flip next off season. So just the way that this is all structured is that the 49ers have their easy escape hatches next off season. They don't have them this season. So I think that really illustrates how they're planning to go about their business, and that is retain talent this year. And that includes Brandon Ayuk. He's an A-list player. Every single A-lister drafted by this regime, by Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch, they've rewarded when the time has come. So I think that we can expect more of the same on the Brandon Ayuk front.
Great answer. Good stuff, David. We'll let you go. Enjoy your weekend. Just last one is just the next big milestone other than the combine and looking at O-linemen and all that. Is it March 11th when free agency begins, or is there a dead period? Is there a negotiating period before that? Is that it?
Well, is March 11th a Monday, or is March 13th?
Yeah, March 11th a Monday. March
okay,
11th.
So free agency technically opens on March 13th, which is a Wednesday. That's when the new league year starts, I believe, at 1 p.m. Pacific time. But what they call the legal tampering window starts 2 days before that. So for all intents and purposes, for those keeping track at home, that will be the opening of free agency. The big detail to mention is that players cannot officially sign contracts yet from March 11th to March 13th, but they can agree to terms, and then they sign on the dotted line by March 13th. But we have seen before, we've seen guys change their minds, like the 49ers' own Randy Gregory with the Cowboys a couple of years ago. Looked like he was going to sign with Dallas. He had agreed to it during the legal tampering window, but then he signed with Denver instead. So he until the ink dries, it's obviously not official. But most of the time, we find out where the first wave free agents are going between Monday and Wednesday.
It's only a couple weeks away. All right, David, welcome back, and we'll check in with you down the road. We appreciate you and keep reading you in The Athletic. Thank you, David.
Yeah, thanks, David.
All right, thank you.
David Lombardi of The Athletic. All right, man. Well, D-Court, he keeping Ulbrich door open. Keeping the Ulbrich, maybe a trade. That's very intriguing.
Can they steal him away from Robert Saleh? That's the question.
Hey, listen, your guys is I'm trading your ass to Tampa.
Yeah, how'd that work?
Just don't come back and beat me in the bowl.
Oh, wait. And then he did.
Right, so we haven't done the cooler of content all day. And by the way, it includes something pretty intriguing. The Chiefs D-back coach Dave Merritt, who interviewed for the Niners, he was talking S about the Niners. We'll get to it next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
right, everyone. Chill.
This is the Cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler.
Of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the Sports Leader.
All right, the Cooler of Content is here. And, oh, by the way, yeah, I know Cope's in here saying some very, very sketchy stuff, as always, pushing the envelope.
Copes will hit you with a dark riff during a commercial break.
Oh, my God. He will go to corners that I'm not really willing to go to.
Murph, we have a soundbite for that.
I'm not going into that.
Thank you very, very, very much. We do have 2 tickets to the Earthquakes and Seattle Sounders. I've been sitting on these things all day. Why don't we give them out? Why don't we give them out right now? Baby Huey wants them. Caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR. Caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR. 2 tickets to see the Earthquakes play Seattle at PayPal Park in San Jose, near where Marcus left his smoker in the hands of a good buddy.
Oh, I had to sacrifice the smoker. It was heartbreaking.
You want to shout out your buddy who's taking it?
Oh, it's my guy TD, Trevor Dyer.
All right, TD. Former baseball teammate?
Former baseball. We played JUCO ball together.
Oh, nice.
First baseman, always digging it at first base.
Lefty?
Lefty, yep.
Okay, all right, man. When you would throw an ill-advised pickoff throw in the dirt, we'd have to save you?
He was always there snagging it.
All right,
he was reliable first baseman.
And oh, by the way, speaking of first baseman, Giants KNBR Fan Fest final stop Saturday, March 9th at Oracle Park, 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. Giants alums, broadcasters, Lucille, photo ops, come on down. 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. Brought to you by Dignity Health, Alameda County Probation's Department, Amici's East Coast Pizzeria, and the Alameda County Sheriff's Office. Okay, Cooler of Content, buddy. Got to find my Cooler of Content sheet here.
It'd be a lot cooler if you did.
I know. Here it is. Oh, okay. Well, we have a lot of choices here.
It's a thick cooler with 3 C's, Murph.
I like them in all shapes and sizes, and this one was thick and juicy.
I mean, it's just the more you hear it, the more outrageously subliminal it gets, right? Mm-hmm. How he's just like, DM me, baby. DM me. And by the way, they did, too. Did you see the responses whenever he posted? Holy mackerel.
Really? Is that what you imagined?
I mean, it was like they used to, oh, boy. Anyway, I don't want to go down that road.
No, we're not going.
Hey, I'm bringing this one up. Chiefs defensive back coach Dave Merritt.
Yeah, you teased this, Murph. Tell us about it.
This was incredible. It's called The Sports Shop with Reese and KMRC. I don't know the podcast. Do you, Sports Shop?
No, I know KRS1. I don't know KMRC.
Nice. Very good. I get it. Somebody said it was Florida-based. But anyway, this is after the Super Bowl. Now, this is a guy who just interviewed with Kyle Shanahan. Did Kyle know that Dave Merritt did this before the interview? I'm not kidding. This is Dave Merritt, Chiefs DB coach, on the podcast Sports Shop. I think he's just letting it rip here.
Wilkes, even himself, is looking at this as a blessing. You know what? I understand. You guys want to go in a different direction. Mm-hmm. But if you want to base it clearly off of just the game, that's not the case, and we all know that. There's always something behind a marriage if it's not going well. It doesn't just happen overnight. Right. So, but if you want to talk about the game, their offense went 3 for 12 on third down. Oops. Our offense went 9 for 19, but if your offense is going 3 for 12 on third down, is that Wilkes' fault? If your tight end, who's all pro, Kittle, only has 1 catch for 4 yards, is that Wilkes' fault? No. I mean, so therefore you can feed McCaffrey all you want to. Yeah. He needs help. And then number 11, who was trying to fight all game, Aiko, whatever, I don't know. He only had 40-something yards. Was that Wilkes' fault? So I just say that there was something going on before this all went down.
Oh, man. Dude, is Kyle hearing this for the first time, by the way?
Well, if he is, this guy's definitely not getting the job.
Oh, my God.
Wait, first of all, how the hell are you a defensive backs coach that's coaching in the Super Bowl, and you don't know Brandon Ayuk's name?
Called him number 11,
Who was trying to fight all game, Aiko, whatever.
Aiko. He dropped an Aiko, Murph.
Shout out the Grateful Dead, Aiko all day. All right? Or, of course, Aiko. I know I'm making a joke here. But,
Aiko, whatever.
Yeah, dude. How did he get the interview? I don't get it.
Again, like enjoyed the fact that they were interviewing him just because obviously he works under Steve Spagnuolo, so just try to steal some information away from this guy. But if he doesn't know Brandon Ayuk's name, how much information does this guy have?
By the way, can we also just say the guy's got unbelievable pipe? Maybe he got interviewed just for the pipe.
See, that's the one thing I was like, damn.
Yeah, I'm here for the interview.
I kind of wanted him calling in victories for the 49ers to Roger Goodell with those pipes.
Seriously, my gosh. So maybe Kyle and John were like, we just want a piece of those pipes.
Yeah,
You know?
Yeah, what I like to do here is run a cover zero.
Yeah.
Cover zero right here.
It is pretty funny, though, when he mentions, like, yeah, their offense went 3 for 12 on third down. Is that his fault? And the answer is no. But he's like, yeah, we went 9 for 19. Is that his fault? Well, kind of. He was the defensive coordinator. He's the guy that was playing 5 guys back at the sticks when Patrick Mahomes was picking apart his defense.
That was a weird cut, man. I want to shout out SF Gate. They found that one and turned us onto it.
Ico.
All right. So bizarre. All right. Well, but the NBA on TNT. Did you guys have trouble getting it on TNT last night?
My guy Tony said he had trouble finding it.
Yeah, they said it was blacked out. You had to watch it on. Listen, I'll take a Fitz and Buki, but for some reason the game was blacked out. But anyway, of course, as always, Chuck is going to make you entertained here. Let's start with them telling him to hashtag. Okay, cut F. This is the boys on. They're making fun of Chuck's lack of social media knowledge, and they hit him up with a little code word here. Check it out.
And every time you send out a picture of you, you got a hashtag OnlyFans. No, listen.
No.
Do you know what OnlyFans is? Whatever picture you send out, just hashtag OnlyFans.
No, listen to him. For OnlyFans of mine? No, listen to him. Do not listen to this dude. No, OnlyFans is I'm not even explaining this on basketball. I'm not even okay. OnlyFans.
Every post check, just hashtag Charles Barkley /OnlyFans.
No, that's a site that you do not want to be on. I'm learning.
Chuck doesn't know.
I love Shaq.
He was playing like he didn't know. Shaq's laying it out. Chuck, here's how I'm going to explain it to you. Hashtag. And Chuck was just looking at him. He goes, what, for OnlyFans of myself?
For OnlyFans of mine? No.
I mean, I'm sure there are some fans who want to see Charles Barkley in that setting. I mean, this was a topic of controversy also a couple years ago when OnlyFans said that they were going to stop with the raunchy stuff and only endorse celebrities and athletes who want fans to get exclusive content. And then the entire industry lost their mind, and 2 days later, everybody was back butt naked on OnlyFans.
So I got to be honest. Listen, I'm not painting myself out as a saint here or anything. I don't know a ton about it.
Hey, now.
And I remember the first time I found about it was Plaxico Burress. Do you guys remember him?
Yeah,
he's the wide receiver for the Giants.
The guy that shot himself in the club.
They said, remember when he announced he was going on OnlyFans? Somebody on the show, might have been Copes or somebody. Who was like, hey, man, you got to talk about this Plaxico Burress going on OnlyFans. I'm like, what? I was like, Chuck. I was very confused.
Is he showing off his wound?
Okay, very good.
Well, I don't know. What is he showing on there?
Dude, the latest story is, shout out Sopranos, what's her face? Christopher's girlfriend, Drea Di Matteo, the actress, she just went public and saying OnlyFans saved her life. No joke, dude. Says that she is thriving. And she says, I was struggling to get acting, but going on OnlyFans saved my life.
Oh.
She only had $10 to her name. She created an OnlyFans account, charged $15 a month subscriptions. The tagline was, The Sopranos.
Wow.
The Sopranos.
That's a hell of a
She claims
line.
within 5 minutes she made enough money to pay off the debt on her home and start a streetwear brand.
Oh, I don't doubt her, Murph. I know a few girls on OnlyFans that cash some big checks.
Oh,
there's a market out there, Murph.
Wow.
It sells. It always has. It always will.
Oh, they call it the oldest profession in the world, right? Oh, my God.
I understand.
Chuck, man. Give me that Shaq again. Make sure you tag.
Just hashtag OnlyFans.
No, listen to him. For OnlyFans of mine? No.
How do I follow that one?
No, we should probably break and get out.
Okay. There's another one about telling him about how to get on Instagram. You want to play that one?
All right, let's give the people
play
an Instagram.
one more here. This is Chuck. Is he on Instagram here?
Are you on Instagram? Give it up. Are you on Instagram, sir?
Chuck is on Instagram, everybody.
Seriously, are you officially on Instagram?
I'm trying out social media.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, what's your handle? What is your handle?
Oh, you said you would never go. I've been here 12 years, and 11.9 of those years, you're saying I'm never going on social media.
I'm
so
saying,
why the change?
Because camera? Because Instagram is for fools, and that social media is for dumbass, and people living in their basement.
In their drawers.
Now you're on it. It's for business purposes.
What's the name of your?
Yeah, what's your handle, the name that you go by?
Charles W. Barkley.
W.
So at Charles W. Barkley. Yes. So you're going to be sliding in people's DMs? I don't even know what that means. What does that mean? You're going to be sliding in people's DMs.
What's the W for?
Wait, fool.
Okay, got it.
Wait, you got to teach me how to slide. No, we ain't teaching you how to slide in no DMs.
You learning how to slide in the DMs
you
would
don't
be
need
the worst
to slide.
possible.
That is the worst possible thing you could ever do in your position. Don't slide in nothing. Okay, you never slide.
All right. I got to be honest, too. I didn't know you could DM somebody if they don't follow you. Is that right?
DMs are open to everybody. Now, there's two different DM folders. You can get your DMs from your personal people that you follow.
Yeah,
but there's
that's what I thought was the deal.
There's like a whole nother like DM for like people you may know. Those are the people who are always like trash talking us and like calling us out on Instagram.
Okay, those are the people that are sliding into your DMs.
Those are the people sliding in your DMs.
Didn't Gabe Kapler have people sliding into his DMs?
I like them in all shapes and sizes, and this one was thick and juicy.
Absolutely incredible, man.
I mean, that's a great drop, but there's an actual Gabe Kapler cut that I used to play about whether or not people were sliding into his DMs. I know my guy Tony's looking for it. He says throw to one more Chuck and he'll have it on the other side, Murph.
It's still more about them sliding on the DMs? Part 2 on the DMs here.
It goes downs in the DMs.
Can we ask what you think sliding in the DMs means?
Well, you try to give somebody a message. Yeah.
Pretty good. That's pretty good. Give it up. Chuck and slide in the DMs.
Well, particularly when they say sliding, it's more thinking. I can't believe I'm explaining this on
this is great.
television. But it's simply because you're sliding into the opposite sex. You're talking to them. Or if you're into the same sex.
All right, Chuck, how do you add something to your story?
Ooh.
I've never used it. I got some.
Who's doing the posting? I've seen posts now.
Montel in Eleanor.
But you tell them what to post.
You got somebody to post for you? Hell, no, it ain't real.
I don't know. I saw him swiping through reels.
No, I'm gonna get Victoria.
Victoria, post yourself, man.
I'm learning, man.
Okay.
I've only had it for like a week.
Can I give you one piece of advice?
Yes.
When you like something, other people can see it. So just be careful, please. Okay?
When you go, I like that picture.
Yeah, we're all going to know
we
that you
all
liked
know
it.
that you liked it.
Okay, I'm learning.
By the way, people have been, many people have been embarrassed by that.
Yeah, I've seen that on Twitter. I've seen that on Instagram. I've seen that all over the place. But yeah, I'm curious if now Charles Barkley is going to start sliding into DMs or if he'll be like Gabe Kapler.
Hit me with a DM.
Oh, man, that was so good.
Hit me with a DM.
That was when he wanted like burger joints, right?
Yeah, when he was
Something
asking
like
for reviews.
All right, well,
Hit me with a DM.
Well, man, after the tension of the Brandon Crawford-Farhan Zaidi war, we needed a couple chuckles there. We appreciate that very, very much. All right, guys, here's the deal. We are going to hand it over to Papa and Lund, and man, it was a big morning. Brandon Crawford at 5:40 in the morning dropped this story through Andy Begley of The Athletic, and it gave us an entire show of content. Will Clark was a great voice to hear, too. So we'll get into all that as we wrap it up on the other side on KNBR 104.5 and 680 The Sports Leader.
Just hashtag only.
Don't listen to for OnlyFans of mine. No.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, we had to help that kid out. Hey, listen, young Tony, he's learning, but it's Friday at 5 o'clock, right? Or Friday at 9:53. That's our Friday at 5 o'clock song.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere, Murph.
We have to remember that we are occupying a hallowed spot on the dial, 104.5 FM, and this is how Dave Rapone treated every Friday at 5 o'clock. So this is our Friday at 5 o'clock. This is it.
Murph, and it plays perfectly into Reggae Friday. That's about a few weeks away. Once opening weekend happens, Reggae Friday will be a staple. And, of course, we'll top it off with Toys 2 joints every Friday.
We continue to be fascinated by this Crawford story. Andy Bagley wrote in The Athletic with some really good, juicy stuff that was very surprising to hear Brandon Crawford go public with a lot of different comments that he said, I'm here because the one person whose opinion matters most didn't want me here. And he just calls it out. And there's a hint, and Bagley writes about this, that Crawford feels like when he talked to him in November, that the way it went, he said he had a feeling that it was something personal. And it's kind of interesting. And Farhan, of course, pushed back against that and said we signed him to a 2-year deal. How could it be that personal? And he said, we were willing to look at him or talk to him, but we need to go in a different direction, blah, blah, blah. Crawford says, I was told I could earn the last spot on the roster like anyone else as a non-roster invitee. That was the nail in the coffin. He says, with the whole being over Luciano's shoulder thing, I feel I could have made it very publicly apparent that wasn't the case. I don't even want to be playing every day because physically I'm not sure I can. Zaidi's pushback is, well, the last spot on the roster has to be someone who plays infield and outfield and come off the bench and steal a base. We addressed that, the last spot on the roster. You had a golden rant in the 6 a.m. hour. People should go back and listen to that about what Farhan has done with that last spot on the roster.
Yeah.
He's treated it like a recyclable, disposable thing.
Well, that's the thing. What he's done with that last roster spot is put guys like Matt Beatty out in left field on opening day to sign Ford Proctor, Mike Ford, Kevin Padlone, Yermaine Mercedes. Like, we can sit here all day and list off the different 66 roster moves that Farhan made in one season. So to sit here and talk about how valuable that spot is it really that valuable? Is it more valuable than keeping a defensive shortstop that can come in as a late-inning defensive replacement for Marco Luciano, who's going to have his defense struggles this year, and then to help the development of Marco Luciano and Casey Schmidt and all your young prospects? That, to me, is value with that 26 spot.
We want to be clear about this. None of us is thinking that Brandon Crawford would be a huge part of the puzzle. We were saying, well, if you're looking for a veteran backup shortstop and they signed Nick Ahmed, we're like, oh, and the same day the Cardinals signed Crawford, we're like, whoa, if you needed not only a left-handed bat, Ahmed's a right-handed bat, I believe, right? So we're like, whoa. And then Brandon Crawford coming out and saying this stuff is really interesting and intriguing because he would never do this kind of stuff. And he could have easily said to Andy Bagley, I'm good. I salute the Giants. I'm all, but no, he had some stuff he wanted to get off his chest. It's very interesting because I think, and again, I want to emphasize this before we sign off for the weekend, and go have a great weekend, everybody. Giants baseball on the radio, Saturday and Sunday. Nick Ahmed playing today, actually,
He's
in the lineup.
Murph.
I want to emphasize that this is like something that's shining a light on something symbolic. And that is that, like, it's not about Brandon Crawford hitting 194 or, being the guy who's going to save the season. It's about the way Farhan goes about assembling the team. People have this, and you know this, Marcus. We experienced this on Leap Day, that sometimes something can set off something bigger.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So fans are triggered about a bigger issue. Like there's a big issue with Brandon Crawford, but this shines a light on what you've talked about with that last spot in the roster. Look at the young man from the Cathedrals coming back right here. But anyway, so that's what I think we scratched that wound, and the wound is now festering.
And
right?
listen, we see the frustration every single day on the Golden State Lumber and Building Material text line about Farhan and missing out on free agents. But when you hear frustration coming from Brandon Crawford himself, that's kind of the cherry on top. And I think that's what's pushed a lot of fans over the edge this morning.
Yeah, 916 says, were people this pissed off when we didn't re-sign Barry Bonds? He had plenty left in the tank. That was a very weird time now. Totally apples and oranges. The steroid era was still, at that point in time, was a once again, saying what I said yesterday, the third rail. It was one of those topics where people were so down on steroids that they were like, we have to draw the curtain on the steroid era. I mean, I don't know, you could disagree with it, but that was like the justification was we're trying to move on from the steroid era.
Oh, and Barry Bonds wasn't exactly a clubhouse leader, Murph. Let's be realistic.
Yeah.
Let's be honest. Like, I don't think Barry Bonds was sitting around in his lazy boy chair trying to help out the prospects be better.
That's a fantastic point there. So anyway, I would recommend everybody go read the piece in The Athletic. And then did the Brandon Crawford farewell, did we find that? Did you get that to me?
I sent it over. Check your DMs.
Oh.
Like Shaq and Charles Barkley. I'm sliding into Murph's DMs mid-show, which apparently we found out this morning that Gabe Kapler is a fan of texting people who are in the same room as him. We'll dive into that story a little bit later on.
I don't see it, brother.
Oh,
Hit
check
me
it.
with a DM.
I don't see it. How do I find my DMs?
Well, I got it for you if you don't have it.
Hang on, let me find this thing here. Brandon,
It's in the Cooler of Content thread.
is it the, it's in the COC thread on the Twitter.
Yeah.
Oh, I was looking in Insta.
Oh, you think I'm sliding into your Instagram
Oh,
DMs?
I
No,
got
see,
it.
that's more personal.
Well, Brandon did write this on Instagram yesterday, or pardon me, on Twitter yesterday. He said, it's thank you, San Francisco Giants, from ownership and the front office that drafted me, called me up to the big leagues, and had faith to put me at shortstop for 13 seasons, to the clubhouse, training room, and travel staffs that kept me on the field and made my life easier, to the players and coaches that grinded with me throughout the years that I will be lifelong friends with, and to the best fans in baseball that supported me through the ups and downs. I appreciate you and thank you from the bottom of my heart. I achieved things with you that I never even dreamed of. Jalen, the kids, and I have lifelong memories and moments that will forever be ingrained in our hearts. Thank you for everything. He sends the hands emoji, hashtag Forever Giant, orange heart, black heart. There it is.
He's a forever Giant, man.
Fun little thing from
Born and raised.
Fun little thing from Bagley. You do know the Cardinals fans proudly call themselves the best fans in baseball? You know that, right? That's like their trademark.
Oh, I know it's
Well,
a
that's
big
like
bragging right for them.
That's their trademark. It's almost like a trade. The best fans in baseball. It's like on shirts and everything like that.
They're the friendliest and they're the best fans, but still, even Joey Votto will tell you, Murph.
We had some talking motherfuckers in St. Louis.
Great quote from Crawford to end it. Says Bagley goes, you do know Cardinals fans proudly call themselves the best fans in baseball. Crawford's quote, well, all I know is the Giants fans were the best fans in baseball from 2011 to 2023. Then he says, actually, before 2011, because that's when I was an actual Giants fan. I was like, oh, dude, that's a muddy quote. That one hits you in the feels right there. That one hits you. All right. Well, listen, didn't expect that to be a story today. Turned out to be. All right, guys. All right, brother. Look for a rainy rooftop riff from you at some point. Have a great weekend. Watch Roam the Neighborhood. I need more about the neighborhood, brother.
Good luck with Ben and the Little League battles up in
later.
the
We got
Valley.
hoops to take care of
Okay,
first.
you got hoops
we got
first. My
big
bad.
hoops this week. A critical March Madness games coming up. Curly, have a great weekend. Young Tony, crank the tunes, brother. And when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Your trusted oil change student and brake experts. You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
My name is Ben, and I'm going to take down Mill Valley Little League.
Hey, go whatever.
Can we ask what you think sliding in the DMs means?
Well, you try to give somebody a message.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy is Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund.
That's right. We're getting it going.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680. 680. The sports leader. Sports leader.
Three to shoot. And it is denied. Moody with a block. Kuminga out of the pack. Look out! Kuminga scores and one! A freight train in Jonathan Kuminga. Clock's ticking here. Back to Curry. In the corner. Curry hits a three. No Randall. No Anunoby. No Mitchell Robinson. Knicks trying to weather the storm, but it's a Curry storm right now.
Well, I just think we're playing with some confidence. I know we've lost some home games during that stretch, but we're playing with confidence. We're playing better defense. Obviously, the Knicks were shorthanded tonight. They're going through it right now from an injury standpoint. So we caught them on a night when they had to play their guys a lot of minutes, and that's never easy. But I just think that we're playing confidently right now. We got off to a great start, and that set a really good tone for the game.
Yes, happy Friday. That is the Warriors' 7th straight road win, 10-2 in their last 12, 31-27. But they got into Toronto very early this morning. It's like you and I in New Orleans. So how is that going to be? Moses Moody with the start, played great defense last night. We got that. Jonathan Kuminga, Steph Curry. We got some Curry news off the court as well. We got a little bit of Wiggins news for you as well. We have Tristan Beck news on you. The Giants are back at it. We got a little bit of 49ers news. Hassan Chop, as we looked at the combine yesterday as well. Some of those guys were moving. I sent you a text last night.
Who's that linebacker? Looks like Luke Kuechly, John.
Oh, that was that dude, man. Peyton Wilson. Oh, my God.
Wilson. Wow.
He looks like John C. Riley. What was that line? That was such a good line from Moving the Sticks yesterday. If John C. Riley went back in a time machine and lived in a weight room, he would be Peyton Wilson. Anyway, we got a ton of stuff. Brandon Crawford snaps back in Bags article,
Big
so
time.
a lot of
Big
stuff.
time. Big time.
On a Friday. Good morning, my friend. You look well in your Warriors gear on YouTube
for the Warriors,
today.
they got to sleep fast. Raymond Ritter sent me the whole itinerary.
My God, man.
They didn't get to sleep until 8 a.m. in Toronto.
Wow.
They had to get a new plane and sat on the tarmac in New York City for hours. They landed in Toronto at 6:30. Getting through customs is not as laborious as I remember it. They actually got to their hotel at 7:15. But they were still sleeping. It's 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and they got to go out and deal. And this is what I was a little worried about, was a back-to-back in the NBA. And the Raptors are not a great team, but they have a couple of former Knicks you got to deal with: R.J. Barrett, Emmanuel Quickly, Scotty Barnes, obviously, Gary Trent Jr., and Jakob Poeltl, the pick-and-pop guy. But we'll see how the Warriors match up tonight. Well, we talked about it going into the game last night, minus Andrew Wiggins. How would they match up with Jalen Brunson, assuming Jalen was going to start? And Moses Moody, John, you suggested putting him in the starting lineup, which leads me to believe, and the Warriors are saying they're hopeful that Andrew Wiggins will be back soon, or certainly by the end of the year. When you plug a guy like Moses Moody in, you're thinking it's probably just a game or two, maybe the whole road trip that Wiggins will be out. He'll be back when they come home next week, and they got a span of 3 games and 4 nights at home when they come back next week. But who knows how long he's going to be out, but they are confident he's going to return at some point. But his defense on Jalen Brunson was big time. The block shot when they switched Steph Curry onto Brunson at the end. He got the former Warrior Alec Burks, and Kuminga played great. And then Steph, as we thought, put on a show with 31 points on 26 shots, but 18 of them were threes. The Knicks were just all discombobulated. That's not a Tibbs defense. Scrambling back, they lost their guys. They left Steph Curry wide open a couple of times. But the essence of the game, and I hope when Robert Saleh brings his New York Jets into Levi's, the 49ers get off to a 14-0 start. But that was the story of the game, John, the way they were able to jump him, but the Knicks kept battling back. That was a feisty game in Midtown Manhattan last night.
It was, and you keep getting positive signs from Jonathan Kuminga, which maybe that was his best game last night. 12 of 19, 25 points. He's understanding who he is, what he is. He only took 1 3-pointer. I mean, he could probably take more than that, but he understands things. And then I love the quote from Moody. He's just one of those guys. He's like you said, his numbers aren't going to jump out at you. 8 points on 3 of 9, but he had a quote afterwards that when I was, what is Moody, 21, 20, whatever he is, he says in real life.
21. He's 21.
21. There's no way.
They are starting, and our guy B.A. dropped the line. I'm surprised we haven't thought. They're starting Steph and Dre and 3 21-year-olds.
It's unbelievable.
Kuminga, Moody, and Pajemski are all 21, barely legal.
Yeah, and to have this quote after the game at this age going through, I guess it's adversity, just not being able to play. And then when he does a lot of the right things. But he says, in real life, different things happen. You got to be able to keep your head, control your emotions. All my friends are in the space where they're leaving college, trying to figure out life. Everybody's going through different adversities. Who am I to think I should have an easy road to whatever I want? It's just kind of how it goes. So in the world of, especially in basketball, where the minute that it's shown that you won the physical lottery to do those kind of things. You're treated kind of differently. And so for Moses Moody to have this kind of maturity at 21 to, a lot of guys thinking, I want out and screaming and yelling and telling their agent that they want out and that he understands the situation that he's in and that he's lucky to kind of learn these kind of lessons from the Warriors, to be coached by Steve Kerr, to win championships, even though he's he's not contributing at the level that maybe he feels like he could. And he's not bitching, he's not moaning, he's learning, and I think he's got a great career ahead of him. And so for him to be ready to play and to start in these situations without Andrew Wiggins, and it's a weird situation because we're hearing now from Chams that it is a serious situation. He's reporting that Andrew Wiggins is dealing and tending to a serious family matter right now, quote unquote. It sounds very similar to last year, as you pointed out yesterday. It was at the beginning of the playoffs, and he was just never the same and contributed to why the Warriors maybe got knocked out in the second round by the Lakers. So this is a serious situation. I think they're lucky to have Moody in the starting lineup and to have the attitude that a 21-year-old kid that most in this situation just do not have the maturity to handle.
Yeah, and I think I'm debating whether to leave him in the starting lineup for the long haul. I mean, he was completely out of the rotation, and you're not going to be able to play all these guys. He played Clay, GP2, Looney, Paul, Saric, Trace Jackson, Davis off the bench. What's that, 6 guys? It's hard to play 11. When you go to TD Garden, maybe tonight you can play 11 because they're working on no sleep, getting into Toronto at daybreak and beyond. So they're still sleeping. It's 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and they're going to have to get up, and they'll have a little meeting, walk-through kind of meeting, maybe in a ballroom or something, or in the hotel, then get on the bus and go play. Will Steph Curry play tonight in the back-to-back? What are they going to do there? So there may be some more changes, but when you suggested Moody start, I rolled with it with the thought that Wiggins is coming back. If he's going to miss more than just the whole road trip, at some point you may think about, and the one guy I would think about is Trace Jackson Davis, sliding him into the starting lineup. I just think wearing Draymond Green down, where he's playing essentially all of his minutes at 5, they look good, and we got into a debate with Kawakami, and Tim didn't understand what I was saying. The best center on the team is Draymond Green. But you don't want him playing exclusively center against these big guys. He's going to wear down. Now, tonight against Jakob Poeltl, he's more of a pick-and-pop guy. You can maybe get away with it. But at some point, you don't want to wear Draymond Green out in February and March. And then what does he have in April, May, and hopefully June? So I think if he's going to be out a long period of time, referring to Wiggs, and the word is he's going to come back at some point, but what's that point? Then maybe you do want to change the lineup. But for now, it's fine. And even looking ahead to Sunday in Boston, that's why this game tonight, John, is big. You drop this game tonight to the Raptors because you're tired on a back-to-back after getting to the hotel at 8 o'clock in the morning today. And then how do you sleep when you get in? I've been in those situations. Depends on where your room is near the elevator. Well, I've been out drinking all night, but I have had. And in the old days, we used to fly the morning of the game. I remember landing in Denver and going right to the arena. You know what a freak I am with my notes. I'm like, how am I going to get ready to play? Screw you, Hardaway. I got to be ready. So anyway, but you can't sleep. The hotel, the lights coming through. How do you get the blackout in the room? If you're by an elevator, you're hearing noise. The maid comes in inadvertently to turn down your bed. Mr. Papa, no one can turn down your bed. I understand.
Fix my fax machine.
I'm trying to sleep here. Yeah, Mark can do that. Anyway, so, can they win the night? If you don't win the night, and then you lose in Boston, it's a 2-2 trip. And you're like, okay, what do we kind of tread water. That's good in the NBA, but they're hot on the road right now. But as far as the remainder of the trip, I think Moses Moody can guard Drew Holiday. Drew Holiday is a similar player to Jalen Brunson. He's not going to get up the volume of shots like Brunson, and he's a feisty dude. I love when Chris Paul knocked him down at the end of the third quarter, and Chris tried to pick him up, and he glared at him like, I'll get up myself, bro. Go back to your huddle. And they're buddies, as they detailed on the TNT broadcast, but I love that about Brunson. But anyway, Holiday's a similar kind of player, so if you want to put Moody on him to bang him and long arm him, you can do that, and then that opens it up for Kuminga to take maybe Jaylen Brown, and then, can Draymond Green check Jason Tatum? But virtually every game going into the matchup, I'm longing for two-way Wiggs to guard somebody. And obviously Sunday, going back to the finals of 2022, we know Andrew Wiggins can guard as best as you can the great offensive player that is Jason Tatum.
By the way, a little bit of off-court news. Steph and Aisha expecting their 4th child.
Wow.
So there you go, 4.
What do we know? Boy,
4.
girl? Are we going to have a reveal party? That would give Steph
I don't know.
2 and 2. He's got 2 girls and he's got
right.
Cannon.
Yeah, so
He'd go 2 and 2.
Yeah, almost getting to a starting 5. So there it is. So expecting number 4. Don't know. I don't know if they have the details on gender just yet.
Back
but,
when I was becoming
there
a
you go.
dad, it was bad luck to find out the sex before. You didn't even want to paint the room pink or blue. Something goes wrong.
Right.
Now let's have a reveal party. And if the sonogram shows it's a baby girl, you can be fooled by that. Let me just say, if it shows a baby boy, you're probably safe going with the blue. But if the sonogram shows minus the 3rd leg, John,
right.
you don't know. It could be an imaging issue, could be a crossing of the legs. You're never quite sure.
Yeah, from what I understood, the insiders tell us that you actually painted Derek's room pink, and then it was actually blue.
No, I painted his room red and gold for Niner colors. And
yeah, that was a mistake.
Before he came out of the womb, he already spray painted it black. Very, very odd.
That's very odd indeed. No question about it. All right, Friday edition of the show. We'll get the poll up. There's a few different ways we can go with the poll today, so we'll get that ready for you. Again, Bag's piece on Brandon Crawford, very interesting. You got a hold of him by phone, and he was not shy. Normally, he doesn't have a lot to say, but he certainly did on this topic. We still are waiting on Chapman and Snell. Will that ever happen? We do have some news on a pitching situation with the Giants. Maybe that will push things along, so we got that for you. Plus, I thought we did. I should commend us. I thought we did a nice job yesterday with the defensive linemen winning, with the Niners needing both edge and interior depth.
We stayed focused until
I thought we did.
Chop! Robinson ran a sub 4.5.
Yeah, he ran that.
I about
4.4.
lose my mind.
Yeah, that was crazy. And then Dallas Turner. and then Dallas Turner, and then we just lost it.
I'm going to do a long Q&A with Fred Warner up in Sonoma in April.
Are you
We'll
really?
tell you more about that coming up.
Man,
so
that's cool.
I'm not going to propose trading Fred Warner.
Yeah.
But this Peyton Willis guy,
man.
Is he the second
like that
coming
dude.
Of my man crush, Luke Kuechly?
He
Who
might
is this
be.
Guy?
Yeah, he's
faster.
fast.
He ran a 4.43. Who is that guy?
Yeah, if that dude stays healthy, he's going to be something, man. That dude can run, and he's got production too. He just had some injury issues at NC State.
How about making him a nickelback? Could he go inside and play nickel?
Yeah, and that's what they were talking about yesterday. Is the linebacker position is obviously evolved. In fact, D'Amico Ryan, speaking of linebackers, said that if Dre stays healthy, the Niners win the Super Bowl. That was like a pit in your stomach. This thing will never end.
Well, don't you agree?
I do agree. I agree 100%. He was on fire.
You know what happens? If Dre Greenlaw stays healthy, the Niners win the Super Bowl, and Travis Kelce goes right to a strip club after the game, posts videos with he and women, and we move on.
It's over. It's over. Completely over.
Those rules. I read more of those rules.
How about that? Did you see
How do
that?
you get out of that deal?
I don't know.
Marry her, divorce her, and buy the Chiefs.
Oh, she gives you $500,000 though to up your wardrobe. I mean, that's not too bad.
Did they have to sign a prenup with her?
No,
if she agrees
sure.
to it? If she insists on a prenup, I'm out of the deal.
You're out of there.
Gone. I'm wrong.
In today's DBs run today, and so you know those corners. There's a kid out of Holy
Against
Toledo.
Tight ends. I like tight ends.
And Brock Bowers out of Napa, but the Niners
good
are.
Is he?
Oh man, is he good? The Niners are perpetually looking at tight ends, even though they drafted 2 last year. So there's going to be interest today.
Where's Bowers going to go?
I gotta believe he's top 10. I mean, he is so good. He is so good. He's Kelsey-esque, but he can block, too. I mean, I think he's underrated as far as his blocking, so he's going to be a good one.
He's terrific, and he's a Bay Area guy from Napa.
So we'll try to stay focused. Giants baseball, so a ton going on this Friday. We'll get to all of it coming up next. Thanks for tuning in. We'll get out to calls and texts as well, wide open, and plus we're on YouTube and Twitch as well, and the conversation is already rolling on there as well as I'm checking it out. We'll do all of it coming up next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Brandon Crawford tells Andrew Bagley he's not so happy with Farhan Zaidi. That story and more trending right now on KNBR.com and the new KNBR app.
In essence, a sophisticated heat beam, which we called a laser.
Hey, you're running out of time here to talk about lasers. The Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, they do it for a long time, and they've done it for a long time, but today is the webinar, today at noon, and you got to sign up for it. So what you do is you go to lasereyeclr.com, lasereyeclr.com. Well, why would you do that? Because Pop and I have told you for a long time that we can now see, thanks to the Laser Eye Center of CLR of Silicon Valley, and we have this procedure called CLR with Dr. Craig Bindi and Dr. Joseph Ling, and it's awesome. So you can have all your questions answered. Now, we do that on the radio, and we tell you all about it, but we are, I know this is shocking, we are not doctors. So if you want to know all the answers to your CLR and LASIK questions, like what's the cost, is there financing, how long does the procedure take? By the way, I'm not a doctor, but only minutes, and it's easy and simple. Why can't you get cataracts after CLR? Which is a great thing, because it is the permanent solution to readers, contacts, glasses, and you can't get cataracts. It's a Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley free CLR webinar today at noon. Space is limited, so register right now because you're under 2 hours on this thing. It's very simple. lasereyeclr.com. Do it right now. Get all those questions answered. Very, very simple. Again, the webinar is today at noon. Do it right now. Register at lasereyeclr.com.
A laser.
Dub Nation, filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything blue and gold. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Thanks for joining us, Pop and Lund, on a Friday edition of the show. We appreciate you hanging out. We'll open things up with a poll at about 10:50. We'll get into the conversation of Andrew Baggerly's piece. Gave Brandon Crawford a call, and Brandon is usually PC, quiet, other than what I called a boombox, and he got on me about it. I remember years ago at FanFest. He's like, "Boombox, bro, how old are you?" But he was certainly outspoken when it came to...
Doesn't he watch Niner football? What do they use when they come in?
I know, that's kind of what I thought.
St. Louis Cardinal.
I was up on the stage.
Radio Raheem,
yeah.
Hasn't he seen that?
Yeah, I did. I said, because he is famously the purveyor of music, or was, in the Giants clubhouse, and he already is apparently in the Cardinals clubhouse. And I just, somebody asked him a question about music in the clubhouse, and I used the term boombox, and he stopped me midway in what I was saying and said, "Boombox, how old are you, bro?" And I was kind of referencing the Niners, but anyway, it is what it is.
So as a filer of 14, what is he playing there? Frozen? What is he
that's what I
in his
think.
box?
Right, exactly. At home? He probably doesn't have control at home.
I don't know.
So anyway, we'll get into that piece at 10:50 and open everything up, who's right, who's wrong, and what exactly was said. But as far as on the field is concerned, there continues to be growing reports that the Giants could be getting closer with one Blake Snell. One of the reasons why is Tristan Beck, according to those in the know with Giants, Andrew Baggerly, Susan Slusser, and the such. Tristan Beck is having vascular surgery Monday at Stanford. Will not have a timetable for a return to the mound until after the procedure, but it is said that he's confident he's in good hands. So, look, I don't know a timetable on vascular surgery. That sounds like something that is done to a certain part of your body, vascular surgery, with all the ED stuff going around, but that is not the case with Tristan
No, John,
Beck.
raise it up. It's,
exactly, to raise it
There's been
up.
some good reporting that jogged my memory. The great David Cohn went through a similar
So how long
aneurysm.
is that? What are we looking at? Do we know on
Well,
vascular surgery?
He'll probably miss half the year.
Okay.
He's going to miss 2 or 3 months. But right now you're trying to determine where the aneurysm is. And, is there a worry about it getting into a vital organ or body part? And so you're trying to just get him through it, see how invasive the surgery is. But David Cohn did come back to pitch the next year, and he said he pitched the best of his career. So I think for this year, you're kind of putting Tristan Beck in the Alex Cobb, Robbie Ray Hopper, where he's going to be out 1, 2, 3, 4 months, maybe the entire year, which leads to, we could go a number of different ways with the poll today,
Sure.
obviously, in light of what Brandon, and I took this story meaning more what Farhan had to do, you have to do sometimes. And I know you were of the opinion last year to get rid of Brandon Crawford, and they tried to get rid of him, not to get rid of him, but change his role when they signed Carlos Correa. So they were already of the opinion they needed to move on. Could there have been a role of a mentorship? That's debatable. They didn't want to go that way. But I thought Brandon Crawford's comments were, he scorched earth on the way out. He went at Farhan publicly, which I wonder if he regrets or not. I mean, he took it on. But the real concern now is, in light of, and Luciano threw the ball away yesterday, and I know Farhan was saying one of the reasons he didn't see Craw as a mentor and a backup is that fourth, and you only have 4 roster spots really now with the way they load up on the bullpen, and go around the diamond and see what you got there, and you know who your guys are going to be. Wilmer Flores is going to be one, or Lamont Wade Jr. was never not in the lineup, and then obviously with Yaz and Slater, the other one's not going to be in, and then you got to have a backup catcher. He wants someone to be that fourth roster player, bench player, to be someone who could play infield, outfield, and steal a bag, which is Tyler Fitzgerald. Now, I got Tyler Fitzgerald as my starting shortstop right now, but we'll see. There's a long way to go. You're not going to start for it's March 1st today. They start March 28th and in 4 weeks from yesterday. But if you only could sign one, who would you sign? Blake Snell?
That's a great question.
Matt Chapman or Jordan Montgomery? And we could say both, but obviously both. You don't have the finances. If you could only sign one.
Yeah, there you go.
Who would you sign? Blake Snell, Matt Chapman, or go cheaper with Jordan Montgomery?
415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. You can hit us up both on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, or that's the call-in number as well. So open that up, and we're on YouTube and Twitch, and YouTube and Twitch is rolling today, so you can put it either on there. For me, I've been consistent with this, especially with this news today. I just think you have to sign Blake Snell, and I know there are other arms out there. There's a Clevenger who's his windup is funky. Maybe they'd go with a lower cost kind of a guy.
You got Lorenzen as well.
Michael Lorenzen is a guy who had some success, and then he was traded at the deadline to the Phillies. Didn't he throw a no-hitter or a perfect game or something last year? And then he kind of fell off the map a little bit. So, look, if they're looking for a low-cost, one-year kind of a guy, they could go low-cost to fill some innings and then go get Chapman. I could see that. Again, Bob Melvin has experience with both of these guys, so he's going to weigh in. Scott Osler had an interesting piece today that essentially said, who's in charge here? If Bob Melvin had his say, and one of the first questions I think you and I asked Bob last year was, what kind of input are you going to have on player personnel? So it's interesting to me what kind of a voice does Bob have, and what does Bob think of Chapman versus Snell? Those are the guys that matter, right? Just like Brandon Crawford said, well, the only guy's voice that mattered was Farhan's, and he didn't want me around. So, I just think they're in a desperate situation for innings, and I don't know where they're going to get them. And if they had more guys where I could say, like if Cobb was healthy right now, for example, which he's not. If Cobb was healthy and I could say, okay, you've got yourself a guy who just threw over 200 innings in Webb, and you got a guy in Cobb who, okay, he's 36, but I get it, and you can start piecing this thing together. But the questions start in the Giants rotation at 2. We cannot say that Kyle Harrison is, you can knock Kyle Harrison, hey, Kyle Harrison's going to throw 160 or 180 innings. We can't say that. We've got a guy at the top that can throw 200 if he's healthy, and then the questions start at 2. That's unbelievable. So I can't believe, and look, Scott Boras, I'm sure right now is driving a really hard bargain. All of a sudden, the price just went up on Snell. Like a couple of weeks ago, before these injuries that we're talking about, I think they probably could have gotten him at a certain number, and now all of a sudden, Boras is probably playing a harder line. So it's going to all of a sudden going to be tougher to sign Snell, but that's the direction I would go. What about you? What do you think?
When it was signing Blake Snell helps you only on the days that Blake Snell pitches.
Right.
It does help on the day after if he can go deep into games, or conversely if he cannot, which has been a problem with him. You sign Matt Chapman defensively, you help yourself every single day. Defensively, which helps all the pitchers. It helps Jordan Hicks, who's not going to strike everybody out at 99. He's going to, with that two-seamer, get a lot of ground balls. Logan Webb gets a lot of ground balls. Alex Cobb gets a lot of ground balls. They get more ground balls than anybody right now, and I like Tyler Fitzgerald. I like his bat. I don't know what he is defensively, though. Luciano made an error. You can't give the other team 4 and 5 outs an inning. You're not going to win that way. We know that. So Matt Chapman helps you more indirectly with the pitching staff, but he does it every day. And I think he's a middle-of-the-order hitter. He had 39 doubles last year. I think a lot of those will be home runs playing in this ballpark. So I go back and forth based on it. Let's see what the doctors say about Tristan Beck and what we're looking at as far as a timeline. You are going to get Cobb back. You are going to get, obviously Robbie Ray back at some point. I think you can always trade for pitching later. How do you go out and get someone like Matt Chapman? They're not going to trade him. Once someone signs him, they're going to keep him. And I think we're just underestimating. Just close your eyes and go back to his A's days. How good is Matt Chapman defensively? Brandon Crawford's the best defensive shortstop in the history of the Giants. Matt Chapman's way better. The best left side infielder you've ever seen. Matt Williams was great. Eric Chavez was great. We've seen a lot of guys play third well. No one plays it like Matt Chapman. And if you play him just at third base, and then that'll help out the shortstop a lot, whoever it is. I just think, I don't know. I thought Chapman all off-season, John, because it made sense, and Bowmel loves him. I understand the need with the injuries in the pitching staff, but, Blake Snell helps you on the days that Blake Snell pitches. Matt Chapman helps you every day.
Give us your thoughts, text line, call-in line, and on YouTube and Twitch as well. We'll get into that debate, Chapman or Snell. Which way would you go? We'll get the debate going Around 10:50, we'll get the poll going. But first, we're going to talk to Clifford Ray. We just saw him the other day. He was over at Chase. They were honoring
they played Denver.
Yeah,
Johan.
Right. They were honoring the 75 champs. So we'll talk to Johan coming up next. It's Pop and Lund on a Friday, only here on the Sports Leader.
There's so many crazy stories coming out of Marine World. You know about Clifford Ray and the dolphin, right?
Right. John Lund here. Did you know? You'll know what that means in just a second. Did you know that many of the attorney ads that you've seen or heard, they're not even based here in the Bay Area? And some are not even based in the entire state. No, that is not Chris Dolan, and that is not the Dolan Law Firm. They're based right here in the Bay Area, and they've been that way for more than 25 years. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. Now, unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Now, remember, especially with the rain coming this weekend, motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing, they're all around us. So please be careful. Let's work together in making sure that the Bay Area is a safer place, and feel confident that you're in good hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, the Dolan Law Firm. They've secured, that's where this music comes in, more than $1 billion. $1 billion with a B in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients, but you pay nothing up front. Nothing. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Wherever you are around the globe, stream Gold-Blooded Radio 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the Sports Leader.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. Clifford Ray is going to join us in a second. We're going to line up phone calls as well to talk about which free agent you would like. It would be nice to have either, but with more injuries to the pitching staff, would you like to see Blake Snell, whom, of course, Bob Melvin knows well, or Matt Chapman at third base, who Bob Melvin even knows better? I will line them up at 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627, both on the text and call-in line. We'll do both, and we'll unveil the poll, which is Brandon Crawford and things he said in Andrew Baggerly's piece. Also, Cliff Ray. They honored him as part of a series last Sunday against the Nuggets, which was very, very cool. And there's a good piece by Daniel Brown in The Athletic, which talks about, and it's, by the way, I didn't realize this. The Dolphin story goes back to February 24th, 1978, so it's over 46 years old.
And it involves the great Elizabeth Taylor, which I never knew.
Did
What?
Until I read the story. Anyway.
Was a young Michael nearby?
Yes.
There
There
you
you go.
Hear the story. I didn't know
Anyway,
that.
he's told this story about 1 million times.
But not like the detail
no.
he told Daniel Brown.
Yeah,
I
it's a
learned
great
lot of
piece.
things I didn't know.
In The Athletic, and it was great to see Clifford Ray on Sunday against the Nuggets when the Warriors honored him at Chase Center, and he joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. It is always our pleasure. How are you?
I'm great. How you guys doing? It was
Johan!
good to see you guys. What's up, man? It was great to see you guys on Sunday.
Yeah, you
See
too, man.
I want to get
You're
your thoughts
great.
on the Joker because you were there to watch him in person, and you went up against some of the great passing centers of all time, starting with Bill Walton. But the story about the Dolphin in Marine World in February of '78 blew me away with the Liz Taylor angle. I thought I knew everything about it until I read Daniel Brown's piece in The Athletic. Can you give our audience the Cliff Notes version, Cliff?
You mean on the Elizabeth Taylor?
Yeah, Elizabeth. I want to hear more about Liz Taylor. What happened after you told her that story?
Oh, she laughed and she said, "What did it feel like?"
So after you left Marine World, the first person you told the story to was the great Liz Taylor?
Yes,
Wow.
pretty much. You know, they were waiting for me on the plane, and she was going with the senator, you know, the guy from D.C., remember?
Right.
That was her boyfriend back in that period in her life. And so she was heading to D.C., and I was going to join the team because I had pulled my plantaris muscle, you know, involuntary muscle in the back of your calf. You can't push off on it. So I had gotten cleared, and I was heading back to get with the guys. And so that's what happened, transpired on the way to the airport. And but anyways, it was pretty funny. And I asked her. It was funny because I said, "Oh, so you do have those eyes that everybody talks about." You know, 'cause,
You were working her, Johan. You were working her.
Yeah,
You wanted to be number 9. How many times she get married, 8?
I didn't work her the way I worked Raquel Welch or the way Linda Carter. You know, those
Superwoman, Wonder Woman, what?
Wonder Woman.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
You worked Raquel Welch? I want to hear more about this, Johan.
Oh, I got to go. I got taken to a birthday. It was my birthday, January 21st, and it was my birthday. And so she was doing the one-woman act, and it started in Reno, and then she went to Tahoe, and then I guess she went from there to Vegas with that one. She did a one-woman deal, and it was really quite good. It was excellent, as a matter of fact. You know, and I was a big fan of those 3 women. You know,
Sure you were.
And Olivia Newton-John was
Sandy Baby.
She was doing Grease at the time.
Right.
And so Rick was married, so he couldn't escort her. So they asked me to go to the showing over at the Sir Francis, you know, the big hotel downtown.
Yeah.
In San Francisco. That's the Sir Francis, right? I think.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So they had the showing of Grease there, and I escorted her. So I've known a few women in my days that, you know, have been nice to me. But my 15 minutes of fame, rightfully so, has to be the Dolphin story. And
Wow.
It's followed me for almost 50 years.
Oh, no
And I finally wrote a book about it, and it's been very well received, and people really like it. It's a good book. It really is for kids. I think it's a great book. You know, so many things people write, you know, I think people want to hear fun things and things that make you laugh or whatever, you know. So that was my motivation, was that. And also some of the messages in there teach kids how to work together, you know, things like that, you know. So when I go talk and do a reading, I usually pick something that is going to leave a message for them.
That's incredible. The book is Big Clifford Ray Saves the Day, which is incredible. I can just tell you this, that Greg and I would spend the next hour talking about Raquel Welch and Olivia Newton-John and Linda Carter. I mean, in the 70s, if you grew up in a certain era, my goodness, man, that's incredible.
That was my bedroom walls when I was 12 years old, pretty much.
Oh, hey, the only other woman that I was gaga about was Ursula Andrews in Hercules.
Ooh.
Oh, my God.
Wow. That's Liz Taylor. You got to start at 5 there, Johan.
Now, don't get it twisted now. I do know both there. I do know both Eric. But Bo Derek was kind of, she had skinny legs. I like, the milk bottle look.
Right. Okay. Should we move on, John, or are we going to get the FCC up our ass?
Go ahead, Pop.
You know what's great, and your skill in this, in the dolphin you saved in Marine World, I love the Dr. Spock, is because you have exceedingly long arms. So we marvel at Draymond, and I don't know exactly how tall Draymond is, but he's able to match up with centers because his long arms. You were one of the first. Unseld was undersized, but most of the guys were big when you played, dealing with Kareem and 7'2" plus. So you're 6'9". How long are your arms, Johan? How long are your arms?
Gosh, it's on that book, but I don't know for sure. I just know that.
It's got to be well over 7, though, right? Like 7.5 or something?
It helped me against everybody except 2 guys. And
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar and
right.
Artist Gilmore, maybe? Artist Wilt? How about Gilmore? How about Gilmore?
I'm faster. I don't count guys that I can outrun. like I would pay if there was such a thing as where you could go back in time, like the time machine or whatever.
Right. Yeah.
I would love to go back in time to test my defensive skills against the Yoki. I think he's a great player. I really am impressed with a lot of the young big guys. I'm pretty impressed with. I think Mobley, him, Yoki, even Davis. I mean, there's a lot of guys.
Joel Embiid. How about Joel Embiid?
Well, we already know to me he is the offensive center of the game. I think his repertoire of shots and things that he do. You can't overlook. You can talk about Yoki, but you can't overlook him.
How would you guard the Joker, Johan? How would you guard Nikola Jokic?
Run him, as the guys would say. I can't say it on the air, but run his
rim run him. Yeah,
you got to rim run him, and that's going to cut down on some of the percentages of his 3-point shots. Inside, you got to know. I watched him set up. The first play of the game, and I told Hop, I said, Hop, watch what's going to happen. He gonna drop in the middle, and then he gonna bump him. As soon as he feel the contact, he gonna lock that arm on that left side, and he gonna move, just slightly raise that elbow, and he gonna go right to the glass off that shot. And he did. And that's what his footwork allows him to be very effective. And see, quick guys do things too fast. I'm always trying to get the young guys to slow down. I say it's like a prize fight. I throw a shot, you block it and counter. It's like the guy throws a punch at you, you block it and counter. If you throw it with the right hand, you block it and counter. So that slows him down. But he's always in 33 and a third. When they used to play the single.
He's a little slow. He's long.
Yeah,
slow.
But that's why I'm saying you don't have to be super fast to play the game. You got size and length. You can play the game if your footwork is comparable to whatever else you're doing. And his footwork is probably the prettiest of his. If you watch his game, that's what I watch. I watch the footwork below, because I think that makes a great post guy, and that's the thing that I stress a lot with Mobley, and stressed that a lot with Jared Allen to slow down. When you step down off the free throw line, or you're in the circle up there and you step down, you don't want to run over the guy. There's no reason to. You got long arm, just let it come up out of your hand. You're already going downhill. If guys remember, I'm going downhill. If you throw a hook shot off the glass, you want to pull your leg up like you're a drum major, because I was a drum major, so I know about all that stuff. But anyway,
you got skills.
Yeah, you got skills. But yeah, it's really interesting to watch. Draymond Green gets a lot out of what he does because he's so smart. He has a great IQ for the game. It's like all the guys on our team, the cardiac kids. We were all students of the game. Jamal.
So when you were watching the Joker, Johan, your era, and you ran that high pick and roll with Rick so well, and Nate could really pass from the high post. But I remember Alvin Adams with John McLeod just lifting the offense and playing as a high post center, and all the cuts off of it, and then obviously Bill Walton. What a great passer he was. But the Joker, is he the best passing big? And Wilt could pass, obviously. But is the Joker the best passing center you've ever laid eyes on?
I would have to say that any big who has good offense, if he can pass, is really going to cause a problem. And he is a very, very, very good passer. I would put him right up there with, I don't know if you know anybody who you think passes better than him.
Bill Walton was pretty good. He was damn good from up there.
I'm encouraged. I don't go back in history to compare.
Yeah.
I just look at the present day, the guys
today.
that are playing today, and he's the best that you're going to see.
By far, yeah.
By far. And he really enjoys giving up an assist just as much. And maybe sometimes I think he's so unselfish. When you get a rebound, first place he looks is up the court. So who does that better? Wes Unseld. He does.
Kevin Love was pretty good at that.
Kevin Love was another great rebounder and passer, and he could get the ball up the court off of a rebound as well as anybody. And Yoki does it, like you said. Those guys have, they see who's playing. They see if they're going to draw a double team. They know where that double team is coming from before it even gets there, because usually it's a game plan. Whenever they're trying to stop a top scorer like Kareem or Yoki or any great center, whether it's Davis, Mobley, or any one of those guys, they have a game plan. Usually if you can't get them stopped, they're going to put a double. They're going to send somebody from either the top or from the baseline, whatever. And now you know where to go to, and all you got to do is move. And that's why the Warriors have been so good over the years, that crew that's on there now, is because they were always willing cutters. And I think they need to get back to that a little bit more. They don't do it nearly as much as they used to, especially Clay and Curry still does it, but they need to get back to those cuts to neutralize some of the stuff that teams do for them defensively, do toward them defensively.
Yeah, top block them. Go out and take the three ball away. The back cuts there all night long.
Yeah.
All night. Yeah.
Clifford Ray. Yeah, go ahead.
What I want to ask you guys, what did you think about that game Sunday?
The Joker just took it over. I thought the Warriors, they had the big lead, but Denver, they're starting 5 across the board, Cliff. Their bench is still trying to figure it out. Aaron Gordon is so much more improved, and Michael Porter Jr., and obviously the way KCP guards Steph and Jamal Murray. But it comes down to the Joker. And you talk about his passing. He had 16 assists, but he also had 32 points in the game. He's involved in every single action.
Right. That's why I say you have to run him. I think you got to make him try to chase you. And who has the kind of speed that can do that? I like the other big kid you guys.
Trace Jackson Davis, the rookie out of Indiana, can run him.
Right. And so as they go along, I think, there'll be times when people will start to there'll be some faster kids, where they can run. And I think if you do those things, those are some of the things that you can do that will, give it less, instead of a guy having 35 points and 17, 18 assists, and, then on top of that, he dropping 20, 19, 17 boards. I mean, you're going to get beat when guys put that kind of number together.
No doubt. Clifford, it is always our pleasure. Thank you so much for a few minutes of your time, and it was tremendous seeing you Sunday at Chase. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and tell everybody in the Bay Area that they helping underprivileged women have free mammograms when they buy that book. So I hope everybody buys the book, Big Clifford.
That is great.
That'd be great.
Great job, Cliff.
You got it. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Great
my
to
friend.
see
No problem. You guys keep doing good, man. I love listening to you when I get.
You got to come on, man. Johan.
All right.
He is the best. He is the
You
best.
know, I got the nickname Johan because every woman he went up to, he'd say Johan.
Yeah, exactly.
You think he worked Raquel Welch with a Johan?
Wow. I mean, seriously, he's talking about. I mean, the only
Clifford
woman
Ray.
he didn't mention that was like a lottery
Farrah
pick in the
Fawcett?
70s is
Farrah
Farrah.
Fawcett?
That's the only one I
Yeah.
could think of that he didn't even mention.
Yeah.
My God, that's a
Linda Carter, Liz Taylor, Raquel Welch, Olivia
Unbelievable.
Newton-John.
Incredible.
I got chills. They're multiplying.
What a man. I mean, he's the man.
Johan.
Incredible. All right, we're going to kind of double up on the poll here. You mentioned Chapman or Snell, and I got a bunch of people to dial up on the lines. We're also going to unveil the poll, too. You got Andrew Bagley's piece, and Brandon Crawford doesn't speak out much, but he certainly did on this one. He was not happy that he was not offered an opportunity to stay with the Giants. So which direction you going on this thing? Brandon Crawford should have stayed with the Giants, or Farhan did the right thing in moving on, and now Brandon Crawford is in Cardinal red. You can answer any or both of those questions. Jump on a line, 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. Jump on a line, or you can respond on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Either way, let's do that coming up next. Plus, I'm looking at the YouTube and Twitch. I'm looking at YouTube and Twitch right now, and people are going off on that too. So either question or both, 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. We'll do it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, thanks for joining us. We'll get an official poll up for you, and if you missed it, Andrew Baggerly talked to Brandon Crawford, and we'll give you that in just a second. And also, you put up a very interesting question, which is, again, with more clarity on this situation for Tristan Beck, and it's not good. He's going to have surgery back here in the Bay Area, and he's going to be out for a little while. So, serious issues with the rotation. I think we knew that, but Andrew Baggerly reporting Tristan Beck having vascular surgery Monday at Stanford. Won't have a timetable for his return to the mound after the procedure, but confident he's in good hands, but he is going to be out for a while. Good news, Keaton Wynn is going to throw a bullpen this weekend. Alex Cobb will throw one today, and people around camp, this according to Alex Pavlovich, have been impressed with how far along Cobb seems, although he'll still miss a big chunk of the year. So that's what's going on as far as the Giants pitching situation. So that could mean maybe they're looking at Blake Snell even more intently. Matt Chapman is still a question for the Giants as well. So which direction would you go there? So you can answer one or both. Free agent situation, one of those two, and as Andrew Baggerly writes, as Brandon Crawford settles into spring training and Cardinals red, he wanted to make it clear the choice to move on from the Giants wasn't made by him. And as far as Brandon Crawford is concerned, Pop, he doesn't speak a lot, but I don't know how you would term it. Not miffed, but kind of pissed. I mean, I think that's a fair enough term. Brandon Crawford is kind of pissed that he wasn't given the opportunity. He made it clear to Farhan he wasn't going to kick up any waves. Farhan thought, you know what, to have him over the shoulder of whomever is going to be the shortstop was something that he wasn't, that Farhan wasn't comfortable with, thought that maybe he would cast too big of a shadow from the bench, and so he allowed him to move on.
This was Brandon Crawford just going off. I mean, he just normally does not talk this way. He really seldom, of course, he's no longer a Giant, but I think the emotion of leaving and picking up, but I don't know if he's going to move his family to the Midwest in St. Louis or not. He got a $2 million deal. He still wants to play. He may wind up playing a lot for a good franchise with guys he knows in Arenado and Goldschmidt, but he said the bottom line is I was not wanted back by the one person who matters. And he was talking specifically about Farhan Zaidi, and he got into great detail about trying to go meet Farhan in the offseason. They had a meeting, and he talked about it. And I was told I could earn the last spot on the roster like anyone else could as a non-roster invitee. That was the nail in the coffin. So he exposed it. Farhan's got to take it. But Farhan's merely doing his job, I think, John. I think that's the issue you get into here, and we've talked about it. You know, Brandon Crawford's been a great Giant, arguably the best shortstop in the history of the franchise. They've had a lot of good ones. I think when he passed Travis Jackson for the most games played at shortstop, he was immediately anointed the best that's ever been. Chris Spire was a hell of a good shortstop. Jose Pagan came up earlier, and they had guys. Royce Clayton was a good one. Our friend Rich Aurelia put up an offensive year that no one's touched. 37 home runs the year Bonds hit 73. And he had a good run, without question. Didn't win the World Series that Brandon won or have the volume of games. But whatever, however you want to say it, he's a special Giant. I think at one point, since they've opened it up with Will Clark and Barry, although Barry certainly should be in the Hall of Fame, and maybe Will go in, I think Crawford could have his number 35 retired. He's certainly going to be on the Wall of Fame. He's one of the greats, there's no doubt. Will he have a statue? No. But he's prominent here. So these are when you have to make hard choices here. And his 2021 year was one of the best of his career and led the team to 107 wins. Farhan did give him a 2-year extension at that point. It was great timing for Crawford and Belt to have those years, and Buster as well. And Buster wound up retiring, oddly. But I know you were outspoken last year about Craw. He was not the same player. His body began to break down. His knees went out. He went on the IL multiple times each year. He had a couple of day games. Detroit won. Where was the other one? Where he really struggled defensively. And you wonder, can he bounce back and play day games after night games? Can he hit left on left? What's his role right now? The bottom line is, and people just don't know who Nick Ahmed is. Nick Ahmed's a younger player at this stage of his career. He's probably a better defensive player. He was released by Arizona last year, a lot like Crawford is being kicked to the curb now, and Arizona went on and went to the World Series last year, and he was miffed about that. So sometimes you have to pick up your bruised feelings and ego and go to a new franchise to continue because there's too much there. But to me, this is not about Farhan. This is Farhan doing his job. I think this is the choice that Brandon Crawford made, and this is what is somewhat surprising because he's always been so elegant in the way he's handled himself, and I don't know if he regrets it or not, but he's irreparably harmed his relationship with Farhan Zaidi. We'll see what it does to the Giants organization. I'm sure Larry and Time will patch it back up like they always do, but he called out Farhan Zaidi for not bringing him back. It's a $2 million deal. The non-roster invitee they gave Nick Ahmed, John, there's nothing on there. They could cut him, and there's nothing there. They simply move on. What if they would have had to do that to Brandon Crawford? They did not want to offer him a $2 million contract when they're trying to sign a couple of players more before the start of the new year to get their team going. So Farhan did his job. It's just that he got exposed publicly by Brandon Crawford, of all people, for doing his job.
Absolutely. All right. The lines are open, filling up. Also on the text line as well, YouTube and Twitch. Again, 415-808-5627, 808 KNBR. The bottom line is I was not wanted back by the one person whose opinion matters. This is in the piece by Andrew Baggerly. So I went with a team that gave me a major league contract. The Cardinals have a long history of tradition. I've admired and respected the way the Cardinals have played throughout my career and the way the organization has been run. But the bottom line is I wanted to come back to the Giants. That was obviously the ideal situation for me. Let's officially unveil the poll so we can talk about Brandon Crawford's situation, or if you want to weigh in on the question we asked earlier as well, would you rather have, if given the choice, Matt Chapman or Blake Snell? You can answer both, either or. Let's unveil the poll officially.
Dude, grab my pole.
This is Danny's Big Poll.
The most important decision you can make right now is what do you stand for, Danny?
And again, the question is career Giant Craw or best wishes Craw. That's officially it. So again, you can answer both or just one. Let's jump out to the phone lines. First up is Dan. Dan, welcome. Go right ahead. Hi, Dan.
In Arizona, Dan in Arizona, NorCal Sports Net. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go right ahead.
Yeah. This is Dan, NorCal Sports Network. I've had Casey Schmidt on and Marty Lurie, Ned Coletti on my show, and I got a lot to say about this whole thing with the Giants. First of all, when it comes to position Chapman versus a pitcher, they need pitching. They're going nowhere without pitching. Get Blake Snell. Imagine you have a shot with Blake Snell if you get into a series, if you happen to make a wild card. Imagine Logan Webb, Blake Snell, and Cobb when he comes back, and then you got Harrison and maybe Robbie Ray is back. You have potentially one of the best starting rotations in baseball with those five guys. Matt Chapman, great defensive player, but you got Casey Schmidt, who is supposed to be the next Matt Chapman. Matt Williams compared Casey Schmidt to himself. You drafted him in the second round. Play the guy. Let him see what he's got. Matt Chapman's bat is declining. Hit 240 last year after a monstrous April. I don't think Matt Chapman moves the needle as much as Blake Snell.
Yeah, I mean, we're not trying.
Thanks, Dan.
Moving the needle's a part of it. Let me ask you a question, because I thought it was not just Chapman or Snell. It's also Jordan Montgomery. Could you sign the one thing with Snell, and I like Snell, but I'm going to pay him $1 million to start? That's a lot of money. If I got to pay him, $33, $34, $35 million to pitch this year, that's a lot. And he's only going to help me the day he starts, where Chapman helps me every day. Could you get Matt Chapman and Jordan Montgomery and then trade J.D. Davis and stay under the tax line? I think you could do that, couldn't you? How much is Montgomery going to cost you?
He's probably going to cost you, again, on a short-term deal.
Teens or 20?
I think he's at least 20. I think he's probably 20 and Chapman's 20, but I think you're saving probably 8 to 10, because I think on a short-term deal with Snell, I think you're looking at, because he turned down 28 a year, right? He turned out 28
for 6 years.
If the reports are right, he turned down 28 a year, so he's looking for something in the 30s. And I think that Montgomery's looking for a longer-term deal, and we're talking Farhan here. So isn't Farhan a guy who would be what would be appealing to him is short-term in a high AAV? Actually, short-term and low AAV is what he likes.
So what I would do is try to get Jordan Montgomery on a 1-year deal, pay him more, and then try to get Matt Chapman on a long-term deal and backload the contract where you could trade. And I'm not in favor of trading J.D. Davis. How much does he make, John? 7?
Yeah.
You may need the 7 to stay under the CBT. So as we're looking at Snell versus Chapman, and Montgomery's also in the mix, could you get Chapman and Montgomery versus Snell?
I think you could. I think you can. I think you can get both those guys.
So would you rather go that route than just Snell alone? You could do it that way.
I mean, you could. I mean, again, Snell's the sexier name, but if you have if you're part of the Giants hierarchy and you think that Ray and Cobb are going to be fine, and you have because what I'm trying to also do is I'm trying to buy some time for that young pitching. If you have confidence in that young pitching, because I just don't want to rush it to the major leagues. If you have confidence in that young pitching, and by that I mean next year that young pitching is going to come through, because part of it is you don't want to give away long-term contracts. I don't think you do, because you think that Black and Wisenhunt and that group is going to be good. So you don't want to give away 5 or 6 year contracts because you think those guys are going to come through, and they're going to come through and be cheap
how about
as well.
to Matt Chapman? Would you sign Matt Chapman to a 5 or 6 year deal?
I think you'd have to.
I think we're forgetting how good Matt Chapman is defensively.
Yeah, he's good.
Great. He was great.
Yeah, he is. Max is up next in Pasadena. Hi, Max. I like Pasadena.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, Max.
Hey, what's up, guys? Yeah, I'm actually at the Rose Bowl right now. I'm just going for a little walk here.
Very nice.
This is the right move with Crawford. I mean, as much as we love him, Giants fans, we want our win, right? We got to look forward and get these young guys all the playing time that they can. I mean, it would be a different story if they're a playoff contender and you want that veteran in September, October off the bench. That leads into my next point. If somehow we are in the mix by the trade deadline, maybe they can pick him up for cheap or something. That'd be kind of a cool little thing
I
there.
never thought about that. That's kind of interesting. That's kind of an interesting
point. Who do you want
point.
to pick up? Who does he want to pick up?
Talking about Crawford.
Oh, boy.
I don't know if they would do that now. I think you kind of just burned that bridge.
He just burnt the Bay Bridge, the Golden Gate Bridge, the San Mateo Bridge, the Carquinez Bridge.
Well, here's the thing that we're not bringing up.
Which bridge am I missing here? I think he burned them all.
But here's the thing we're not bringing up about Brandon Crawford, because we all like him so much. The thing that he does best, the reason why you would bring him back, he has sucked at the last 2 years. He's minus 20 in defensive runs saved, whatever metric you want to use. What he was supposedly really good at, why you would keep him around, and why it's Nick Ahmed instead of him, in addition to Farhan not wanting to have him looking over that position, he was not, at least statistically, by the numbers that Farhan looks at, and it's the thing that he's not saying and he's being nice about, is that Brandon Crawford was not a good defensive shortstop last year. And that was the very reason you'd bring him back. So if he was a sparkling defensive shortstop last year, you might think about bringing him back, despite the fact that he would be hovering above your young shortstops, which is why Farhan said he wouldn't bring him back. But I have a feeling Farhan might bring him back because Farhan loves his numbers. And the numbers say he wasn't a very good defensive shortstop last year, and I'm being nice.
Just watching.
Yeah, he wasn't. He wasn't good.
At the height of Crawford's powers, Nick Ahmed won 2 Gold Gloves in the National League. He's that good of a defensive player. He became a much better offensive player. Now, he had a shoulder problem. He wound up getting released by Arizona. They went all the way to the World Series without him. He was not happy about that. So we'll have to just watch. I would venture to guess, and Bomel was saying the reports are his shoulder is better. His range was still good last year. He just couldn't throw the ball because of his shoulder. If he's over the shoulder injury, and sometimes those are hard to get over, like Conforto. Has he ever completely gotten over his shoulder problems that cost him all of 2022? But we'll see. Is the game on TV today with Texas broadcasting? We'll see. But Nick Ahmed is starting at shortstop for the Giants today, making his orange and black
really?
debut.
Okay.
Behind Kyle Harrison. He is the starting shortstop.
I think he's wearing number 40. That's not a very short
Madison
number.
Bumgarner?
I think that's what I saw. Well, they can't do that, though. Can they
He's
can't give out
Crawl
40,
out
can
and
they?
he's taking Bum's number?
Wait, I got to double check that.
Why don't they give him 24? What the hell?
No, seriously, I think I saw 40. He can't do that, can
Murph
he?
would never allow
Snot
that.
rocket? He can't wear a snot rocket. He can't wear that.
55's not available? What's going on here?
I got to double check that. I thought I saw 40. Maybe not. Maybe I
It'll
could
be
wrong
worse
on
though
that.
if they gave him 35. Don't give him 35.
You can't do 35. That would be funny. All of a sudden, oh,
It's
sorry.
Chris Spire's number, the
Yeah.
Alameda rifle. Don't give that one out.
All right, we'll get back to it. A lot of people want to talk about it. We got the poll up, which is official, yay or nay on Crawford. And if a lot of people are like, they're going to sign neither. They're very negative. Chapman or Snell. Or you go off the board. Pop said, what if you went with Montgomery? Maybe you could get both. What do you think? 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. We'll continue that conversation next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now. On KNBR.com.
Is Farhan any closer to a move?
It sound right.
No. That story and more. Trending right now on KNBR.com and the new KNBR app.
It sound right, boy.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of Giants baseball. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Come on, Giants. Hang in there.
Like it.
They can't use that. They already used that one once.
What's the motto going to be this year?
Oh, boy.
Our coaching staff will kick your ass.
Exactly. Oh, boy. Whew. All right. Lines are open before we get loco with Mayoko and talk about the running around in underwear. Yeah, we're going to talk Niners, and we're going to talk
D.C. What are they
Indianapolis.
doing with D.C. here?
Yeah, and the D.C. and people running around in underwear and all those kind of things, which we love. And so we'll talk to Matt Mayoko. I believe that he's left Indianapolis, but he's done all the work and seen all the stuff, and so we'll talk to him in about 10 minutes. And again, the poll is open, Friday's big poll. We got a couple of things going on. If the Giants could sign either Snell or Matt Chapman, which direction would you go? And Friday's big poll, Brandon Crawford is now a Cardinal. How do you feel about that after he went off and basically called out Farhan Zaidi in the latest article by our good friend Extra Bags in The Athletic today? Career Giant Craw has 55% of the early vote. Best wishes, Craw. In other words, don't let the door hit you in the ass. Just kidding. 45% of the vote. That's what the early vote says. So what say you on that poll? So that is what we have so far. Let's go out to Connor in Dublin. Hi, Connor. Welcome.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. It's an honor to get to talk to you guys. So it's really great. I don't usually listen to your show because I'm in school. But I'm not in school right now because
we
I got a day off.
Oh, very
cool.
Yeah. Well, thank you for listening.
What kind of school are you in?
Huh?
What kind of school are you in?
School?
High school,
You want the name of the school? I'm in high school. I'm in high school. I'm in 10th grade.
You're in high school?
I'm a sophomore.
right on. Okay, very cool. We appreciate it.
Yeah.
Dublin High? You go to Dublin High?
Yes.
Oh, very cool. All right, you're not far from us. Yeah, all right,
Hey,
cool.
Alex Kappa, the lineman for the Bengals. He went to that school. I got to meet him.
That's right.
He's a badass.
He came to our football summer camp, and I got to meet him in person. It was super cool.
Oh, very
So
cool.
that was really cool. Yeah, it was awesome.
Okay, what's your thoughts?
So yeah, my thoughts. I would totally pick Blake Snell. He is a Cy Young Award winner. I would totally take him. That is a great asset to the Giants pitching. So we could totally use him.
You got to pay him $1 million to start. Are you cool with that? $1 million bucks every 5 days. Not your money. You want to pay him $1 million?
I think a Cy Young Award winner is worth $1 million.
I agree with you. I'm with you, Connor, 100%.
Remember when they started paying quarterbacks $1 million to start, and you thought, what the hell's going on? And then Al paid Namdi $1 million a game. You're like, what? Now what are quarterbacks are making like $4 or $5 million a game?
Not ridiculous.
$4 million a game.
Yeah.
Damn. Anyway,
Brock makes $1 million a season, but soon he'll make a couple million a start. Yeah, soon.
Crawford. So I disagree very much about Farhan's decision, and I'm very anti-Farhan about this, pro Crawford. So I just his decision, it makes me angry. I don't I don't like how he denied Crawford. I really don't think Crawford would have tried to have competed for his position, and he said that himself. I read the whole entire article written by Baggerly, and very well written, mind you. That was very well written.
He's the best.
I read it, and he said he just wanted to mentor him. He wasn't looking for complete takeover of the position, and that's not where he is with the Cardinals right now. They took him. He went with them, and he's not even that rookie shortstop they got. He's going to continue with the position. Crawford's just going to mentor him, and that could have been the same thing we could have done here, and we could have used that mentoring, and it would have been a great help. But Farhan's stubborn and decided he did not want to be proved wrong. So I'm just overall frustrated about that.
Connor, thank you for the call. I appreciate it. We appreciate you listening. Thanks. What it came down to is he says he's frustrated. The difference is that Brandon Crawford was guaranteed a spot on the Major League roster for $2 million. And here, Farhan said, yeah, you can come back here, but you're going to be treated no differently than anybody else, and you've got to make the roster. That's what it came down to, right? I mean, what he's saying is he's frustrated he could have come down here.
Connor's
right. And that's totally cool. But basically, the Cardinals said, we'll give you a spot, and here's $2 million. Farhan said, you got to make the team. And Brandon said no.
What if Farhan offered him, and you'd have to talk to Bob Melvin about this, what if you offered him a role on the coaching staff and have him have that's going to be your role? Because I think what they're saying is he's not worthy of a roster spot right now. He's not that player. He's not that defender. What situation do you want Brandon Crawford to play off the bench? They bring in a right-handed reliever. He pinch hits. Do you want him to come in defensively? Is he a clear upgrade? You would think over certainly Luciano. Is he over Fitzgerald? Or he's not over Casey Schmidt.
No, he's not over Casey Schmidt.
So and Nick Ahmed, maybe we'll watch Nick Ahmed today. I'm expecting him to be a better defender with his shoulder healed. So you just can't give out roster spots when they cost $2 million for a guy you don't think can make the club, and then you have to release him at the end. I wonder if there was any talk, because late last year, one thing we were talking about is would they offer him a job on the coaching staff? Now, you're not going to pay him $1 million to hit ground balls, but now those guys make decent money. I wonder if there was any discussion about him segueing now, and we want to keep you in the organization, we'll hire you. Will Clark role a little bit more expanded? Was there ever talk about bringing him on the coaching staff?
Yeah, hey, I don't know. I don't know about that. I just know that for the role, for the defensive role, that was the role that was going to be open. A late inning defensive guy, give a guy a day off. We at least want you to play defense. You got to be solid at that position. At this point of his career, as much as I love Brandon Crawford, both as a person and a player, he wasn't a good defensive player. That's what the metrics said. And then, as you said, even if you watch the games, he wasn't that. So the organization looked at it and said, look, we'll give you a shot at it. But the metrics say that that's not what Brandon Crawford was. Now, if this was the old regime that drafted and knew Brandon Crawford, they might have done that. They gave out thank you contracts years ago. Players on the Giants got thank you contracts. But this is a lot like Madison Bumgarner. I mean, that was a difficult situation. You and I talked about it a ton of times. And they looked at they didn't look back at what Madison Bumgarner had given the organization. They looked ahead and projected what Madison Bumgarner was going to give the organization and decided that he wasn't going to be worth it. He went to Arizona, and they were right. He wasn't good, got released. It was a terrible contract for Arizona, and they ended up releasing Madison Bumgarner. Now, it wasn't going to be that kind of a contract moving ahead for Crawford, so it's not exactly apples to apples. But to me, they made the right choice because what Brandon Crawford was going to give the organization, it wasn't going to line up. And look, I'm not a huge Nick Ahmed guy. I don't know that he's going to make the roster, but they're in total flux at the position. And what Brandon Crawford had given them since the 21 season, where he was absolutely great, didn't match up to what he was getting paid. And I don't see him being great. Now, look, in the situation he is with this young kid, and the Cardinals have made it completely clear what it is, this Mason Wynn kid is far advanced in terms of what they expect than what the Giants do Luciano. I don't know what Luciano's going to be, but Wynn is clearly their shortstop. Now, I think he's got what, 73 at-bats in his career?
Well, Tommy Edmonds also in the mix as well.
So it's a different situation to what they have, but as far as I get it with the fans. He is a great guy, and I get that he's frustrated because he grew up here, he played here, he wanted to stay here, his family's here. I understand that. I bet he doesn't move him to St. Louis. I understand his frustration. We've all been there. In an ideal situation, he finished his career as a member of the Giants. I understand all those things, but life isn't always perfect, and he didn't fit that role. And they weren't going to give him $2 million, and they weren't going to give him a roster spot. They're too valuable. Give us your thoughts.
To me, it's an old story. It's already happened that they weren't going to bring him back.
I think the story is him talking,
Crawford
right?
going scorched earth.
Exactly.
And he's saying the bottom line is I was not wanted back by the one person who matters. You don't think there was talk about Bob Melvin or Matt Williams or Ron Wotus? They all chimed in to some degree. Now, Farhan had to make the ultimate call, or either not to call him or just ignore him. But if Bob Melvin wanted Brandon Crawford back, or if Woody felt strong about it, or Matt Williams, Farhan may have gone the other way. I think Farhan's being singled out here for just doing his job. And sometimes, like Bill Walsh did it all the time. Traded Joe Montana, let Ronnie Lott go, let Roger Craig go. It went on and on. His theory was always get rid of a guy a year too soon. They actually waited a couple of years too late. I mean, in retrospect, after his 21 year was the time to move on from Brandon Crawford, but you couldn't do that because he had a borderline career year, and they gave him a 2-year contract. So he was paid handsomely the last couple of years to essentially not play, and when he did play, not play like Brandon Crawford anymore.
All right, let's talk to Matt Mayoko. He was just in Indianapolis at the Combine. We'll get his thoughts, and obviously yesterday some guys that the 49ers would be interested in on the defensive line, the edge, the linebackers today. Take a look at the defensive backs. We'll preview that as well, and some of his thoughts as we get opening for free agency in just a couple of weeks. Today is March 1st. Free agency opens on March 13th. Would Jed or could Jed open his wallet one more time? Plus Brandon Ayuk is still on the front burner as well. All those things with Matt Mayoko, our 49ers Insider, next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Sports. And kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Nice. He's moving. 168.
Oh, yeah. Oh.
78.
Hey, now.
I think he knew he did well. I think he said, oh, yeah, as he crossed the finish, didn't he? Did I hear that properly?
That was strong.
Oh, yeah. Let's hear it.
Oh, yeah.
Doo-doo, bow, bow, doo-doo, doo-doo, bow, bow. That was Florida State defensive tackle Brandon Fisk yesterday. He ran in the 4.7s. We were impressed with Chop Robinson, who I think officially was a 4.48. We had all sorts of fast guys yesterday. We had the defensive tackles, the edge guys, the linebackers running really fast. Today we got the DBs. That means Niners could be looking at a corner. Got the tight ends. They are perpetually looking for another tight end. They did draft 2 last year, so we got a lot to talk about. And, of course, just like yesterday with Andrew Siciliano, who was in an Uber leaving Indianapolis. That's where we find ourselves with our own Matt Mayoko, 49ers Insider, the 49ers Talk podcast, and NBC Sports Bay Area. He joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. What's happening?
Just that. I'm in an Uber heading to the airport. We'll probably be at the airport by the time we get off this call. And so, yeah, leaving Indianapolis in the rearview mirror. Another successful NFL scouting combine, and it appears as if I will have survived it once again.
Very nice.
Well, you were there all week, and you had a story about the D.C. when you landed, which we'll get to. But so you saw one day of on-field workouts, but you're leaving today, and then we'll have the offensive players over the weekend. Just overall, what's your takeaway from a 49er perspective the week you were in Indy, Matt?
Well, I mean, if you're looking about talking about the draft, I think it sets up pretty well for the 49ers. You know, last year they might have needed some help on the offensive line, but there really wasn't anybody out there. This year, they will have their choice of some good offensive linemen who could step in day one. I think they need help at nickelback, and there will be options there in the 3rd and 4th rounds. I think there will be an opportunity for them to get more depth at wide receiver. Those will be there in the 3rd and 4th rounds as well. So I think they have, a 1st-round pick, a 2nd-round pick, 2 in the 3rd, 2 in the 4th. And so they should be able to get conceivably 6 players. You know, there's always a little margin for error there. So let's just say they should be able to get 4 to 6 players that can help them out immediately. Maybe not starters. I mean, there will be a couple starters perhaps out of that if we consider nickelback a starter, which we should. But I think maybe they have an opportunity to get a starting offensive lineman, certainly a top-notch rotational defensive lineman, a nickelback, a wide receiver who can get into the mix. So they'll have some opportunities. I was just talking to Jim Nagy, who runs the Senior Bowl and does such a great job with putting together rosters for that really help the NFL teams. And he said that basically in the 5th round, the draft drops off, but every team should have their pick at getting some really good football players in rounds 1 through 4.
Matt Mayoka's joining us. He is leaving Indianapolis. What really sticks out first and foremost is depth along the defensive line in who's a free agent. Javon Kinlaw, of course, they didn't pick up his option. He's a free agent. Kevin Givens, and then you go out to the edge, guys like that. And, you know, Cleve Farrell was a guy that they lost. Not a lot of people. Chase Young, of course, he's going to be lost. And then you get to, if you want to talk front 7, Oren Burks is gone. You got Greenlaw, of course, has got that injury. Flanagan foul. So,
John?
Oh.
I think he's
John there.
Yeah, we lost him for just a second.
Well, I think I know.
Jump in. Yeah.
John and I are on such the same wavelength that I can usually finish his sentences. No, I mean, I think that, you know, what you never want to do is get into a position where the need is this year and this year you're drafting to fill a need. You want to be able to look at that a year out and say, okay, this is where there's going to be a need. You know, so from last year's draft, they need a guy like Robert Beal to take a step up. You know, from the year before when they got Kalia Davis, and basically knew that he was going to have a redshirt year. They're going to need more production from him. Looking at the interior or the outside line, not the outside, the inside linebackers that he talked about with Burks and Flanagan Fowles. I mean, that's part of the reason why they drafted 2 linebackers last year, in D. Winters and Jalen Graham. So you never want to get into that situation where, there's a need, they need somebody to start, they better draft a guy, because that really backs teams into corners when you have to kind of fit that spot to the draft. So, but there will be some opportunities, I think, this year because they didn't pick up a nickelback that could help them in free agency last year. And maybe, Darrell Luter, if he's healthy this offseason like he wasn't last offseason, he was a guy that they really like. So, there's an opportunity for him to step into a role. But there are, from my understanding, a lot of really good potential at the nickelback position, and there's really good players that can be had at each of the positions. I think we could list for where the 49ers might have needs for the coming season.
All right, when you landed, and you're leaving Indy right now, but when you landed on Monday, as you promised us, you dropped info right away about the 49ers. Kyle Shanahan and the staff would not come. And as far as the defensive coordinator vacancy, that in-house Nick Sorensen's been interviewed and out of the building. They brought in Brandon Staley. I texted you about Jeff Ulbrich and his availability or lack thereof availability. Daniel Bullocks has been interviewed. They also interviewed a member of the Chiefs staff that's been there for a number of years, which is really interesting. So any more interviews coming? They've satisfied the Rooney Rule. They've looked internally, externally. When do you think Kyle makes a call on the new defensive coordinator of his defense?
I think it could be soon. I think it could be real soon. I mean, he told me on Monday when I was flying that he expected to wrap it up by the end of the week. And I think what he meant was wrapping up the interviews. But they do have to interview one more external minority candidate. That's my understanding, that you have to interview 2 minority candidates from outside the building. So I don't know who the other one is.
Right. Dave Mayer was the one they interviewed from Kansas City. Yeah,
correct. And so, here's my take, is that if you're going to hire a first-time defensive coordinator, he almost has to be from within your staff. So, the 49ers, if it wouldn't shock me at all if Nick Sorensen is a defensive coordinator or if Daniel Bullocks is a defensive coordinator. But if they go out and hire someone from the outside who's never been a defensive coordinator, that would shock me. And they did it last year with Steve Wilkes, but he had a long history of being a defensive coordinator. So that was something where, okay, he's called plays, but he's learning the system and what we want to do. You wouldn't say, we want a guy to learn our system and do what we need to do and also learn how to call plays. So I don't think that the outside candidates that they're going to bring in, other than Brandon Staley, are real legitimate candidates for this particular job. But where it does come into play is, next year or the year after, opening elsewhere on the staff or whatever the case may be. Hey, remember we talked to this guy, we really liked him. We're going to look for an opportunity to bring him in. So I still think that that Staley is a candidate. I don't. It seems to me, from what I could gather, is that they came out of that interview thinking that he's a really smart football guy and that he did a good job in his 1 year as a Rams defensive coordinator. And he is smart enough to take what the 49ers do and adapt it and maybe create some of his own wrinkles in that defense and evolve it a little bit more. But I still kind of think, and no one's told me this, but I still kind of think that the odds-on favorites are the guys within the building. It's Sorensen and Daniel Bullocks.
Matt Mayoka joining us as he's leaving the combine in Indianapolis. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. Sometimes it's just the gods going. That's enough of talking. Yeah, that's enough. Would it blow your mind? This is pretty cool. I think there's 12 father-sons, but Brendan Rice, Jerry, Frank Gore Jr., Kristen, and Luke McCaffrey. How about that? Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Well, no, I'm grabbing the bags.
Yeah, go ahead. Here. Yeah, look at you.
Everybody arrives. Our interview is so long. They go from downtown Naptown right to the airport there. right when it's
I
time
can
to end.
multitask.
Okay.
No,
But how about and Luke McCaffrey, a wide receiver out of right?
Yeah.
How crazy is that?
Christian's brother.
Yeah, Christian's
that was
brother.
amazing.
That's crazy. But I guess there's 12 of those in there. But I mean, Brendan Rice, Frank Gore Jr., Luke McCaffrey. That's crazy.
Yeah, so today I spent time talking a lot to Frank Gore Jr., a little bit with Brendan Rice, and I just kind of nosed around and listened to Luke McCaffrey, and all interesting kids. I mean, I was kind of, now you got to realize, I've known Frank Gore since 2005. So I saw Frank Gore basically when he's, Frank Jr., from Frank Jr.'s age. And so it's just really interesting to see Frank Gore Jr., who has quite a personality. He's just very great smile. He just seems a little bit, Frank was kind of wide-eyed and I think naive, when he was coming into the league. And I think with Frank Gore Jr., I don't think he ever expected really to be this kind of player. I don't know that he thought that he would be an NFL player. And, it's interesting to hear him talk about, when his dad was, younger in his career, he was too young to remember. But as the years went on, Frank played 37 years in the NFL, something like that. At least it seemed that. And so Frank Jr. is like, toward the end, was like, hold it, this isn't supposed to happen. You're not supposed to play 16 years in the NFL. And the one point that Frank Jr. made was that even when his dad was like in those later years, he was still a productive player. He never really just fell off the face of the earth as a player. So he saw how his dad approached things and the discipline and all that. So, Frank will probably be a day 3 pick. And then, Luke McCaffrey is the guy that's very intriguing as a wide receiver, converted quarterback who, his best days. And by the way, I'm walking through the airport now, and there are all these guys from the combine leaving their flight. So I think these must be the defensive linemen, because it looks like I would have a very difficult time holding my own if we got into a scrap.
No, don't do that. Don't do that.
No, I'm not going to do that. And then Brendan Rice, kind of carved out his own niche. Doesn't, as much as Frank Gore Jr. and Frank Gore Sr. kind of resemble each other as players. They're kind of similar styles. I don't think that the same can be said for Brendan Rice and Jerry Rice, but Brendan has made himself into a legitimate NFL prospect. So yeah, it's really cool to see 2 sons and a younger brother of some very notable former 49ers and current 49er.
And who knows? Maybe Frank drafts his son. I mean, you never know. And he's sitting there watching the combine yesterday at Lucas Oil Stadium. He was sitting right next to John Lynch. So we know about him going into the front office, being more of an advisor, a consultant. He had a few missteps off the field that took him away for a year, but he's back. Exactly what is Frank Gore doing for John Lynch and the Niners now, Matt?
He's in an advisory role. So Frank is an incredibly perceptive football guy. I remember from, his second year in the league, Mike Nolan, Frank Gore would go into Mike Nolan's office or go into Scott McCloughan's office and just talk ball. And, he has this way of sizing guys up. Like he would tell Scott McCloughan or coaches that he's had, like this, this undrafted rookie, man, he's a baller. Or this guy, don't spend too much time on him. So he knows football as good as any player that I've ever been around. And so he's using that kind of keen sense that he has to help the 49ers in all areas, but most, certainly in the area of player evaluation. So, yeah, he's at the combine. He's watching the workouts, and I can assure you his hands will be quite sweaty when it's time for Frank Gore Jr. to get out there and run and take some handoffs and catch some passes or whatever he's going to do.
Hey, real quick before we let you go, just I know that this is off of the draft and we're a couple of weeks away from free agency and the financial situations for the Niners and who they have to re-sign and Brandon Ayuk and all these other things. But the last 2 years they went after Mooney Ward 2 years ago. They got Hargrave on the first day of free agency last year, which shocked us all. Does Jet have another check in him, or are they done because of their financial obligations moving forward?
My guess is that they won't be players in free agency this year. That would be my guess, but that would have been my guess last year too. I think probably the big amount of money that they're going to be handing over this year would be to Brandon Ayuk if they can get that deal done right before training camp. And then they also just have to start, they already have done this, but I was going to say start planning for the future, because a year from now, there's going to be another big contract. A year from now, they will make that quarterback of theirs, one Brock Purdy, the highest paid player on the team. So that they have to do the planning. And I talked to John Lynch about this on Tuesday. Is that they have a plan. Obviously they're not going to reveal their plan, but their plan stretches 2-3 years to account for guys who are getting paid highly now, who might not be getting paid at all in 2 or 3 years from this franchise. Some big name guys, and they got to account for what do they want to do with Brandon Ayuk? They want to get him on a long-term deal. I would think they would, but then what does that mean for some of the other guys? And then, of course, the one that's hanging out there that they simply cannot touch that contract for another year, and that's Brock Purdy. And so they would certainly love for Brock Purdy to earn a contract that would pay him among the top-paid quarterbacks in the league, because that means that he will have earned it. So all that being said, I just don't know that they could go out and get another free agent, a big money kind of guy. I would think that they would be very much involved in the second wave of free agency to find some guys under the radar, some veteran guys who kind of fit what they want to do.
Great stuff, man. We appreciate it. Thanks. I know we'll talk to you, around free agency time, but thanks as always, and great stuff from Indy. We appreciate it.
I appreciate it, and now it's time for me to get timed in the 40 as I sprint to my gate as my plane is about ready to take off.
Grab Chop Robinson and throw him in your
exactly.
over your
How about
carry-on
that guy?
bag, man. To get that guy to come home with you.
That's the guy.
I'll have him clear the way, but he's so fast that by the time he clears the way, bodies will then kind of funnel in behind him.
Right.
So when it's going to be good,
right
I'm not
behind,
fast
right.
enough to keep up with Chop.
My gosh. Yeah, there you go. Chop.
I'm more like on the chopping block, Robinson. Not
Oh, very nice.
Robinson.
Very nice. Very well done.
All right, gentlemen.
Well
Time
done.
to get out of
See
there.
you, man.
Safe travels, brother.
That is Matt Mayoko from Indianapolis, the site of the Combine, which in about 8 minutes will get DBs running, which they need that too. Yeah, he's talking about some slot guys, so we'll get that to you. All right, we'll keep you up to date on what's going on in Indianapolis. We got enamored with guys yesterday. Got some spring training baseball started. We'll keep you up to date on that. We got the poll that we need to reset. Plus, would you go Chapman or Snell if you could? We'll reset all that. People going crazy on that. I just checked out the text line, so people are loving that as well. Plus, you can call the show, 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. We have not forgotten about the Warriors. They get it done in New York and MSG last night, but plane problems, and they get in, kind of like what we were doing in New Orleans, late into Toronto. You don't want to do that, so we reset all those stories coming up next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's Papa and Lund on KNBR, AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Per usual, nothing to talk about. Oh, yeah, except if you want to talk about Brandon Crawford ripping Farhan Zaidi today in Andrew Baggerly's piece. We're talking about that as part of our poll. Should they have kept Craw or not? You can vote on that. And you can jump in, 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. Also talking about, by the way, it might be a good PR move for Farhan today to sign either Snell or Chapman if you had your choice. Which one would you sign? The Warriors get into their hotel after a mechanical problem on their plane at about 7 o'clock after beating the Knicks. Great game by Jonathan Kuminga last night with 25. Steph Curry has 31. Moses Mooney starts again. He plays very, very well in the starting role. Still waiting on Andrew Wiggins. News out of Giants camp, by the way, Tristan Beck is going to have surgery on that arm, which could necessitate getting Snell. And also, you could lose our attention a little bit. The combine starts again. Some DBs are going to be running, and the 49ers could certainly use a corner either in the slot, depending on where you want to put old number 2, Demo Lenore, who played better and better as the season went on. So we can get into that conversation as well. And Giants baseball, Bruce Bochy back in Scottsdale. So, as always, Pop, nothing going on.
Marcus Simeon climbing in the box right now against Prince Harry.
Yes, Kyle Harrison on the mound today. Yeah.
So we'll get into that as well. But the Combine Day 2 is going to crank up a little bit here. And it's an interesting. Sometimes I wonder why they just don't compete against each other rather than running.
Oh, how cool would that be?
I think the reason being is injury factor.
Oh yeah.
The guys don't take. There is obviously the Senior Bowl, and they have other bowl games as well, but they try not to do that. But in a setting like this, you worry more about they're not going to actually tackle each other. But with the DBs and the way you're using the nickel and detached tight ends. So today, the defensive backs are going to work out, and then the tight ends as we segue from defense to offense. And over the weekend, it's all offense tomorrow and Sunday. Just be great to see some of these defensive backs match up with some of these detached tight ends or even the inline guys. That's what a nickelback essentially does. So the Niners are clearly in the market for both an outside corner and an inside corner because Diamador Lenore, position flexibility, can play either. That's of great value to be able to go inside and go outside, and he did it both. Whether Ambry Thomas was playing, he was inside. When Logan Ryan took over in the Super Bowl, he went outside. Likewise with Isaiah Oliver early in the year. So Diamador Lenore had a breakthrough year this year. And then keep an eye on the tight ends. I think, and I don't know if they're going to trade up to get Brock Bowers, probably not, but there are a couple of other ones behind. as Matt Mayoko was talking, the financial crunch and hard decisions for this franchise are not coming so much this year. They always are. You got to lose players you want to have on the roster. There's a hard cap at $255.4 million. Even though it went up 30.5, you're not going to be able to keep everybody. So there's going to be guys you want to keep that you just can't keep. But I think they'll find a way to keep Ayuk and Jawan Jennings, third and Jawan. And, we'll see where it goes beyond that with the D-line. Kevin Givens, obviously, Javon Kinlaw, Cleveland Ferrell, all guys you want to be able to keep. And then we'll see more. But the real crunch is going to come up when Brock Purdy goes from being the 34th highest paid player on the roster to the highest paid player. He's going to make more than Trent. He's going to make more than Debo. How much more will he get? Let's keep an eye on the Tua Tagovailoa contract that the Dolphins are right now extending out. I don't think Tua is going to put past Joe Burrow and be the highest paid player in the league, nor should he be. So, I know the guys that go later and later have the leverage, but there'll be a reasonable number for Brock. But he's going to jump from under $1 million this year to dozens of millions of dollars. Will it be 3 dozen or 4 dozen or how high are we going here? But that's when this tight end class comes into play. Is there going to be a point where you're going to have to let George Kittle go?
Yep.
Is there going to be a point where you're going to have to let Debo Samuel go? Is there a point where Trent Williams will retire? I know he wants to get that 12th Pro Bowl to set a record among tackles, but that's a big number. Is he going to stay healthy? So as you look at today, and a lot of good cornerbacks as well, they're going to start running. This Terrion Arnold, John, his corner from Alabama, I don't know if he can play. I assume he can, but I heard him interviewed over the week. You think yesterday or the day before. He is unbelievable. One of the smartest young guys I've ever heard talk. He knows the history of the league, and wow, is he impressive. And obviously playing DB at Alabama. How high is he going to go? So just everything. As you look at maybe not for guys that are going to come in right now and take people's jobs, but that's where you do it 1 year ahead of time. McKivitz for McGlinchey. These are decisions you have to make, and it may not turn out well always, but you have to move on financially. You bring a guy in the building like Darrell Luter. He sits. He was injured partly, then played a little bit, and then he gets groomed to be a starter in years 2 or 3. I think that's what I'm looking at today. If you can get a plug-and-play corner, obviously, to step in and then have Demo go inside or out along with Mooney Man, you're fine. But the real hard decisions are going to be made next year when you got to re-sign Brock Purdy.
Yeah, I don't think there's any question. And, the thing to look at today, a lot of corners are big. So I just wonder if they'd move Demo inside. I think Demo is a perfect slot corner. He's feisty. He can come up. He'll hit you. I think he can blitz from that spot. And the big thing with the corners that are coming out this year is they have a lot of size, a lot of big corners. Like you said, Arnold is a guy that's 6 foot 200. Nate Wiggins, Clemson, 6'2", 190. Like, there's just a lot of guys that people are going to hear names of guys. There's a kid out of Oregon, Kyrie Jackson, who's 6'3", 200. There's a kid from Brock's alma mater, TJ Tampa, 6'2", 200. There's a lot of big corners in this draft, and that's what Kansas City has, big physical corners that can play and reroute you and those kind of things. That's a big thing in the NFL, and you could move Demo inside, and you could have some pretty big physical corners, and I think that would be a cool thing to have. But who knows what direction they go? They could go, offensive line. They could go with the edge. They need some depth in the middle. That's the thing about picking at 31. It's not like you could look at a certain thing. They could use a lot of different things. So it's going to be fun to watch those guys today. Bochy's back in Arizona for spring training. It's huge. This is a huge. I hate to say spring training is huge, but Kyle Harrison right now is penciled in with these injuries that we're seeing, and Tristan Beck's going to have surgery. And I hope they get a guy like Blake Snell, or they need some depth, but they need Kyle Harrison to pitch well in spring training. No injuries, pitch well. Some of the things that gave him problems last year, he's penciled in as their number 2 starter right now. Texas has a really good offense, and they're playing a lot of their guys today. So having Kyle Harrison pitch well today is kind of a big deal, even though it's just spring training.
Yeah, and he got Marcus Simeon out on the first batter of the game, which they've had a hard time doing, giving up bombs to leadoff hitters. And where did Marcus Simeon put the ball in play? Nick Ahmed.
Yep.
And he threw him out to Wilmer Flores, so we'll keep an eye on that. For Kyle, you obviously want to have success. Everybody does. But it's more about just getting ready to pitch. We know his fastball is electric. He's got swing and miss stuff. You want him to be in the strike zone. But I think with him, it's going to be the second and third pitches, the cutter, the changeup, being able to use that more, the ability to get deeper in games, even when he does not have his great fastball command of the glove side. He needs to be able to find a way to get deep into games. And I think one of the more interesting elements of the Giants coaching staff this year, we know about the former Giants and Matt Williams, and obviously bringing in Pat Burrell, and with Williams going to third, moving Mark Hallberg, by the way, over to first base. That guy was a great third base coach, but he's made the transformation. And then Baumel insisted on his guy Brian Price being on the staff. The assistant pitching coach, and they have J.P. Martinez there as well. But the guy who's going to be called the bullpen coach this year was the pitching coach at AAA with Kyle Harrison. We had him on last year, Garvin Alston. And I think that, I want to say that specifically for Kyle Harrison. But Brian Price knows a lot of the veteran guys, obviously. And I think just having Garvin there to guide Kyle Harrison is going to be huge for him, just having a guy that knows him from AAA last year. And we had Garvin on the air right, I think it was going into his first ever start in Philadelphia when he got called up, or I think maybe right after that start, and we broke it all down. So, yeah, they've got obviously Brian Price there, and they've got J.P. Martinez, but having Garvin Alston on the staff I think is significant, specifically for a young guy that he knows so well, and Prince Harry, Kyle Harrison from De La.
All right, bottom of the hour, we're going to have Sam Amick on the show, and we'll get into the Warriors. They get a nice win last night against the Knicks. And, again, Moses Moody, one of the stories, does a nice job on Jalen Brunson. Steph Curry is Steph Curry. He plays great last night. And maybe this is Jonathan Kuminga's best game of the year as 25, very efficient last night, a big win against the Knicks. But maybe the biggest story, they have mechanical issues, and back-to-backs are tough enough anyway, so they get to their hotel at, 7 in the morning. They don't get to sleep till probably an hour after that, and now they got to flip around, and they got to play a game against Toronto, and Toronto's not great, but we look at schedules like this anyway, and we say, well, on back-to-backs, especially something like that, and you got customs and all that kind of stuff, you almost put an L there anyway, no matter how good a team is. How difficult is it going to be for the Warriors to turn around and win this game in Toronto tonight?
Well, I mean, you travel is just part of the life when you're playing, especially in baseball and basketball, not so much in football when you have time to recover, but it does come in. You just don't want it to happen when you're playing a back-to-back. And if it was not a back-to-back, they probably would have slept over in New York and flown today. Maybe you have it today, but they had it last night. So they had to get a new plane, and they sat on the tarmac in New York City for hours, which, trust me, even though you beat the Knicks and you had a great game, that does not go over well. You want to get to the next city, you got a back-to-back, you want to go to sleep. Now, these planes are all custom rebuilds. You can sleep on the plane. But they did not land in Toronto until daybreak. They landed at 6:30 in the morning. They didn't get to the hotel until 7:15. Getting through customs was quick. They expedited that to get through customs in 45 minutes, and make the trek to the hotel is not easy in Toronto, but most guys got to bed around 8 o'clock in the morning. And then, obviously you put the do not disturbs, and maybe they're all on one floor and they just block the floor off, but it's hard. If you get the, the blackout with the curtains in the room, it's daybreak in Toronto. It's hard to sleep. Your body's just not used to it. I've been through that so many times, and you wind up not sleeping. Maybe you get a couple of hours and you wake up and you get your room service, and they'll probably all get together and have a meeting. But as far as the walkthrough and all that, that's going to be done in the hotel. And Toronto does have some former Knicks you got to deal with a little bit. I mean, Scotty Barnes, one of the best young players in basketball, R.J. Barrett, Emmanuel Quickley, Jakob Poeltl on the pick and pop. So tonight, last night was a great win. I love the way they fought. Big contributions. Moody guarded Brunson well. But if you lose the game tonight, John, because of travel, then you got Boston on Sunday, and they can beat Boston, but Boston's
tough. That's going to be tough, man.
So, I mean, all of a sudden, you travel will impact you, and you wind up with a 2-2 road trip when you're looking at probably 3-1. So, and then we haven't found out yet. They're just now beginning to move around the hotel and get to meetings, and it's, after 3 there. Are they going to hold guys out tonight? Are they just not going to play Steph Curry tonight? Chris Paul just came back. Does Clay play? Kevon always plays, but are there guys that just because of the nature and the back-to-back and getting in at daybreak, literally, that you just told guys out of the lineup tonight?
Yeah, could be. By the way, your guy Terry and Arnold just ran a 4.51. You almost, when you're sitting at 31, you want guys to run like slower times, like what Richard Sherman ran, like the mid 4.5s. You want guys to run like slower times and they drop, and you get them.
4.5. That's not a great time.
No, that's good. That's good. If you're the Niners, that's good. Have him drop down a little bit and you grab him. That's what we want to see. All right, bottom of the hour again. Sam Amick will join us. We'll get into a little bit of Warriors talk, including that. Did you see the story on ESPN where it's all good now with Clay coming off the bench, but I guess the initial reaction was he screamed and he yelled and he was all pissed off, and then he came back and he apologized to coaches. So I could see that. Where it's like, hey, you're going to come off the bench, and he freaked out. Anyway,
we'll talk the one thing last night, and they after getting up 14-0, they maintained the whole double-digit advantage. A couple points where the Knicks pushed back, but he was not in the closing lineup last night. Moses Moody was in ahead of him, so I think he has to. Although I think he's doing a great job, and he's made for this 6-man role. There's going to be nights where obviously he does not start games anymore, and there's going to be still nights where he's not closing games, and he did not close last night.
Wyatt Langford, one of the top prospects in baseball, hits into a double play. Nick Ahmed to Tyro Estrada, and Kyle Harrison gets out of the first inning. 2 assists
in the top of the first for Nick Ahmed.
Yeah, 1 walk. Tavares walks for the Rangers after Simeon had grounded out. So Nick Ahmed with a couple of assists in the first inning, and the Giants are coming to bat. Grandson of the Wind, who hit a home run and doubled yesterday. I didn't know his dad is a hitting assistant, or I guess he's a spring training
assistant. He's the son of the Wind.
Assistant.
His dad was a great player.
So he's just I guess for spring training a hitting assistant with the Rangers. Grandson of the Wind flies out to center, by the way, to lead off for the Giants. All right, we'll get into a little bit more about the Warriors. Then we'll talk to Sam Amick about everything in the NBA and Warriors. We'll do that all next, only here on the Sports Leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now
On KNBR.com.
Will Clark joined Murph and Marcus this morning to talk about the latest with the Giants and spring training. It's right now at KNBR.com, the new KNBR app.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Dub Nation, filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything blue and gold. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Coming had 25. They win last night. The Warriors against the Knicks, but mechanical issues on the plane, and they didn't get in to Toronto until 7 this morning. Probably didn't get to sleep till 8. So if they're a little sluggish, they didn't go out on the town in Toronto, which, as you said many times, underrated town.
Go out on the town. They got in at daybreak.
Well, I mean, you could still go out on the town.
Your town was shut down. They didn't get home till 8 o'clock in the morning, the hotel. So the word is from Raymond Ritter, they are all good to go tonight, with the exception of Pods. Brandon Pojemski is doubtful tonight. He got hit in his knee last night.
I was going to say, he's the youngest of the bunch.
Well, he got hurt, and he and Dante were going at it last night. That was a battle between Pods and Dante's Inferno. So the question now would be, would Klay Thompson for one night only, and we'll see how significant Pods, he may play, but he's doubtful. Would he bounce back to take on Derek White and Drew Holiday in Boston on Sunday? But if Pods can't go tonight, the Warriors put Klay Thompson back into the starting lineup, probably.
All right, we'll talk to Sam Amick in a minute. I don't love this verbiage, and it's the very same verbiage they used last year on Andrew Wiggins. Steve Kerr's verbiage was on Wiggins, this is a personal issue that he's dealing with, and we do expect him back. So it's, again, they're not going to put a timetable on it, but when they say something like that, and then Shams Charania uses the verbiage, is that he'll return with the team at some point in the season. Again, it's so vague, and you can't push anything, and it's a personal issue. And as you've said before, it's nice that the media is not pushing it, but those are such vague terms that it's like, well, he could return during the season, he could return in the playoffs, which was the case last year, and he just wasn't the same player. So, look, Moses Moody, give him a ton of credit, but he's not Andrew Wiggins.
Well, I mean, you just need different bodies. And so Andrew went out mid-February last year, right when he got back from the All-Star break. Or I think he played the game right before the All-Star break, and he was dominant.
Mm-hmm.
He had a game where he just went off. And then he missed the game. The next night it was a back-to-back, as I recall, and he never played again until the postseason. And remember when Bob Myers sat next to him when he came back, and they were extremely respectful of what's going on. I thought he did play well in the playoffs, surprisingly well. There were a couple of games where his legs were not locked in, but he guarded well. He's not the reason they lost. Just Anthony Davis dominated in the second round, and Klay Thompson couldn't make a jump shot. But I thought he was fine, but you don't want to have to do that again. So we don't know. I think they're set up to cover a loss of Andrew Wiggins much better this year than they were last year, not just Moses Moody. And I think if he's going to be out, they're not saying when he's going to come back, but it sounds like it's going to be longer than just this road trip. I think there's a point where you want to get away from Draymond Green starting at 5. And I would think as with Šarić playing off the bench with Paul, I would leave Šarić with the second group because they play well together. The guy that I would think about maybe just more size is Trace Jackson Davis, moving him into the starting lineup and moving Draymond to 4, leave Kuminga at 3, and you got Steph and Pods. Now, if Pods can't go tonight, Clay would start at 2. I don't know what else you would do. I know, again, Boston, Porzingis is different because he's just so huge. They don't post him a lot, but they can. So would you even want to get a little more size? I mean, Boston's front line is big, obviously, with Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown's playing 3. Those guys are large for 3s and 4s. And then, Porzingis is humongous. And then you got Derek White and you got Drew Holiday. So might you just want to make that change on Sunday? We'll see. First of all, you got to get through tonight. And if you don't have Pajemski, then Clay has to move back into the starting lineup. And Sam Amick will join us a little bit. That audio we played the other day for you, leading into Mark Spears, I actually was alerted to it by Sam's big column in The Athletic on Tuesday, how just unprompted, back at the All-Star game in Indy, Larry Bird was doing a Q&A with Bob Costas, and they were just talking about players he likes watching today, and he mentioned Clay, and he went off on Klay Thompson, and Raymond Ritter happened to hear that, and he took a clip of it, and he sent it to Clay, and it kind of coincided with Clay coming back for the second half, John, and getting off to... He obviously played well going into the second half that last game in Salt Lake City when he dropped 35 in his first ever game since his rookie year off the bench. So just where is Klay Thompson at in his career right now? I think he's made the transformation to sixth man so well. I think he could win a Sixth Man of the Year award if he did it for longer. He probably wouldn't win it this year. He hasn't done it enough games, but you never know. But, where is Clay at? And does he go back into the starting lineup tonight if Pajemski can't go with the knee bruise?
All right, let's talk all about it with Sam Amick, where the Warriors are. Klay Thompson coming off the bench. All the stories around the NBA. Sam joins us from The Athletic coming up next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. It is 1227, and the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley's free live CLR webinar started at noon today, but if you want to hurry right now and grab a chance to find out all about custom lens replacement, do it post-haste at the webinar going on right now. The doctors will answer any questions you might have, like what's the difference between CLR and LASIK? Am I a candidate for CLR? What's the cost? Is there financing? How long does the procedure take? And one other item that does come along with it, you don't need readers or bifocals or glasses of any kind. And I had the procedure, as John did a couple of years ago. You don't get a cataract after having custom lens replacement. Why is that? So find out how CLR is your permanent solution to readers, contacts, glasses, cataracts at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley's free live CLR webinar going on right now. So jump in right now. LaserEyeCLR.com. Don't wait now. LaserEyeCLR.com.
action wherever you are around the globe. Stream Gold-Blooded Radio 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Klay Thompson's always been one of my favorite players. What an incredible shooter. I see him here in Indianapolis score 60 points in, I think it was 30 minutes. I mean.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
Unbelievable. Took 8 dribbles. How do you do that, Bob?
Well,
how do you do that?
If they're doubling Curry, you might be open. You might just catch and shoot, right?
Why would they leave him open?
Well, that's a good question.
But, he also scored like 39 points in the quarter.
Yeah.
Bob, how do you do that?
Unless you're Wilt Chamberlain in 1962.
Yeah, that's pretty incredible to me, a jump shooter.
Larry Bird, Bob Costas. And by the way, the game that Costas was referring to, the 100-point game,
Yeah.
62-year anniversary
March
tomorrow.
2nd.
That's right.
Tomorrow.
So just letting you know, a little knowledge you could lay on your friends today on
Wilt
Friday.
never had a 37-point quarter,
Yeah.
not 39, Larry.
I was going to.
And it was
correct him
11
on that, too.
dribbles.
Yeah.
But where we knew about this is Raymond Ritter sent that audio from that Q&A to Sam Amick, and he wrote a big piece about it Tuesday in The Athletic.
Make sure that you check out all Sam's great stuff at Sam_Amick, of course, senior NBA writer for The Athletic, and he joins us courtesy of the Uma Guest Line. How are you?
I'm good, guys. Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
That is awesome audio, and Clay loved it, man. He's like, I'm gonna, all the things he's done to fight back. He was pretty proud of hearing that, wasn't he?
He was, and it's funny to pull the curtain back a little farther. It was tricky to, this part's not in the story because admittedly it would have been clunky to, I'm not trying to put myself in the story, but the fun for me was that I was in the room when Larry and Bob had their discussion, and it was probably 40 minutes. You guys can relate it. It doesn't matter how long you do this job. It's so much fun when you have little moments when you get reminded of kind of why you got into it in the first place. So for me to sit there and listen to Larry Bird and Bob Costas reflect on all things NBA was just incredible. And so I see out of nowhere, Larry starts raving about Clay, and that was where you mentioned Ray Ritter, Pop, and Ray and I connected. And I was like, listen, your guy's going through it right now. Like, he needs to know that Larry Bird himself was just, singing his praises. And so, then on the back end, it was fun to get to talk to Clay about it, and obviously meant a lot to him.
Yeah, Clay is taken to this 6-man role, and Pajemski's got a banged knees last night, so he may not start or play tonight, so maybe Clay goes back into the starting lineup. But, Bird's part of the greatest front line in history with McHale and Parrish. But early in his career, Kevin McHale played off the bench. John Havlicek played off the bench. There are a lot of great players that played off the bench. Manu Ginobili. But Clay, to take to it so late in his career, and we're hearing now there was some pushback initially from Clay. Do you think this is going to be his new role proceeding forward, to be the super sub off the bench? And I don't know, he's probably not going to play enough games to do it this year to win a 6th Man of the Year award. But if he re-signs with the Warriors, Sam, he could win it next year.
No, I agree with all that. I do think this is going to be his role. I mean, we'll see. Like the other day when the beginning of the Wiggins absence started, thought he might get in the lineup. They went with Moody. We'll see with the Pajemski knee of what they do there. But I think that it seems pretty clear that his kind of freedom to get showcased a little more in the second unit and to find chemistry with Trace Jackson-Davis in particular. There's all this excitement about the way they coexist and the way they Clay. It's funny, all these years with everything he's accomplished. If I asked you guys, what some of the outside criticism might have been about his game, it's that he didn't necessarily evolve in terms of becoming any kind of a playmaker or having more to his game. You look at him in this second unit and you kind of say, man, there's a little bit more opportunity for stuff like that. He had a couple games ago, 4 assists to Trace where he would find him on that roll and had good timing and whatnot. So it seems like he's leaning into it. It seems like you alluded to the frustration early on. Certainly I'd heard the same thing. I think he kind of got that out of his system. And when he's out there having a good night at the Garden, like he did last night, I'm sure he goes to bed feeling pretty good about where he's at.
The great Sam Amick joining us from The Athletic, talking some Dubs are in Toronto tonight. They had some playing trouble, which we'll get into in a minute. That's all good for this season. Does this mean anything for Clay's future one way or the other?
He says no. I mean, that admittedly, when we connected, and we didn't have a lot of time, so the two things I was trying to get him to weigh in on were, what did you think of Larry's comments, like we hit on, and then, okay, is there any chance that the 6-man decision in your mind has maybe, for all I know, he might have said, yeah, if this is their plan, then my Warriors days are over. I didn't know where his head was at. And that I made a point to ask him twice, make sure that he was, giving a real clear, direct answer. Does this decision impact your desire to go ahead and try to stay with the Warriors until the end? And he said no. I talked to his dad when the Lakers rolled through town, and the messaging was very similar, where Michael basically said, it's one of those as long as they're winning type things. If it's working, if it's leading to winning basketball, then it's going to be fine. Now, if they have a skid and Clay's not playing well in that role, then it'll probably get revisited. But for now, if they're winning at a good rate, he's being productive, all is well on that front.
And they are winning 7 in a row on the road. They've won 12 of their last 15. They won the first 2 on this road trip, and they've won the first 2 on the trip, Sam, without Andrew Wiggins, which is really interesting. So I do commend you and your brethren, your cohorts, and respectfully not prying on what's going on with Andrew like last year, and it lingered a long time. But just now, the same kind of verbiage is being used to describe indefinite. They do think he will come back at some point. They said that last year, and he wound up not coming back, Andrew Wiggins, until Game 1 in Sacramento on that Saturday night to start the playoffs. So,
right.
I know it's private, and if you know things, you don't want to divulge it. But are you hearing anything you can share beyond what's already been shared involving the situation involving Andrew Wiggins?
No, truthfully, I haven't. I mean, it's weird. I think phase 2 or chapter 2 of this similar Wiggins experience, it's almost like subconsciously, like you said, last year we had, kind of multiple rumors at once, and then the stuff with his dad ended up being public. This time around, I think it is what it is. You know what I mean? When you hear Steve Kerr talk about the fact that they don't have clarity, then that's kind of all you need to know. I mean, the fans, of course, get to decide, how they want to weigh in from a commentary standpoint. You could argue that, and it's not our place to argue, but you could make the argument that transparency would lead to less controversy because, unless, of course, it's something that is in fact controversial. That's where it gets dicey. How do you even have this discussion when you don't know what it is that he's choosing to keep private? Is it something that would be relatable and kind of inspire sympathy from folks, or is it something that would inspire judgment? I don't know. I truly don't know. So I'm checking kind of both ends of the spectrum there. Basketball wise, it's unfortunate because he was, like you said, they won these last 2 games, but they had somehow threaded the needle in the past couple of weeks in terms of that, okay, maximize Kuminga, but don't lose Wiggins. Can they play together? Oh, wow, they can play together with Pajimski, and Clay going to the second unit. All these different puzzle pieces felt like they had finally fallen in place. And now, Steve Kerr is out there trying to change rotations again and kind of tinker in ways that he didn't see coming. So just kind of wait and see if they get Wiggins here at some point.
You kind of answered this, like you said, 10-2 in their last 12, and they're moving in the right direction. So last year, and maybe it's not applicable at all to this whole thing, they didn't get him back in the regular season under a similar circumstance in terms of just not knowing, and then he just came back for the playoffs. If that is a similar situation, how much do you look at this team without Andrew Wiggins, even though they're in this great stretch, and say they can't reach their potential without this guy?
I'm torn on it because, I was a little late to really looking at how the lineups with Kuminga and Moody, Kuminga and Wiggins and Pajimski, and the way it had worked, right? Because in terms of the 20,000-foot view, if you will, I had kind of started becoming of the belief that Kuminga is nudging Wiggins out in terms of relevance, and that they had this young core that, that was kind of, starting to flex a little bit. I still feel that way to a degree. The uncertainty about which Wiggins you're going to get is always, even despite his personal situation, is that's always a conversation. Is he going to be the guy who he was leading to the championship a couple years ago, or the guy who looks more like the Timberwolves version? I think they are a very interesting, dangerous team, even without Andrew Wiggins. Do I think they're going to be in the conference finals? I don't right now, but like I think it's so different for them right now compared to a year ago as they prepared to play the Kings in the first round. Like the Kuminga factor, the Podziemski factor, those two things in particular, Trace Jackson-Davis, even Moody, who I'm sure you guys saw last night, that pretty insightful TNT moment where Steve Kerr and Draymond Green were talking about Moody and getting him the ball and raising his confidence. Like they have more juice coming from the young crew and more impact than they did before. And I think that's a pretty key difference.
Yeah, Mike and Draymond, and obviously on the other side, there was some great audio that you don't typically hear. Even Steve Kerr, talking about being solid leads to the show. Most of those mics you hear are just innocuous, inane. And then obviously Draymond encouraging Jonathan Kuminga. I think the story of this year has been the development of Jonathan Kuminga. And you go back to that Denver game in January when Steve didn't play him and he needed Wiggins to guard Jamal Murray on the pick and roll, and the reports you guys had that he lost faith in Steve. And then they get together the next day and patch it up. And Steve, a week ago at this time, Steve got his 2-year contract extension. I mean, Jonathan Kuminga is not only becoming your secondary scorer behind Steph, but he's taken on a meaty defensive role. How good can this guy be, Sam?
I mean, that's the fun part is you don't really know, and he's got this youthful exuberance. I mean, I kind of loved – you hit on, like, the reporting that Anthony Slater and Shams at our place had about his frustration. And in all the years I've covered the league, I don't know that I've ever seen that quick of a 180 from a seemingly negative, toxic dynamic between a player and a franchise. And then days later, I joked with some Warriors people like, you can send us the check for professional therapy that we provided. Because everybody looked in the mirror and realized that this probably should be handled a little bit differently. And they had conversations that they hadn't had and that ultimately helped. And now Kuminga is out there like with the W on his chest, singing the Warriors' praises and trying to get better. And he's just nothing but upside, right? Like you see the mistakes that he makes every single night and you just kind of ignore them because the upside is that great. And he's got so much kind of spark and pop to his game, and he's gotten better quickly. And again, that's a game changer if he keeps getting better. But it comes with you got to give him a buffer to make mistakes, and that's kind of the change that Steve Kerr has finally relented and made. But yeah, I'm dying to see how good he'll be in 4 or 5 years. I saw him in the locker room the other day, and don't get the wrong idea with this comparison, but like it reminded me of when Giannis first came into the league and how frail he was and how skinny he was. I'm looking at Kuminga going like, man, physically, like he is going to look like a whole different person in a few years. He is a kid right now. He just really is. He looks like a kid. He smiles like a kid. He's going to be a grown man down the line with a pretty high level skill set. So I think he's going to be pretty good.
Sam, just looking ahead, I mean, Toronto is going to be tough tonight, especially with the plane issues and coming in there, and back-to-backs are tough enough anyway. But Sunday against the Celtics, the way that they're playing, especially the way they're playing at home, I don't necessarily expect them to win that game. But can anybody beat the Celtics in the East?
I mean, of course they can. They're the most dominant team in the league this year, and it's not really close. It's funny, I think this is fair game to share. I had a casual locker room moment with Draymond last week where we actually were talking about a few different contenders, and like I brought up the Porzingis factor with the Celtics, and I mean you won't be surprised. Draymond, cares greatly about like players with winning resumes and players who have shown that they can get the job done at the highest level, and Porzingis is somebody who is having a renaissance right now when a lot of the basketball world had given up on him, right? And the question now is like, okay, it's nice that you're doing this in the regular season, but, can a guy like Porzingis be that game changer in the conference finals, in the finals? Needless to say, Draymond had his own kind of skepticism on that front, and that's just because he's competitive and always going to think that they can get the job done. But I think that's a fair observation, but they are deep, man. They're loaded. They've got the motivation from having dropped that finals performance, a couple years ago. they're really, really good. I mean, can they be beat? They can. We know the 3-point discussion with them that always criticized for relying on it too much. And if that falls by the wayside at the wrong moment, do they lose their way offensively? But they're still a pretty damn good team.
Yeah, they're huge. I mean, not just Porzingis. And Draymond, by the way, does guard him really well. He bothers him. But now with Drew Holiday and Derek White in the backcourt, and they got Big Al off the bench with Jaylen Brown and Tatum and Porzingis, that's a huge front line, which leads to the one thing about the Warriors that concerns me, and Draymond's the best center they have on the team, there's no doubt. Kevon can be effective at times, and Trace Jackson Davis, but ultimately you want to go small. But I don't want to be small the whole game. I think starting Draymond at 5 and just wearing him down leads to possible injury or ineffective play when crunch time rolls around. I think the ship has sailed, but today is March the 1st. As far as the buyout market, is they already have to be on the roster by midnight last night, or is it midnight today? I don't think the Warriors are going to do anything, but are other teams going to do anything with size as far as the buyout market? You got to be on the roster by March 1st to be eligible for the playoffs. Is that deadline already passed, Sam, or is it still coming today?
Admittedly, Pop, I had my head in a different column today and wasn't tracking it. So I'm going to shoot an air ball for you there as far as clarifying.
All right.
I mean, generally speaking, this year seems like a light buyout market. I'm trying to think of who, that short list looks like from a size standpoint. I mean, generally speaking, it's the era of the Joker, and it's the era of Embiid when he's healthy, and so size does matter a great deal. You see the way the Timberwolves have built their roster to kind of be the counter Nuggets, if you will. So, I'm sure that the teams are turning over every rock trying to find that guy, but it doesn't seem like it's kind of front and center as much as it is in years past.
Yeah, I agree.
Sam, you're the best, man. Thank you so much for a few minutes of your time. We appreciate it. We'll talk to you soon.
All right, guys. Be good. Thanks.
Take care.
Thanks,
That is the great Sam Amick. Again, Sam_Amick. Make sure that you follow him for all your NBA needs in The Athletic. He is absolutely great. All right, I've been splitting my time between that and watching defensive backs run. Nate Wiggins, 4.29. That is very fast.
Whoa!
That is flying. We've got a little bit of news for you on the other side that is interesting in regards to the 49ers. We'll give you that coming up next. Got a 4-play for you, the 4 pieces of sound you need to hear at the top of the hour, and we'll reset the big stories of the day, including one thing that Brandon Crawford never does. He did, and it's in an article by our good friend Andrew Baggerly, and we'll reset that as part of today's poll question, the 1 o'clock hour. So a lot to do. We'll do it all coming up next. Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Center.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Brandon Crawford tells Andrew Baggerly he's not so happy with Farhan Zaidi. That story and more trending right now on KNBR.com and the new KNBR app. That's right. John Lund here. Did you know? You'll know what that means in just a second. Did you know that many of the attorney ads that you've seen or heard, they're not even based here in the Bay Area? And some are not even based in the entire state. No, that is not Chris Dolan, and that is not the Dolan Law Firm. They're based right here in the Bay Area, and they've been that way for more than 25 years. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. Now, unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Now, remember, especially with the rain coming this weekend, motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing, they're all around us. So please be careful. Let's work together in making sure that the Bay Area is a safer place, and feel confident that you're in good hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, the Dolan Law Firm. They've secured, that's where this music comes in, more than $1 billion. $1 billion with a B in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients, but you pay nothing up front. Nothing. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. Multitasking in the 1 o'clock hour on the show. We'll have a foreplay for you. And then at 1:15, we'll talk about the poll, the big story of the day, something that Brandon Crawford rarely, if ever, does. That's going off on people, and he does, on Farhan in the piece by our good friend Andrew Baggerly. Extra Bags will get you updated on what's going on football-wise and the Niners and everything else. I do have a Niner note before we get into the foreplay. There's a report out there that said that, and I want to use the word flirted, because they do in this report, that the 49ers flirted with bringing in Steve Spagnuolo as defensive coordinator after the Super Bowl before he signed his extension. So there's a report that said
he signed almost immediately.
Yeah, I guess the Niners called him.
The day of the parade he signed.
Yeah, so I guess the Niners called him and said, hey, you interested? And then he signed an extension. So I guess he wasn't interested. But
How
anyway,
much money are they paying him to be the DC in Kansas City?
It's a good question.
How many millions of dollars is he getting? Is he the highest paid defensive coordinator in football now? Might be.
I would sure think so.
Vic Fangio probably got a good payday to go to Philadelphia after Miami. And why didn't he get any interviews at all for being a head coach? I know his one-loss record wasn't good there, but guys do come back. So everybody's hot on Spags, and he's won 4 Super Bowls now as a coordinator. He's arguably, because Belichick left as being a DC and went to become a head coach after winning 2 as a DC, and George Seifert won 3, obviously, then 2 more as a head coach. But in the Super Bowl era, Steve Spagnuolo is right there as the top defensive coordinator in football.
Yeah, I mean, he has a 2-14, a 1-15, a 7-9. I think those are his 3 seasons with the Rams. But I mean, if Josh McDaniels can get a second chance, can't he? I mean, his defense is ridiculous.
Yeah, I just don't know about letting L'Jarius Sneed go. And they let Charvarius Ward go, and they drafted Trent McDuffie, and they got a couple of young guys. Jalen Watson is a young guy with size, and Joshua Williams, who played a little bit, a former Domino's pizza driver. I think they move him into the lineup, and they can move McDuffie to stay at nickelback and outside corner. But it sounds like L'Jarius Sneed is going to get traded by Kansas City, and they're going to pay Chris Jones, John. I'm not sure how that makes their defense better, but it falls into the category you can't pay everybody, and Chris Jones obviously is going to get a huge payday. So interesting to see what's going on there.
Yeah, that would be good. The thing that's scaring me, and I think the Chiefs, that was the opportunity to beat the Chiefs, so it scares me. But the things that I keep hearing with the Chiefs, like one thing that was floated out there was maybe they would go Sneed to the Eagles because the Eagles need a corner, and then A.J. Brown's been complaining, and A.J. Brown would go to the Chiefs. I would not enjoy that. I would not enjoy A.J. Brown.
Well, if they're going
to
trade Sneed, I think they just want to move the money, don't they? They want to get off that number.
Yeah.
What happened to Nate Wiggins, who ran that blistering time? He popped a groin?
He did, and he's got a big ice bag. He's got a big ice bag over there, but he did run a 4.29.
I mean, the whole point of the combine is to get medicals on guys, not guys get hurt when they go to the combine. So, we'll see what he did. Hopefully he just aggravated. If he popped a groin, that's not a good deal.
No, he's over there. I just saw him with a big ice bag over there. So, yeah, that is not good.
The Clemson corner. He ran the fastest time today.
Yeah.
J.D. Davis, by the way, 3-run Jimmy Jam.
Oh, look at that. Right after the game, Farhan's going to be, we don't need no Matt Chapman. So maybe that's what he's going to be thinking. But anyway, that's what's going on there.
Are you going to overreact on every single spring training at bat and pitch be run?
No, of course not. I'm the one who tries to. I try to stay even keeled.
You do?
Even when the grandson of the wind goes double home run. And everybody else tries to say, look at that. Like yesterday, there was a bunch of people who were doing side-by-sides with Ichiro, and I will grant you that the swing looks kind of similar, but I'm not going to call him Ichiro, for the love of God, man. Let's slow down a little bit on that. I mean, I hope that the guy can play solid center and give him, I don't know, if he hit 15, I'd be stoked, and hits like 275. I mean, let's walk before we can run. I'd love to see
He's
a
0
solid...
for 2 today.
Yeah, see? There you go.
I do like a top of the order of J.H. Lee and Tyro Estrada.
Yeah, it ain't bad.
Tyro is a sneaky good player. He had a great year last year.
He did. Yeah, I'd be fine with that. That'd be fine. I did read, in fact, before we do the foreplay here, let me see if I can find this in my notes. I was going to save this, but I know we're going to get into Crawford. That's going to suck up our show, I'm sure. I saw a thing on ESPN today, and they wrote a piece that said who could be this year's Diamondbacks. Oh, here it is. I got it. And they made a piece on the Reds. They said that the Reds could be this year's Diamondbacks. But then underneath that, it said, and I don't know that I agree with this, but it says keep an eye on the Giants. It says they already have a legitimate ace in Logan Webb, who led the majors with 216 innings, blah, 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 blah. Although they could add Blake Snell or Jordan Montgomery, rookie Kyle Harrison has top-of-the-rotation potential. If they get to October, Webb, Snell, Montgomery, they put a slash there, one of them. Harrison and a healthy Alex Cobb would be a rotation that could shut down a powerful lineup such as the Braves or the Dodgers. I don't know if I go that far.
Well,
anyway,
you go Logan Webb, Robbie Ray, Kyle Harrison, Alex Cobb. That's pretty dying. And Jordan Hicks. You could even move Jordan Hicks to the bullpen in the short series.
Yeah, that's what I'd do.
That would be dominant. Kyle Harrison today, by the way, 2 1/3, gave up 1 hit and 1 run. He gave up a home run, and he walked 3 and struck out 2. Tweet from Matt Barrows. The 49ers have interviewed Raiders safeties coach Gerald Alexander for the D.C. spot. So that would be what Mayoko was telling us earlier. That would satisfy the Rooney Rule to interview Dave Merritt from Kansas City staff, and that may have been Spags won't come here, we can't hire him, but tell me all about his defense. And What does Fat Andy do on offense as well? We'd like to know that. So I think they've completed all the interviews now. We'll see. And Alexander, not just with the Raiders most recently, but he's been around the league for years, a player and a coach at a number of spots. But he was the Raiders safeties coach. Interesting. So I think they've satisfied the Rooney Rule. When will they hire a defensive coordinator? Maybe sometime later today or over the weekend.
Nate Wiggins, the kid who ran a 4.29, a strained hip flexor strain, should be okay by his pro day at Clemson. So if you're worried about that, there you go. All right, it is
4.29.
4.29. My God, man, that's flying. All right, it is Papa Lund on KNBR, AM and FM San Francisco, the Sports Leader, Cumulus Media Station. Foreplay time.
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
All right, let's start with a little Steph. By the way, a little news coming out. Steph and Aisha are going to have a 4th, so in addition to Steph and Aisha's family, they're close to a starting 5. Steph last night had 31 and 11 boards. How about 11 boards for Steph Curry last night? 11 boards for Steph last night.
Didn't he have 8 in the first quarter, and Steve Kerr didn't even know? He thought he was going to get 32 last night. Slow your roll,
That's
Coach.
pretty nice. Here he is talking about the Warriors having won 10 of 12. They're on a roll.
We came in the season with an idea of what our team was going to look like, and then, with the Draymond out for a minute and CP out for 4 weeks, everybody's had an opportunity to kind of show what they can do, understanding how we play and understanding the little nuances that, our system and our way, our style can be a fun way to play. And we've obviously made adjustments, and obviously you said JK and the way that he's been featured and, putting the ball in his hands, allowing him to make plays. You need guys to step up and be consistent, and that's what they've been doing. So I obviously feel, very confident in our ability to win any game on any given night. We just have to keep stacking, these good performances together. Doesn't mean you're going to win every game, but I think the identity, that's why I always say, are we forming an identity? And I think we are.
One of the things, too, we were just talking to Sam Amick about this, and he was saying versus last year, Sam called it juice. I mean, Kuminga we can talk about, too, and we're going to get into that with Draymond in just a second. But with Kuminga having 25, Moody in for with Wiggins with his issue going on, Podziemski, and he doesn't look like he's going to play tonight. But they do have some young guys, so hopefully you get Wiggins back, and that's what Curry's talking about there is getting some guys and starting to form an identity here.
Well, the starting lineup minus Andrew Wiggins and is Steph and Dre and 3 21-year-olds, Kuminga, Moody, and
that's wild.
Pods. Brandon Podziemski, who banged knees last night and is doubtful for tonight. And then you got the Hall of Fame backcourt coming off the bench, and Clay and CP3, and Gary Payton II can guard. I think he'll play more minutes tonight. He only played 8.5 minutes. So you look at, and the word is that Curry will play tonight. So it's a back-to-back. They got in with a mechanical, having to change planes in New York, because sat on the tarmac for hours after the win last night. He is going to play tonight, but he played 31-35, so not heavy minutes even last night for Steph Curry and going double-double. And then, Kuminga played 30. They were able to manage the minutes. Chris Paul played 25 minutes. Clay played 26, 50 off the bench, but you can lead on Gary Payton II a little more tonight, and Kevon Looney, he played 9 minutes, Saric only 10, and Trace Jackson-Davis. So I think this is the key game of the road trip, John. You get this one, and you go 3-0 to start, let it fly Sunday in Boston, maybe steal one there, but come home 3-1, because they got a tough homestand. When they come in, the Milwaukee Bucks are going to be waiting for them on Wednesday, and they've got 3 games in 4 nights. They play Wednesday, Thursday, and Wembanyama in San Antonio comes in on Saturday next week.
Yeah, I'm not going to overreact on Boston. That is going to be a tough game on Sunday. Here is Draymond Green. Maybe Jonathan Kuminga's best game of the year, 12-19, had 25, was plus 19 on the night. Here's Draymond post-game. He says they're winning because of Kuminga.
He is. J.K. is a star. He'll be an all-star in this league for a long time. He's playing confident. He's playing with force on both ends of the floor, and that's what he's going to be great at. He's not going to be a guy who can just give it to you on the offensive end. He's going to be able to hold his own on the defensive end and shut guys down, even more so than just holding his own. So it's been great to see his growth. A lot of people are talking about me coming back in the lineup, and that's why we're winning. I think we're winning because of the growth of Jonathan Kuminga.
I mean, obviously, it's a combination of everything, but he already is calling him a star, and that's where, we've talked all season long about who's going to kind of separate themselves. Now, I think they got to get Wiggins back to do that, but of these veteran teams, who's going to separate themselves? The Suns, the Lakers. If he indeed is what Draymond just called him, a star, and they get Wiggins back, then the Warriors can separate themselves.
Yeah, they had him mic'd up as we were talking with Sam Amick. They had a nice sideline exchange where Draymond was coaching up Kuminga, and he was coaching him technically, and Steve was there, rubbing his back and trying to pick up Kuminga. But then later, he flat out said to Kuminga, "Nobody can guard you, except me." He didn't say that. But honestly, and what Sam was saying about mistakes, I'm not noticing them anymore. He doesn't make errors anymore. It's not just the obvious stuff that make you a star in this league, the jumping, the leaping, the running, but he's playing the game the right way. He's slowing down. There was one time he leaned in. He should have been called for a charge, but he was able to get the basket. But really, he's not making errors. He's cutting so much better off the ball. What does Kyle say about Christian McCaffrey? He's the best player I've ever coached without the ball in his hands, and he's great with the ball. Jonathan Kuminga, watch him without the ball. He used to be lost before on how to cut. Kelly Oubre Jr. never figured it out. That's why Pajemski's so good on this team. He plays so well without the ball, getting offensive rebounds and just cutting backdoor. You cut and move properly with Steph Curry and Clay and Chris Paul, they're going to find you and you're going to be wide open. But I'm not seeing big errors in Kuminga. Last night he had 1 turnover. He only had 3 fouls. He's playing 30 minutes a night. He's scoring. I mean, right now, he's playing as solid as you can. And then the obvious jumping and leaping abilities there. But he's playing great right now in all regards.
All right, finally, let's flip one over to baseball. Will Clark was on this morning with the morning show with Murph and Marcus, and he talked about the grandson of the wind, Jung-Hoo Lee.
So Jung-Hoo is basically, your typical contact type of guy. He'll mix in a little power here and there, but for the most part, he's trying to make contact. And, by doing that, there's a lot of times where he cuts his swing down, which is actually a good thing because you can control the bat a little bit better. So for me, watching a guy that makes contact and makes especially hard contact, I like those dudes. And so, I'm looking forward to observing for the next week and seeing Mr. Lee swing the stick a little bit.
I don't want to say, when you said that, I thought of, Brett Butler, but it's not the same, right? It's
no.
Yeah, it's different.
No, it's completely different. The Asian players that I played against, whether it be in the Olympics or, on the national teams and all that sort of stuff, they were completely different. This guy right here, he's led the Korean league in hitting for a lot, and, he's a career 300 average guy. So, he knows what he's doing with the lumber up there. And so for me personally, I'm looking forward to seeing it, translate into a major league season for the whole major league season because, as you guys well know, a big part of the major leagues is the marathon, not the sprint.
I just love listening to Will Clark. He just uses all the baseball terms, lumber and the marathon, not the sprint and all that stuff. I heard the interview today and I was just laughing the whole time. He's funny, man.
He was a 340 hitter in the KBO.
Yeah.
And he hit 65 home runs. Obviously the most valuable player award, 5-time Gold Glove Award winner, Rookie of the Year in 17. He's had a glittering career. He's still young. He's 25. He's not going to turn 26 until late August. I think it'll be interesting to see just how he does handle major league pitching. But so far, so good, although he is taking an over today. No big deal. But
yeah.
J.D. Davis with a 3-run homer. Kyle Harrison threw well. The Giants got to get their first win of spring training a week into it. They're up 3-1 leading the Bochies going to the top of the fifth.
Yeah, everybody's freaking out over that kind of thing. Since when has it been about wins in spring training?
Everybody freaks out about everything
Come on,
today.
Give me a break, man.
You didn't even watch spring training.
God. They haven't won. Yeah, it's okay.
You would like to win a little bit. I think with a new manager,
sure,
you would like to win a little bit. But
yeah, but I'm not overly worried. I'm looking at individual players like today. Harrison walking 3 batters. Now maybe he's working on something. I have no idea. I'm watching it. I'm not watching it. I'm watching it on a cast, so I have no idea. But I don't love to hear that the guy who's projected to be your number 2 starter is walking guys again because of his history. But I'm not going to freak out over it. But whether they win or lose, it's much more important to me that I want to find out what Kyle Harrison's doing in walking 3 batters in 2 innings. That's what I worry about. I'm not going to freak out, but 3 walks in 2 innings concerns me. Is that fair?
Well, I mean, the one thing that he can't complain about the ABS, the automated balls and strike system. So he did punch out 2, walk 3, but he gave up only a hit and 1 run and 2 1/3. So maybe he got squeezed. I don't know.
All right, so that's it for me. All right, there you go. That is your foreplay, the 4 pieces of sound you need to hear today. We'll come back. The big story in the poll that we have running today is Brandon Crawford. He doesn't often do this, but he is not happy with one Farhan Zaida. We'll reset that. Plus, we kind of have a second question going, so we'll open everything to you coming up next on that. It's Papa and Lund on your Friday, only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Is Farhan any closer to a move?
No.
That story and more. Trending right now on KNBR.com and the new KNBR app.
time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. And kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything Giants. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
1-1 to Davis. The pitch. Davis swings, lines one out into deep left. Langford going back. Langford turns. He'll watch it go. It's a 3-run home run for J.D. Davis as he lines one into the Rangers bullpen. And the Giants take a 3-1 lead.
There's Joe Rizzo. He might be calling the first victory for the Giants of the Cactus League. They're up 3-1, top of 5. J.D. Davis says, I don't even know stinking Matt Chapman. They're up 3-1, top of 5. So we'll keep you up to date on that. The Indianapolis, we got that rolling on right now. That is over my shoulder if you're watching on YouTube. I don't know if people can see that or not. The Combine. And the big story of the day, Brandon Crawford is upset with Farhan. By the way, the Danny's Big Poll today, I don't know if we've ever had this happen in Big Poll history. Do you realize it's 50-50? The question is, now that Brandon Crawford is a Cardinal with his recent comments regarding the front office, which we'll give you in just a second, we'll reset this whole thing. Should the Giants have brought him back this spring? Career Giant Craw is at 50%. Best wishes Craw is at 50%. 50-50.
Wow. I don't know that we've ever had one like that.
We've never had a fitty-fitty. So we're at 50-50. And
do we have a breakdown on who they want, Snell or Chapman? Have we quantified that?
Yeah, we should do that. Again, we'll open up the phone lines at 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. Our other question that we're asking you today is if you could have just one free agent of the, I guess we're just saying Snell or Chapman, which one of those would you want? And do know that Tristan Beck is going to have surgery, is going to be out for a while, so maybe that will influence you, maybe not. As far as Craw is concerned, this was the inflammatory of a few quotes in Andrew Baggerly's story. Bottom line is, I was not wanted back by the one person whose opinion matters, said Crawford. Of course, he's referring to Farhan Zaidi. So I went with a team that gave me a major league contract. The Cardinals have a long history of tradition, blah, 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 blah. The bottom line is, I wanted to come back to the Giants. That was obviously the ideal situation for me. And then he went on and said many, many things. I was told I could earn the last spot on the roster like anyone else could as a non-roster invitee. That was the nail in the coffin. That's what Brandon Crawford said.
Yeah, that was strong. Those are strong words.
Yeah, nail in the coffin.
I mean, did Joe Montana go off on Bill Walsh when he got traded, or when Ronnie Lott became a Raider, or Roger Craig a Raider? Charles Haley a Cowboy? Probably for Charles. I mean, it happens. I mean,
he did.
I don't remember that long ago, but I mean, it is what it is in sports. I think we all agree that they needed to move on from him and find a new starting shortstop. Now, when it was Carlos Correa, it was a no-brainer, and there was talk, a year ago or more, because they flunked him in the physical, whatever it was in December, there was talk about moving him to third base, or I even thought second base. But this year, I think part of the issue is there's no real backup plan or takeover plan. Who is going to succeed? They traded Joe Montana because you had Steve Young, obviously. Joe was breaking down. He got hurt. He never quite got over the Leonard Marshall hit. But Brandon Crawford's not that guy anymore, but they really never replaced him. Is Marco Luciano going to be that guy? That's a little like, and Jimmy's not, Brandon Crawford, although Jimmy won here, but it was like Trey Lance. Was Trey even ready for the job? Ultimately, no. Is Marco Luciano ready for the job? Ultimately, I don't know. They don't know. That's what this March is for. So today's March 1st. We'll find out. 4 weeks from yesterday, they're going to start the year at Petco Park. I mean, who's going to be the Giants' starting shortstop post Brandon Crawford? The last time they opened a year without Brandon Crawford as the starting shortstop, because he started 13 consecutive opening days, it was Miguel Tejada. And as I recall, John, didn't he have a game-winning hit that day? 2011, I think he drive in Aaron Rowan, or Aaron Rowan drive him in. Anyway, Miguel's one of the great shortstops in Bay Area history. MVP with the A's, obviously. Made a movie about it. But I think part of it is they're moving on from Crawford. But what are they moving on to? Outside of starting pitching and center, I mean, is there a more important position than shortstop when you have a ground ball heavy pitching staff? So right now, that's why we're talking Matt Chapman, and Matt's not going to play short, he's going to play third, but he's going to help out the shortstop. I mean, that's part of it is, the mentorship, but really, I mean, if I had to guess right now, and they don't do anything with Matt Chapman, I'm guessing Tyler Fitzgerald is the starting shortstop to begin the year. Part of the problem is you could move on from Craw, but they don't really have anybody to move on to. They never picked a new shortstop.
Yeah. Well, and I guess he made it clear kind of at the end of the year when he did the exit interview that they were going to give Luciano the shot. And I know both of us were pretty shocked by that because he really hadn't accomplished anything. And I've always been a big proponent of, because fans always scream and yell, right? Fire that guy, fire a coach, cut a player. And I'm always a proponent of, that's great. You want to fire somebody? Who's better? Think ahead. Don't just, out of emotion, fire that guy, fire that guy, fire that guy. Well, who's better? Make sure that you have somebody better. And in the Giants' case, they clearly don't. And I guess that's part of fans' frustration is, that's why they're screaming and yelling, go get Willie Adames. If you have somebody better, that's fine. Now, look, admittedly, Brandon Crawford has not been good the last couple of years. Now, injuries play a part of that. In the Andrew Baggerly piece, Brandon Crawford admitted, and this is why I think he's a little bit peeved, not a little bit, a lot peeved, at Farhan Zaidi, because what he's essentially saying is, look, I can't be a starter at this point in my career. Injuries have robbed me of what I once had. So he's just saying, look, I wouldn't have felt like I was peering over somebody's shoulder because I couldn't be a starter. Farhan's thought was, you're potentially the greatest or possibly the greatest shortstop in the history of our team. We didn't want you looking over the shoulder or putting pressure on that guy, even if you didn't think of yourself as a starter, there would have been outside pressure, and we just didn't want to deal with that kind of a thing. Crawford said that, look, I would have played all over the infield. Farhan was saying we needed a guy like a Fitzgerald who could play shortstop, who could play outfield. Crawford countered that by saying a couple of years, or what was it, last year when you were going to bring in Correa, you were going to ask me to play all these multiple positions. So they're going back and forth in this whole thing. The bottom line to me is, while you should have somebody better in place, and I blame Farhan for that, Crawford's defense, which is what you would want in that kind of a position, at least by the numbers, didn't warrant the kind of position that he was going to put himself in. So I don't blame Farhan for that. It's a popularity contest. People are all mad. I don't think Crawford warranted playing that position, but I also think Farhan should have put the Giants in a position to have a better plan than either Marco Luciano or Tyler Fitzgerald or Casey Schmidt or whoever they're going to go with at such an important position, or Nick Ahmed. They're not prepared to move on from Brandon Crawford, clearly, because they have, like 4 guys fighting for the position, which clearly means you have none.
Luis Matos, home run.
Very nice.
Extend their lead over the Bocchis. Bocchi, what have you ever won?
Well, now they can trade Conforto, because clearly Matos has 2 home runs in the spring.
All right,
so
what I have been just told by a reliable source that I do trust, Brandon Crawford signed a $2 million deal to play with the St. Louis Cardinals.
Right.
Apparently, Crawford would have taken a $1 million salary to play for the Giants this year. Now, that's probably moving his family is not going to cost you $1 million, but it's worth $1 million to Craw to take $1 million less to stay and be a lifetime Giant, segue into his post-career, maybe in a role with the Giants. Now, I'm not going to say, I think these comments today do come off a little bit like he burned a bridge, or all of them in the Bay Area, but times heals. I think everybody knows there at 24 Willie Mays Plaza that he's emotional right now, and he sounded off. Maybe one day he'll regret it. Maybe he does today. It don't matter, but they'll bring him back, in some form. but he signed for $2 million with St. Louis. He would have apparently taken $1 million to stay with the Giants. But I think you're missing the point. They weren't going to guarantee him a roster spot.
Exactly.
They didn't want to have to release him. Right now, does he make the team? Now, I think, the Luciano question is development. And we saw Luciano play at AAA. He was there like a week. And then they called him up, and then he got hurt. He's had some injuries along the way. At the exit interview, when they met right after Cap got fired, remember they had the interview, the press conference in the dugout? Farhan did say that the goal was to play, they were going to give him a chance.
Right.
For Luciano to play. Now, he hasn't done anything yet. He had a hamstring injury, he missed a few games. Now he's playing. This is what the month of March is to assess if Luciano's ready for this job. I think ultimately Fitzgerald may take the job from him. You may go out. Now, Nick Ahmed is playing shortstop today. He may be the opening day starting shortstop, and Tyler Fitzgerald could be that super sub off the bench where he plays some short, some second, some center, starts some. When he's off the bench, he can play any of those spots, steal a bag for you. He's a valuable guy. I think Fitzgerald will make the team this year. What will the role be? Assuming he's not hurt. But what we've just been told by a reliable source, Craw got $2 million in St. Louis. He would have taken $1 million to stay with the Giants, but I don't think it mattered. He could have played for $1. I don't think they wanted to bring him to spring training and then formally release him if he wasn't going to make the roster. You don't have a 58-man roster, a 40-man roster. You have 28 guys, and that does change from where you start to where you go. But it also impacts, guys that are out of options that you have to let go. You have to save a roster. That they were unwilling to guarantee Crawford a roster spot, guarantee him $1 million, and what if they would have let him go right before
that
the
would have been
start
awkward.
of the year?
That
I
would
think
have been
they decided
awkward, right?
to let him go last year. They wanted to let him go, and the point today, why we're talking about it, is he's emotional. He's pissed. He wanted to play his whole career with the Giants. He still wants to play. It's their prerogative to move on from him, and it's his prerogative to play. These are tough calls you have to make, and you have to just, you have to eat it. Bill Walsh got, how much was he criticized when Joe Montana took the Kansas City Chiefs to the AFC Championship game? They wound up losing in Buffalo right at the same time that Steve lost to Dallas, but I'm sure I was here. There was a lot of conjecture of how many Super Bowls would we have won had we kept Joe Montana. Steve can't win the big game. And finally got the monkey off his back. So that's why you make the money. It's why you're out there. It's a hard job. You have to make hard choices. But really, was this choice all that hard? I think we all agreed it was time to move on from Brandon Crawford.
Plus, if you just use logic, if you throw sports out of it, look, he grew up in the Bay Area. He went to UCLA. He played his entire career with the Giants. He now has 5 kids, a wife. He didn't want to move to St. Louis. Now, I don't know what he's going to do. I would imagine he's probably going to keep his wife and his kids here. I don't know that. But moving sucks. And so here's a guy who probably, like you said, wanted to play one more year, a swan song in San Francisco, and wanted to stay here from a geographical standpoint. And like you said, it's important for a lot of guys to stay with and play for one team. He wanted to do that, wasn't able to, and the emotion came out today. I think that's a big part of this whole thing. All right, we'll jump out to the lines at 415-808-5627. We'll also hit up on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. We'll do that coming up next. 415-808-5627 is part of the poll today on Twitter/X. Danny's big poll, the decision to go away from Brandon Crawford, and your thoughts on it in Bag's piece. We'll do it coming up next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Do yourself a favor. Download the KNBR app on your smartphone. You'll be glad you did. This is KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. If you're not like us and you're not watching the Combine, I'll just throw that in there, and then we'll get out the lines and talk about Brandon Crawford v. Farhan Zaidi. 9 corners ran a sub 4.440. 9. The official ones just came out. Nate Wiggins, 4.28. Pretty good. Pretty good. Are you splitting your time? Okay, thank you. Sorry, I'm the only one. I'm the only one obsessing over these kind of things.
What's happening?
Nothing. I was just saying 9 corners ran sub 4.4. Just letting you know. Officially. Just letting you know.
The only numbers I want, John, are the inches in Tahoe.
Excuse me?
Inches in Tahoe.
Oh, sorry, I'm glad you finished that sentence.
I'm getting my gear ready to go skiing, but I'm afraid to go up the mountain.
Be careful. I was just going to say, that's the problem.
I
once you get there, it'll be great.
The Monday when I was up there, I skied Sugar Bowl.
Yeah.
And I know that Donner Pass drive.
Oh, my gosh.
Hell.
Are you going this weekend? So you got to tune in right now to YouTube or Twitch.
No,
you look good.
Because I bought these goggles, and they're like the most expensive goggles I ever had.
Those are awesome.
Because the visibility that day, I love snow, and I love skiing.
Right.
And I do love skiing when it's snowing. But not last Monday when I was up there 2 Mondays ago. The visibility was zero. You couldn't see anything. So this weekend, it is dumping this weekend.
Oh, like
Can
historically.
Anybody get up there? And then how you going to ski? You can't ski Saturday and Sunday.
Right.
Because you can't see.
Right.
If it's blizzarding. And when I was there, it was snowing pretty good, but nothing like what's going on right now. It is dumping. So are they closing all the roads? 50's going to be shut. You don't want to go over Donner Pass. That is
hell no.
Make sure you got chains on. But in all sincerity, be careful. But it's going to be nice skiing next week, I would think. But this weekend, how the hell are you going to ski? You can't get up there, you can't get back, and you can't see a damn thing. Even with these goggles that cost me about $350. They are the best ever.
Yeah, somebody said you look like those Apple reality glasses that you got on. Those are like $3,500.
I actually use these when I'm driving now. These are so clear. This is way better than the Dr. Craig Bindi and the CLR procedure.
Yeah,
These goggles are way better than anything. But you can't see crap when it's blizzarding. It's no good.
That'd be amazing if you looked over and saw you and you had these big goggles on while you were driving. It'd be amazing.
I actually was when I was driving. What's it doing up there? Give me a report on...
Okay, I'll check because I did see this morning because I gave you a report yesterday that I didn't this morning. But yeah, I heard it was going to be just unbelievable this weekend and unbelievable in terms of historically
number,
pouring.
I mean, it's snowing like a couple of inches an hour.
Yeah,
how the hell does that happen?
All right, let me check on it. I'll get out to the lines. Mark is up first in Pleasanton. Hi, Mark. Welcome.
The home of Brandon
Crawford.
Foothill High School.
Hey, what's happening?
Yeah, I really like your guys' show. You're both very smart and very funny.
Thank you.
Crap!
You must not have been listening very
Don't
long.
butter us
Thank
up.
you very
We're going
much.
to move on to the next caller. Move on. You're mad at Farhan.
Yeah, go ahead.
The guy from
No.
got dumped.
I have a different perspective. I lived in the Bay
go
Area
ahead.
for 30 years.
All right.
I've lived in the Bay Area for 30 years, but I'm a big Cubs fan.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't have an emotional connection. And I think Farhan is right to get rid of Crawford. I'm so happy he's on the Cardinals because he's old and he's bad. And
As a Cubs fan?
Harsh?
And,
wow. Let's sabotage him.
That's funny.
It's time to. There's only 13 spots on the bench, and you can't give him one of the spots. And I actually like what the Giants are doing. I love this Lee signing. I love bringing up Bailey. Looks good to me. They're a rebuilding team, and this is the market that won't acknowledge that they're a rebuilding team. They're not going to go to the playoffs this year. They have a chance to if Ray and Cobb and all these guys come through, but their chance is very limited. But people need to give Farhan a chance to actually do a legitimate rebuild, which could take a few years, and it's not keeping Brandon Crawford. We need to get over the emotions of that. I was sad to see Javier Baez leave, but I can't wait to see Pete Crow Armstrong play this year. And I think Brandon Crawford's not going to make it through the season in St. Louis. I live in Pleasanton. This is where he's from. I know people who know him. He's like a great guy. People need to move on.
Okay. Thank you, Mark. Appreciate it. That's interesting from a Cubs fan saying he's happy. The one thing I would say, and this is what Farhan said, is that bench players nowadays, you've got to be able to play numerous positions. So he was saying he's just a shortstop, and that's what he is. So you've got to be able to play short, second, third. You've got to be able to play, in Fitzgerald's case, he can play center field. You've got to be good defensively. You'd like to have some speed. Farhan said it'd be nice if he could steal a base. I mean, that's not Brandon Crawford. I like Brandon Crawford, but that's not really who he is. By the way, you see that right there? See all that snow on the screen?
On. So look at the video here.
That's 28 degrees and blizzard. That's through Sunday.
Look at the road right there.
That's
hell with it.
Blizzard.
I don't think the hard stuff's coming down in hours. The good Lord would not deprive me the greatest ski weekend.
Yeah, blizzard.
Of all. No, I'm not. You're not going to be. They're going to
blizzard
shut all the roads down. You're not going to be able to go.
Yeah,
one thing about Craw is he is from Foothill High School in Pleasanton. He maintained a home in the Bay Area when he played, but his family lives in Scottsdale. They moved to Scottsdale. Wouldn't you have thought that he would much rather have signed with a team that actually has spring training in Arizona and not all the way in Roger Dean Stadium in Jupiter, Florida, where I would go every year this time to see my mom and dad when they were with me?
Well, I mean, I know he's got plenty. I'm sure he has plenty of money, but if somebody guarantees you $2 million, aren't you going to go to Florida?
I'd rather get the $2 million and stay in Arizona and stay in my home in Scottsdale.
I think you should wear what you're wearing, by the way, all the time, every single time.
Why would I do that? I'm just getting ready to
I know, but it's a good look for you. That's all I'm saying.
Are all the roads, is 80 shut? 50's got to be shut.
Yeah, I got it.
Is 80 shut? That looks kind of gnarly.
All right.
The worst thing
Walter,
in the world.
You let me know when to toss to this person, okay?
The worst thing in the world is pulling over to the side and having to put chains on in this kind of weather. Do not do that. Four-wheel drive vehicle. Snow tires or all-terrain tires. Do not get caught getting pulled over to the side.
Oh, that's the worst.
And putting chains on in freezing weather.
In that kind of weather?
In the afternoon, it's okay. You see people doing it like midnight.
Yeah.
Like, really? What the hell are you doing on this road?
Be careful flashing your phone on the screen there. Your phone could pop to anything. I don't know what. You got to be careful with that. Showing people your phone.
I better be careful. Let's see.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages. You don't know who this is. I don't know who this is. Mystery caller. We always love mystery caller on the show. Hello, mystery caller. Welcome.
Yes. I'll have a complaint for Mr. Greg Papa. Mr. Papa, in between segments, you're always changing your outfit, but you never do it on camera. Why is that? I'm a nipple.
You know the reason why. Who is this? I'm trying to figure it out who it is. Who is it? Give me your real voice and I'll
Come on, mystery caller. You can unveil yourself
That's
or what?
It? They're gone?
That's all? That's it?
Do you want me to disrobe on camera again? No, I don't think we want.
Oh, okay. I thought we have a few mystery callers. I thought we were actually it was gonna be one of our mystery callers. Oh, that was a different mystery caller. Okay,
sounded like
they're not gonna unveil
themselves. Was that Lasky? Was that Mother?
Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought it might be Lasky or somebody like that, but I guess it was not Lasky. I thought he was gonna preview the weekend. Because Lasky's doing the post game a lot.
I know.
Yeah. Well, Walter, our producer, does a lot of weekends along with Carrie, and we got a whole crew.
Does an hour.
Blame Walter. Blame Walter.
Marty's down to an hour.
Yeah. All right. We'll let these on the other side. We got other ones who want to talk about Brandon Crawford. We'll hit a couple of those on the other side. We'll do some remnants before we get it here at 2:00 as well. Are you going to stay in that? I like it. I mean, people like the wardrobe changes, but I don't know though. Those goggles are pretty nice.
It's one wardrobe a segment. Are you paying attention? We're moving on.
I love those.
I just want to know how much it's dumping up
those
there.
Those goggles are amazing.
These are the best goggles I ever bought.
You could put chains on a car. You could put chains on your car with those.
No, I'm not doing that. I've never done that in my life.
Those are nice.
That's ridiculous. Who's doing that?
Do those keep your? Do those fog up? Man, I hate that when you're out there.
No, it's not that. But when it snows really hard, you can't see a damn thing. So right now, you can't.
Somebody come up with something with it's got like little mini windshield wipers.
These are better than even snowmobile goggles. I mean, there's nothing. The snow's not going anywhere.
I know, but
seeing out. The snow's right there. You can't see.
Don't we have the technology to put little windshield wipers on those things? I mean, can't we do that?
That's not
little battery
issue.
Pack, little windshield
these
wipers.
Are great. These are great. They don't fog up. They're great. The problem is, what are you going to put a windshield wiper on the squall?
Yeah, just
the blizzard that's in front of you.
Yeah, you got
the point I'm making is. The resorts love a weekend like
a lot
this.
of money.
But you can't
nobody
ski.
can get there. Nobody can get there.
And you can't see when you're skiing. So what the hell are you going to do? Are they going to shut
That's a problem.
Palisades?
That's
I'm
a
getting
problem.
inbox litter to come to Sugar Bowl and Palisades. And
That's
what am I
great.
going to do?
How the hell are you
I
going to get
can't
there?
ski.
All right, we'll get some remnants. We'll head out
Is
for those
anybody
who
going up
remain.
to ski this weekend? That's what I want to know.
What, you're going to be a passenger? You're going to be a passenger? You need a ride? It's Pop and Lund only here on these
No, I
Sports
can
City.
get up there. I can get up there.
John Lund here. Did you know that many of the attorney ads that you've seen or heard, they're not even based here in the Bay Area, and some are not even based in the entire state. No, that is not Chris Dolan, and that is not the Dolan Law Firm. They're based right here in the Bay Area, and they've been that way for more than 25 years. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. Now, unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Now, remember, especially with the rain coming this weekend, motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing, they're all around us. So please be careful. Let's work together in making sure that the Bay Area is a safer place, and feel confident that you're in good hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, the Dolan Law Firm. They've secured, that's where this music comes in, more than $1 billion. $1 billion with a B in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients, but you pay nothing up front. Nothing. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Last year hit over 300 as he swings and belts it high and deep left field. This one is long gone. And there's the kind of power the Giants want to see from Luis Matos, his second home run of the week. That was a no-doubter over the Texas bullpen. And the Giants get the run right back and now lead 4-2.
4-2 Giants over Texas. Oh, 7-2. Sorry, 7-2.
They're exploding.
Nick Ahmed. Nick Ahmed?
What did he do, John?
He just hit a 3-run shot. There's your starting. There's your starting shortstop.
Put that in your craw.
How about that, Craw? You know that's what Farhan is doing right now.
Wow.
Ha, Craw. How about that?
Davis bomb, Luis Matos bomb, and Nick Ahmed. Don't call me Ahmed Farid.
Left center field.
Nick Ahmed. He
Bailey walked. JD Davis was on base as well. He singled, and Nick Ahmed with a 3-run shot just as we speak. 7-2. That is crazy, man. 7-2. The Giants in the bottom of the 6th, looking for their first spring training win because everyone's freaking out over that. So there you go. That's it.
We got a full weekend of Giants baseball.
Yeah.
Really, it's going to be hard to get up to Tahoe and ski. But you know what the best thing ever is coming down the mountain and listening to Giants baseball while you're skiing.
That is pretty cool, I will say.
It is so great. We're not going to do that this weekend, but yeah, Nick Ahmed just did a 3-run jack. So we got Giants baseball Saturday, Sunday. I think by the time we reconvene on Monday, John, the Niners will have a new defensive coordinator.
Oh, really?
I think so. I think the interviews are done, and we'll see if he goes with Nick Sorensen or Daniel Bullock's in house. I would guess Sorensen, but we'll see. And then the Warriors get them both. They get one. They lose them both. They split. They are playing their guys tonight in Toronto on the back-to-back, the one exception being Brandon Pojemski, doubtful after banging knees last night. So they're going to be sleep when you're dead. They had to fly all night to get to Toronto, and let's see if they get a win tonight. And then they got to go to Boston for the ABC
That's going to be tough.
Saturday showcase. That'll be fun.
Yeah. Steph always gets up for those big games. That's going to be a tough one because Boston is really that good. But tonight's going to be a challenge, man. When you and I have been there, man. You get back to your hotel at like 7 o'clock in the morning. It's tough to have a good day, but they're a little different than us. So we'll see what they do tonight. So that's going to be a tough one. But, cool win last night. Can't emphasize it enough. And Draymond said it after the game. If this is going to be the Jonathan Kuminga that they're going to start to get, they can separate themselves from some of these teams that all season long we've been looking up at Oklahoma City and looking at Minnesota and those kind of things. And who knows what those teams are going to do in the playoffs. But when you start looking at the Lakers and Phoenix and those kind of things. And by the way, we don't talk a lot about the Spurs, but what Wembanyama's starting to do, he's starting to live up to that number one and all the hype and all that kind of stuff. Did you see OKC versus San Antonio?
I did.
That kid, man.
I mean, I was there when Tim Duncan was a rookie, and they had a great team. And Pop Tank before that, but you had David, you had Sean, you had Avery. They had Malik Rose was a young player then, but they won. They didn't win the championship his first year, but the second year they did. We made the playoffs the first year and got beat by Phoenix. But in any event, I'd like to see it translate into actually winning some games, and that's ultimately what it's about. But when the Warriors come back off this road trip and they got Toronto tonight, and then they play at TD Garden on Sunday in the ABC Showcase game. They got Milwaukee.
Yeah.
They'll be off on Monday and Tuesday, and Milwaukee will be in with Doc, and they're playing better since the All-Star break. And then Wembanyama and the San Antonio Spurs come in over the weekend, John. You got a back-to-back. The Warriors got Milwaukee Wednesday, the Bulls on Thursday, and then the Saturday game will be against San Antonio on Saturday night. But that'll be a hard turn. So back-to-back games. They're going from Boston on Sunday on the road and come right back for Milwaukee on Wednesday. Two of the best teams in the NBA. Ouch.
Yeah, that's crazy. But, he started to play a little bit better, so that's been kind of fun to watch on the NBA front. And again, the Brandon Crawford stuff, and you know, I'm looking at some of the text and some of the stuff on the YouTube. Like, nobody's hating on Brandon Crawford. Everybody loves Brandon Crawford, but you and I have had this conversation regardless of who it is. And it really, in the Bay Area, it's pretty simple if you just kind of remove Farhan versus Brandon Crawford, because, you know, we were talking about how we were going to kind of couch this before the show, because if we put, do you agree with Farhan or do you agree with Brandon Crawford, it's going to be pretty easy how that poll was going to go. But you mentioned this early in the show. Al Davis had a hard time, and nobody knows this better than you, in letting guys go. And Bill Walsh said, look, man, rather a year too early than a year too late. And you know, we've talked about this since Brandon Crawford signed his contract. It was time for Brandon Crawford to go. My problem with Farhan is he didn't have a better solution at the position, and we're looking at 3 or 4 different guys. Now, ironically enough, right before the end of our show, Nick Ahmed hits a 3-run homer, so who knows?
Luis Matos just hit his second homer of the game.
Man, and so, look, if that guy can play, that opens up some options in left. Maybe you can sign one or both of these guys because you feel good about Matos in left, and maybe Conforto can move on and his $19 million he's going to make. But you know, it's not, look, nobody likes Brandon Crawford. Everybody loves Brandon Crawford, and he's pissed that, you know, because he wanted to finish his career. But it was clearly time for him to go. But if the Giants struggle at shortstop all season long, we're going to have this conversation a lot. But Crawford, I don't think, was the answer. But we're going to see as the season goes on. I understand both sides of this whole thing. I understand the frustration with Brandon. But I also understand that the shadow he would have cast over somebody trying to take his place.
Giants have hit 4 home runs today. J.D. Davis, a 3-run shot. Nick Ahmed, a 3-run shot. And Luis Matos hit a pair of solo homers. The thing about Matos is he wasn't driving the ball. He had the bat-to-ball skills. Right. I thought he'd be better defensively. But it's okay. You got J.H. Lee to play center. He can play a corner and to probably be left field. But if he can power the ball, he only had 1 home run last year, John. And I know he added a lot of good weight in the offseason. He looks bigger and stronger. I mean, the one thing about Conforto, and I'd like to see him, you know, keep him, but do you want him to hit left on left? With Matos and then Elliot Ramos as well, I think you're going to have a soft platoon in right with Yastrzemski and Slater. Will J.H. Lee be good enough to play every single day, hopefully? And then what do you do in left field? Will Matos have a role there? But that's a good sign, because I think everybody agrees he's got the bat-to-ball skills. He's not going to strike out a lot, but is he going to strike back? And it's Arizona. Ball must be flying today. He's got a couple of bombs. They've hit 4 home runs today.
Yeah. Well, that's huge. And look, he's a young guy. I mean, you could see last year that he needed to get bigger. So that's one thing. But if, you look at Arizona, you say the ball's going to fly. But, I mean, he's hit 2 today, 3 in the spring. That's huge. And that's what I'm talking about spring training. I'm not going to overreact over anything, but I certainly look at individual players and what they're doing versus what the team is doing. And so I'm not freaking out whether they're winning or losing. But as you pointed out, Patrick Bailey came in a lot bigger. He lost weight during the season. That's a significant development. Matos coming in bigger, and now he's showing it by hitting some home runs, 3 and 2 today. That's a significant development. So those things matter in spring training. You and I compare it a lot of times to what's going on in a training camp for the NFL. You look at individuals. You don't look at necessarily the team results. So when everyone was freaking out they didn't win a game, I don't care. But when you see a guy hit 2 home runs in a game,
does though a little bit. You'd like to win a little bit, especially when you're a new manager. And they could beat Bruce Bochy today. We'll see. Yeah. 8-2 Giants, still batting in the bottom of the 6th inning.
All right, those goggles look good on you, man. It's good stuff.
Yeah, I think
got to bring those back.
I think I've been worried out of it. Is anybody trying to drive up the mountain right now?
I just looked. By the way, 50 inches in 24 hours is what they're projecting.
What?
50 inches in 24 hours is what they're projecting.
Of snow?
Yes. There's no way you could drive up there, man. I mean, it would be. I mean, eventually.
I thought you were inviting us to an orgy at your house. 50 inches in 24. So you're talking 2 inches an hour?
Yeah.
That's a hell of a lot of snow. A fresh snow?
Yeah. By the way, I just saw this Matos home run. That was a drive, man. That thing's left center field. He smoked that thing. I mean, that was not a wall scraper. That thing didn't barely get out. Those people sitting like in the blankets there in Scottsdale, that was out, man. Wow.
Yeah. All right, so I'm afraid to drive up the mountain. I think I'm just going to watch the combine. all
Yeah,
weekend.
that's what I'm going to do.
Arguably,
Have somebody else drive.
The 3 top picks. You can't drive if the mountain's closed and you can't ski and you can't get up the mountain because the roads
Just
are
poke
closed.
your head out. They'll let you
What
through.
the hell's? No, I don't. I think they're going to shut the roads down. So arguably, the 3 top. It's possible they go. Caleb Williams 1.
Yeah.
And we'll see what our friend Adam Peters does in Washington. But it could
He'll
be
take
Jaden
QB.
Daniels 2.
Yeah.
And then Marvin
May.
Harrison 3. Or maybe somebody may trade up for
Yeah.
Drake May. None of those guys are working out this weekend. Arguably, the 3 best prospects in the draft are not going to take part in the on-field workouts this weekend.
Mm-mm. Yeah, the quarterbacks, which what are tomorrow? Quarterbacks are tomorrow.
Drake
so
May will throw, right? And J.J. McCarthy's going to throw.
Yeah, J.J.
And
McCarthy.
Bo Nix, but Caleb
Penix.
Williams and Jaden Daniels are not going to throw. Caleb Williams is a smart young man. That guy came off well in the interviews. He's sharp.
Yeah. Yep, definitely. All right, Pop. Enjoy. Stay safe. Maybe I
don't think I'm going to go up.
You're not
It
going to go.
looks too
Okay.
scary.
I thought maybe you might.
I
so.
don't think so.
All right, thanks as always, Walter and Danny doing a tremendous job. Guest list was awesome today. Sam Amick is always great to talk to. We had great guests today, so make sure if you miss anything, just go to knbr.com. Have a great weekend. The boys are coming up next. Tolbert and Copes on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
You know about Clifford Ray and the Dolphin, right?
The NBA brought him to the Bay, while his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. We'll be with you till about 6 o'clock. Lou will be with me till about 2:30. She gets fed. And Pippi, not positive. She'll be here when she wants to be here. She's a cat. She does what she wants when she wants. Today on our fine program, Bags, Andrew Bagley is going to join us, I think at 4:50. And then, don't have my phone on me. It's a good question. Who's the other? I know Marcus Thompson.
Ned Coletti joins us at 3.
Oh, Ned. Ned's one of the best storytellers of all time.
Oh, dude, we had him on when Vin Scully passed, and he had just a bevy of stories and some really good ones. And something about baseball guys, maybe it's because it's a talking sport.
It is.
So many good stories of those guys just hanging around. But Ned
Yeah,
Coletti
the
at
best story
350.
ever was when he bought Vin Scully's golf clubs
That
and
was
then
it.
gave them back to him
Yes.
from an auction. That's I'll never forget that story. That is such a great story. Vin Scully wanted to auction off a lot of his stuff just because he said, "What am I don't need any of this stuff anymore." And he auctioned off his golf clubs. And then Ned asked him, "Is there anything that you miss?" And he goes, "My golf clubs." And Ned actually purchased them from auction and gave them back to him. I mean, that's an awesome story.
I just imagine Vin sinking putts in his living room after that. You know what I mean?
That's
Laying
so good.
down the glass cup, just sinking putts from 25 feet away.
Just you and Vin. You and Vin.
Knows the roll. It's all in the hips, baby.
Ned
It's
Coletti
all in the
from
hips.
25.
It's all in the
It's a
hips.
left to right breaker. It's going to hit the fuzz in the carpet, and it's good. I can't do it, Vin Scully.
No, we got to wait for John Miller.
I'll have to listen to Vin to at least get it close. But again, my impressions suck.
We are
Yours
waiting.
Very solid.
Yeah, we'll work on it, dude. We'll workshop it this next off season. We'll come in with one so nobody will be able to tell the difference between you and John Miller.
Yeah, okay.
So last year, John Miller did Vince Scully with us like as Darth Vader, remember? And here comes the Death Star.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. So we'll talk to Ned Coletti, former Giants assistant GM and former Dodgers GM, former Sharks. Wasn't he like an assistant to the front office? He was all over the place, dude. But we'll talk to Ned Coletti about being this late in spring and still having these big names out there. Also, just the navigation of what Farhan's got to get through right now, and we'll talk more about that. We do want to get your thoughts a little bit later at 2:50. We had some great calls yesterday. I went back and listened to that segment. It's funny. Yeah, callers were really, really good yesterday. And it's always the best when there's somewhat of a gripe, but I would definitely want to get the feelings of the callers on the new Brandon Crawford situation or sort of the light that's been shed on his. There you go, the revelation that we've gotten from Brandon Crawford. I'll tell you what, I was more of the boat of, and I think I said this, like, where was he going to fit? What was the left-handed bat a factor? Obviously, they signed Nick Ahmed, which now makes it, when we hear this story, seem like Brandon Crawford just really was not wanted anymore. When you read his comments and his quotes, and we'll get into all that stuff, it felt very, it's definitely not the way the Giants in my lifetime have handled players of Brandon Crawford's status and less so. I mean, somebody yesterday, one of our callers said, this organization, I've always been proud of that. One, it's cool to always have the Hall of Famers around. Like, I grew up I went to the Willie McCovey statue unveiling at China Basin Park over at McCovey Cove when they did that thing years ago. And Gaylord Perry's there. And Juan Marichal. It's cool as a kid that I got to be around all those Giants Hall of Famers for so many years. Legendary guys. But then Felipe Alou and Dusty Baker, and even when Boch was not here anymore, he was still around the organization and was at all kinds of stuff. Buster, of course, bought in, but he wasn't going anywhere. I always assumed Brandon Crawford would be a guy like that, the Wall of Fame, Ring of Honor type stuff, 12 straight opening day starts, the Gold Gloves. I just thought, hey, if the Giants didn't have a spot for him and he wanted to keep playing, then so be it. But that's not really the details we're starting to get now. The details, at least from Brandon Crawford's side, and we'll hear Farhan's at some point, but from Brandon Crawford's side, it was that he went to Farhan and said, hey, I have no expectations on playing time. I just want to be a veteran and help guys like Casey Schmidt and Marco Luciano. And to me, that's the guy you want, right? Like, that's the type of vet. Now, I get Farhan's side of things where you go, we don't have room for some good cat stuff there. Yeah. As you said, she showed up wherever she wanted.
Everyone got a 3-team parlay today.
Yeah, that's a first three.
That's a very rare. That's way more than 6-1. You don't get the 3-team parlay very often. You can hit the 2-team parlay very easily.
Happens daily.
But Kit is very, very aloof when it comes to being around the show. She just no interest. She just go ahead.
She's more of a TikTok
talking to your little microphone to go do what you're gonna do. Okay, just leave me out of it. So
it sounds to me with Farhan and Crawford that Farhan I don't know that his belief is, well, we just didn't have the roster spot. But when he said to him, well, Crawford said, I wanted to go somewhere where I was going to get a big league contract, and I've always admired the Cardinals organization, and they gave me one. But Farhan said to him, yeah, you can come. And he said his reaction to his response or his comments were tepid. And he said it to the point where it felt personal. That's what Brandon Crawford says. Mm-hmm. And then he was given the opportunity to come and make the team or compete for a spot as a non-roster invitee like everybody else. And that's when it was like, okay, then I'm done. Then I'm not wanted here. And I understand that perspective of Crawford. It also seems like the era of analytic baseball where guys are just numbers, even Brandon Crawford's not bulletproof from that.
Yeah. Well, I would say this. After reading the article, I missed something. I was trying to say it, trying to get around to it. I never got to it. But in my opinion, after reading that, and then it kind of hit me that I forgot something, that the Giants were 100% right in not re-signing Brandon Crawford. 100% right. And it sucks. It's cold. They basically told him, we don't want you, when they said you can compete for the last spot on the team. I mean, that's just saying, like, we don't want you around here anymore, really. And the reason, and I had it kind of backwards, because I was thinking, well, maybe Brandon Crawford doesn't want to be a part of a team to where he had so much success, and now he's just not going to be that guy anymore. But he was very, very forthcoming in that. He said he would have done anything they wanted him to do. You want me to play different positions? can do it. He found it funny, by the way, that they didn't think he could play other positions, yet they were going to go sign Correa without talking to him, which would have forced him to play a different position. There is some humor in that.
Yeah.
But he was like, well, what do you need? I'll play other positions. I'll mentor these guys. I'm not expecting to play big minutes. I'll do whatever. That's fine. Here's the part that I missed that really was like, ding. When you have guys, young guys like Luciano, and they're trying to make their way, it's so hard to do that. And it becomes even harder when you have like a giant legend behind you. And all the fans, if you go through any kind of slump, all the fans are going to be saying, we should be playing Crawford more. We want to see Crawford more because they have the attachment with Crawford. And it becomes a thing, whether you want it to or not. Now, you could disagree with the reasoning and say, look, if you can't mentally handle that, then you're not going to be able to mentally handle the big leagues. And I would listen to that. But I just think it's going to be hard enough to do what he's trying to do, which is take over at shortstop, be the everyday shortstop, taking over for a guy like Crawford, who is in the record books with the Giants. I mean, all kinds of shortstop records with the Giants. It's tough enough as it is. It's even tougher when that guy's sitting there every single day. It's like just a reminder that this guy has won 3 championships. He's beloved in San Francisco. Like, the fans love this guy, rightfully so. That to me was just untenable. Like that's a tough way to crack into the big leagues and try and battle through this stuff without having to see him there. And he's going to be there for you. You know that. And it's fine. But you're still looking at him, and you know the fans are looking at him, and you know there's going to be a chatter like, whoa, this guy's 0 for his last 12. Why aren't we playing Crawford more? Maybe we should play Crawford at least against the right-handed hitters. Get him out there for the right-handed hitters. Maybe we should bring him in the 7th inning instead of the 9th inning for a defensive replacement. I think the Giants are like, okay, let's just make the split. Boom, we're done. We're clean. We're starting off. We're going to give Luciano every chance that we can afford him. And see what happens here. But they're not going to make it any tougher than it already is going to be. And that really resonated with me because it's tough when you have a star, a team. We call him a legend. He's a legend on this team, sitting behind you. And he's there every single day. And he could have the best intentions. And I think he would have. I don't think he would have been clamoring to play at all. That's not his style. Brandon would have been completely happy mentoring those kids and doing whatever was asked of him. I think he just wanted to finish up in a Giant uniform. I think he probably wanted to be there now that Melvin was going to be there because he made it very clear in the article, and we'll talk to Bags later, that he was not a fan of Capo the last couple of years. Like, just not a fan at all. The communication, he said, was zero. Like, no communication. But under new leadership, I think he would have liked playing for Melbourne. But I think more than anything, growing up a Giant fan, having the success he had with the Giants, he wanted to finish it with the Giants. But they didn't really give him much of a choice. The Cardinals said, here, we'll give you $2 million guaranteed. You know your role. And he's like, cool, I'll do that. Rather than, a team that I've won 3 championships, well, I guess 2 championships for. Renteria was the first one. That you're going to battle for the 25th spot. Like that to me is just saying, we're telling you we really don't want you. We're going to give you this so we don't say we're cutting you, we're just not even going to offer you anything, but we know you're going to turn it down. There's no way Brandon Crawford, World Series champ, maybe the greatest shortstop in the history of the Giants.
He made an offer he could refuse.
Yeah,
he wouldn't
do that.
Right,
and it was battle for a spot. He's not going to do that. So, but it made sense to me after that. I go, you know what? That makes a lot of sense. You don't want to make it any harder on Luciano than you have to.
And by the way, you do that to go battle for a spot, you run the risk of just not getting a deal elsewhere either. You know what I mean? Like you may not do what other teams are looking for. So we will get plenty more into this, and we do want to get your thoughts on the Brandon Crawford. Let's call it situation, the revelation situation. Now that we're finding out his details, he wanted to be here. He wanted to play more because his kids were like, don't retire yet. We'll get deeper into this and more on your thoughts at 2:50. We'll get deeper into the calls there. And we will tell you in the 4 o'clock hour, one more time, how you can win tickets to go see Jelly Roll in September at SAP. The Warriors keep on winning. We said they needed 2 on the road trip. They got the front 2. Can they get one more tonight in Toronto? A nice win over the New York Knicks. We'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader.
Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Rafael's sports leader.
Warriors get the win in the Big Apple after beating the Knicks 110-99 thanks to Steph Curry's 31 points at the Garden. More on that story trending, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Missed an interview or want to hear it again? Catch them all at knbr.com/podcasts. You're tuned in to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Steph, an open three. He got it! 31 with 8 threes in the Garden.
He's comfortable from three-point range. That's split action. He gets any type of separation. That release is lightning quick.
So Steph goes for 31. Kuminga 25 and 8. Draymond 7 points, 10 rebounds, 6 assists. And Moody and Podziemski were just terrific in terms of plus minus. So the Warriors have done it 7 in a row on the road. They're 12 and 3 in their last 15. 31 wins on the year. And they're now 15 and 12 away from home.
Warriors get the win. How about that? Warriors like 3 games above 500 in some capacity on the road. Not quite as good as they were. Was it last year they were dominant at home and just god-awful on the road? Was that right?
Correct.
And then this year they started off, they were really bad at home for the first half of this year, and things have leveled out a little bit, playing better basketball even without Andrew Wiggins. A 110-99 victory over the New York Knicks last night at the Garden. Steph got back to shooting. Steph, he's back in his New York groove. Knocked down 31. How about Shane Gillis, a Warrior fan? What'd you think of that? Yeah, it's a good song, right? New York Groove. Is that Freely?
Yep, that was Freely.
I'm down. That was the 4 different albums. Back in the New York Groove. I'm a Kiss Army head.
There you go.
Anyway,
did that come off the solo album?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Is remember they did the 4 solos.
When they all 4 splintered.
That's where Beth comes from too.
I had all. No.
No, not from
Kiss.
Freely.
No. Beth was Peter Criss.
That's what I'm saying. But it was on his solo album of those 4, was it not? Am I wrong on that? Maybe I'm off. Maybe I'm off.
Beth was on Destroyer.
Apologies to everybody. Okay.
I think the Kiss Army not going to be thrilled with you.
Well, I'm still just a cadet, dude. I'm not like a corporal or anything. I'm not like a lieutenant. You know what I mean?
You didn't get a love gun when you were younger?
Oh, dude, he's not talking about weaponry either.
He wasn't.
Pull the trigger on my love gun.
Who knew?
What do you mean?
Know.
Well, once after Christine 16, I think we might have known.
That seemed like a really cool song at the time. Jeez.
Great song.
What are you doing?
Every song's about sex.
Yeah. And then you read the lyrics, you're like, worse.
He says, do you know what I mean? I was like, yeah, I know what you mean, Gene.
Oh, young and clean?
Okay, all right, Gene. It's like talking about the school. Like, relax, brother.
Gene. What are you doing? Get away from the school. Creep. I mean, it was like, oh, God. Again, the song title was bad. The lyrics were just made it way worse. Anyway, moving on.
Like, that's not about that, is it?
Shower.
Yeah, we will have to. Anyway, Shane Gillis, noted comedian who's taken off. Yep. He hosted SNL a couple weeks ago. He was on the court, like high-fiving Steph. You surprised he's a Dub? I don't know if he's a Dubs fan. The celebrities go out to everything. He's in New York. He's a New York guy.
Probably a Steph fan.
I mean, he was at a Knicks game. I mean,
yeah. No, it didn't surprise me that Steph likes Shane Gillis. He's funny, and I mean, maybe he just goes, well, what am I going to do? I got to hype. No, I'm sure he thinks but he is funny. He watches specials on Netflix. I find him hilarious.
He's a sports guy too.
Yeah, exactly. He loves sports, and of course, if anybody watched SNL, I didn't really watch the whole thing. I just watched the Trump spot and the gambling spot, which they were hilarious.
Go back and watch his HR sketch one. The HR sketch is pretty funny.
Yeah, I didn't watch that one.
That one's pretty good.
Was it?
Yeah,
okay.
There's some good
might
stuff.
Still have it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Jonathan Kuminga, arguably his best game as a pro, 25 points. I saw his line tonight, points, rebounds, assists. It was like people are hammering over 29.5 after last night.
Is that what it is?
Yeah. After last night. I mean, he
played well. I mean, I didn't watch a ton of it. Camila's birthday was yesterday, so we were doing that. We kind of had it on in the background. But the starters...
Is that why you're so hungover today?
Played really... No, not that kind of party. We're getting toasted.
I was like, damn, Tom sounds tired.
Party.
He was hammered last night at that leap party.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what the boys said. They're like, man, it's Tom
Camila's birthday party. We're doing shots.
Yeah.
It was
shots of milk.
Yeah, pretty good stuff. But no, the starters did really well. You look at the starters plus minus, and everybody was plus. And look, the Knicks are completely banged up. No Anunoby and no Randall, so that really, really hurts them.
Don't you regret not coming to the Knicks?
Every time. No, I don't. But you look, it doesn't matter at this point. You do what you need to do, and the defense was good last night. And Steph shot well last night. It wasn't on fire. He was on fire early. And then just kind of leveled off a little bit. But, yeah, he was good. Kuminga was really good. And they played well. You know, Moody didn't have numbers, but he played well. Same with Podziemski. I don't even know if he scored. But he's one of those guys that doesn't need to score to kind of impact the game. So, yeah, you just keep rolling, feeling good on the road. Tonight will be a tough one. Tonight will be 3-4. 3 games, 4 nights, and you got to go through customs and all that. And according to Slater, they didn't get in till like 7 this morning, get to the hotel, and then so travel was messed up. So we'll see what they have tonight. It'd be awesome to get this one tonight because then Boston's just like a bonus. You'd love to get Boston, but if you already bagged 3 before you get to Boston, man, you're feeling really good. Like it's either a great road trip or like a really, really good road trip. So tonight would be a nice one to get. I think it's going to be, it'll be a tough one. Although I think they'll probably remember that beatdown the Raptors put on them when they visited the Bay Area. I mean, that game was out of control. I think they were up 40 at one point in that game. So we'll see. I mean, it's going to be tough. Just like circumstances don't favor the Warriors. Like situationally, it's not a great spot for them. But they've been playing so good. Maybe they'll be able to overcome that, just the way they've been playing. Like when you're playing like this, the vibes sometimes carry you. You're just like, oh, we're gonna win. We'll figure out a way to win. We're gonna find a way to win, and they've been finding a way to win on the road. What is it? 7 straight now, I believe it is, or 8.
3 games over 500 on the road now.
Yeah, they've been playing really good basketball. They're fun to watch right now.
What's their last road loss? I mean, they haven't lost since before the break because Utah was on the road before the break at Indiana.
They won both of those.
At Philly.
I think they lost at Indiana.
At Indiana's the one, wasn't it? I think that was the last road because you'd go Utah before the break, Washington, New York. I guess that's only 3 in a row, but that would mean that they won at Atlanta, they won at Memphis.
Yep.
They won at Brooklyn, right? That was 3 in a row. Yeah, so there you go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 6 in a row. 6 of their last 7 on the road. It looks like they won. And then
so
Toronto
Indy was the one they lost.
I think that if they lost that one, that would be 6 or 7. I think didn't they lose that one? It was a back-to-back after Philly.
I'm looking at it right now.
Anyway,
no, they won. No, they killed them.
So
131-109.
My mistake. So they've won 7 in a row on the road then, correct? I believe.
At Hawks was the one they lost.
Oh, okay, so it is 6 or 7. We're jumbling our Eastern Conference. We're good. We were right on the number. We were wrong on the team that they lost to.
And I believe that's the one they lost in overtime. Yeah, they did lose that one.
You don't want to go to overtime.
So.
The Dubs will lose. Yeah,
exactly. For whatever reason, not great in overtime.
Steph had 60. We didn't even remember.
That's right.
There you go. In a loss. So they're back in action tonight.
Month.
Yeah. But Kuminga, I mean, would you agree? Is that his best game as a pro?
Again, I didn't really grind the whole thing, so I can't say. But he's had some good ones.
He's trending
had
that
some
way.
really good games this year. But from what I did see, a couple of his buckets were running the court. They did a really nice job in the first half of getting the ball ahead and attacking. They didn't always score, but they were looking to get out and run and attack. And I mean, we were watching the first quarter early on, and Steph was kind of locked in early on. And it was nice because they built that, it was like 14, 15-point lead in the first quarter. And then they kind of held on to it. At least every time I looked, they're like up 9, up 10, up 12. They'd cut it to 9. It'd go back to 12. Like, it never really got to, like, danger zone where they got it to within, like, 3 or 4. And you're like, uh-oh, here they go. So it appeared to be a nice, stable fourth quarter, which the Warriors really don't know a lot about. That is uncharted territory for them because I just assume if they have a double-digit lead in the fourth quarter at some point, it's going to come down to a possession or two where you're thinking, are you serious? Did really? Again? So it was nice to see him kind of have just, control game the whole way. Not, we're going to win, but you felt like you had nice working margin the whole way. So, yeah, that was a good one. That was a nice one, 2-0 on the road trip, and see if they can keep that thing rolling tonight.
Warriors back in action tonight against the Toronto Raptors. Again, you mentioned, we'll talk more about it in the tips and picks, how that it's going to affect the line tonight. They had delays, and they got into Toronto at like 7 a.m., or they get to their hotel at 7 a.m. How far is that drive?
I don't know. Toronto wasn't in the league when I played, so I have no idea.
Boys, come on. You just let's grab your bags, let's go.
I'm assuming not that far. Everybody tells me with Toronto, it's like the customs is like the thing, like having to go through customs and do all that.
Like you have to bow when you get it. Oh, you mean actual customs, like a
pain? Yeah, action. Thank you.
Bowing at the border. Yes, thank you. Hello.
By the way, while we're on hoops, I thought I'd throw this in there since the Lakers are right ahead of the Warriors by a half game. Did you see the Lakers' upcoming schedule?
No, is it brutal? No, it's soft. Didn't we look at it last week? We know
that won that incredible game against the Clippers.
That was a good game.
And then they barely squeaked by against the Wizards. If they had lost that, I mean, come on. You can't. They had to go to overtime to
Everybody
beat the
beats
Wizards.
the Wiz.
Here's no, everybody beats.
That's what I said.
Wiz.
Everybody beats the Wiz.
I think he said nobody because that's a commercial. Here's the Lakers upcoming schedule. I think next 7 games. Lou's very excited about the Lakers' upcoming schedule. Home against the Nuggets, home against the Thunder, home against the Kings, home against the Bucks, home against the Timberwolves, at the Kings, home against the Warriors. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 straight games where you get a top 3 in the West, top 2 in the West, top 7 in the West, top 3 in the East, number 1 in the West, top 7 in the West, and then the Warriors who they're battling with. I mean, that is a gauntlet, an absolute gauntlet of game. Now, they have a lot of them at home, but I'm real curious to see at the end of that 7-game stretch where they're at, where the Warriors might be at that point. And, I was surprised last night. I was looking at the standings and go, is that right? The Warriors are only 2 games behind the Kings now?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. I mean, I think it's like maybe 3 behind the Mavericks.
They're only 2 back in the loss column of the Mavericks, though.
Yeah.
And you can make
the thing they don't have against the Kings and the Mavericks is that Kings and the Mavericks have a home-heavy schedule the latter part of the year. Like the Warriors have played 31 home games and only 27
Kings only played
road games, so they're minus
home.
4.
Right.
The Kings have played 26 home games and 32 road games, and the Mavericks have played. Well, the Mavericks actually are about like the Warriors. They got 31 at home and 28 on the road, so they're minus 3 road games. So the Warriors only have 1 more road game than the Mavericks, and they played them a couple times too. So those will be massive games. But the Kings are like 6 fewer home games than they have road games. So that's going to be a tough one. I started looking at the Pelicans and the Suns, and I was like, well, that's too far. Let's just stick with kind of like what's right in front.
Projecting is a little tough because there's so much. Yeah. There's going to be a lot of changes and movement.
A lot of jumping, a lot of hurdles.
So it's tough to even look at what seed you'd want. But right now, Warriors are playing good road ball. 6 of their last 7 on the road, and another one tonight. Before I don't want to call it again. If they win tonight, that'll be an interesting and a fun one. Even if they lose tonight, with the off day on Saturday tomorrow, where they take on Boston on Sunday. Back in action tonight against the Raptors, but we're going to get back into what happened with Brandon Crawford. He explained to The Athletic and Andy Baggerly, who's going to join us a little bit later today at 4:50, as well as Ned Coletti at 3:50. Brandon Crawford explained why he's not on the Giants. Do you think Farhan handled the end of Brandon Crawford's Giants tenure well? We'll talk about that next, and we'll get to your calls at 2:50, only here on the Sports Leader.
Nobody beats the Wiz.
Seam hits, filter out the noise, and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything Giants. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Tolman & Coast back with you on a Friday, March the 1st. But baseball season starts 27 days for the Giants from today. They will be without for the first time in a long time Brandon Crawford. I don't know if anybody's ever going to wear 35 again. At some point, they'll stop retiring numbers. I know they've done that in the NFL a lot because they're running out of them. So that's why teams do the Ring of Honor now. And Giants, for the most part, have only done the retirement for Hall of Famers plus Barry Bonds plus Will Clark, right? That's what knocked it down. So nobody has worn 55 since Tim Lincecum last wore it as a member of the Giants. But Brandon Crawford, that's become a 35 was like a shortstop number for a handful of years, right? You had, I want to say, obviously, Rich Aurelio wore it. I want to say somebody else wore it. Did Royce Clayton wear it potentially? Anyway, it was a good number for Crawford. We'll see if that goes back in rotation. Bottom line is, Andy Baggerly of The Athletic, who's going to join us today at 4:50, caught up with Brandon Crawford and talked to him about why he is no longer a San Francisco Giant. Now, I think what really rattled or angered Giants fans was not just Crawford not being brought back or signing with the Cardinals. I mean, I think fans were upset about that. I was like, I didn't feel good about him being a Cardinal. And I also, look, there's, again, the two things true part of this is I don't know that it makes sense that we can be upset about where the Giants are as a team and want to hold on to things that are special and sentimental to us. I also wonder, from Farhan Zaidi's perspective, what responsibility Chris Spire had it. Thank you, 650. I could not remember. I was like, I know it wasn't Boo LeMaster. He worked 10. Chris Spire, 35. Thank you. The other side of the coin is with Farhan, general managers, presidents of baseball operations. These guys, and one of our texters said it earlier, they're here to make tough decisions, right? It's not like he was waiting for Brandon Crawford and his contract to end from his last tenure with the Giants so that he could move on from him. Brandon Crawford was likely going to be gone after 2021 or may not have been brought back, and there were questions about that then until they went 107. Brandon Crawford had like an MVP caliber season, the best offensive year of his career. And I say MVP of the stance that Giants team wasn't producing tons of all-star talent. Buster Posey had a great year, was playing every two out of every 3 games, right? Crawford had an insane season and forced his way back into the lineup against left-handers. Got himself a 2-year contract out of it. So Farhan was willing to pay for production. So when Brendan says it felt personal, I don't know, and I'll read you the comments. I don't know, and again, I'm not going to challenge what Crawford feels. He has great sentiment for this organization and wanted to be here. That said, I do wonder from Farhan's perspective how difficult of a spot he's in with that sentiment, knowing that in turning down an offer to Crawford, he's going to be disliked even more. Does he care? Is it his responsibility to care about our sentiment for a player who hit under 200 last year? Here's what Brandon Crawford had to say, quote, "The bottom line is I was not wanted back by the one person whose opinion matters. So I went to the team that gave me a major league contract. The Cardinals have a long history and tradition. I've admired and respected the way the Cardinals have played throughout my career and the way the organization has been run. But the bottom line is I wanted to come back to the Giants." That's where it stings. That's where you go, man, that's tough. He wanted to be here, and we love guys who want to be here. That was obviously the ideal situation for me. I had no playing time expectations. Just help out and be a veteran mentor type for Luciano, Casey Schmidt, Fitzgerald, continue being that guy for Tyro, whoever else I could help out in that capacity. That's what I came to him with. I was told I could earn the last spot on the roster like anyone else. I could earn the last spot on the roster like anyone else could as a non-roster invitee. That was the nail in the coffin. So I hear that, and I went, my first reaction was, damn, gosh, that's tough. Also, he went to the Giants. So in your mind, Tom, did Farhan handle this poorly?
I don't know. There's a great way to handle this.
That's kind of where I'm at.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's tough. Again, you're not talking about any other player. You're talking about a guy that's beloved here, a guy that's won here, a guy that's part of the greatest era of San Francisco Giants baseball. I don't know how you handle that. I mean, look, I'll give him credit for giving him the 2-year contract. I mean, that was a pretty nice contract. Was it 2 years, 36?
35 or 36, yeah.
Yeah, when we didn't think he'd get another contract after that year. And he had a great year. And that showed like a lot of faith. Like, we're going to give you 2 years, in pretty decent money. So it's always going to seem personal from a player's standpoint. It just does. How could it not? It's your life. It's your career.
And he was here first.
It's always going to be personal.
Yeah.
It's business for Farhan, but it's going to be personal to the player because it just is, and there's no way around that. So no, did he handle it poorly? I don't know how to answer that other than I don't know how you can handle it well, especially from the fan standpoint, from Brandon's standpoint. I just don't know that there's a way around it. Just one of those things that you got to do what you got to do. And again, like someone on the thread said, well, they brought in Pablo Sandoval. Isn't that similar?
Non-roster.
Yeah. But here's the difference. He'll be behind guys that are veterans. Like, you think those guys are worried about Pablo coming in here? I mean, Davis isn't worried. Flores isn't worried. I mean, they don't. I'm talking about like a legend behind a rookie. That's a different deal altogether. Those two guys have established themselves in the big leagues. Luciano is a nothing, and he's trying to establish himself. That's why I say that's a tougher deal to get through when you see the legend, a guy that's so beloved in the dugout every day. It's a reminder of who was here. He won here, how much fans love him. Every time he'd come up for an at-bat, be like an ovation, standing or whatever. I mean, just because everybody loves Brandon Crawford, and why wouldn't you? So, yeah, from Farhan's, he didn't want to say, no, we just don't want you. But he said, we don't want you, without saying, we don't want you.
You said if you show up and you hit 600 and you earn that spot, like we can't say no.
Do that.
No, of course not.
I mean, that's just like all I've given to this organization, and you want me to fight with like these non-roster invitees for a spot on the right? No, that's just, I mean, that's demeaning. It kind of is. But again, if you're Farhan, you don't want to just the story to be, well, they never even gave him a chance to come back. So you can say you gave him a chance to come back, but again, you didn't really give him a chance to come back because he knew before those words ever got out of his mouth that Crawford wasn't going to accept that. There's just no way he was going to accept that. So, again, it usually ends poorly in situations like this when someone wants to come back. With Posey, it was clean because Posey just said, I'm done. I'm retiring.
I emptied the tank. That was the difference. We all thought, he's still got something left. Maybe he'll be back. And his response was, no, actually, that was it. I emptied it. I left it all
everybody
out there.
was good with that. Like, everybody was like, there's nothing you could do. Like, you could say, I wish you'd come back. It'd be awesome. But you understand. He emptied the tank. He's got kids. He has other interests. He's just done. You could tell, like, he was just mentally, like, just done. And physically, when you heard about all the stuff he had to do just to get ready to play every day, like, that's exhausting to do that every single day. And so you could look at the numbers and go, oh, you have more left. An athlete knows when they're done. And he was clearly done because there was no wavering on that one. But it isn't. It's not, it's just, you want it all to end and you want guys to retire in your team's uniforms. Like, as much as I'm sure it hurt Giant fans to see Posey retire when he was still so young and looked like he had more to give, it's like, that was cool. He played his whole career here, Rookie of the Year, batting title, All-Star games, maybe Hall of Famer, World Series, all that. And he retired.
Comeback Player of the Year twice?
Yes, that's what you like. That's like the dream scenario for like if that's one of your favorite players, and he's definitely a San Francisco Giants era. He's definitely on the Rushmore. I mean, he's one of those guys, and you're like, cool, that's awesome. It doesn't always end that way. Brandon Belt playing in Toronto. And now Brandon Crawford is going to be playing in St. Louis. And Lincecum played for, 3 teams?
Texas
Angels,
and the
Rangers.
Bees and the Salt Lake Bees.
Bumgarner's career didn't end the way, I mean, would you rather have Bumgarner end his career in a Giants uniform, pitching the way he pitched for the Diamondbacks? That'd be kind of a bummer, wouldn't it? Like, all the good
throwing 7-inning no-hitters? You don't want those?
He spins a 5.9 ERA for you. You're not loving that. So, again, it's hard. Like, you don't get the Jeter ending very often, right? Where you just, you win, you're a Hall of Famer, you're great, and then you just stay there, and then you just decide, okay, I'm done now. I'm done. It does not happen in sports. I mean, that's why, hopefully, you look at the Warriors, and I'll just jump to them for a second. You're hoping those 3 guys stay here. You're hoping Clay and Steph and Draymond stay here and say those guys started as Warriors, they won as Warriors, they went into the Hall of Fame as Warriors, and they retire as Warriors. And then it ends well where they say, I'm done. You know, but
unless you go out on top, it's you know what I mean? Unless you go out with there, it's tough.
I'm done. I'm over. But it doesn't happen because you know what? More often than not, it happens the way it happens with Crawford, is that you're trying to hang on because you just want to play some more, and the other team's trying to move on because they're not where they were when you were winning, and they're trying to okay, we need to cut ties and move on, and it's a new era here. We got it. So this is the way it usually ends, where a team's like, we think you're done, and the player says, no, I'm not. I still really want to play, and they end up going and playing for somebody else. I mean, it stinks, but that's usually the way it ends. So. And you know what? I'll be honest. As much as Giant fans, I don't get the same feeling Giant fans do about the Cardinals.
Yeah.
I mean, I get the whole rivalry and stuff. One of the best ever.
I know he'll be treated well there, though. You know what I mean? I know as that organization that he'll be treated. And again, he knows that.
And doesn't it seem like he fits?
He does. Again, he's a vet.
Doesn't he seem like he looks like a Cardinal? Maybe your bio may come up in your mouth, but he just looks like, you know what? That guy looks like a Cardinal.
Yeah, I mean, the only reason he wouldn't look like a Cardinal is because he wasn't cranked out on an assembly line there for a need that they had, because they already did that with Mason Wynn. They're just like, what do we need? A 300 hitting first baseman? We can do that. Alan Craig, come win a title for us for a couple of years. 808 KNBR is the number to call. A lot of people checking in on Farhan, and I know there's going to be a lot of people upset about him today, but I want to know, what's your biggest problem with the Giants? Do you think Farhan handled this correctly? Is it the team? Is it the philosophy of the team by the front office, or are we just having a tough time with change? Because it's not Bruce Bochy. It's not the way that we're accustomed to things being done. 808 KNBR. We had a lot of great calls yesterday, and I know people are frustrated. What is your biggest problem with the Giants? Let's go to Connor. Connor is in Dublin. Connor, biggest problem with the Giants? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. Big honor to talk to you. As always, you guys are the men, the myths, and the legends to me of sports radio, so it's a great honor to talk to you. The legendary ass kisser right here.
Self-proclaimed. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, totally. All right, so here's what I got. I think, I dislike how Farhan handled this, and Tolbert said, he's like, I don't know whether or not he handled it poorly, and I say he did, in a sense that I don't think he needed to tell Brandon Crawford that he had to wait in line with those other non-invitees and try and do that, because he's never going to do that, because that's not right, because he wasn't asking for playtime. He was just asking for a minor role to help mentor those rookies, and I feel like that would have been something reasonable to grant.
Let me ask you this, Connor. Let me ask you this, because obviously Giants fans, and we're frustrated because people, and I see the text line checking in at 808 KNBR saying this guy's not done a damn thing since he's been here in Farhan and blah, 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 blah. I do wonder if Brandon Crawford were brought back, like let's say Luciano goes down with an injury. Who do you want to see at shortstop? Do you want to see Brandon Crawford there, or do you want to see Casey Schmidt or another guy getting opportunity, Tyler Fitzgerald? They have to develop something. If you don't do it now, if you don't do it now, when are you going to do it? Is my question.
Yeah. I would want to see one of the rookies in there with Brandon Crawford mentoring one of them. I feel like if you can get somebody who can adapt some of the skills that Brandon Crawford had. I mean, of course, Brandon Crawford's not the same guy he was. He's slowly declining, as we can see, but he's still a great baseball player. He is one of the best shortstops that we've had.
There's no question, but can't all that be true and say he hit 194 last year, and the Giants missed the playoffs by five games? He had a negative 1.3 WAR. Again, that's not on him, but I don't know what WAR all the time is or how to figure it out. I know the negative over 1 is not good.
Yeah, and look, I'm frustrated.
We can be upset. We can be upset about it and be like, I think that's where we are, Connor. I think it's like I'm bummed by this, and I don't want to see him go, but it's tough to argue for a case for him being here. I appreciate the call, man. Thank you so much. 808 KNBR. I do want to hear from all you guys. What is your biggest problem with the Giants right now? We got our Ohtani hate out yesterday. Let's say we got Giants hate, but what's your biggest problem? I mean, we've talked about pitching. Is it the direction of the team itself and the philosophy? Is it the roster itself? Or can you look in the mirror and say, you know what? I'm having a tough time with these changes. The times they were a-changing. Ron Burgundy never heard that song, nor did the Giants fan base. We'll get to your calls next. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. That's the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. You can hit us on YouTube, twitch.tv/thesportsleader, and, of course, KNBR.com and the KNBR app. What is your biggest problem with the Giants as it stands on March 1st, 2024. That's next on the Sports Leader. Brandon Pajemski is doubtful for tonight's game against the Raptors. Andrew Wiggins remains out with a personal matter. That story and more trending, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Oh, look at that. Only an hour in. It's Scott Friday. Were we hitting Scott before? I missed it, huh, Tim? Yeah, I'm sure I missed it. Tolbert and Copes with you on a Friday afternoon, March the 1st. I need to pay attention, right, yeah. Remember yesterday we hit that wrong highlight package? Tolbert and Copes with you. Talking Giants baseball 415.
Shut up.
I have the microphone, you know what I mean? 808 KNBR is the number to call and to text. You shut up. Or pop on the mic and say it yourself. Stop using Eric Burns to do it.
No.
We want to hear from you. After the Brandon Crawford news or the revelation of why he's not a Giant anymore came out, I can't find the text here on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line asking everybody what their biggest issue is with the team. 209, though, at the top just says they're so boring. They were fairly dull. I think 194 hitters who play shortstop, that's not a good addition to not being. Again, I can understand. I'm in the same boat as everybody. I don't like that he's playing and he's not a Giant. I don't like that he feels wronged by Farhan and the organization. I also can't tell you that I don't feel like it was time to do that. And part of that is why Farhan's here. Hell, a lot of you guys were mad when Matt Williams got traded by Brian Sabean. And now people are upset about how Sabean was forced out and there wasn't a position for him. I mean, when Sabean showed up, 96, 97, they have the great run, of course, but he trades Matt Williams. He does all that stuff. 98, no playoffs, right? 99, they have a good run. 2000, they don't make they make the playoffs, get bounced in the first round. 2001, they don't make it. I mean, Sabean went for a while before 2002. They win the pennant, and he didn't develop talent whatsoever. It was all about landing free agents and putting them under Dusty Baker and then Felipe Alou. I want to know from you, what is your biggest problem with the Giants? Is it the roster, the philosophy, or are we having a tough time coming to terms with change, everybody? Let's go to Mark.
Let me ask this real quick before I get to the phone call. Let me ask this. And I do have to say, we may have had one of the more egregious violations on our YouTube.
Uh-oh.
You probably know this person that's on the Tacky.
Oh, Tacky's the one that AJ Cruz, our caller, called out earlier.
Yeah.
Yesterday, remember he cut the promo?
Egregious violation.
Well, he was hating on Kiss earlier, and I just said Kiss this.
He only had 2 IPAs for Friday? Bro, that's awful.
Wait, I don't understand. What's the
He said he only had 2 IPAs for a Friday. He had 2 IPAs in his refrigerator. It's poor planning.
Poor caddying.
It's just awful. It's just, I mean, I'm about ready to shut it down.
Brutal!
Yeah. I don't even know if I can look at it.
Should we just go home? We should go home because Tacky's Tacky ruined it for everybody.
And I will, let me say this. For those who didn't call and text, here's what I would ask you. Imagine this player's name is Gene Johnson. He signed a 3-year deal, a 2-year deal with the Giants.
I don't like this signing already, Gene.
And what you got were the last 2 years. Would you resign that player? If you answer yes.
Are you saying that the last 2 years of Brandon Crawford's, what he just gave you? So like
what he just gave you in the last 2 years, if you signed a player to a 2-year deal and that's what you got from that player, and remember, his defense has been declining too. So it's not like he's a Gold Glove caliber shortstop anymore.
You want his numbers for the last 2 years?
Do you want that guy? He had his worst OPS plus of his career.
Yeah, it was 60. It was bad because OPS. Yeah, OPS plus is 100 is the average player. And he was at over the last 2 years, 76, 625 OPS, hitting 216. So, yeah, that's the question is, do you want those numbers? Like, if you remove the emotion from it, everybody would be infuriated if Farhan signed a player of that caliber.
Of course they would.
Mark is in Santa Clara. Mark, it could be off the Crawford tip here, but I know this has sparked a lot of frustration with Giants fans. Mark in Santa Clara, what is your biggest problem with the Giants right now? You're on KNBR.
My biggest problem with the Giants been going on for a couple of years. They don't spend money. They act like they're broke. They keep mixing and matching players, picking up leftovers from people, hoping somebody's going to have a great year. When are they going to spend money on free agents?
They signed their they signed their highest priced offensive free agent ever this year.
Right. They got one.
Okay.
Now, did somebody have a pitcher up their sleeve? Does somebody have
I hope so. That's a good call.
Somebody coming? Is the cavalry coming from the bullpen again? There's nothing. We got what's his name? The starting pitcher.
You talking Robbie Ray or Jordan Hicks or which one?
No, the one that's already there, established.
Oh, Logan Webb.
Webb, yes, we have him, and then who else?
Robbie Ray is hurt, and he's a former Cy Young, of course. But you're right. In terms of guys who you're confident in behind Webb on opening day, you make a good point. The narrative of the don't spend money thing a little bit frustrates me because it's not for lack of effort, right? Like give me the big name player you wanted in the last few years, Mark, that they didn't land. Not like Ohtani, okay, they put the bid in.
Well, there you
pick
go.
him. But he didn't pick them.
Right, but the other thing is who's going to protect Soler? Who's going to protect him?
Yeah, if that's our problem.
In there every other day.
Dude, if protecting Soler is our problem, Mark, we got some bigger issues. I appreciate the call, Mark.
Down to that.
Remember that was a big deal with Bonds forever. We're like, who's going to protect Barry? Who's going to protect him? It's like, well, it was Jeff
Barry
Kent.
protected Barry.
And Jeff got upset. Yeah, but then Barry just did it. He's like, I'll just do it. I'll just hit 40. Give me 8 pitches. We'll go back out to the phone lines here. 808 KNBR. Rick is in Hayward. Rick, you're on the Sports Leader.
Actually, I'm in Castro Valley on Redwood Road.
I get it, dude. You were on Civic and you got off and you wrapped around. You were right there. I got it. I know where you were.
Yeah, I'm at Taco Bell.
Know exactly where.
Yeah, you know where I'm at. Okay. Hey, Bobcat, how you doing, man?
What up?
Good to talk. Hey, I'm not pissed at Farhan, and here's why. I don't want a 216 hitter that would have had to be guaranteed a roster spot. We already have 13 or 11 roster spots without Luciano and without Sable.
Yep.
Where are we going to put them?
Yeah.
I mean, this is all these people out here that are crying that we don't have this or don't have that. I get it. I want pitching too. I mean, I want Chapman, although I'm kind of worried that Chapman's going to get overpaid. He's not worth $20 million. Everybody go check out what he batted last year. He batted 240 with 57 RBIs in 600 or 550 at-bats in Toronto, being backed up by Guerrero Jr. and Bouchette. I mean, the guy isn't a savior by himself. He's a great defender, but he's basically J.D. Davis, and we're paying $20 million for him. I mean, we need pitching.
Hey, Rick, did you see your boy J.D. Davis today?
No, I didn't.
Three-run tank, bro. Luciano, look, I'm with you. I appreciate the call, Rick, in was Hayward, now Castro Valley at the Taco Bell. Careful with whatever you're getting there, dude. Find a bathroom. 408 says he's soon to be a gas leak over in Castro Valley for this guy. And then the 541 Giants got a win today. First Cactus League victory. 541 checks in, says 11-5 wins. Suck it, Boach. They beat the Rangers. 808 KNBR is the number to call. Yeah, I mean, he makes a. That's the thing. If your feeling is I'm emotional about the Crawford thing because it stinks, and I one caller earlier, maybe it was Connor who said this. I also don't really like Farhan offering him the non-roster invite. Like, would fans be? And I don't think fans would be happy either way. But if they found out that Crawford said, "Yeah, he didn't offer me anything, not a non-roster or anything," they'd probably be upset about that too. But I do think the non-roster invite is the more insulting part of it.
Yeah. No, right? I agree with you. I think maybe the right way to have gone about it was say, look, we have one spot open, non-roster, but I don't want to offer you that. Yeah. I mean, that's insulting. So, I mean, look, it is what it is. This isn't easy. I mean, I know you want to be here. We just don't feel like we have a spot for you. We just don't feel like it's going to be hard enough for Luciano. It's going to be even harder if you're sitting there, and the fans are going to want you to play.
Give him a shot. Take the bubble. That's when Crawford got the shot. It was, you're the guy now. Bubble wrap off. Brian Bocock couldn't do it. You're the dude. And that was it. And Crawford had to kind of figure it out. He struggled for a little bit. But you got to give the guys an opportunity. If Matt Williams, if they cut ties with him after the first can't hit a curveball, he wouldn't be here as a coach. He wouldn't be a beloved San Francisco Giant. I think the hope is that Crawford, I'm frustrated with how it's gone down, and I just don't like that Crawford's upset. I also didn't totally want him here. 408 on the text line says, Bouchette? Is it Marcus the Water Boy? I thought the same thing. Marcus the Water Boy. Bouchette. 409 says, 209 says, sign Snell. That's it. That's the text. What frustrates you or is upsetting you most about the Giants? The roster, the philosophy of the team in the front office, or are we just having a tough time changing? Looking for somebody who's pissed. Maybe it's Jason. Jason's in Fair Oaks. Jason, you're on KNBR. What is your biggest problem with them right now?
I think it's a combination between Farhan and ownership. They keep doing these attempted signings, right? Like, we're going to go get Ohtani. We're going to go get, some of these big names. I mean, they could have got Martinez. They could have got Snell. Do something maybe not so big that way you can attract a big fish. I mean, it's almost as if they think us fans are kind of dumb, right? I knew they weren't going to get Ohtani. We all knew it, and it's just driving me to not go to any ball games, Like, this team is very boring. And you know what? Then Crawford is just the icing on the cake. We all know what Crawford is. But if we ain't going to win a World Series or even get even close, what does it matter? I mean, it's just a bad look.
Well, Jason, real quick. I hear what you're saying, but would you be be honest, would you be more likely to go to more games this year if Crawford were there? You're saying they're boring. That's just more of the same, is it not?
It is boring. I'll give you that.
You'd go for a farewell tour or something like that, but you're not going to games because Crawford's batting second and they're at shortstop, right?
No, you're absolutely right there. But at the same time, it's just a bad look for fans. It's a bad look for, he was a fan favorite. They can't bring him back. They can't sign anybody. They can't seem to do anything right. And, like, I'm supposed to pay to see this? Like, really? I'm 47 years old. I can afford to go to as many games as I want to right now. And I'm not going to go support that. They're not doing anything. They used to always be in the top 5 in payroll. They're not anymore. They're not even close. And it's just little effortless, signings. We're going to sign Ohtani. Yeah, right. Yeah, that's what it always is.
I hear you, Jason. I appreciate the call, man. Thanks for the frustration. I love some of these cadences are good, too. That was real. I said I was looking for somebody mad. 808 KNBR is the number to call. What frustrates you most, or what are you most upset about? The not spending money thing, again, it's tough. And I want to talk to Ned Coletti about this. We'll do it at 3:50 when he joins us. I wonder, because do you remember he told us a story? It's probably last trade deadline day, Tom. We were out at the ballpark. And when he was the GM of the Dodgers, and they made the trade for Manny Ramirez, Manny Wood. Right, and he said he went to his owner, Frank McCord. It was just a cheap SOB. He says, yeah, you can do it, but it better not be costing me any money. That's an expensive player. Better not. And Ned's like, well, I got to pull the strings on this, and can you get me X number of dollars? When you have an owner who really is pinching pennies, it's got to be tough to navigate. Like, we've seen the Moneyball thing, and I imagine that's a book or a movie, and that's a scripted depiction of what may happen, but I also imagine that there are low-budget teams where guys go to the GMs or the GMs go to the owners or the presidents, and they're like, you got to find it somewhere else. Who were we talking to the other day about that with owners? Where they said they want to make money to a certain extent. It was Jim Bowden. Right. He was a GM and for 4 different owners. And he said, Jim Leland said, you can spend money because you go, well, if I got a guy, you don't have him. That's all that matters. But he said also, the Pirates are in a tough situation where they wanted to expand their facilities or whatnot, and they said, well, that's got to come out of some other budget. We're not going to spend any more until we earn more, which is a tough cycle to live in, right? The A's found that drain pretty quickly. 808 KNBR is the number to call. I want to know what your feeling on the Giants are right now. How frustrated are you? What bothers you the most? Tony is in Napa. Tony, you're on the Sports Leader.
Fellas.
What's up, Tony?
I'm really frustrated like everybody, but I'm kind of frustrated with the fan base as well. We got to relax. I know we want to win. So does Farhan. So does ownership, and I think we've had some bad luck. We have gone out to try to get the free agents. I mean, sure, you can nitpick that he could have gone lower tier free agents and gotten a team and done that, like the last caller said, and try to, get a big name out here. But, they're doing what they're trying to do. It is a business at the end of the day. We're all emotional, and it's our team, and we love our team, but it is a business. And if we overpay this guy or that guy, then everyone's pissed when he doesn't do anything, And as far as the Crawford thing, it was the right move. I love the guy. He was great for us, but, that's not a player that we want. Just like Tom said, if it wasn't Brandon Crawford and we brought that guy back, everyone would be pissed.
Gene Johnson, you don't want Gene Johnson hitting 215.
No, Gene Johnson. No, but come on, really. And sure, Farhan's not perfect, and we've had some issues. We had, however you want to look at the last manager, swing and a miss. So, it's we're all passionate. We want to do it, but it is a business. I think Farhan's trying to do what he can. I don't know. Everyone has got to point the finger, but you got to do the right thing. I mean, what did Bill Walsh say? Get rid of a guy a year sooner than a year late.
That would have meant after 21. I appreciate the call, Tony, in Napa. By the way, 4 different Gene Johnsons have played in Major League Baseball.
Have they really?
In history, yeah. I'm trying to find one who may have played for the Giants. That'd be pretty funny.
That would be.
Yeah, John Johnstone, a different guy. Gene Johnson. That'll be like our Mendoza line from now on.
Oh,
like, dude, I don't want Gene. I don't want Gene Johnson.
You know what Johnstone? I was thinking Jay Johnstone.
Jay Johnstone. There you go.
His claim to fame. Remember, he was the leadoff hitter for the Mariners in Naked Gun.
Oh, Jay
He goes,
Johnstone.
looks like you could use a medium.
Tolford and Copes with you. What is your biggest problem with the Giants right now? Ed, Doug, Bill, Carl, John, Mort. We'll get to all you guys when we come on back. 808 KNBR. I want to get to more of these texts as well. 510 on the text line says, dude, Jason is so pissed. And 559 says, I would have gone to more games if Crawford was playing. You're a liar. Tolford and Copes, 808 KNBR, the number to call. More on your frustrations. What are they on the Sports Leader?
Campbell, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Campbell's Sports Leader.
In an article written by Andrew Baggerly, Brandon Crawford said the decision to return to the Giants was not made by him. That story and more, trending now. KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Tolbert and Coates, and they're back on The Sports Leader. Find us on Insta at KNBR on Instagram. This is KNBR 104.5 at 680.
Tolbert and Coates back on a Ska Friday, March 1st. Baseball starts in 27 days. Giants got a Cactus League win today and went yard a couple of times. Luis Matos, who put on like 13 pounds of muscle. He does look bigger. He muscled up for his second homer of the spring today. J.D. Davis went yard. Oh, we got two from, was it his third of the spring then? I got a notification right after Greg and John were playing the replay of the highlight. Joe Rizzo on the call today. And I just assumed the notification I got was that home run. It was a second home run on the day. Luis Matos has a chance to be, again, baseball seasons are weird, man. You never know what's coming and who's going to make an impact on your team. Yeah. Here it is. When do we have the home run?
2-2. There's a line drive to left from Matos. Langford back, looking up, and Matos does it again.
We can stop it there. I just wanted to confirm that the bat sounded different than Ohtani's bat that we had been playing.
Oh, yeah.
Let's go back
what
out.
What about J.D. Davis? A right field home run? Oppo?
Did he go Oppo Taco on you? No, he didn't. He pulled it.
He's a big Oppo guy, but apparently not.
He what? Nick Ahmed homer. He's wearing number 40. How about that? Just give him Bumgarner's number. Let's go out to the phone lines. You replaced Crawford and Bum. 808 KNBR. What is your biggest problem with the Giants? Let's go to Doug. Doug is in Sacramento. Doug, what's your biggest problem, man? You're on the Sports Leader.
Yeah, when are they going to go out and get more pitching? I mean, you already got, wins on the disabled list. You got, Beck's on the disabled list. I mean, it's like, then you read the article, there's a 50-50 chance they're going to go get, Snell. I mean, if you can't afford Snell, then I keep hearing all this stuff about Jordan Montgomery. Then it's like I hear they're going to go after Lorenzen. I mean, go get somebody. I mean, if you can't afford Snell, let's just not have the crummy pitching setup we had last year where Logan Webb had to do everything. I mean, let's go get some quality pitchers. Let's go get at least 3 good pitchers. Let's not do what we did last year with what Kapler was doing with the featured pitcher of the day thing, which was just the worst pitching staff ever. It's not even baseball. I mean, what is that?
I'm with you, Doug. Again, they had 2 pitchers last year who threw more than 100 innings. One threw 99 2/3. That was Disclafani. The question is, can you get to 4 guys who are going to do more than that? You need 150 plus from a few of these guys. Appreciate the call, Doug. I don't know if or when they're going to. Maybe they're taking inventory on what they have. Again, if you get Blake Snell and the rotation gets healthy, you're not relying on Jordan Hicks for nearly as much. He could slot back into your 4 or your 5 even while you wait for Robbie Ray and Alex Cobb. I have great confidence in Alex Cobb. I like Cobb a lot. He's become a better, more effective pitcher, I think, as he's gotten older. Big sinker baller. I think Cobb is almost threw a no-hitter at one point last year. Cobb is your 2. If you go into a series where it's Cobb, Ray, and Logan Webb, I feel pretty good about that. You've got a former Cy Young Award winner and a guy who finished second. If you were to add Blake Snell, you've got another one there. Your 1 through 4 is as good, I think, as anybody in the National League. Again, this is thinking optimistically. We're not even getting to Kyle Harrison or Jordan Hicks in that yet, but it's foolish to think that somebody can't develop into something out of all the crop of young players they have that are not making their big league debuts. It's tough to put all of this on their shoulders, but I do think they're going to find some stuff here. Carl's in Brentwood. Carl, what's your biggest frustration? You're on KNBR.
Excuse me, guys. I would have to say a little bit has got to go on the front office, wouldn't you think? Because Farhan, what do you think? He's got this money. We know they got the money. That we can't get a big guy, big name. You know what I mean? And it's like you don't think they're going to be holding back.
What big name? What big name did you want that they missed on? Who would have chosen to come here if they just gave more money?
Well, everybody was talking about how they didn't have enough money for someone what's his name? The New York kid.
You talking about Aaron Judge?
Who's holding who up? Is it Farhan trying to say, hey, we tried to get this guy, we didn't have the money, or is it the front office saying, hey, don't spend the money?
Carl, I appreciate the call. My understanding with the go ahead, Tom. Are you going to say?
I was just going to say. There's got to be a willing party out there. Arson Judge. God dang it! I knew I was going to say that. Aaron Judge wanted to go back to New York. Ohtani chose the Dodgers. Same deal. Chose the Dodgers. I don't remember the particulars of the Bryce Harper deal, but I think he wanted to go to Philly, and I don't know. Maybe if the Giants were willing to give him 13 years, although it's still, you look at his contract. I read somewhere where, they were hoping maybe to get an extension or something, because you look at Bryce Harper's contract. It's only like 25 a year, 26 a year. Like it's pretty good contract for what that dude gives him, especially in the playoffs. That guy's money.
Look at the roster when they wanted him. There was nobody else here.
I'd have to go back and refresh my memory on that. Like, did the Giants just bail out because the Phillies gave him a little bit more, or did Bryce Harper want to go to the Phillies? Now, they did, in principle, have Kevin Correa signed.
Carlos
Correa.
Correa.
Was a massive Carlos Correa.
Yeah, Kevin Correa signed a couple times.
I can't get any name right this segment. Maybe I'll just stick with the last
Kai
one.
Correa
You know
signed
what?
as
While
well.
I'm in there, let me throw in San Diego Chargers just for the hell of it. Correa was a huge contract, $315 million, 13 years. They were committed to that until the medicals came out, and then the Mets passed too. So it wasn't as if they just got cold feet and said, "Now we don't want to do this."
And the Twins won incentives, by the way. The Twins gave them a ton of incentives.
I'm with you on this one. They've tried it, but they haven't done it. That's the other part of it. Okay, what do you get for trying? Understanding, pat on the butt, hey, good job, go get them next time. But the player, isn't here. So I get the frustration, because you hear the way the Giants talk, and Farhan talked before the free agency 2 years ago. We're going to be, going after the biggest names and the biggest. So you get excited as a fan base, and then you're like, wah, wah, wah. You end up getting nothing, and it's frustrating. And you get Correa, and Correa's gone. And then this year you kind of knew Ohtani wasn't coming here. But, hey, they did what they could. They couldn't do anything else. It wasn't like they said, hey, we'll go 720. They're like, no, betting's done. We're going to decide now. The
no more bets. They went the roulette table, arm over the table. No more bets. No more bets.
No more bets. So
and then the zero hit on Ohtani, 0-0.
Yeah. They have to want to come here too. So you can't blame Farhan or the front office for the ownership for that.
Well, I think that may be what some fans would look at and say, well, what have they done to create an environment that people don't want to come here? If that's your gripe, then I do wonder that as well. That said, you better have the same question for Brian Sabian. He wouldn't land in free agents. He was swinging and missing the same way Bobby Evans was. And the times they did, they overpaid for guys who at the time we were frustrated with, like Barry Zito. Right?
Remember
so
Aaron
again,
Rowan?
What's that?
Remember Aaron Rowan?
I remember Aaron Rowan. He got a ring.
Yeah.
He got a ring. Runs in front of freight trains. Hey, but he's a gamer. He was a gamer. I just didn't want him. He got away. I think you said this one time. It killed me when I was like 17 driving around my car. And you go, dude, Aaron Rowan gets away with looking like a ball player. That's like one of my favorite lines. My buddy and I have quoted you for years on that. Ed is in San Jose. Ed, what's your biggest problem with the Giants as it stands right now? You're on the sports leader.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. My biggest problem is the way we're always jerking around with the lineup. I'm fine that we didn't sign a lot of these big guys. We have a lot of young guys coming up. Let me see the same guys play. I'd rather watch an exciting team lose, knowing that. But I want to go see the players play.
Ed, do you think we'll get more of that with Bob Melvin?
I hope so. But also, in regards to Crawford, I always thought of the Giants as a family. We always bring back these guys. We bring back guys to be advisors, to have in the front office. I don't think we should have given Crawford the same courtesy.
Well, Ed, thanks for the call, man. Mervin and Paulie and I used to joke all the time on the morning show about the I think it might have been about Brandon Crawford years ago, and then he had the resurgence. Same with Buster. It's the old, hey, what are we going to do with Pop? Pop can't stay here. Pop's over there dribbling. Guys get so old, he's like, when you're old, your family starts talking about you in front of you.
Yes.
Dangerfield.
Yes.
Pop's over there dribbling. Just put him in the garage. We got company coming over. That's how it is with Crawford. We're like, damn, he's sitting right there. Let's go to Jim in San Jose. Jim, you're on KNBR. What's your biggest problem with the Giants?
Well, I think it goes to the top executive management team. I think when Peter McGowan passed away in 2019, I think a lot of things changed in their philosophy and their direction, because if you look what Peter did when he bought the team and how he went out and he brought Barry in and he had Dusty and he went out and got Sabian and they built that thing and they built it into a pretty good team during the Bond era. Then they built it into a dynasty and went rolled through a series with coaching.
But they did that. But they did that by developing talent. They didn't do that. They didn't want to. We got to let you go. The connection's too poor, Jim. But they did that by developing talent like this. And people, I'm telling you, I went to 50 games in 2006 and 2007, and maybe it was 07-08. That's right. It was 07-08, and those were brutal. Bonds chasing the record was cool in August. 08 was not that fun. 2009, they win 88 games, and that was the jump. But 2008, I want to say they won 72 games. You had Tim Lincecum win a Cy Young. Every 5 days was exciting. Matt Cain was out there. Buster Posey was not. Benji Molina was there. They were slow. They had Ryan Klesko. They were trying to get guys in like Kevin Franzen, Dan Ortmeyer. They had Todd Linden. Like, they had a slew of Ryan Garcos and Shea Hillenbrands for a number of years that did nothing until Brian Sabian committed to the draft and committed to talent development under Bochy, which was the new way to go about doing things, and it worked out. They gave Bonds the biggest contract ever and had one World Series loss to show for it. And a new ballpark, of course. There's a whole lot more that came with the business of that, but that's kind of where we are, is where's the business of this victory and what does it mean to this market right now? Bill's in Lodi. Bill, your biggest frustration on the sports leader.
Hey, good afternoon, gentlemen. Hey, I realize I'm a fan. He's the one closest to any of this. He's laced them up on a pro thing before, but I'm sorry. I just can't stand away or get away from Farhan creating this. I think what Brandon had to say is a lot of truth to it, and I think behind it he's saying what a lot of the guys that are there now are saying, that Farhan, they just don't want to play for him. And it's just, I'm old school. That we didn't win anything for 54 years, but as fans, because you always had to win the division to make the playoffs, but as fans we always had, okay, we have to last day, and now you got 20 spots to make the playoffs, and right now I don't feel like we can make the play. I'm exaggerating the 20 spots, but
well, you said Farhan is saying things like, you said Crawford is saying what you think a lot of guys are saying, they don't want to play for him, but Crawford did want to play for him. Crawford said, I want to come back. But you're saying he made, well, I don't know that there's a spot for him. Bill, I appreciate the call, man. We do have to run. I
don't know if they wanted to play for Gabe.
I don't think they wanted to play for Gabe that much.
No, he didn't. Certainly, the older guys.
And he alluded to that with us last year, where he had some frustrations there, but he loves this organization, and he knew that he wanted to be here, and he cared more about that and cared more about the team than himself in order to put them above. Again, I think Farhan's biggest flub here is offering the non-roster. Then again, if he doesn't offer that, does anybody really feel different? People would say they could have at least offered him the non-roster. I think, if anything, that may be the most insulting part of this. James is in Stockton. James, you're on the Sports Leader. What's your biggest problem right now with the Giants?
Heated from yesterday hey guys, I'm still heated from that phone call yesterday. So first off, the Dodgers, Dodger fans, Ohtani. So anyways, we got that off our chest. I'm tired, man. I love our team. I love everybody. They kind of did Crawford kind of dirty, I feel like, and Dodgers are going to be rolling through. The rest of the NL West is going to be rolling through, showing off their new toys, showing off their new people. Are we broke? Are we broke, Dad?
Are we that broke? Is that what you're saying? Are we that broke? Well, they spent 100 and over 110, right, or 108 or something on Jung Ho Lee. Thanks for the call, James. And they again spent money on Jordan Hicks, and people get frustrated at that. If it says RP other than SP next to his name, it's a pretty good contract. Looks like Taylor Rogers, and that's the back end of this. Is if he struggles, they put him back in the bullpen, or he's not an okay starter. You haven't overpaid for a back end bullpen arm, and I'm okay with that. A guy who can give you more than one. I like a guy who can get up and down through 2 innings. Speaking of Gabe Kapler and Kai Correa, how about Kai Correa being the last Giants manager to write Brandon Crawford's name on a lineup card?
Wow,
that may be the worst part about all this.
Where is he, by the way?
He's in Cleveland. He's in Cleveland.
Cleveland? Okay.
Yeah, he's Stephen Vogt's infield instructor. He's one of his on his coaching staff. Tom, the tractor guy, Mike in Redwood City, Iron Sheik, Altif, Nick, and Mert and Mort. We got a Mert and a Mort hanging on the line.
Mert and a Mort?
We got tips and picks, but we're going to keep it right here.
Got a Mindy?
Your tips, your picks.
How about a Mork?
Your frustration with the Giants. A Mork and a Mindy. We know who you are, Mork. Dude, that's not in the demo. Tolbert and Copes with you Friday afternoon. We are going to catch up in about 20 minutes with our guy Ned Coletti. We'll get you your tips and picks. We'll get your tips and your picks. You can pick what's frustrating you the most next on the Sports Leader.
Make those weekend wagers. Who you want to bet your Benjamins on? We got you covered with tips and picks. Sponsored by Twin Pine Casino and Hotel. Now here's Tolbert and Copes on KNBR.
Tolbert and Copes with you for tips and picks. We will fold this into our Giants conversation here and get to plenty more of your calls there on the Yuma guest line. Tips and picks, by the way, sponsored by Twin Pine Casino and Hotel. Celebrate Twin Pine Casino and Hotel's 30th anniversary all year long in Lake County, California, where every visit is a winning experience. We'll do it this way. One of our callers a few minutes ago said the Giants were the laughingstock of the National League. He's like, are we broke? What's going on? The laughingstock of the NL West. And again, this is my frustration with the negative thought and vision around the Giants. I understand the boring element of it makes it worse. They were in the mix at the trade deadline last year, and everybody was upset and wanted players at the deadline. Tom and I were like, but who do you get? They didn't get somebody, but who do you go get? One of our texters said, I don't feel like they have an identity. They play small ball. They aren't small ball, but they aren't home run hitters. That's true. That's a good analysis. It says they don't have a killer staff. They got a couple of guys, and again, it's an optimistic thing to think because you've got a couple of guys coming off injury and an unproven starter. But again, I don't know why people wouldn't be confident in Alex Cobb. Alex Cobb was pretty damn good last year. If he comes back, and again, health is a factor, but this isn't like some Tommy John surgery they're waiting for. Now, Robbie Ray is a bigger question mark, but you didn't give up a ton to get Robbie Ray either. So you could have a better staff than anticipated and definitely a more veteran-laden staff. This texter says they're old and too young at the same time. They don't have a shutdown closer. They do have a shutdown closer. Thank you. Nice, Tom. Camilo Doval, though, there's some people trying to make a case this offseason that he should be moved, that's something for it's a luxury to have a closer. Again, the Giants were 5 games out of the playoffs last year and 5 games behind a team that won the pennant in each of the last 2 years out of the National League. Not saying they were that close. I'm saying get into the dance and you might have a shot to go on a run. Nobody picked the D-backs to win the pennant last year. So as far as the laughingstock of the NL West, my pick on that is they're 20 games better last season than the last place team. They were 2 games worse than the team above them. Do you have them better than the Padres this year, Tom, on paper?
I don't know. I mean, I like the Padres pitching staff better, but
Yu Darvish is getting up there.
They are the Padres. And so I'm going to put them ahead of the Padres just because they're the Padres. And I think the Padres a couple years ago was maybe a little fluky. But that'll be a battle. I mean, I think clearly, look, we don't even need to say the Dodgers are the cream of the crop, but the Diamondbacks, I think, are better, but it wouldn't surprise me if they slid back a little bit. I mean, on paper, they look better. Gallen, Kelly, Rodriguez, Fott. Their pitching staff seems to be pretty good. But you know how it happens sometimes. These teams kind of come out of nowhere a little bit. And even though I think we both thought they'd be good last year, I don't think we thought they'd be that good. But you know how they have a tendency to come back down a little bit. Like it just, you don't go up there and then just keep jumping up. So it wouldn't surprise me if they weren't quite as good as they were last year. Like, yeah, I mean, the Giants right now, it's second to fourth, with third being the most likely to me.
Yeah.
But I could see any of those. I could see any of those scenarios. I really could. Yeah, I could see him. I could see him being better than the D-backs this year. Although I'm just a big fan of the D-backs. I just like the way they've constructed the
D-bat. I think roster. Is what you're talking about. You just want the D-bat.
The
the corn dog.
Big with the jalapenos in it, laying lovingly on a bed of fries. Oh, it looks so good.
We'll go. By the way, we'll get through that. Speaking of fat, we'll get through to the food in the ballparks a little bit later. We'll go back out to the phone lines here. We're going to catch up with Ned Coletti, former Giants assistant general manager. We'll be nice to pick his brain on some of this and maybe get his evaluation on when fans say Farhan hasn't done anything. 408 on the text line. What has Farhan actually done for the Giants or really in his career in general? Whoa. Well, he did help build that Dodger team that you're so frustrated with. Yes, he's a smart dude, but I get when you look at this Crawford situation and back at the Bochy situation, I can't help but wonder this guy doesn't deserve the credibility afforded to him. What credit are you guys giving him? That's what I'm wondering is what credit are we giving? I'm just saying he's here. He's signed another contract. You got to watch him develop talent. Brian Sabian, people were irate with. There were Fire Sabian websites and shirts in 2008 at the ballpark. So, again.
People don't remember how much they hated.
They hated Sabian.
Brian Sabian when he traded Matt Williams.
On your show, right here.
Yes.
People hated
him. He had to come on the show. We had a meeting in a conference room.
Yeah.
Basically, we all had to be there, but it was basically for Sabian and Ralph.
Right.
Basically, Sabian having to tell Ralph, I'm not an idiot. I know what I'm doing.
What about Saltamaki then?
And then Ralph not so sure about
What about Saltamaki?
about that. I still remember the interview we did. Why? It was with Jeff Kent, Julian Tavares, and who was the utility infielder they got in the Matt Williams trade?
Mike Benjamin? No, it wasn't.
No. I can see his face. He was sitting there.
Yeah, we came
and
from
he
Cleveland.
actually told Jeff Kent he had a frying pan for a glove. I was like, I go, really?
Ralph said that?
Ralph said that.
Frying pan. Well, that's
Like,
him and Zito too
you
getting
couldn't
into it.
phrase it differently. Like, you've had, the fielding's not a strength of yours, or really the frying pan thing? Are you just trying to make the guy mad, like right out of the chute? So Vizcaino, that's who it was.
Jose Vizcaino, yeah.
So but people couldn't stand because Sabian got rid of one of their beloved guys.
Why?
And it was the right thing to do. Now, as we all knew. And Sabian told me, he goes, really, to be honest, Julian Tavares was supposed to be the big guy.
He was the acquisition.
Jeff Kent was like the guy, a guy we thought could play. We never thought he'd be as good. But look, that happens. You can go down the list. Warriors never thought, Steph would be Steph. I mean, nobody, when they're that good, you're like, we didn't think he'd be this guy. But no. The lunatic French is crushing him, and Ralph was right on board with it too. And it just, it was rough for a long, long time. And again, I've said this before, and I know that a lot of people don't really believe in Farhan, and he hasn't really given you a lot of reason to believe, except for one magical year. But he might not figure this out because he's not like. I think he's more of a baseball guy than people give him credit for, but he's not a baseball guy like Sabian was. But there were people that wanted to get rid of Sabian year after year,
over a decade.
Year wanted to get rid of Sabian, and I just knew that I didn't know they'd win 3 championships, but I knew he knew what he was doing. Like, because I knew people in baseball. And I was like, is this guy, like, legit? Like, and everybody, to a man that I talked to, respected him and knew he was a good baseball guy and knew he knew what the hell he was doing.
Well, I'm excited to talk to Coletti about that in like 10 minutes because we'll ask him. I mean, he was there. He's in those meetings. He's in those rooms. And you're like, when you miss on a player and fans are saying, is it even your responsibility from the previous regime to pay homage to a guy like that? And what's that situation like for Farhan right now? We will talk to Ned Coletti, the former Giants assistant GM, and Andy Baggerly at 4:50, who caught up with Brandon Crawford after we talked to you at 808 KNBR. Let's go back out to Nick in Orange County. Nick, I know the Crawford thing's frustrating people. What's your biggest problem with the team right now?
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm just sitting out here actually the Dallas-Fort Worth Airport. I had a 3-hour layover and realized we were at the wrong gate and hustled over to the right gate, and then they closed the door on us.
So that's your biggest problem right now is your travel, dude. That's your biggest issue.
So I figured I'd give you guys a call. I don't want to hang up my wife. I think she might hit me.
We'll hide there, man. He had to step away from the wife so he could tell us his biggest frustration with the Giants. She's like, we're at the wrong gate.
I know her biggest frustration.
I'm with the Crawford. I'm like I'm with Farhan on this one. I'm like, I think, you know what, breakups are never easy. I don't know what the easiest way there was for them to do this. I think the same Giant fan that's complaining about not signing him would have complained if they signed him. I think that's where we're at right now with everything too. So there's some big things coming down the pipe. I believe in Farhan.
All right, Nick. I appreciate the call with a cackle at the end there. I like that.
We got one.
He's all googly, dude.
We got. Wait, you know what? I mean, and I'm not saying this is wrong or right. I just know it's the truth. When you get a player like Brandon Crawford, who's meant so much to your team for so long a period of time, you have a tendency to romanticize about what they are, what they were, and the nostalgia takes over. And you want it to end well. Like I said, sometimes it just doesn't, and it sucks, but it just doesn't. And you can romanticize all you want, but while you're romanticizing, make sure you go to baseballreference.com and check out the numbers the last couple of years.
Yeah,
you can romanticize those numbers are there. They are just there for you. So you can be nostalgic and love a player and romanticize. And guess what? You're still going to have those feelings about those players 5 years from now because they helped the Giants win World Series. He was a massive part of that. That's never going away, right? And so once you win the prize, yours to keep. He's got that. You have that. But we're not living in 2014 anymore. It's 2024. And again, baseballreference.com, look at the numbers, and then tell me how romantic you feel about those.
Why?
Yeah, thank
Exactly.
you. The guy who was the. Oh, we'll take one more call here. Let's go back out to.
Why?
Let's go to Altif. Oh, let's go to Iron Sheik. Let's go to Iron Sheik in Oakland just because we had Hulkamania yesterday. We may as well go to the Iron Sheik today. Iron Sheik is in Oakland. Iron Sheik, what's your biggest problem with the Giants right now?
First of all, my friend, my biggest problem is you have that jabroni Hogan call up to KNBR and tell you he's still world champion. He's fake champion. Number 2 reason, Brandon Crawford, Brett Blur, all you ex-Giants, pooh, I don't care if we trade you, you go to Dodger, you go to St. Louis, you enemy for orange and black. Number 3, I fight Hacksaw Jim Duggan, Cow Palace, 1983, and I became very close to orange and black Giants fan, Hulkamania.
See, Iron Sheik in Oakland.
You was lucky, punk.
By the way, when he told Derek, the call screener, all it said was, Giants #1, Cardinals crap.
Dude, please call back.
Excellent.
We need to have more wrestlers call.
Oh, dude, who knew that Hulk Hogan and both the Iron Sheik, massive San Francisco Giants fans.
So what are the Patriots going to do now that they got Hulk Hogan running with all of you?
No, that's not our Hulkamania. I only ride with our Hulkamania and our Sheik, Tim. I don't want anything else.
Break his back, make him humble.
That's not it. No, I need my Cardinals crap. Oh, that was incredible. You can keep checking out on the text line, YouTube, twitch.tv/thesportsleader. How frustrated are you? What are your frustrations with the Giants? Phone lines are still lighting up. We will get back to those after we talk to Ned Coletti. Ned Coletti, former Giants assistant GM, former Dodger GM. We'll get his thoughts on what's going on with this roster, the free agent's still out there, and what situation Farhan is in heading into 2024. Then Bags at 4:50. Tolbert Copes, Hulkamania, and Iron Sheik on the Sports Leader. Joined Murph and Marcus this morning and discussed his thoughts on the Giants' new coaching staff. Newsflash, he's hyped. That podcast and more trending now. KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, if I told you our next guest, as I'm introducing him, you probably could guess if I said, is assistant general manager of the Giants, general manager of the Dodgers, and if you still scratch your head, I'd say, well, he also scouted for the San Jose Sharks. Bang. That'd be immediately no one other than Ned Colletti, does both baseball and hockey. Ned, it's always great catching up with you. How you been?
What's up, Ned?
Doing great. Hey, guys, great to be on with you. Thank you for the beautiful introduction. I should have hired you as an agent.
I try.
Your boss might have had an issue. You might take exception at the time.
Oh, man. So we wanted to ask you this because there's a lot of frustration up here with the Giants and the direction they're going and Farhan and what he's been able to do and, more importantly, not been able to do in their eyes. And we wanted to ask you, because I remember very distinctly when Brian came over here and the Lunatic Fringe and Brian and Ralph going back and forth all the time. And you guys had your trouble, the Matt Williams trade that wasn't super popular here in the Bay Area. But I remember Brian telling Ralph, because we had the meeting in the conference room at KNBR, and he's like, I'm not an idiot. I know what I'm doing. And that kind of stuck with me because as the Giants continue to maybe not win as much as fans would like, I just remember talking to people in baseball. I'm like, because I always thought like Brian knew kind of knew what he was doing, but I got confirmation from people in baseball like this guy knows what he's doing. You got to trust what he's doing, and just because you don't win doesn't mean someone doesn't know what they're doing. Now, it could mean they don't know what they're doing, but I just want you to take us through that time a little bit and how difficult that is for someone in the front office when, like, what you're doing is, like, the right track, or you think it is, and it's just not working out how you maybe envisioned, and how you kind of wrestle with that, knowing that ultimately all fans want to see is wins.
Yep. Well, it's, the bottom line is it takes a long time to get good. And to really have a franchise and a roster that can sustain success, that takes a while. It doesn't take very long to get terrible. That can take you a couple months.
Yeah.
And the combination of different things that every general manager is up against is far deeper than people have an understanding of. It's just far deeper than I can remember a little bit more than a year ago, maybe on your show, maybe on a podcast or something. when Correa didn't sign with the Giants, how upset everybody was.
Yeah.
Well, how would you like to be looking at if last year is the way it goes for a while? Who would want that? So there's so many complications, so much thickness to everything that goes on. To think the number one thing people need to have, and it's tough for a fan, I get it, much respect, but patience is a tough thing to have. But in baseball, it's an everyday evaluation. You don't play once a week, you don't play twice a week, 3 times a week. Pretty much every day for 6 months. It's like the stock market. I mean, if you're watching your stock every day, that's the Giants or any other team. And it's tough to do. But you really have to build it from the ground up, and you really have to be able to draft, internationally sign, and then develop. And one of the most important things you do is knowing in your system who can play and who can't, and who can play in the environment that you're in. Not everybody can play in LA. Not everybody can play in New York, Boston, Philly. Not everybody can play in San Francisco either. So you have to really know your own system, build it up, develop it, and maybe move a guy or two that's got high value elsewhere that you don't see fitting. But you can't do this overnight. You can't do it. It doesn't work like that. It just doesn't. And I have a ton of respect for Farhan and everybody that sits in that seat because I know it. I know what it feels like. I don't know if he would ever admit it or not, but there are days that is the loneliest seat in San Francisco.
Did you ever get the feeling, because you guys didn't sign a bunch of big-time free agents when you were there, and
No.
Brian didn't sign them when he was there. I mean, really, it was homegrown. We've gone over it before, but you look at the
Yes.
championship teams in San Francisco, I mean, the infield, homegrown, the pitching staff, homegrown, a lot of
Yes.
the bullpen, homegrown. I mean, you went out and they went out and got select guys. Hunter Pence they traded for, then they re-signed him, I guess technically a free agent, but I'm wondering when you were here, was it a place that guys didn't necessarily want to come? And I've always had a theory that weather could play something into it because it's such a warm weather sport. Guys play in Texas, California, Florida. They don't want to play in San Francisco when it's like 68 in July. They'd rather be somewhere where it's 90. I could be way off on that, but did you ever find that? Because it feels like now free agents don't really want to come here. They'd rather go somewhere else unless the Giants overpay. And I'm wondering what you guys have found as far as free agents, like either wanting to come here, not wanting to come here, and maybe the reasons they did or didn't.
Well, that's a great point. When I first got here, it was Candlestick Park,
Yep.
and it was really, Dusty helped us sell players on coming here. Dusty had the tremendous personality and leadership, helped guys come here. But other than that, it was tough. It was tough to get guys, unless it was Barry who was coming home.
Yeah.
It was tough to get people who wanted to play at that stadium. Then we moved to a beautiful place on the bay, and it changed a little bit, and the team got really, really good and very competitive. Then it became a little bit easier. But I think in some of the conversations we had with free agents that kind of turned it down without really giving it an opportunity, because it is a great place. What they would say sometimes, especially if they're from Latin America, that's a long way to go. That's a long way from home. And so that was a little bit. The tax situation. We can't discount tax situations. Guys make a ton of money, but you have some states with no state tax. We happen to have a state tax in California, right? So, you've got that, dynamic a little bit. And I think those are some of the situations. And guys do want to win. And they want to be in a great place that they can feel comfortable in and kind of lock down roots in. But for a lot of people who grew up on the East Coast, who grew up in the Dominican, Venezuela, Puerto Rico, it's a long way. It's a long way to go. And again, the tax situation is what it is. I faced it in LA too. I signed Zach Greinke to a 6-year deal with a 3-year out. And Texas was right, according to him and his agent, Texas was right with us on the dollars. Texas has no state tax. Okay. So Zach ended up signing for 140, 145 million, somewhere in that neighborhood. What's 13% of that? That's a pretty good check, right? So I had to give him the out after 3 years. Texas's deal, I think, was a clean 6. Ours was if he got hurt, he got a clean 6. But I had to figure out something else to entice him to come here to LA at that point, to come west and to come to California because of the state tax, and he's from Florida. So, it's a long way. And then he ends up going to AZ after the 3 years, less taxes, all those different things. So it is a factor. Some people, they don't care. But some people, they think about it and they do the math. And when you're talking, let's just take $100 million contract, $13 million. Well, that just doesn't fall out of your pocket, no matter how much you got.
No doubt.
I got a Ned Coletti here, former Giants assistant GM, and then former Dodger GM here on the UMA guest line. In terms of Scott Boras, I think Giants fans, when you hear Scott Boras, the two names that come to mind are now Carlos Correa and probably Barry Zito. What are your thoughts on him? And I would say he just controls free agency. I mean, two of the bigger name free agents are still out there right now on March 1st. And sort of in concert with that, what do you think about Blake Snell passing on that 6-year $168?
Well, I've known Scott a long, long time, almost maybe even since he first began representing players. Certainly someplace in there, and not proud to say that I negotiated with him 3 times on Christmas Eve, once with Barry, once with Manny, once with Prince Fielder, who he didn't sign. Really, really smart. And as far as agents goes, and there's a ton of good ones. I don't know anybody that looks further ahead to an organization's strengths and weaknesses and can place people and can move people around like he can. At the same time, he rarely takes a deal like he got with Bellinger the other day. And, he'll rarely go below what he really believes he can get from somebody. I'm not saying he thinks that their value is that, although if somebody's willing to pay it, that is the value. But, do you get 100 cents on the dollar? In my opinion, as a baseball executive and former GM, you rarely get 100 cents on the dollar. You will once in a while, but more times than not, it'll be like Ed McMahon on the Tonight Show getting that clearinghouse check at the door. He'll be mailing something to the house probably. But he's excellent at what he does, and this offseason has been interesting for me to kind of watch what he's doing and watch what he's trying to get accomplished, and to see where it all ends up. But he is the best at. I used to tell him, you're looking at my team and you're telling me in a year we're going to need a player to play this position because we have a free agent or an older player that's running out of ability, and we don't have anybody in the system. And he knows that too. And he's got a guy that if you wait for this guy, he'd love to play there type of thing. And a year after that, and I used to say, Scott, I'm trying to figure out how we win tonight's game. You're looking at a team a year from now or 2 years from now. But that's why he's as good as he is. And he's researched. He's got a huge staff, massive staff. And, they know the business inside out. But sometimes you got the Bally's TV situation. I'm not sure where that's at. That can have an effect on teams, can pull guys back. Because to me, TV fuels what we see. When you see these contracts being what they are, it's regional sports networks and it's national television that pays the freight. No doubt, tickets important, merchandise, all those things. But the TV deals are what changes it from, a $50 million contract or Barry Bonds 95 for 5 to, Ohtani 700 million. It's massively different. So when you've got that dynamic and that takes a certain percentage of your market away, that hurts free agency. When you have only a certain amount of teams that in the best of days could afford a player at that level, that takes away more of the market. And some teams, they know the history. They know getting 100 cents on a dollar, you may not. You may win in the next couple of years, which has got tremendous value to you. And that's tough to quantify, maybe more than 100 cents on a dollar. But that particular player, that particular contract, many times, you're going, what, this is good today, but somebody else will be picking up the pieces when I'm gone.
Talking to Ned Coletti here on the UMA guest line. So you're talking about the Zach Greinke contract and how you gave him the out after the 3 because he had to make the deal more attractive so he could go get it money again. Is that what we're looking at with Blake Snell? What kind of offer would you make here for him at this situation?
Well, I think Cody was a great example of what may be coming. Cody Bellinger's got $80 million guaranteed for 3 years. He also has the ability to be a free agent, not once, not twice, but every year of the deal. So that plays huge because the team gets a shorter deal, certainly. Okay, $80 million is still a lot. Gets a shorter deal, but the player gets the guarantee if he does get banged up, but also gets the right to look elsewhere if he goes off and does great stuff. So if the market changes, TV values gets fixed, whatever that turns out to be, things are always different. And that's another thing Scott is really good at. He could not, the story goes, and I was still in San Francisco, J.D. Drew could not find a place to play. Free agent. He also had another guy named Adrian Beltre, okay? Great player. Dodger guy, hit, I think, 49 home runs. Yes. The story goes, fact or fiction, can't tell you. Not telling you it's complete fact. But the story goes, he had both clients. And he waited until that's all there was left for middle-of-the-order bats. And he had a lot of action on Beltre, including L.A., where they wanted him back. And where he kind of wanted to go, his story tells it. He waited till there were two places, or one place, Seattle, took Beltre there, and then left the Dodgers with no choice but to give J.D. Drew a deal. And they gave him, I think, a 5-year deal with a 2-year out. And in 2 years, I got there after the end of the first year. The next year, off he went to Boston because Scott had figured the market in 2 years for this guy is going to be more robust. I'll be able to get a 5-year deal a couple of years from now easier than I can today because I know I can't necessarily get one except for a team that has an open chair because of a situation where their best offensive player, Hall of Famer, as we learned a couple of weeks ago, takes off for Seattle. But see, that's the thought process. And that's, as a GM, that is what you're constantly in a thought process of, it's like being in the middle of a wheel, because the number of people that have to say yes to your deal, your owner or your ownership, one person, a group, the agent, the family, the player, the union, all these things, all those factors come into it. And they have to go, yeah, this sounds good. This is a good deal for us. This is a good deal for the player. This makes sense. The team's in concert with it. That's where the GM sits. He sits in the middle of getting a yes from numerous people. And it's not as easy as it looks from the outside. I understand people's frustration, but to think that it's fantasy's baseball and you're going to call your neighbor or your brother or sister and say, hey, trade me so-and-so. That ain't how it goes. It just doesn't go like that.
I still can't get over you were taking calls on Christmas Eve.
Oh, gosh, yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Ned,
that was, again.
Rough.
I got thrown out of the house on Christmas Eve. I was at my brother-in-law's house. And right about 5:30 Chicago time, I was back there. And Scott's out here. It's 3:30, and still trying to get a little bit of business done. And the phone rings, and people are about to sit down to Christmas Eve dinner, and they look at me like, "What are you doing?" And I was told, why don't you go sit in the car? So I went and sit in the car. Well, it's 10 degrees out. I said, I'll take my jacket. You don't need a jacket. Go sit in the car. Let me take the keys so I can put the heater on in the car. You don't need the keys. You want to talk to him? You go talk to him. You sit out in the car, in the cold, in the dark, 10 degrees, and you can sit there for as long as you feel like. And when you knock on the door, we may or may not answer. Yeah. Oh, true story. That was the Barry negotiation.
Zito?
Oh, man. Was there ever a time? I mean, that's the part I don't think people appreciate, is that like you guys are pretty much on call at certain times of the year. Something happens, you got to pick up the phone. Was there ever a time where you saw who was calling and you saw like what the family was doing or whatever? You just said, "Oh, I can't. I'm not going to do it. I'm going to turn the phone off." And
not very often though. Not very.
Yep.
Often. They didn't necessarily know exactly what it was going to be. I was. Remember we had Reggie Sanders in 2002.
Hell yeah, I do.
Yeah.
I had gone to the Rose Bowl, and I'm driving up 5 after the Rose Bowl, and I don't know if I did, if I didn't have a cell phone, or the battery was out, or the service was bad. I talked to the agent, Eric Goldschmidt, at every rest stop up 5, and you know where Los Banos is?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I stopped at the gas station in Los Banos and got on the payphone and finished the deal. Yeah.
Ned, did you ever make a trade at the Coalinga Junction?
That is so good. Good thing you didn't get out of the car and try to finish the deal at the Harris Ranch. That would have been painful. That would have been brutal.
But that's what you do, You're always on call,
Doug,
I was one more thing. I don't mean to take up your time.
No, you're great.
No,
I'm playing blackjack in Arizona during spring training. They got the casinos right along the highway there by Salt River. I'm in there playing blackjack just like midnight, and the phone rings, and it's an agent, and the dealer goes, "You can't take the call." I said, "Put the marker down. I'm going to step right here." And before I said hello, I said, "This better be good." And that's what you're up. That's what you're up against.
Was it good?
No, he had a complaint about a player. I said, "I'm paying the guy over $80 million. You fix it."
Ned Coletti, the voice you hear on the Uma guest line. Let me ask you this, because we talked about Farhan, and again, there's a lot of factors, and you were talking taxes and stuff, but a lot of fans, and this happened when you and Sabes were here too. We were saying, look, there were T-shirts and people calling for his head and all this, because it's tough when you don't win the big one for a number of years. How many decisions do you think by players, when they agree to go to a city, are directly reflective of the general manager or the president? Like, how many? I don't think guys are making decisions based on that. I think there's closers, there's people who can finish deals, but how much of that is reflective of the city and the team versus the GM or the president?
Wow. I don't really know what the percentage would be. There might be some percentage to that. I don't think it's half. It's well less than half. If I'm taking a guess on percentage of the decision that was based on that question, I'd say far less than half.
Yeah.
Probably far less than maybe a quarter at the most. But again, I've never really run into that or thought that would be a factor. I think taxes are a factor. How far from home it is. The weather, how good the team is. There's still a lot of guys that really, they're going to be well off financially unless they make a massive mistake. But they really want to win, too. And I think winning breeds other winning. All you got to do is look, and I hate to say it, but look at the Dodgers. Mm-hmm. Ohtani wasn't going anywhere but there. The only way that he wasn't going there is if they lowballed him, and there was no way they were going to lowball him. They've been working on Ohtani, marketing and all these things, knowing them for a couple of years at least, that this crossroad was going to come up and that they were going to be ultra prepared for it. And then Yamamoto, the same thing. Winning breeds winning. And when you have players that are excellent players, high-level talents that can play when the lights are the brightest at the end of September and in the month of October in this sport, they want to go where they got a chance to win. And if they don't, you don't want them. But that is really a big, that to me, as much as the taxes and the distance from home are factors, the chance to win, I think, is still one of the biggest factors for any player of high-end talent. I don't think there's any doubt about that.
No.
They want to have a chance.
I'm wondering if you've run across a situation like this before. You've seemingly run across just about everything, but we're talking about Brandon Crawford going to the Cardinals, and article came out in the Athletic today. Andrew Bagley wrote it. Really good article, kind of detailing what had happened. And apparently, according to Crawford, Farhan offered him he wanted to come back, be a mentor. Farhan said, you can fight for the 25th spot like everybody else, which, seemed a little insulting, but I'm sure he wanted to at least offer him something, but didn't want to offer him much more than that. And people were saying, well, did he handle it properly? Did he not? And I said, I don't know there is a right way to handle that. Like, I don't know if there's a good way to handle it where it's clean and everybody's good to go. Maybe if you would have said, look, I could offer you this, but I don't want to insult you. We're just going to move in a different direction, and, we wish you all the best. That's still not even the best. But how do you deal with a situation like that where you're talking to somebody who has ties to the community, ties to the fan base, was here when they won their championships, 2 of them, and people love so much? How do you is there a good way to break that off?
It's very difficult, but I guess my litmus test to it, or the line I wouldn't cross, is what is best for the organization, and the organization. Now, what I mean by that is not the entire organization necessarily, but what is going to be best for the team that you play. If the team you put on the field, what is going to be the best? And there's always things that go on that people have no idea that people are thinking, or people are saying, or people have said. That's part of business. That's part of life. A lot of things never get put in the open. And I'm not talking about this situation. I have no idea. All I know is I have tremendous respect for Crawford. And but there's no easy way to do it. But you have to be wise with your choices. I can't remember exactly when they win 107 games, who was coming up on free agency then, right? Was Belton Crawford coming
Crawford
up?
was. They signed him to a 2-year extension after that year.
Yeah. Now, if that turned out to be a 3 or a 4 year or 5 year deal, suddenly you're sitting there with, whatever the pay goes as a 3 year, 4 year, 5 year into the deal. How does it look? How does it work? Are you going to get productivity out of it? And so you've got to understand, and I'm sure they do, the entire picture. But for me personally, I had to be sure that the player was going to help our team win.
Yeah.
And it's tough to do. It's very, very tough to do. But you had to have that, because if you do it once, where do you draw the line? This team, the team you're talking about, there's a lot of guys in that group. You didn't do it with Brandon Belt, right? I'm not saying he's, I don't know how he fits in the community as Crawford does. But, where do you draw the line as to, okay, who do you get melancholy about? Who do you, say, well, I guess, okay, we'll do one more deal. How many times you do that? It's tough to do. Yeah. It's tough to do. And most players that are ultra competitive and have won and all that, they may say they're going to take a back seat. And again, this isn't directly with Crawford. I have no idea. But most of them don't want to take the back seat. They'll take the back seat to get in the car, but they're not going to be in the back seat for long. What about playing time? Hey, I'm not playing enough. I came here to help out, but I gotta stay sharp too. So now you got that kind of interaction and that kind of dynamic that
well, let me ask you
isn't
this real
healthy
quick.
for anybody. Yeah,
because he did say that he'd be willing to come off the bench, be a mentor. He didn't need playing time. He'd play multiple positions. Like, he said all the right things. But I think what Farhan said resonated with me a little bit. I didn't think of it initially. Is that if you're going to try to hand this thing over to Luciano, who's a young player, and you're going to give him as many at bats, as many reps as you can to find out what you have in this highly touted prospect, it's really hard to do it with like a legend, like a giant legend like Crawford sitting on the bench, and every time you go through a slump, the fans want him to play, the fans want him to hit, saying, he let him go out there, he can help us win. And it didn't hit me. And then when he said it, I go, of course, that, like, if you're a veteran, you can handle that. But when you're a rookie, a young guy, you're looking at this guy on the bench, and I'm sure Brandon has the best intentions. He would have done exactly what he said. But the fact that your presence is still there and the fans know you're in that dugout just makes it even more difficult, doesn't it, for a young guy?
Yes, I think, and this goes another level or two down from really the surface thought process, and that your thought is, the quote and the thought is right in conjunction with this. What you have to take into consideration are the personalities of everybody.
Yeah.
And I don't know either personality, but if somebody would play better with the shadow over them, so to speak, okay, that's what you do. If somebody doesn't need the shadow, doesn't want the shadow, is going to be affected by the shadow, then you can't have it. And all these situations are different. There's no cookie cutter for it. There's no. This is the way we've always done it, sort of thing. I had to know everybody. I had to know the personality, the qualities, the insecurities, the value system, the hunger, being, not being hungry anymore. I had to know the personality of everybody who was going to wear a uniform. And I had to know how their guests, educated guests through experience, how would they react to this and this and this, and then make the best decision with it. Sometimes it would be the perfect decision to say, you know what, this guy can't really play anymore. This guy gets 150 at-bats. That may be enough. He may be out of bullets at that. But you know what? His personality and the personality of the next generation fits perfectly. And maybe that player is also banged up, the veteran, so he's going to go on the injured list periodically. So you're not short on the bench. You're not short in certain situations because you've got, quote, the all-time mentors sitting there. But you have to know everybody and know how it all works. And only the people that live it every day, that are saturated in it every day, that when they wake up in the middle of the night, that's what they're thinking about, that on Christmas Eve, that's what they're thinking about. Those are, that's what you got to do. It's far more, as I said at the outset, it's far more complicated than it looks like on the outside.
Ned, we always appreciate the time. I can't believe you spent Christmas Eve in a car at 10 degrees. That is amazing.
Yeah, oh gosh. Yeah, then I had to figure out way back in.
You stopped in Los Banos. That's weirder. Yeah.
That's even better.
Well, we didn't sign him for 3 more weeks. I knew I wasn't going to sign him.
Hey, I love talking to you. I love hearing the stories and your expertise and knowledge. It's always fun catching up. Maybe we can do it again as the season gets closer.
Anytime, gentlemen. Always a pleasure. Great to be with you.
Thanks so much, Ned. The great Ned Coletti, former Giants assistant GM.
Los Banos.
And willing to tell some stories, too. Tried to get Prince Fielder on Christmas Eve. Didn't land him. We will take a quick break. We are still going to catch up, by the way, at 4:50 with Andy Baggerly, who was the one who had the story and the comments and the quotes from Brandon Crawford. Stay tuned. We will get to all of that and some really good insight there from Ned Coletti. You missed anything, all available on KNBR.com. We will get to more reaction on the Brandon Crawford thing or the situation as to why he's not a Giant with Bags at 4:50, only here on the Sports Leader.
San Jose, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Jose's sports leader.
Warriors get the win in the Big Apple after beating the Knicks 110-99 thanks to Steph Curry's 31 points at the Garden. More on that story trending, KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for... That's right, big event going down tomorrow, the San Jose Earthquakes. They're back in action at PayPal Park for the first time this season, facing off against their SoCal rivals, the LA Galaxy, tomorrow, March 2nd at 7:30. It's presented by PayPal. Be there for the energy and the drama, the mind-blowing last-minute mayhem. Join the excitement as the Earthquakes kick off their 50th anniversary season and witness soccer history in the making as they leave it all on the pitch to beat LA. Get tickets now at sjearthquakes.com. This is 50. You don't want to miss it. There's a bigger pregame show. The lads are ready to work and an unforgettable giveaway. Quakes flags for everyone thanks to PayPal. Get in early. Parking lot opens at 4:30. Gates open at 5:30. And we're kicking off at 7:30 for the 50th anniversary. Get your tickets now at sjearthquakes.com.
Catch KNBR at your crib on your Amazon Echo smart speaker. Now back to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes back with you Friday afternoon, a Ska Friday, a rainy Ska Friday. That's what happens here. We're like Seattle, just rains every day now. We just had a great conversation with Ned Coletti, former assistant GM of the Giants, former Dodger GM. He gave us some really good insight. I know the game has changed and evolved, but thoughts on like how much is Farhan to blame personally for not landing free agents versus the team and the growth itself. He had a really great comment there. He said, it takes a long time to get good. It takes a couple of weeks to get really, really bad. And it's a great point. We will get to your calls on your reaction to that. I got a great note for you, too. For those who think Farhan does not spend money, Giants' salary this year in total is higher by $30 million over what it was last year. We'll talk more about that when we come on back. And a good note on how much money Farhan has spent on free agents. 808 KNBR, Steven, Tom. Oh, dude, Mort is right back there on the line. We will get to your calls, your frustrations with the Giants, your thoughts on this free agent class that is yet to be completed, and whether or not the Giants will get in on them. Plus, a great note on the spending next on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the Sports Leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
That conversation with Ned Coletti, probably as close or as much information as we'll get from somebody tied to this organization or with ties to the organization. And again, we talked about the Brian Sabean thing where a lot of the beginning of his tenure where the Giants had more winning success, more playoff appearances, fans were irate. And Brian Sabean, as you said, had to give that one the talk with you guys, but he had that famous quote, "I am not an idiot. Like, I know what I'm doing here. I'm making moves, and we're trying to set ourselves up." 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. We'll be getting your thoughts on your key frustration with the Giants. And for the most part, my feeling is that Farhan, and I asked you earlier three things. Is it the roster, is it the philosophy, or is it simply the change? And I really do think that because of the drastic change from jumping from Boch to Farhan, where Farhan kind of got to pick his guy, decided he was going to go the direction he wanted to go, that fans felt that Boch was wronged in some capacity. And then the fact that he goes out and wins another World Series, just insult to injury. Giants got him today, though. Except that the shift in the changing baseball has even happened with Bruce Bochy. He even has to manage differently than he did here. I understand that people are frustrated with the opener because we went so drastically from a starting staff of dominance in the playoffs and World Series of entirely a team built all around pitching and defense and timely hitting to a team that's like, I don't know half the guys. We're just sort of plugging and playing. We're trying to figure things out. I'm all about giving a guy a period of time to figure out what his system is. We had a good text earlier that said 2021 might have set him back 3 to 5 years. It's not the worst take, right? You give Kapler the extension because of that. Most of that team did not end up being holdovers that were successful later on. The other part of this is fans were not willing up front to accept the change to the style of play the Giants were going to go with. That Fan Fest, Farhan's first one, he did the Q&A, and somebody said, "Are you going to use one of those dumb openers?" And he said, "Well, what if I told you we could use an opener and win or use a starter and we, it could struggle?" And people are like, "Well, I want to see the traditional stuff." The problem is it can't be all or nothing. You can't go opener 4 times through or 3 times through. Same as you can't have a bullpen by committee for an entire season and find success. Bottom line is the frustration around this team, I think, comes back to fans were not ready for the jump to Farhan. It's kind of like the guy who comes in after the star. You got to be the guy, and he has not found immediate success. 808 KNBR is a number to call. Let's go to Tom the Tractor Guy. Tom the Tractor Guy is in San Mateo. He's one of our regular callers. Tom, we'll get your thoughts on your biggest frustration with the team.
Oh, my God, Coach. Where do I start? I'll tell you what, my biggest frustrations with the team start way back when Farhan took over, and we had Madison Bumgarner. Now, we all love Madison Bumgarner, but I didn't understand why we didn't get rid of him at the trade deadline and pick up some talent, knowing he wasn't going to be back. And we've done that year after year after year. Rodon, Peterson, Cobb. These are all guys that we could have got some young talent back for, knowing that we weren't going to have next year. And that's just a fact of life in baseball. You're not going to always have those guys forever. You'd love to have them forever, but you're not. The other thing that gets me is these opt-out contracts they keep signing. So all it is we opt into paying a guy more money if he has a bad season. If we got a guy on an opt-out contract, Conforto was the last one. I mean, we could have got rid of him and, get some young guys in here. I understand that. You talked about 2006 or so going to 50 games. You went to those games because you love the team.
Yeah.
I don't even know who this team is anymore. Every day I go to the ballpark, I don't know the names on the jersey. My wife is pissed. We got rid of our season tickets a couple of years back because I just couldn't take it anymore. But, I mean, we have love for Crawford. I understand that. But he didn't look that great last year.
No.
At some point you get old. I mean, hell, I was brokenhearted when Tolbert left the Warriors and he went to Orlando and then the Clippers. Oh my God, that was horrible. But I mean, I understand it. It is a business, but he should have pulled the plug on Bumgarner years ago. I mean,
So Tom, let me ask you this. Tom, let me ask you this real quick because I was in that same sort of boat, and I remember back then. Who I argued with about this was Murph on the morning show, and he was like, "Well, what would you get for me?" Because they're talking about this guy Woodruff or Burns in Milwaukee, and I was like, "Yeah, take one of those guys." Neither guy had been established yet. They both were like kind of whatever young starters, and people didn't want that move. Do you know how mad people would have been if you traded Bumgarner for an unknown Corbin Burns or Brandon Woodruff? Then I think Farhan was catering a bit, and he did. He catered partway to Bochy, which is why he went and got Kevin Pillar. And then he catered partway to what he was trying to set up in the future. Now, he was able to unload Mark Melancon that offseason. He was able to unload and get... we thought
that was an awesome move to unload Melancon.
Yeah, we thought Dubon was a good trade. We thought a bunch of that stuff was good. But I wonder how much of that mistake with Bumgarner does he look at here with Crawford and go, we can't be sentimental about stuff. We can't just sit back and be sentimental. We've got to try to find the right pieces to win. I know you said bring some young guys in. To me, it's a lot of young guys here. And to say you don't know the names on the team, I think that's kind of ridiculous. I think first base, we all know, is going to be Wilmer Flores, a lot of it. We know who the second baseman is, Tyro. We know the third baseman is a couple of guys. And, Tom, we appreciate the call. J.D. Davis, Casey Schmidt. We know the shortstop is likely Marco Luciano. We know the left fielder is Michael Conforto. We know Jung Ho Lee's in center. We know Yaz is in right. What's confusing? There's a lot of these names who have been here for a long time. We just don't – I get that they're not superstars. But neither were they didn't have a roster full of those superstars in the World Series years. You got to develop the talent before you know who the names are. Jeff Kent was unknown. Should be in the Hall. You can't find everyday players until you have the everyday guys. And that's what a lot of 07, 08, and 09 were about, establishing those roles. Steve is in Vallejo. Steven in Vallejo, what's your biggest problem?
Hey, how's it going, gentlemen? My biggest problem is that portion of the fan base, damned if he does, and he's damned if he doesn't. They're just not going to be happy with anything that happens. And, at first it was, got to rebuild the farm system. Well, okay. 2020, they didn't have minor league baseball. 2021, he made the most minor league moves. And now he's clearing out space for these guys to come up and show what they have. And people are mad about that.
Yep.
And it's unfortunate that this, fan base, and we're seeing it happen with the Warriors, the Niners. They just scream and complain about every single little thing. And it's getting annoying at this point. Like, just step back and either root for the team or don't root for the team. The only people that really have a gripe are A's fans. Have a right to be pissed off, right? And before I get out, let's end on a positive note. Hey, Copes, George Sedano. All right, guys.
Appreciate the call, Stephen in Vallejo. That was the positive note?
George Sedano.
Eat me. Join us at the KNBR and Giants Fan Fest Tour. Final stop. It's next Saturday, March the 9th. It's at Oracle Park. So I got Tom the Tractor Guy. You don't have to go watch the game. Come hang out with me, dude, at Oracle Park on Saturday, March 9th in San Francisco. From 10 to 3, you can get free tickets. Whole event is free on knbr.com/FanFest Tour. There's going to be a lot of cool stuff. A great new technology they're breaking out at FanFest to interact with the players who are at the game in Scottsdale Stadium in Arizona. We'll have the game on the screen. You can hang out on the field, interviews with players, some fan Q&A stuff. It'll be a lot of fun to be hanging out at Oracle Park, getting ready for the start of the season. Again, more details and tickets for free at knbr.com/FanFest Tour. For those who are saying Farhan's not spending money, and I know that you're going to look at this and go, well, inflation and whatnot. He's not done them all. However, if you go back to 1991, Tom, I'm just going to go there because I was 2. I don't know. It's just also what this. It's also what the spreadsheet here gave me from 1991 until this past offseason. So it's not including 2024's offseason, like into 2024. But I'm going to include it. I did the math myself. Of the top 15 free agents in guaranteed money that the Giants have signed. Now this is before opt-outs too. So Rodon is on this list and he opted out. In guaranteed money issued, Farhan has handed out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of the top 15 guaranteed money contracts in San Francisco Giants history. 2 of the others near the top there are Barry Bonds. There's an odd, like, Denard Span one in there. Mark Melanson flares up. But Farhan has the next most high free agent signing since 91 behind Brian Sabian, of course. And, again, the money changes and guys opt out. But he's handed out more money than people think. $13 million for Jung-Ho Lee. I know the price points are going up. The opt-outs are a standard thing across baseball. We just heard Ned Coletti tell us all about that.
Yep.
Right, about how you use that as a tool. And also Scott Boras, dude, he's playing chess. We're playing checkers. He's out thinking everybody.
Well, look, you got to do what you got to do to get the guys here. But it just, like, no one wants to hear that, even though they're facts.
Fact.
They want the big guys. That's where, I mean, they like Soler. Jung-Ho Lee, I think they like that signing, but they don't really know much about him. Hicks, we kind of know him. Throws really hard. Can't keep in the strike zone. We'll see what happens there. But ultimately, I think from a fan standpoint, and a lot of the fans are going to be casual fans. They're going to be hardcore fans digging into Baseball America and see what's going on in the minor league system and all that. They don't know every name, but they know big names. And that's where they haven't hit. And there's a lot of teams that haven't hit there, right? There's a bunch of teams. You go start looking at the huge, big-name free agents over the past few years, and where have they gone? You get the Yankees, you get the Dodgers, if Harper went to the Phillies, and I mean, I guess if you want to count signing your own free agent, I mean, the Angels re-signed Trout back.
Extending is not on this list. Like, extensions don't count here. I wasn't going Buster. I wasn't going
Okay, so just getting somebody
these are just straight free agents.
Straight free agent. Yeah, I mean, look, it's all about the names. Again, do you really think? I mean, I like the Soler signing. I do. Do you think that resonates with a lot of people? They're thinking, it's all right. Whatever.
I like it. I like the sign too. And again, but people here, and like somebody said, Copes, list that roster again. That's not a championship roster. That wasn't my dispute. Somebody said, we don't know the names on the roster. I said, yeah, you do. That's not true. That's not true. We're looking, again, we had the call earlier, so you're just looking for reasons to be upset. And people, again, so Copes, you're saying, I love this because it's definitely not going to be what I was saying. 707 says, Copes, you're saying that the players the Giants have in their position, we should know who they are. But how about how many? That's not what I'm saying. I disputed one caller who said, I don't know who the players are. And I'm like, then you're not watching. You're not watching the development. You didn't know who Brian Wilson was either. He wasn't the closer in 2008. You know who was? Brad Hennessy. I was there. Like, it wasn't Brian Wilson. They had to establish it. Sergio Romo came up when Osiris Matos came up. They had Guillermo Mota at the back end of the pen. They had to figure out roles for guys. That's what happens. No one's saying this is a championship roster. I'm not arguing that.
The chess, it ain't checkers.
I'm saying for those of you who think they're way worse than they were last year, that's a joke, dude. So more here on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Says we only know the guys who started last year, but let's see what they do. That's what I like to see, some development here. More on the calls. Lloyd is in Folsom. Lloyd, what's going on, man? What's your biggest problem with the Giants right now?
Well, just to be honest, I don't have, and from what I can see, most major league players don't have enough confidence to want to come to San Francisco. Now, whether that's Zaid's problem or however you say his name, or if it's just management or ownership in general, there's something that stops the real people, the real big names, from wanting to come. And I don't know what that is, but that's my biggest issue is at least have somebody say, I would really like to. But Aaron Judge played games with us, obviously. We got the guy from that went back to Minnesota with the bad ankle or whatever.
He was going to go wherever paid him. He was showing up wherever.
Yeah, we didn't really care about him anyway. The latest signings I like. They're not huge names, but they are names that we will get to know quickly because I think they're going to really help us. So I don't know. Maybe it's because the guy with the most ownership of the Giants lives in Florida and doesn't give a crap. I don't know. But it's very frustrating when we have great people, including Buster, in the ownership, and we still have problems getting people to come. And it's confusing. To the fans, it's for myself, it's very confusing.
I appreciate the call, Lloyd. To be fair, they had problems getting guys here when Barry Bonds was in the middle of the lineup. You know what I mean? Again, if you ask fans, what's the last big free agent signing in your mind for the Giants then? It's got to be Zito then, right? If you're going to say that and who they have or have not landed. 707 says, the players we know, they're not winners. And then one more, 408 says, Moneyball didn't tell Farhan to keep Gosman. He would have stayed. Farhan's contract extension made 0 sense. You guys know where Kevin Gosman was right before? Farhan found him and put him in the right situation and said, throw these split fingers. Dude, he wasn't doing anything. They found him off the scrap heap in the bullpen for the Reds and got him the $80 million contract after 2 seasons. So, no, Moneyball didn't sign him. Moneyball's also what got him here before they were able to hone in on what it is that he does well, the most devastating splitter in the American League East. We, by the way, told you it was coming. An opportunity for you to get back to see Jelly Roll on September 3rd, 2024. This is your final opportunity on the Tolbert and Cope Show. Between now and 6 o'clock, we'll give you the cue to call when you're caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR. You will win. Furnished by Live Nation. Get the official rules at KNBR.com. Tim, what's our Jelly Roll cue to call today?
It's peanut butter jelly time. Peanut butter jelly time. Peanut butter jelly time. Where you at? Where you at? Where you at? Where you at?
There you go. There you go. When you hear that, they go to 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller 10, you will win the tickets to go see Tom's guy, Jelly Roll, down at SAP. All right, when we come on back, more on the Brandon Crawford fallout with Farhan Zaidi and the Giants. The man who wrote the article, Andy Baggerly. Kind of thing ain't my bag, baby. Andy Baggerly joins us next on the Sports Leader. Pajemski is doubtful for tonight's game against the Raptors. Andrew Wiggins remains out with a personal matter. That story and more trending, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Tolbert and Copes back with you Friday afternoon here, and we're going to start ramping up our Andy Baggerly hits. He joins us courtesy of the Yuma guest line, covers the Giants for The Athletic, and authored the piece on Brandon Crawford's exit from the Giants and gave us a little bit more information per Crawford on what went down. Bags, how are you, man? Good to have you back on.
Hey, Adam, I'm good. How are you?
Doing well, man. Tom's here, too, by the way.
Bags, what's up?
Hi, Tom.
Oh, yeah.
How are you?
We'll do our thing, but I figure we should acknowledge him. At the very
Thank you.
least.
I appreciate that. I'll just sit here.
His name's on the show, first or second.
I'll just sit. I'll listen.
We've been getting a lot of reaction from Giants fans today, and I think out of context, when everything happens, fans go, well, Crawford signs elsewhere, and then Nick Ahmed signs a minor league deal. That's ridiculous. They should have brought in Crawford. Tom and I talked about it, and I said, Nick Ahmed's a little bit younger, right-handed bats, a minor league deal. He wasn't here last year hitting a .194. It's just a little bit different of a situation. And then we get more details from Crawford, per your article today. Just, I guess, the reaction from Crawford and your thoughts as to his emotion around this thing.
Yeah, it was kind of funny. I actually talked to Nick Ahmed today, and he told me that he was talking to the Cardinals, and the Cardinals said, look, we're looking for someone who can be kind of a backup and a mentor to Mason Wynn, the 22-year-old kid that's going to be their shortstop. And Ahmed said they really weren't interested in that. They wanted an avenue to more playing time, and the Giants have a little bit more of an open competition here, and we'll see. I do think that if this is a lineup that shows it can produce, and it looks like it's vibing pretty good toward the end of spring, and it's got a little bit of length to it. Maybe Conforto has a good spring, Lee has a good spring, Soler has a good spring, everybody's healthy. Then I think you could very easily sort of see a situation happening where Nick Ahmed becomes the best alternative for this team, because he's a guy who's won 2 Gold Gloves, and as you mentioned, I think the defensive metrics right now are probably a little better for him than they are for Crawford. Might have been, and for a ground ball staff especially, you could say that maybe leveraging a little defense there and just sticking him in the 9-hole would be the way to go. But basically, the crux of the matter is, I think that what Brandon Crawford wanted to have out there, because he hears from fans, who maybe don't really understand the whole context, and they just say, "How could you do this to me? I wanted you to be a Giant for life." And he just wanted those fans to know, look, it wasn't up to me. It wasn't my decision. I wanted to come back. I let them know I'd come back. I wanted to let them know that I would come back in a reduced role. I wasn't going to make demands and say I'm coming back as the shortstop, or I'm only going to play shortstop. And, he told he wanted everyone to know that he met with Farhan Zaidi as early as mid-November and let them know that, hey, I want to play. I want to be a Giant. How can we make this work? I'm willing to do X, Y, and Z. And ultimately, that opportunity wasn't there for him, and that's what he wanted out there. And I think it was a difficult story for me to write, because obviously I talked extensively with both guys, and I understood both of them had a very legitimate point of view. Both of them, you could argue that maybe their point of view at times could be a little myopic, or you could disagree with it. But I think they both obviously made really good points too. And ultimately, it's just kind of what happens at the end of a long career, where the organization may not need what you got left, and you may not be the best fit, or maybe it's best to make a clean break. And sometimes it's even kind of strange how it works out, where a guy can go somewhere else and it's time, and then they kind of circle around again after they've stopped somewhere else, like Hunter Pence and Pablo Sandoval, or like Andrew McCutchen is doing in Pittsburgh right now. So who knows? Maybe there's another time down the road when Brandon Crawford pops back in as a Giant. You never say never. But I think for right now, obviously the Giants didn't want to be put in a position where they were going to have to cut or DFA Brandon Crawford. They don't. That's obviously not something they wanted to do, and that's what that shortstop position is. That backup shortstop position is. It's they're looking for more insurance, but they also don't necessarily want to be committed to somebody there, because they want to keep the decks clear for these young players. So that's why it just sort of didn't add up for the two sides, and obviously feelings get in the way of. But it was a tough story to write, because you want to be fair to both perspectives. And it's interesting to read the comments, because they're very much 50-50, it seems like. And you don't have to pick a side. Maybe you just understand, hey, look, this is just sort of what the situation was.
A couple of things I want to curious to get your thoughts on, because to me, offering him the chance to make the team as a non-roster invitee like anybody else could is basically saying, we don't think you're going to take this. We don't think there's a spot for you here, but we don't want to say no. We don't want to be the ones to say no. And then 2, is there a good way to do this? I was arguing there isn't a good way to do this. It's like, there are less bad ways, I guess, if I can use broken English, but I don't know there's a really good way to let go of a guy that had meant so much to the organization and the fan base. What are your thoughts on those two things?
Yeah, I mean, I think that mistakes have been made on both sides. The way that they handled the Carlos Correa situation, where they really didn't give Crawford a heads up. They were going to sign Correa, and by the way, we're going to tell you later that we're going to move you off shortstop. That obviously was not handled the way it should have been handled. And you don't forget about things like that. Obviously, there's if you're Brandon Crawford and you don't necessarily keep score, but you remember something like that, obviously, and so I think things could have been handled better. But in terms of the end game here, it's hard to imagine a scenario that would have been worked out perfectly for all parties. If Crawford wanted to keep playing, and by the way, I think that's the other thing he wanted to explain was why he wanted to keep playing. And in addition to the last couple of years not being a whole lot of fun, and a big part of that was not being healthy and not being productive, and also maybe not necessarily vibing with the manager. The other big part is he wants to make more memories for his kids. His especially his two youngest sons are 5 and I think 8, and once dad stops being a baseball player, he stops being a baseball player. And so if you can go on a little bit longer, that's why Pablo Sandoval keeps playing. He wants to create memories for his son Liam. He said that multiple times, and that can be a motivating factor as well. And I don't think you ever begrudge someone who wants to keep it going. If they can keep getting opportunities, keep getting someone who puts a uniform in a locker stall for them, why not keep playing if that's what you want to do? So I think you wanted to explain that as well. But this was not going to be, if Brandon Crawford wanted to keep playing, there wasn't going to be a perfect solution here. And there was going to be, some tough news to be delivered. And ultimately, I think the truth in here is this is what Brandon Crawford feels. That this is how he feels. And, you can either say that he's overreacting or he's divorced from reality or point out what he hit last year, or you can empathize with him and think that, he really could have brought something to the team in a lesser role. I will say that, a guy like Nick Ahmed is in camp on a non-roster contract. And it reminds me a lot of 2019 when the Giants had a bunch of guys on NRI deals, and a bunch of them made the team. One was Yangervis Solarte,
right? Yeah.
One was Gerardo Parra,
yeah.
And they got to that date in May when you could cut them, and their full salary wasn't guaranteed. I think you had to pay them out of third or whatever it was, and so they were almost kind of like training wheels. We don't quite know what we have with some of these younger guys. We don't know how it's going to work out. So we'll bring these guys in to kind of, be the training wheels on the operation. And if we don't need them, then we can, cut them loose. And, it's nothing personal toward them, but, we obviously don't have any ties for them. We don't owe them anything. And, Nick Ahmed could end up being one of those types of guys, or he could take the job and run with it. And then, you obviously have a guy who can catch the ball and has some better experiences, won a couple of Gold Gloves. So, that's just not a position you want to be in with a Brandon Crawford, where you can say, this guy's expendable. I mean, Brandon Crawford will never be expendable. But obviously there wasn't a fit for him on this roster. And I think, I just tried to make sure I explained both points of view. And hopefully I did a good job doing that.
I think you did, man. It was a good piece. Andy Baggerly, the voice you hear on the Irma guest line. I mean, that's the thing is we always hear the business side of it, and I think fans are kind of feeling that right now. That's what I'm feeling as a fan. I'm like, I'm hurt that Brandon Crawford's hurt because he wanted to be here, and we love having him here. But then I was asking earlier, I said, Tom, but if Luciano's starting and he goes down, do you want to see Crawford there, or do you want to see another guy who we've started to see develop and get a shot? They have to, at some point, start developing more of these players. I want to ask you about the pitching staff, because obviously that's on every team, a point of contention, I think, across baseball, whether it's bullpen or starters. Keaton Wynn going down and Tristan Beck going down. People now are ramping up, of course, the talk about Blake Snell. My thought was kind of, if that was all that was keeping you between you and Blake Snell, you probably maybe should have been in a little bit harder anyway. But now they're much more shallow and unproven than we thought, and some guys coming back from injury. Have you have any indication that they're in conversations or monitoring that situation with Blake Snell?
Oh, for sure. They're definitely, the stare down with Scott Boras continues. I think there's still continuing interest with Matt Chapman. I don't have this on good authority, but I have to believe that given how this spring has gone thus far, they have to be moving toward the pitcher as the biggest need, the thing that can make the biggest difference on this club. Because you can roll with J.D. Davis at third base. You got Wilmer Flores. You can play there. It's going to be a challenge to get Wilmer at bats as it is, and he was your best offensive player last year. Obviously, a Chapman would really be as good a defensive third baseman as there is in the game, and can really help whoever you've got at shortstop by stabilizing that left side of the infield. But if you look at who you're replacing, there's a marginal aspect to it, and whereas with the pitching staff, you wonder where these innings are going to come from. I mean, and it's not just the injuries to the guys who maybe were looking at the 4 and 5 spots. And Keaton Wynn does still have plenty of time to get back up to speed. It's just a little bit of a red flag, I guess. But if you look at Kyle Harrison, he didn't make it very far into today's game. His fastball was all over the place. He's not a guy who was necessarily pitch efficient, nor was he really allowed to throw more than 60 pitches in an outing in the minor leagues until the very end. So you've got him. You've got Jordan Hicks, who's never thrown more than – the only time he threw over 100 innings in a professional season was 2017. So we're talking quite a while ago, and that was an A-ball for the Cardinals when he was used as a starter. It was 107 innings. So, you're not going to get 150 innings out of him, even if he makes a great transition to starting. So, you just look at where, aside from Logan Webb, unless they want to say, hey, Logan, we're going to show you the stats of Gaylord Perry and Vida Blue from 1978, and you can throw 378 innings, right? Can't you? So apart from that, you wonder where all the innings are going to come from. And it just seems like another starting pitcher has to be a part of the equation, whether it's a deal that they can swing or biting the bullet and getting down to it with a Snell. And obviously, I think that would change the dynamic a whole bunch if you have Webb and Snell at the front of the rotation. So I think there's a lot of pressure on the Giants. And I realize as this spring has gone on, they've been in sort of a leverage fight with Boris this whole off season. Every little perception, I think they've kind of freaked out about, and obviously this spring has not helped. So Boris is getting more leverage by the day, and we'll see just if the Giants blink and how hard they blink, or if they blink at all.
The last year there were some reports in San Diego, and I know it was a weird exit for Melvin, but there was at one point a disconnect between Bob Melvin and Blake Snell. And I went and I just looked it up, and it was sort of funny. I guess after a game that Bob Melvin pulled Snell after 82 pitches, he then told the media he was, quote, cooked. Snell said, no, I wouldn't say I was cooked. And so there was a bit of a rift or a disconnect. Do we know anything about their relationship at this point?
I've talked to Bob about it, and obviously he can't really comment on a pending free agent, but just talking to people who are familiar with their relationship, I think that he really valued Snell. He's a different kind of pitcher. He's a guy who led the league in walks, but he also had, almost a historically low hits per nine. And so it's not the kind of template that the Giants have really run out there, but it works, and it worked for him last year. And I guarantee you Bob Melvin would take Blake Snell. He'd take Jordan Montgomery too if you want to make a package deal. And I don't think that I don't think they had a bad relationship. I do think that on the whole, it was a frustrating year for Bob Melvin because, A.J. Preller kind of let the players get away with anything. There weren't a whole lot of rules that were enforced. Guys kind of did what they wanted, and the manager didn't have a lot of authority to change that. And there were a lot of guys who had special permissions attached to them, and Josh Hader was another one. And Snell and Hader, both of them, I think, if you really look at it, there were probably a lot of times that they managed their workload really conservatively because they were both they're both impending free agents. And, early in the year, I know with Hader it was an issue because, there was a whole conversation about I'm not going to go 4 inning, 5 out, or 4 out, 5 out saves, or throw like 3 days in a row or whatever, because, I'm saving it for the second half for when we make a push. And then when he needed him to do those things in the second half, he still wasn't willing to do them. So I think there was some frustration there at times, just with a lot of things that he was dealing with in San Diego. And I don't think that Snell was at the top of the list. But if you talk to people who know them both, I think that there's nothing that would get in the way of Melvin vetoing Snell coming to the Giants. I think he would welcome him with like open arms.
I guess my problem with him is, and look, they might have to get him anyway, but you're going to pay, I don't even know what they'd have to pay him, but I don't want to pay him ace money for a guy that goes 6 innings. But even more so than that, Bags, how can you be sure what you're going to get from him in those 6 innings or 5 innings? I mean, he could be great, he could be good, he could be not very good, and that's just based on the last 6 years or so. Like, how the hell do you even know what you're getting with this guy?
Yeah, I mean, it's true. He's only gone over, I think, 140 innings maybe, twice. So, he's not a Webb-type workhorse pitcher, but he is a guy who, is obviously gives you a really good chance to win every time out there, especially when you can back him up with pretty good frontline relievers, because if he's in the game, you're probably going to be exiting with a lead after 6 innings. So you need your frontline guys to be rested, and that would kind of work. If you got a Logan Webb who could maybe throw 8 one day or 7 and change the next, or maybe even go the distance. Maybe you can keep your frontline guys a little more rested for when they need to pitch the next day behind Snell. But it's a different. He's sort of the epitome of a modern starting pitcher. Where I did my job means a lot. Sort of, I don't want to say a lot less than it used to, but it's defined differently than it used to be defined. So, but the other thing is, okay, if you really don't think that Snell's going to be motivated on a long-term deal, or you have concerns about his workload over his career, well, then sign him to a Bellinger type contract where it's a big average annual value, and he can opt out after years 1, 2, and 3 or whatever. I think the problem with that is, when the Cubs re-signed Bellinger, he was their own player, and so they didn't have to forfeit a draft pick and all the stuff that goes with that, the extra penalties, losing money from your international signing bonus pool, all the ways you can hamstring your player development and player acquisition sort of ambitions. Whereas if it's a Snell, then you do lose all that stuff, and you lose the draft pick, and maybe he opts out after a year, and that's it. That's something I think they have to consider as well. And maybe they just look at this division and this league and all the teams that are forecasted to win between 79 and 84 games. And you think, hey, maybe 1 or 2 players really does not put us over the top, but really positions us to be solidly looked at as, having a chance to be a playoff team. And as you see, you just sneak in the playoffs, you can win the pennant like the Diamondbacks did. So maybe they decide it's worth it, to sign a Snell. But
I was going to say I could definitely see it, Bags. I mean, and again, they might need him. I mean, my whole thing has been, look, if you can't compete with these guys with the bats, just load up on pitching. But, I mean, I guess the problem I have with him, and if you're going to pay him that type of money, I mean, you get ERA plus 217, 182, which is out of this world. And then you also get a 103 and a 92 thrown in there. And a 127, which is good. 112 is okay. But it's like, I got to pay. What I'm paying for is the 182 and the 217 when I've only gotten that twice. And if I'm the Giants, I'm thinking, yeah, we really like him. And I'm sure that's what Boris wants. He wants to get the money for those 2 years. It's like, well, those are 2 years. What if I'm paying him for the 93? Now I'm way overpaying him. So that's kind of the, what are you going to get? Can we trust that we're going to get a couple good, like the variance for him is pretty high for a top end pitcher.
I think you're doing an excellent job of explaining just why he's still on the market. I mean, and I think you could say the same for Matt Chapman, and you could say the same for Bellinger. Even though he had a really good season, I think he was back into the top 10 in MVP, right? I mean, an excellent season. But if you look at the under the hood metrics, StatCast stuff, and the exit velocities, there's a lot of things that you look at and think, this may not trend in the right direction if we put him in a different ballpark, or we look at his age curve, and all of his free agents have some drawbacks and have some warts, and then you add in the fact that the teams that usually spend big, well, only one team really did spend big. The Giants, you could say, also spent big because they did sign. They did spend over $100 million, including the contract to Lee, but really nobody else spent a lot this offseason. The big spenders were in scale back mode. The Red Sox haven't spent a lot of money. The Mets are kind of digging out a little bit after already going bonkers, and then you got the mid teams. Sometimes you have the Mariners will surprise with like a huge contract to like a Robinson Cano, or the Rangers will surprise with Seager and Simeon. They kind of shot their bullets there already, and then a lot of these mid sort of tier teams are worried about their revenues with their RSN deals kind of blowing up, and that's the narrative anyway. I don't know if that's true or not. That's something that they can say. It's plausible, and it just the spending hasn't been there. And normally the teams that are going running roughshod and going for it and just spending willy-nilly, they'll look past that stuff if they really want to make a splash. And I don't think teams are really in that mode. And all those Boris free agents do have things that you look at and be a little bit concerned by. So, but I mean, bottom line, you put Blake Snell in the Giants rotation. The Giants rotation is a lot better. And maybe at the end of the day, that's the only thing that they have to consider as they try to really win back a lot of fan interest and fan engagement.
Andy Baggerly, the voice you hear, covers the Giants. We will talk to him throughout the Giants season. Bags, always fun catching up, man. We should do this more often.
I think we will.
Sounds good, dude. We'll do it next week, Bags. Enjoy the weekend, man. Talk to you soon.
Thanks, Bags.
Good deal there from Andrew Baggerly. One thing you said that rattled me a little bit there. He's talking Nick Ahmed, and I think some of the texters here, like 707.
I know what you're going to say.
He says, Ahmed came here because there's a chance to play, but Farhan didn't want Crawford because he wants the kids to play. Again, Ahmed got a minor league deal. Crawford got a major league contract, guaranteed money. The counter to that I would say is, if Nick Ahmed is the opening day shortstop, you might be hearing from me.
It's going to be rioting.
You know what I mean? It's not going to be.
You might be hearing from me.
March 28th. If I'm going to be like, dude, like, what's happened to Schmidt and Luciano that we have? With respect to Ahmed, I'm good with him on the bench. And by the way, this guy responded to me. He goes, "Did you hear what Bag said?" Yes, I heard what Bag said. Ahmed still has to make the team. He is not on the 40-man roster. Did you read what the article said? 707. He got a minor league deal. He has to play for his job. By the way, he hit a 3-run bomb today. How about that? Or was that yesterday? I don't know. Nick Ahmed sticks every day. It was today. 707. I heard him. I asked him the question. Tolbert and Copes with you on a Friday afternoon. How about this? A little sound soiree. Let's jump into some other fun stuff here. Caitlin Clark is deciding to go to the league. We got some NBA, TNT, Charles Barkley, Gold Sound. And we got to get into some fun Barry Bonds stuff against Babe Ruth. That's all coming your way next in the Sounds Foray on the Sports Leader.
San Francisco, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Francisco's sports leader.
In an article written by Andrew Baggerly, Brandon Crawford said the decision not to return to the Giants was not made by him. That story and more trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
is Tolbert and Cope's Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
Soiree, what?
Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the Sports Leader.
Tolbert and Cope's with you Friday, March 1st. Terry Crowley coming your way at the top of the hour. And then you'll get a little Dubs OT following the Warriors and the Toronto Raptors this evening. Warriors in action again on Sunday against the Celtics. And they come on home then to take on Milwaukee. A couple of off days. I'll tell you about what we're going to do next Wednesday for the Warriors and Dubs game. Hope to see you guys out there. How about that for a tease? Hope to see you out at the Warriors and Dubs next Wednesday before the game. We'll tell you about that.
That'll hold them.
Next week. That'll keep them till Wednesday. 707 text line just says, dude, Ahmed better get no serious playing time. I kind of got nervous when Bags was telling when he brought up that I was thinking about that offseason recently where they had all those Gerardo Parras and when he said young Hervis Solarte, I was like, damn, dude. That was tough. Dude, Yermin Mercedes a couple of years ago playing like left field. Remember that?
Left field.
That was a
Good
tough.
stuff.
That was a rough year. That was a rough year. Talk about a frying
That's a
pan.
rough left field.
The guy's a catcher. Remember that? As a catcher. Let's get to the sound soiree. A lot of good sound to get to today. Caitlin Clark. How about this? Caitlin Clark is officially declared for the WNBA. She's going to head to the WNBA. And here's what she had to say on her decision to leave college early and go pro.
I think just going into senior night, having that decision clear, not only for myself, but our fans, my teammates, I think that was super important. And honestly, just, I don't know, getting the weight of the world off my shoulders and being able to enjoy this last month with my teammates, I think is the biggest thing. And, I think I kind of knew in my heart. So being able to kind of get that off my shoulders was the biggest thing. And yeah, I think it's just important going into this final stretch, whether it's, our last home game and then obviously probably hosting 2 home games at home. I think just really enjoying that and soaking that in is my biggest focus.
It's going to be really interesting to see how big a deal. She's a huge deal, but how big an impact that makes for the WNBA. I think it's a great spot for her. I mean, she plays in the Big Ten. She plays in Iowa, going to Indiana, like Hoosier State. Love their basketball. I think it's a great, great fit. I'm curious to see, does it make an impact for the WNBA? Because she's different. She's different. I mean, they were talking about shoe deals that she might get when she is drafted. And they said she might get $3 million a year. And like a lot of NBA rookies get like, even the top end ones get like $1 million a year. So she's different. Like she did because of what she does. It's kind of like Steph. She shoots it from, to 25, 28, 30 feet, and she's averaging 7 assists, 7 rebounds. I mean, she's pretty incredible. Like, I don't watch a lot of women's hoops, but I didn't watch zero, except for a game I watched Ionescu play a couple times. But when she plays, I'm like, yeah, I'll watch it. She's different. She's fun to watch. And I just wonder how much that's going to kind of transfer over to the WNBA, because if you're not going to watch when she's playing, you're just not going to watch, period, because she's amazing. Like, you watch her play, you're like, God dang. Like, she's just pulling up from 30, whap. And her handles and just everything about her is just different than a lot of other WNBA players that I have seen. Put it that way. There's probably some out there that are pretty incredible too that I just don't watch that much. But she's pretty damn good, and I'm curious. Like, they're running promos. Although I will say this, you can take it too far. Like, you can take it just a little bit too far.
What can go too far?
Well, when they say she's playing Ohio State, she has a chance to break the NCAA scoring record. I'm like, well, I don't know that. I'll watch that. And then they tell you the NCAA scoring record is Pete Maravich. I'm like, let's stop doing the whole guy-girl thing, okay? They're different sports. There's women's basketball. There's men's basketball, period. They're completely different sports. So let's not say that she's passing up Pete Maravich as the all-time leader in NCAA hoops. No. I mean, I don't know why people feel like they have to do this, and maybe it's Fox that feels like they have to do it to put more of a spotlight on her. I mean, she's had enough of a spotlight, and she deserves every bit of it, but that just seems phony to me. Like, let's go ahead and throw this one in there. Throw this one in there, too. No, you wouldn't do that. You wouldn't do it if somebody in the WNBA was getting ready to pass Magic Johnson for all-time assists or John Stockton for all-time assists.
It'd be funny if it was the other way. If we were like, dude, Steph Curry's about to pass Lisa Leslie for all-time points scored.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? What would people say to that?
Sports.
What would people say to that if we did it that
why
way?
are you going to do that? And I dig her. She's awesome.
I think what they're trying to do, though,
stop.
I know what you're saying, and you're right. That's almost a misrepresentation of what you're putting out there. But I think what is significant is to point out, especially in college play, when you play a similar style of season, you're playing on some of the same floors, right? I do think it's interesting to put that note alongside some of the others. I like to shout out current Monroe Catholic principal Colleen Galloway. She's the first ever basketball player, men or women, at Cal to have her number retired. And they didn't have a pro league to play.
Oh, wow.
She held all the scoring records. She was one of my history teachers and assistant principals and coached basketball at Monroe. She's still out there. But she was, before Jason Kidd, before Sharif, before anybody else, she was the first to have her number hang in Haas. And she was a legend. She also very tall, but she may not have had the same path in her life had there been a WNBA, right? I mean, it didn't exist back then. So the more it grows and this growth forward is fine. And I know what you're saying though. It's not really the record. It's kind of like I got annoyed when we got annoyed at them doing the Aaron Judge chasing down the AL home run record.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. It's like whatever.
There's one record.
It's just a record. What is he chasing? Let's go. Tim says there's also only one October.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's get to some NBA sound. This is good, dude. Charles Barkley last night, he gets an Instagram. And then Shaq starts teaching him about social media. I think is it a few things combined here? There was a few other cuts. Anyway, they start talking social media. Here's Charles Barkley.
And every time you send out a picture of you, you got a hashtag OnlyFans.
No.
Do you know what OnlyFans is? Whatever picture you send out, just hashtag OnlyFans.
No, listen to him.
For OnlyFans of mine?
No, listen to him. Do not listen to this dude. No, OnlyFans is I'm not even explaining this on basketball.
So, Chuck's like, everything you put, or he says, Shaq says, everything you put up, make sure you put hashtag OnlyFans. Well, OnlyFans of mine? It goes on, by the way, at the end of the show, they checked in and checked, like, by the way, you had like 9 million followers on Instagram when it started. Or was it 9 million, 9,000, whatever it was. He jumped up like to 33 by the end of the show. Like
33 million?
It might have been, was it 33,000? Had to be 1,000, not million. I lose it on IG. I have no idea what anybody has. He's not Messi. I can tell you that. Or Ronaldo. Those guys are way up there.
Geez. Those guys.
Moving on to some Chiefs sound here. Kansas City Chiefs sound. DB coach David Merritt. Dave Merritt, he interviewed for the 49ers DC position earlier this week. He appeared on North Carolina's Short Shop radio show, and he discussed Steve Wilkes being fired by the Niners. Here he is.
Wilkes, even himself, is looking at this as a blessing. You know what? I understand you guys want to go in a different direction, but if you want to base it clearly off of just the game, that's not the case, and we all know that. There's always something behind a marriage if it's not going well. It doesn't just happen overnight. So, but if you want to talk about the game, their offense went 3 for 12 on third down.
Oops.
Our offense went 9 for 19, but if your offense is going 3 for 12 on third down, is that Wilkes' fault? If your tight end, who's all pro, Kittle, only has one catch for 4 yards, is that Wilkes' fault? I mean, so therefore you can feed McCaffrey all you want to. He needs help. And then number 11, who was trying to fight all game, Aiko, whatever, I don't know. He only had 40-something yards. Was that Wilkes' fault? So I just say that there was something going on before this all went down.
Oh,
Man, I wonder why they didn't hire him.
Damn, Aiko?
Aiko?
Brandon
he
Aiko?
He had to be trolling. That or he can't read. I mean, and which may be on the table, football coach. Now I'm taking shots at this guy who's coming at the Niners. I'm like, what? Yeah, what's that about, dude? He says he's just slamming the Niner offense now? Like, I didn't want to work with Kyle Shanahan, but what was that about, dude?
Aiko, whatever.
Aiko.
Oh, man.
Aiko.
All right, Dave Merritt.
Aiko. Didn't Peter Gabriel sing a song that? Anyway.
I don't know. By the way, that's the first time we've all heard this guy's name, yeah?
I don't even know
probably the
what you're
last.
talking about. I forgot it already.
Yeah, whatever. Dave Ferret. This is the one we've been waiting to get to, dude. We saw this. You and I both saw this. I saw this last week when I was...
It's the greatest clip you're ever going to hear today.
When Derek was out, dude. Okay, so we've joked before when we played the Trump sound of...
You're greater than Vince Lombardi.
There you go, dude. He'll check in on sports, dude, which is hilarious.
Yes, he will.
And I said to you last year when he came up with, like, Meatball Ron and Ron the Sanctimonious, I was like, dude, he still has the fastball when it came to the nicknames. It's proven to not be quite so good. But I kind of feel like, and I said this to you during the break, I said, I think he lost the fastball, but like R.A. Dickey came back with a knuckler, dude. Because now he's coming out with this insane content on tour. Here's Trump, dude, and it's got a baseball tie. Stick with us here. We're on a Black History Month, all right? March the 1st.
And where was he doing this? At like a black conference or a...
No, dude. He's like on his speaking tour. He's not on an African American. He's just on a speaking tour.
Okay.
He's like doing his rounds. He's doing his campaign tour. And the lights kind of go out, but he's got bright lights still in his face like when you're on stage, right? So here's Trump. Imagine he's talking to this crowd. Just get past all your own personal feelings and just enjoy the sound.
These lights are so bright in my eyes that I can't see too many people out there. But I can only see the black ones. I can't see any white ones, you see? That's how far I've come. That's how far I've come. That's a long way, isn't it? These lights. We've come a long way together. Home runs that he hit, you know? Do we give it to Barry Bonds? Tell me. Do we give it to Barry Bonds or Babe Ruth?
You gotta give it to Barry.
Okay, I'm okay with that. Huh? Barry? Okay, I'm with Barry. Hey. Especially tonight, I'm with Barry. I'm with Barry. In front of another group, I may be with the Babe, but I don't.
This guy.
Oh, my God.
And everybody's eating it up, too.
Dude, the applause when he says, I can only see the blacks. The applause he gets in at first. There's like people like whistling. You can hear the people in the back like blowing, using their fingers to whistle. That is, it's just, top to bottom was hilarious. I was howling when I saw it, because he's like covering his face. He's like trying to see outside, trying to see what's going on. Do we give it to Barry? 7:55? I don't know.
In front of another group, I may be with the Babe, but I
maybe you don't know. Maybe with Sadahara. That's a possibility.
What group that would be that he'd be with, and he'd pick the. He says, "I'm picking him tonight, dude." It's so funny, dude. That's so good, so unbelievably good. He had nuclear codes, man. Nuclear. That's what he would say.
God.
Nuclear codes. Let's go to one more piece of sound here. So we both. Tom loves the combine. I'm not as big of a fan.
Huge combine.
Courtney Cronin of the NFL Network. She's covered many teams. She used to be down here at the Merc. She used to be here in the Bay. Excuse me, ESPN is where she's at. She used to be here at in San Jose. Anyway, she's at ESPN. She's live from the combine, and she gets frustrated during her hit. Here's Courtney Cronin.
We were able to play some of the sound from Caleb Williams in his press conference at Indianapolis. What did you glean from the conversation?
I mean, he's incredibly confident, right? You guys took that as much as we did.
it was such an incredible display of people that were there to watch him and everything else that kind of unfolded. All right, this.
All right.
All right. We'll put it on hold, and we'll get back to Cordy in a moment.
I think that was appropriate.
She's doing a radio hit? That was pretty good.
Well, there's
She was
nothing
hearing
more
herself
irritating
echo?
than being on the radio and hearing yourself talking.
Oh, dude, it's bad.
the worst.
All right, this.
All right. Dude.
The best is that it cleared up, and you could tell it got fixed right before she got irritated and ripped it out. You could hear that, right? It stopped echoing. Otherwise, you'd have heard. That would be funny if you heard that in the echo. F this. That's your sound soiree for Friday, March 1st. Tom, you giving it to Barry?
This.
Be careful who you know who you're talking to.
It depends on where I'm at.
This.
Am I working with Copes or am I working with somebody else?
I'm not sure if it's Copes. If it's John Lund, it could be a different answer.
If I'm working with Carrie, maybe I pick the babe.
It's a possibility. I'm not sure.
Oh, man. Oh, dude. Anyway, hell of a piece of sound there. By the way, anyway, well, anytime Trump goes sports, we're bringing it back. He's got the knuckle.
Absolutely.
No more fastball. We do have a pot of soup for you on a cold Friday evening. A big pot of soup du jour is next on the Sports Leader.
This.
Excuse me, Flo? It's that time of day. What is the soup du jour?
It's the soup of the day.
Tolbert and Cope's soup du jour.
That sounds good. I'll have that.
Oh, nothing like a good strip club story on a rainy night. That's what I think of when it's rainy. I think strip clubs. Because, did you make it rain? Anyway.
It's a different kind of rain.
That's old school cut. I've never heard of this one before. Said a man who was at the strip club who refused to tip in either way, apparently.
Tip, just for a second.
Yep. I did not know this either, because the last time I was at a strip club, probably 20 or so years ago, it's $20 for a dance, and then that's what you gave them, $20. You didn't. I mean, it's like that's the service. I'm giving it $20. There you go. I give you a couple. The tipping, it's gotten out of hand, by the way. Everybody expects to get a tip. They don't do anything except for maybe take one step to the left, grab your drink, and put it on the thing, and they tip jar there. I'm like, what'd you do? What did you do? I mean, literally, what did you do? You did nothing. You didn't go out of your way to do that. You just grabbed something and put it over here, and that was it. If you did something, I'd give you a tip. I'm a good tipper. absolutely. But I mean, sometimes it's like Lori's like, should we tip the the UPS driver dropped? I mean, well, what? The UPS driver? We tipping the UPS driver now? Like everybody expects a tip now, bro. You know.
Yeah.
Spare some change. Now get the hell out of here. Spare some change. What do you mean? What do you want? Tip? Well, yeah. I'm looking at the cash register. I hit 50 minus 20. You owe me $3. Give me a tip. Get the hell out of here. But I didn't know that tips at strip clubs were a thing now.
Oh,
Not surprising.
Oh, you go? Yeah.
Go ahead.
I think they'll run you like 100% on the tip too. I think at times, depending on where you're going. You know what I mean?
Sure they will.
They're gonna cash out too, or they'll just.
Yes.
I imagine too if they're like, well, it's like, am I tipping you 15 or 20% on the? You know, what's the standard there? You know what I mean? Like at a restaurant.
I don't know.
It's a different tip at a restaurant than it is at like the coffee shop when I get some change in my hand after coffee. You know what I mean? I'm not just giving her the leftover ones, am I?
I don't. Again,
I'm asking you. You're the strip club guy.
Well, this is 20 years ago. 20 years ago. I don't know where they keep their money and where their tips come from. But I had no idea. Like, can you change a 20? Nah, just keep it. Go ahead.
You got it. Fucking hum for me, dude.
Well, this dude was sitting there, didn't realize that he was supposed to be tipping, and I guess one of the girls got upset with him and picked up a stack of cash.
Oh no!
And hit him in the face with it. Where else could you get hit with a stack of cash in the face? Maybe a drug deal?
Casino?
I mean, a strip club? I mean, that is so good. A stack of cash just got took up and smacked this dude in the face. Although I am surprised that it led to a 9 p.m. confrontation. It's kind of early.
I was going to say, he's early, man.
Yeah.
Or she was at the end of her. Maybe she was in the afternoon shift and she was at the end. She was ready to go. She was on the day shift. I'd be pissed too.
By the way, just FYI, and this is 20 years ago, so yeah, I mean the things could have changed. Man, the lunch shift at the strip club. I'd wait. That's just me.
Well, not if you're talking Gold Club, the breast and thighs buffet.
That's just good buffet.
You can't sleep on the breast and thigh buffet.
Yeah,
at the Gold
usually
Club,
usually the workers aren't the. How do you say that? I don't even know.
I don't even know what word you're trying to get to right now.
Let's put it this way. The more talented players play in the evening, not the lunch break.
Yeah, they're not quite as talented.
That's what I'm saying.
I was just going to go.
Like the starters aren't usually going to like the 11 to 3 shift.
I got the word. I was going to go with this one. She's more busted. We actually have audio of the. We actually have audio of that guy who was at the club. Tim says,
"Hey guys, come on, get off those wallets. A little cherry pie. Let's go. Come on, guys. Those dollars aren't going to spend themselves." Justin, he's on main stage. He's working hard to keep you hard. Let's go, guys. What is your favorite pie? Well, it's cherry pie tonight.
It's like she smacked him in the face with some cash. Like, what are you so mad about a tip for? You're a good little saver already. Just keep going. You're doing well.
Oh my gosh. Oh man, I had this story on here, and I saved it. Did I get rid of it? Oh.
I'll tell you this real quick what you look for. It's 707 checks in on the Golden State Lumber Building Materials text line. Says a year ago at Giant Spring Training, we went to a strip club one night. They changed our money in and gave us $2 bills.
What?
Oh, sorry, we're
got $2 bills there?
Yeah, you got hosed, my man. You got hosed, 707.
Did you make it rain?
Okay, here it is. Here's the story, and I'm going to ask you the question here, because do you like waffles?
Are you kidding?
Would you like to spend 3 nights in a Waffle House, like a literal Waffle House?
Like a house made of waffles or a Waffle House in the Midwest?
It looks like it might be made of waffles, but it's more shaped like a waffle. It's got like chocolate sauce on the top. It's sponsored by Eggo. So I'm assuming you can't eat your way out of it if you were to get stuck. But it's supposed to look like a Waffle House, basically.
Never burned down. It would just toast, right? Just crisp it up.
It's stinking after a while.
Put some oil, some syrup on it. Sounds good.
So what food, like I was thinking, oh man, I don't know if I'd want to spend it in a Waffle House. Like it doesn't look all that luxurious. Does it have cable or a dish, something I can watch games in? But like what food, if you could shape it like a food, mine would be Pop-Tarts.
What house would you do?
Spend a time like in a Pop. How cool would that be to have a house made of Pop-Tarts? And just, I would be like set. You kidding me? Could have all my favorite flavors in there and like eat my way out of each room. That'd be incredible.
You know what I'd want? I'd want it to be heated though by like you'd have to like have a little pit there, so like you could. It'd be fun to like start a fire and then burn your like smoke up your brown cinnamon one, so it gets all nice and warm. I like the brown cinnamon sugar. Or we both like the not just cherry pie. We like cherry Pop Tarts too. So what food?
I mean, I don't want to take a crap in a Pop Tart toilet.
Cherry pie.
Just at least give me a porcelain.
So you're
toilet.
talking about everything has to be made of it, like if the toilet too.
Yes.
Because now I'm.
And a pecan waffle.
Yeah, okay. Boy, what food? Do you have one in mind?
Well, no, Pop Tarts. I would like a Pop Tart house would be cool. Last year we had you could rent the what was it? The Oscar Mayer Wiener.
The Wiener Mobile.
Mobile. It was like a motorhome, and you could like rent that thing and drive that thing.
I'd get sick of that. I'd get sick of hot dogs.
You probably would. You'd hate to rear-end somebody. That would suck.
Yeah, Tim says he's surprised you didn't go beer house, but that's in the box. Like, yeah,
I already have a beer house. What are you talking about?
Tom in his Pop-Tart house, the water flows beer. That's the one where he gets the bidet made of beer, where it just shoots beer out.
Now, if it was a Pop-Tart house, I'd need milk flowing. Is what I would have because I don't. That's another thing.
Quarter milk in your Pop-Tarts.
I'm a little peculiar that way. If I have Pop-Tarts and I don't have milk, I won't eat the Pop-Tarts. I just won't eat them. I don't eat peanut butter without milk. I do not eat Pop-Tarts without milk. Just don't do it. So it's weird, but that's kind of me.
This might say a lot about you. What kind of milk do you drink?
2%.
Oh, you're a normal guy. Thank God.
Yeah.
Thank God. You're not a non-fat guy like Tim. What a freak.
No, not non-fat. My dad was a stickler for the milk. He stuck with whole milk the whole way.
See, that's a man of a different generation.
That's a man he's cut from a different cloth.
He's pouring
like,
cream. Yeah.
None of this 2% crap.
He's pouring cream over his cereal.
I'm like, I don't know, Dad's kind of thick. Like I'm kind of like, nope, whole milk. We do whole milk in this house.
Derek just admitted he drinks non-fat.
Who does?
Derek Papa.
That's not milk. That's white water.
It's white. It's like brown. It's like it's
is
weird.
What it is.
It's like off-white water.
Yeah. It's like
it's the same color that off-white T-shirt Derek's wearing.
Bud Light's hard beer, like hard water. Not really beer. It's hard water.
Hard water.
That isn't milk. That's just non-fat milk is not milk.
He needs some milk.
It's the daytime. It's a daytime strip club of milks, is what it is.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's exactly what it is.
Yeah, that's weird. The non-fat, I can't endorse that. It's like it doesn't hold on the spoon. If you had it on a spoon, it would just you wouldn't even look like it was in anything. Just like there was water on it. You know what I mean? Like there's no. I need a little traction on my milk. I want to see the legs on it, like a nice bottle of wine.
Yeah, it's just 2% is about as low as I'll go.
Yeah,
2%.
I don't even know one.
I can't do the non-fat.
Every once in a while, I'll be somewhere they have whole milk, like you're at a hotel or something, and they got whole milk. You put it on your cereal, and you're like, "Ooh, this is a treat."
Oh.
You know what I mean? Because I won't drink it, but I'll put it on some cereal or something. You're like, "Ooh, It's real rich today." That's good.
Well, we had it. We had whole milk around here for a while when Camila was younger.
The milk's gone bad.
And it was like, oh, damn. Forgotten how good whole milk was. Whole milk's very, very, very tasty. Very, very, very good. But I mean, I could drop down to the 2%, but let's be honest. It's not as good. It really isn't as good as whole milk. But after a while, you're like, I don't need all that.
Hey, sideburns, you want some of this milk?
That much. I don't know, how much milk do you still drink?
I see you're drinking 1%. Is that because you think you're fat?
I don't drink
milk.
milk.
Napoleon Dynamite?
Yeah. I don't drink milk. So when I was a kid, my dad made us drink milk like a glass with dinner. Like it was like a vegetable almost. Like you had to have a glass of
my dad too.
Yeah, strengthen your bones. By the way, 925 on the text line says, Tim, at your age, you got to watch what kind of milk you drink. Tim's old age, he's going to watch the milk, dude. And then 415 just says, eat ass, Derek, which is good. I don't drink milk like a glass of it. I put it on cereal.
Yep.
And then the only other time I will I chugged it, and Sash thinks that I'm a freak or a psycho for it, is just like dipping cookies. If I'm having cookies or fresh cookies or Oreos, I know people do the mashup thing with the Oreos.
Yep.
I'll mess with that sometimes, but normally I like dipping it and just getting it soggy and then eating it, and then it's like a sweet milk after. You drink it. It's good. I like sogging up my...
I will put the Oreo in
you
my
mash
mouth.
it, right? Oh, and then you pour it in?
And then put the milk in with it.
I
don't dip it. I just put the milk in after. Now, is it... Do people consider it terrible etiquette if you drink it out of the jug, but your lips don't touch the milk jug?
Have you ever actually tried breast milk, John?
like above your mouth. You just like let it pour in. And is that acceptable? Can you do that?
I don't know if that's just acceptable. Like you shouldn't be doing that as an adult, just drinking milk like that. But like
I'm not saying I do.
You're saying like, well, okay. I did it. Sash was out of town. I drank some of the orange juice like that. I was like, I looked around, nobody was home. I was like, I'm just kidding. I haven't done this in forever. Drank the orange juice. So we buy the quart. You a gallon man?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I'm a gallon.
You're a big man.
Because I mean, they drink. I'm not the only one. Although I am the one that drinks most. Although our milk, like I'll buy 2 gallons, and I'll have to like half of one it'll be sour by the time we get to it. Like, because I don't. Camila doesn't drink that much milk, and she doesn't eat cereal, and Weston does. Like, I'm really the only one that uses milk because I don't have cereal. I only have cereal maybe once a week. Like, so it's not like I have a ton of milk, and I don't drink it like you. I don't drink it a glass full at a time. My dad did that. He had milk for dinner. My brother still has milk for dinner, but I don't have milk for dinner. But there are just certain things.
Yeah, me neither anymore.
that I want milk with.
Yeah,
you know what my
cookies.
dad used to do? He used to do. Have you ever heard of this? Cornbread. And pour the milk over the cornbread.
Yeah, people do that. That's a Southern thing.
That's
think,
a
right?
Southern.
Yeah, my grandma's from
big-time
Birmingham.
Southern thing.
Well, like Jackie Robinson, your stories of him, they used to do this. He like pour sugar into his milk like a little bit, and he like dip bread into it. That's a very old school like Southern thing. Yeah, or it's just weird. Dude, the milk texts are pouring in, dude. Might say a stream of milk.
Stream of milk.
Got a stream of milk, Krug. 707 says late night milk with lots of graham cracker. That sounds pretty good. I could dip a graham cracker in some
crackers and milk.
A s'more and some milk. I do s'mores every summer when I go up to Clear Lake.
Do you?
Yeah, and I always get. Dude, I did it last year I brought Marcus the water boy with me. Jacob came up. We did it with Reese's peanut butter cups. You definitely got to have milk if you're doing a
No
Reese's
milk
cup.
will ever be our milk.
Billy Madsen's like, hey, Sideburns, you want some of this milk? I said, rather have a beer. It's that dude, the dude with the mutton chops, he's mopping up.
But graham crackers, yes.
Yeah.
I haven't had graham crackers in a while. I used to crush graham crackers a sleeve at a time.
I just brought them back, dude. I just started again about 6 months ago. I got graham crackers on deck in the house, and I'm same thing.
What about cinnamon graham crackers?
Once I went back in on the regulars, then I had to get the cinnamon. Those might be going 2 sleeves at a time.
Yes.
They now make them in square packs, Tom. You don't have to get the full rectangle, which if you don't want to,
happened?
You don't have to feel as bad about crushing a full rectangular back.
sleeve.
You know how they have the break and they're perforated.
Yes, the break right in the middle. That's how I eat them. I break it and then I break it into the 2 rectangles, the 2 mini rectangles, and then I put them in my mouth again. After I put them in my mouth, then the milk comes in. Chew it up and start over.
Milk was a bad choice.
No, it's such a good choice.
Graham cracker's my favorite perforated cracker. It's 408 on the text line says
top 5 perforated crackers.
Yeah,
go.
Only single dudes with no roommates can drink out of the milk jug, Tom, is what they say.
What's that?
My man is the milk provider of the house, though. So he should be able to drink out of whatever.
I should be able to. Look, here's where I draw the line. Like, I don't want to put the lips on it. That's too much. So that's why I'm saying I just, it kind of hovers over the
you
waterfall
it. You waterfall.
Well, what you can't do is, like, let's say you're going to have an Oreo. You just want one Oreo, so you don't want to get a glass dirty, and you're just like, okay, one Oreo, let me sneak in there and get the milk real quick because I got to have a milk with an Oreo because I just don't want to have the Oreo without the milk. So you get the milk, and you get the Oreo, and you stick the Oreo in your mouth, double stuff or not, and then you stick it in, and then what you can't do is put your lips around the hole. And
how do you make sure it doesn't spill then?
And then, well, look, you got to take that chance.
Suction around it.
Happen if you put it there because of the Oreo.
Oh, dude, you're gonna get
on the inside of the cylinder there. You may have some Oreo residue in there, and that's a dead giveaway that somebody's been drinking the milk. And since I'm the only one that really drinks it, it's going to be pointed at me, which is fine by me now because I'm the only one that really drinks it. But if somebody happens to like, oh, hey, I want a bowl of cereal, and they go, oh, why is this Oreo stuff on the inside of the milk jug? I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah, that's gross. You can't have, if I walk in and I see somebody else's Oreo residue on the inside of my milk.
Oh, it's so bad.
There's going to be a sit down. There's going to be a conversation.
I would expect it.
415 says toaster strudel over Pop-Tarts every day. Okay,
no chance.
My bad, rich kid.
No
the
chance.
925 checks in and says, you guys like milk with or without pulp? So stupid. Oh, that's so good. And then, yeah, there's hundreds of milk texts coming in here. Always chug the milk with
People
the
love
Oreo,
milk.
Tom. PB&J, a company milk. That's a good one, too.
Yep,
PB&J,
that's a good
wash
one.
it down. Anything with peanut butter. More of your milk. And, dude, just... Kerry Crowley's got to be like one of the. I'm guessing this guy drinks milk like people.
Oh, yeah.
Like people smoke cartons a day. Kerry Crowley's chugging quarts of milk probably. By the he goes for big runs too, so he probably quenches his thirst. He's a milk drinker for sure. We'll get into Kerry Crowley and his milk habits next on the Sports Leader. Clark joined Murph and Marcus this morning and discussed his thoughts on the Giants' new coaching staff. Newsflash, he's hyped. That podcast and more trending now. KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy. Look, it's my last opportunity this week to tell you how you can make some money this weekend with Underdog Fantasy and their Pick'em game. We got hoops on right now. It's your opportunity to make a little scratch off of it. Totally legal in California. It's a fantasy game, but you can win some real money, and it's a blast to play. As you watch the Dubs this weekend, play the Pick'em game. It's where you pick between 2 and 5 players. You select them from at least 2 different teams. You select higher or lower on the player's stats that they give you at Underdog, and if the picks hit, you can win up to 100 times your money. Again, legal in California, and it's a blast. Underdog is easy to play. It's easy to sign up, and I'll tell you how. Go to the app or go to UnderdogFantasy.com, and when you sign up,